Sword God Chapter 1334 to Chapter 1385. The field was vast and boundless. Qianzong stood in the field, facing the wind, his eyes staring ahead. It was a tree standing alone in the wind. Its leaves were yellow and withered, but it was still tenacious. But in Qianzong's eyes, it was not a tree, but a sword. This sword stood in the wind, proud of heaven and earth. Looking at its branches, it seemed to be many swords standing upright, exuding an amazing sharpness. The sharpness had an indescribable tenacity, as if it could withstand the wind, rain, and sun. No matter how the sun and moon alternated, it would still tenaciously hold on. Qianzong's eyes flickered with light, as if he could see a seed breaking out of the ground, growing tenaciously in the wind, rain, sun, and the rotation of the four seasons. This tenacity brought great shock to Qianzong's heart and mind. A sword's edge was sharpened, a trace of enlightenment emerged in his heart. Without experiencing the wind and rain, how could it grow into a big tree? Without experiencing life and death, how could it become strong? The wind blew, and the chill hit, but Qianzong didn't seem to notice anything. After some time, when the sun set in the west mountain, Qianzong suddenly woke up, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Unconsciously, Qianzong's aura became more and more fierce, with a kind of tenacity. Immediately, it gradually converged and returned to normal. Holding the iron sword, Qianzong continued to walk forward, his steps light and quick. 10 years of sword practice was enough to travel thousands of miles. Building a cart behind closed doors was after all a side door. Only the combination of knowledge and action was the right way. Qianzong had always understood this point and had always been doing it, but there was no time when it was as pure as now. It was just practice, just the sword, the body practicing, the combination of knowledge and action, a more intuitive feeling. Cultivation and strength were sometimes a kind of restraint. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment emerged. Since stepping out of Shanghai village and into Black Mountain, enlightenment emerged again and again. Although it was disorderly, there was a trace of connection. This was a deeper level of comprehension of the Heartsword Sutra, as well as a clearer understanding of his own path. Let go of your obsession, let go of illusions, and pursue the truth in front of you, the path in your heart. The night was deep, but the stars were nowhere to be seen. Only the crescent moon hung in the sky, releasing a faint white brilliance like water and gauze. Qianzong lay on a large rock and looked up at the moon, lost in thought. The moon is the brightness of my hometown. The bright moon always made people feel sentimental. Especially in the dead of the night, when a wanderer was outside, it was inevitable that he would think of his family and friends, making him feel even more lonely. Qianzong was a human being, a normal person. He was not a heartless person. He could be happy, sad, angry, depressed, and excited. Her eyes were misty as she stared at the crescent moon. It was as if she could see her father Chen Jingtong's voice and smiling face. How many years had it been? How many years had passed since he last saw his father? It seemed like a short while, but it also seemed like a very long time. The path of cultivation did not know how long time had passed. Perhaps, it was another lonely path. Her thoughts were in a mess, and distracting thoughts were everywhere. However, Qianzong did not stop them. They grew wildly like weeds, and he ignored them, as if they were drifting with the wind and the waves. Gradually, the messy thoughts were restrained, and they became pure, ethereal, and sharp like a sword. The crescent moon also seemed to transform into a strange-looking sword. The faint moonlight was like sword light, illuminating the night sky and sprinkling on the field. The sword light was like water and gauze, and nothing could hide. There should be longing in the sword. Suddenly, Qianzong stood up, drew his sword, and swung it. Solo sword dance under the moon, the sword light was clear and tranquil like the ripples of moonlight. Every single move seemed to be simple, yet it returned to simplicity and was almost like the Tao, and every single sword strike contained boundless profundities. The rain poured down crazily from the sky. The thumb-sized raindrops carried amazing power, as if they were going to shatter the earth. The sky was dark, and the vast field seemed to be about to be sunk by the storm. However, a figure stood in the storm. No matter how the thumb-sized raindrops hit him, he did not move at all. No matter how the raindrops flowed on his body like a river, he did not care at all. The thumb-sized raindrops fell from the sky, carrying a shocking amount of power. Ordinary people would feel pain if they were hit by them, not to mention that they were densely packed and continuously falling. The power was even more terrifying. If it were a normal person in such an environment, he would definitely find a place to hide from the rain. Otherwise, if he stood in the rain, he would be devastated even if he did not die. It was definitely not a good feeling. Moreover, the rain was very cold. It kept invading the whole body, and it would make people seriously ill. However, Xianxia was not afraid. An ordinary person's body could burst out amazing power. In Xianxia's eyes and perception, it was not the rain that fell, but the sword qi. Countless sword qi fell from the sky like a storm, falling crazily as if they were going to shatter the field. Under the crazy storm, Xianxia felt that his body seemed to be penetrated and riddled with holes. However, only by experiencing it in person could he perceive and understand it more intuitively and thoroughly. The road of cultivation was originally to compete with heaven, earth, and people. It was better not to practice than not to compete. If you wanted to practice, you had to compete. If you competed, there would be danger. The storm lasted all night. It turned to a drizzle at dawn. The field was full of water, as if there was nowhere to go. Xianxia's feet were deeply immersed in the puddles. He was soaked, but he did not feel it. He was still comprehending. The storm was like the violent sword qi, extremely fierce and destroying everything. However, the drizzle was also like the sword qi. In terms of power, it was not strong enough. The downpour was terrible, but it was mysterious. It seemed to be all-pervasive, making it even more difficult to detect. He stood there for a day and a night. When the rain stopped, Xianxia's eyes were filled with a sharp but subtle brilliance, which was immediately restrained. Unconsciously, he had a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. Now, Xianxia was not in a hurry to break through and master the sword essence. Instead, he planned to go deeper in the sword principle realm and explore more potential. The fourth realm of the sword principle, or the fourth realm of the martial arts, was said to have infinite possibilities. It meant that there was no upper limit or limit. Constant comprehension was equal to continuous accumulation. This realm was the easiest realm to comprehend the mystery of the martial arts and the sword principle. If one passed this realm, they would be weakened. Of course, every realm had its advantages. The fourth realm could not directly increase one's strength, but it could increase one's foundation. It would be immeasurably helpful for future cultivation. However, when most cultivators reached the fourth realm, they would not be immersed in it for too long. Instead, they would comprehend it while looking for an opportunity to break through. Once they encountered an opportunity, they would immediately seek a breakthrough instead of missing it. Because opportunities were hard to find. If they missed it, they would not know when they would encounter the next opportunity. It might be soon, or it might take a long time. It might even be difficult to encounter it in a lifetime. Because of this, many cultivators would not accumulate for too long in the fourth realm. Only a few people could do it. Previously, Xianxia was also looking for a breakthrough as soon as possible. But now, as he continued to walk and comprehend, he put it down and was not in a hurry. Of course, if an opportunity came, Xianxia would not miss it. However, he would not be as eager as before. Instead, he would first lay a foundation. He would try his best to accumulate as much as possible in the fourth realm of the sword principle. The more he accumulated, the greater the chance of finding an opportunity. It would also be more beneficial for future cultivation. Ever since Xianxia stepped on the road of cultivation, he had always prioritized his foundation. No matter which realm or level he was in, he would strive to strengthen his foundation to the extreme before seeking a breakthrough. Only in this way could he ensure that his foundation was stable and would not be shaken by the rapid improvement of his cultivation. He would also have to spend a lot of time and energy to stabilize it. This would also make him stronger in the same realm. Moreover, it would also be of great help to future cultivation. Since that was the case, Xianxia would not go against his original path of cultivation. Accumulation as much as possible, accumulation as much as possible. Although Xianxia might use more time and energy now, it would be of great help to his future cultivation of the sword principle. Accumulation in the heart, in the mind, in the soul, wandering, settling, and silent. Exhaling a long breath, Xianxia moved and found that his whole body was stiff and cold. He quickly accelerated the circulation of his qi and blood. Immediately, heat was generated, dispelling the coldness in his body and allowing his body to quickly recover its flexibility. However, this method would increase the consumption of his body. Chenzong had to take out jerky to eat. Fortunately, when he left Shanghai village, he was thoughtful and brought a lot of jerky and wrapped it in several layers of waterproof oil paper. Otherwise, it would have been spoiled in this heavy rain. While eating the jerky, Chenzong stepped on the puddles and continued to move forward. The field was vast, and he did not know how big it was. It was as if this was the only field left in the whole world. Rumble, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled. It was dull and shocking. Within the dark clouds, streaks of extremely dazzling light shuttled back and forth like fled dragons, soaring into the sky and wantonly reaching the 9 heavens. Chenzong stood in the field under the sky, looking up. His clear eyes reflected the dark clouds in the sky, reflecting the lightning like a dragon, flashing endlessly. In Chenzong's eyes, the lightning seemed to have turned into sword qi. Each sword qi carried a terrible power and aura of destruction, as if it was going to break everything, destroy everything, destroy everything, and destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Immediately after, his perception seemed to spread out, and his comprehension deepened. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have turned into a black mass of heavy sword qi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The sword qi was like a mountain, extremely heavy, as if it was going to crush everything and crush the earth. The sword qi was like darkness, covering the sky and covering the sun, enveloping everything and swallowing the world. The wind suddenly blew, diffusing between heaven and earth, invisible and colorless. However, in Chenzong's perception, it seemed to have turned into a violent invisible sword qi, raging between heaven and earth, as if it was going to destroy everything. Lightning could be a sword, dark clouds could be a sword, strong winds could be a sword, rocks, grass, and trees could be a sword, running water and rainstorm could be a sword, 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 in heaven and earth, everything could be a sword. The sword principle became more and more profound. Chenzong's eyes flashed with an incomparably deep and mysterious light. As they turned, they were like 2 small black holes, swallowing and absorbing everything. An ancient city stood at the end of the wilderness. No one knew how long it had been there, like a sleeping giant. A figure covered with mud and grass walked slowly with a sword in his left hand. When others passed by, they looked at him with disdain, as if he was a stinky beggar. However, that was not the case. There was no stench at all. It was just that the muddy water was splashed by the rainstorm. It could be cleaned. However, there was no water for the time being, so there was no way to clean it. It was Chenzong. In the wilderness, Chenzong stopped and walked for a few days before he finally walked out. He arrived in front of a city and prepared to enter the city to rest and reorganize. After all, he had already finished all the dry rations he had brought with him. This ordinary body needed to eat to ensure its strength and survival. He did not encounter any obstacles when he entered the city. However, after entering the city, Chenzong's appearance inevitably attracted many people's attention. As he walked, Chenzong stopped because he heard shouts full of Jianghu aura. When he saw the crowd crowded in a circle, he walked over curiously and was stunned. It was a bare-chested man with bulging muscles that looked like they had been tempered 100 times. His expression was solemn as he circulated his energy. His muscles bulged as if they were filled with explosive power. After he finished exerting his strength, he exhaled and shouted. He suddenly stretched his arms forward and grabbed a stone that was half a man's height. His eyes were wide open, his muscles bulged, and his blue veins bulged like snakes. They seemed to be slithering. Huh! With a loud shout, the man squatted down and stabilized his lower body. He immediately picked up the big stone and lifted it over his head. Amazing! That stone must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. He lifted it up in one go. He is indeed a warrior. The surrounding audience was amazed. They seemed to be shocked by the man's ability to lift a stone that weighed 200 or 300 pounds. In Chenzong's eyes, it was an incredible thing. 200 or 300 pounds, what was that? Is there no such thing as cultivation in this world? Chenzong could not help guessing. If that was the case, then with the strength of this body, he would not be in any danger. Zong was worried that he had no cultivation. If he encountered a master with cultivation, it was hard to say whether he could defeat him. Now it seemed that his worry was unnecessary. Of course, Zong was not sure. After all, his understanding of this world was very shallow. After a few more glances, the man lifted the big knife in the corner and performed a set of knife skills. The knife skills looked amazing, but in Zong's eyes, they were crude. Even so, the audience screamed and exclaimed. Because of this, he was rewarded. But Zong did not know why. What's going on? Zong was confused. Hungry, Zong had not eaten for a whole day. No matter what the world was like, he had to find something to fill his stomach first. Coincidentally, there was a restaurant not far away. Where did this beggar come from? A man in luxurious clothes scolded disdainfully at a table near the window. This is an ascetic warrior. Another man at the table hesitated. He was not very sure. Warrior. So what if he is a warrior? No matter how good he is, he has to kneel down obediently if I throw money at him. The man in luxurious clothes laughed disdainfully. In this era, there was no such thing as extraordinary strength. Warriors were just a group of people who trained their bodies and honed their martial arts. They had superior strength, speed, and skills compared to ordinary people. They had extraordinary strength and could fight 1 against 2, 10, or even more people. However, even the legendary strongest warrior who could fight against 1,000 people, the super existence known as the martial saint, could not escape the limitations of mortals. He would still die of old age, and he would still need to eat 3 meals a day and sleep late at night. In the end, warriors were just a group of ordinary people who pursued personal strength. In this era, almost all warriors had become the guards of those families or rich businessmen. Although the names were different, the essence was the same. Even though the warrior sage in this country seemed to have a high status, in the end, he still worked for the country. In the eyes of ordinary people, powerful warriors had extraordinary strength and were superior. But in the eyes of those rich families, warriors were high-level fighters. You. Come here and perform. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you some money. The young man in luxurious clothes seemed to want to show off his superiority. He picked up a piece of fruit on the table and threw it out the window, throwing it at Zong. Zong seemed to have seen it coming and dodged it casually. You seem to have some skills. Come, perform well for me. If you perform well, I'll give you a big reward. The young man in luxurious clothes seemed to be interested. He shouted at Zong again. His voice was very loud and attracted many people's attention. That's the second son of the Liu family. He's going to tease those warriors again. The second son of the Liu family has a high status. It's an honor to be teased by him. Zong raised his head and saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. He had a greasy face, but he was looking down at him with a condescending attitude, as if he was high and mighty and full of superiority. Zong was disgusted by that look. A ray of cold light shot out from his eyes, like a sharp sword piercing through the air and shooting at everything. The second son of the Liu family was stunned, as if his eyes were pierced. He screamed and leaned back, knocking over the wine on the table. After that, he realized that his reaction was extremely embarrassing and he'd lost a great deal of face, and he instantly became extremely irritated and furious. You. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The second son of the Liu family suddenly stood up and leaned his upper body out of the window. He pointed at Zong angrily, spitting saliva. His face was full of killing intent. Although he had never killed anyone with his own hands, he had ordered his men to kill many people. Outside the restaurant, the people who had been attracted to watch suddenly changed their expressions and retreated, fearing that they would be implicated. You're courting death. Zong was suddenly angry, and a trace of killing intent spread out from the depths of his heart. Since when did an ordinary person without any cultivation dare to talk to him like that? How dare you disobey the young master? A loud shout like rolling thunder sounded. Suddenly, a tall and strong figure jumped out of the wide window and fell heavily like a big stone. He went straight for Zong. His momentum was amazing, as if he was going to crush Zong into a meat pie. The momentum was very oppressive, and a flash of knife light appeared. Chen Zong's feet slipped as if he was sliding on ice, and he easily avoided the opponent's attack. Lu Er, break his legs and drag him in front of me to kowtow and apologize, the second son of the Lu family suddenly shouted. The burly man with the broadsword in his hand was his bodyguard, Lu Er, a warrior trained by the Lu family. He was born with an astonishingly strong body and could lift a 200-pound object with a single arm. After practicing martial arts, his strength was astonishing. He once killed a sturdy water buffalo with a single punch. Lu Er's eyes were like copper bells. He was fierce and murderous. He fought for the second son of the Lu family and killed many people he disliked. Okay. Lu Er's voice sounded like a muffled thunder. Immediately, his thick and solid legs took a step forward. Like a wild bull, he charged forward. The large blade in his hand that weighed over 15 kilograms brought about an extremely frightening whistling wind. The blade glow was incomparably dazzling as it fiercely chopped down. It was as if the blade was going to split apart a mountain. The people in the distance were even more frightened. Lu Er was a famous warrior in the city. That ascetic warrior was doomed. This time, he would be miserable. His legs would be broken, and he would be dragged to the second son of the Lu family to beg for mercy. He would be severely humiliated and then tortured to death. Thinking about the past, those who knew could not help but turn pale. Some timid people had already closed their eyes and did not dare to watch. Isn't that Lu Huan's guard? Not far away, someone was sitting by the window of another restaurant. He was attracted by the sound and looked over. He was stunned. Lu Huan ordered his guard to kill again. That's all he has. The knife looked very shocking, at least in the eyes of the people around. However, in Chen Zong's eyes, the knife was nothing. Although the speed was not slow and the power was strong, it was crude. At least in the eyes of Chen Zong, who was in a high realm, it was full of loopholes. Chen Zong did not move. In the eyes of others, he was scared out of his wits and could not react at all. The second son of the Lu family could not help but show a cruel smile. He was already thinking about how to torture this ascetic warrior who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dared to disobey and offend him. A ferocious look appeared on Lu Er's face. He was extremely ruthless. Just as the blade light fell, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly lit up, but it was too fast, extremely fast, like a stream of light flashing across the sky, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Even a warrior as powerful as Lu Er felt like it was an illusion, not to mention other ordinary people. They could only vaguely catch a glimpse of a stream of light before disappearing. However, Lu Er's knife paused for a moment before it fell limply in front of Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He was unscathed. However, there was a bloody hole in between Lu Er's eyebrows. Blood mixed with brain matter was flowing out. Chen Zong took a light step forward, and Lu Er's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell forward. His strong body smashed into the hard ground, and as if a drum had been struck, dust flew everywhere. Everyone felt the ground shake, and their minds went blank. What happened? I don't know. I think there was only one light. Dead. He's dead. Lu Er is dead. The people around were horrified and shocked. Sorcery. It was not sorcery, but Chen Zong's sword. It was so fast that the crowd could not see it clearly, so they thought it was sorcery. Lu Huan fled in a panic. Chen Zong did not chase after him because bigger trouble was coming. The city guards were dispatched. There were city guards patrolling the city. They happened to pass by and were about to clean up Chen Zong's body. After all, he was the second son of the Lu family, and the Lu family was one of the few big families in the city. Put down your sword, raise your hands and kneel. 10 city guards quickly arrived and immediately surrounded Chen Zong. Among them, the captain stared at Chen Zong coldly and pointed his long saber at Chen Zong. His aura was oppressive as he berated Chen Zong. The other 9 city guards unsheathed their long swords, making an ear-piercing sound of friction. Their swords were cold, and the light from their swords was terrifying. Every city guard had undergone strict training and had extraordinary skills. Although they were not martial warriors, they were much more powerful than ordinary people. Being surrounded by 10 well-trained and coordinated city guards, even someone with Lu Huan's strength would die on the spot. However, Zong did not put down his iron sword. Instead, his eyes were sharp and murderous. In his eyes, this person was no different from a dead man. Even if he had the body of an ordinary person, with a sword in his hand, he could unleash shocking power. Put down your sword and kneel. The captain of the city guards shouted again. He braced himself. Zong's eyes made him fearful. A trace of fear emerged from the deepest part of his heart. He could not suppress it and could only use it to boost his courage. Moreover, they were in the city. Once a battle broke out, other city guards would come to their aid very quickly. At that time, with the help of crossbows, this person would be shot into a beehive. He could not be more dead. Stop. Suddenly, a deep shout rang out, and a young man in a green robe walked over with his hands behind his back with a majestic gait. This is the second son of the Chen family. Second son of the Chen family, what can I do for you? The captain of the small group of city guards was stunned at first, then he asked in return. The fierceness in his voice was reduced. After all, the Qin clan was a large clan in the city that was not inferior to the Lu clan. On the other hand, he was only a small captain of the city guards. The difference in status was huge. If the other party insisted on making things difficult for him, it wouldn't be difficult. He's my friend. Second young master Chen pointed at Zong and said solemnly. His expression and tone seemed to be telling the truth. So you are second young master Chen's friend. No wonder he dared to challenge second young master Lu. The onlookers who did not know the truth were suddenly enlightened. Zong's expression did not change. He looked on coldly. So you're second young master's friend. What a coincidence. The captain of the city guards immediately sheathed his saber, and the pressure on his body disappeared. He immediately waved his hand and led the other 9 members of the small team away quickly. The city guards were indeed there to maintain law and order in the city, but that was relatively speaking. They couldn't control those people from the big families, nor did they dare to control them. Let's go. Second young master Chen said to Zong. Zong also followed, wanting to see what this person was up to. Second young master Chen walked into another restaurant not far away. He went straight to the second floor and sat down by the window. My name is Chen Huang, second young master of the Chen family in Longjiang City. After sitting down, the young man in the cyan robe introduced himself with a smile. Then he gestured to the young man sitting opposite him. This is my younger brother, Chen Lin. Zong. Zong also introduced himself. Oh, so your surname is also Chen. It seems that fate has brought us together. Chen Huang was surprised. However, Chen Lin, Chen Huang's younger brother, was expressionless. It seemed that he didn't like Zong, especially when he saw Zong covered in mud and grass. Zong glanced at the delicious food on the table. His stomach suddenly grumbled. Zong had not eaten for a day and a night. He had been hungry for a long time. When he saw the delicious food, he couldn't control his body's instinct. Waiter, give me a few more specialties. Chen Huang acted as if he didn't hear him. Instead, he asked the waiter to continue ordering. Then he looked at Zong and said, Brother Chen, please wait a moment. The specialties of this restaurant are quite delicious. Chen Lin, on the other hand, sneered when he heard Zong's stomach grumbling. He was a direct descendant of the Chen family. He was rich and powerful. How could he look down on an ascetic warrior? So what if he had extraordinary strength? He still had to run around for food. Chen Lin was not like him. He lived like a prince and never worried about food. The speed at which the dishes were served was very fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, several specialties were served and placed in front of Zong. Zong first glanced at the food, then looked at Chen Huang. I'll repay you for this meal in the future, Zong said unhurriedly. Then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating without hesitation. Brother Chen, you're too kind. Chen Huang smiled and said, your surname is Chen, and we are fated to meet. What's more, I envy you warriors. I wonder what level of strength this warrior Zong has reached. Chen Lin suddenly asked in a strange tone, does he have a title? Title? Zong was slightly surprised. After he came to this world, he spent most of his time in Shanghai village. It was almost a world isolated from the rest of the world. How could he know anything about warriors? You don't even know what a title is? Warrior Qinzong, do you carry a sword to scare people? Chen Lin sneered. When Qinzong killed Lu Er, they didn't see anything. They only saw a faint flash of light, and then Lu Er died. But Qinzong didn't move at all. They even guessed that it was because of some secret expert. Or maybe it was because of other reasons. After all, Qinzong didn't look very old. He was probably in his 20s. Even if he had been practicing martial arts since childhood, his strength must be limited. Brother Chen, you don't know what a title is? Chen Huang was also a little surprised. I've been following my master in the mountains since I was a child, isolated from the rest of the world. I only left the mountains a few days ago to travel. My master has a strange temperament and has never told me about the outside world. Qinzong said. He had used this excuse several times. Now that he was familiar with it, it was very natural for him to say it. I see. Chen Huang was enlightened. That explained why Qinzong didn't know about the conferment. Brother Chen, people who practice martial arts are called warriors. Warriors are divided into 4 levels. The lowest level is warrior, above that is elite warrior, above that is titled warrior, and above that is warrior sage. Chen Huang explained to Qinzong. Chen Lin snorted and looked very disdainful. He didn't seem to believe Qinzong's words, but Qinzong didn't care. Warrior, elite warrior, titled warrior, warrior sage. Qinzong murmured. These titles were interesting. Second young master, when I entered the city, I saw some people performing. Are they also warriors? Qinzong couldn't help but ask. Of course they are warriors, Chen Lin answered first. As warriors, why would they perform? Qinzong didn't understand. Do you still think it's the era of the ancient warriors? Chen Lin asked disdainfully. Qinzong was even more confused, but he didn't pay attention to Chen Lin. For people like this, the more you pay attention to them, the more arrogant they will be. Brother Chen, are you the successor of the ancient warriors? Chen Huang couldn't help but ask, seeming to be a little excited. I don't know, Qinzong answered. What warrior? Ancient warriors? He had never heard of them. Immediately, Chen Huang explained to Qinzong. The so-called ancient warriors referred to the era of 100 years ago. At that time, warriors were respected, but after a series of wars and other things, the warriors declined. The new king advocated the development of other industries, and practicing martial arts required a lot of effort. Many people could not persevere, and gradually, the warriors declined. Until now, there were still a few people who insisted on practicing martial arts. However, because practicing martial arts consumed a lot of energy, not only did it increase their appetite, but it also caused them to get injured. They needed medicine to recuperate, and the expenses were shocking. The poor couldn't afford to practice martial arts. In this way, warriors were reduced to hired thugs. The hired thugs of the royal family, the nobles, the aristocratic families, and the rich businessmen. The only difference was the title and rank. For example, the hired thugs of the royal family were of the highest rank. They enjoyed a higher status and generous treatment, such as the warrior sage of the state. As for the hired thugs of the lower rank, such as Lu Er. All in all, this was an era of decline in martial arts. If it weren't for a group of people who insisted on practicing martial arts, they would have been drowned by the flood of time. Chen Huang was a martial arts enthusiast. However, because of his poor health, he didn't have much talent in martial arts. Therefore, even though he worked hard for a while, he didn't see any results and had to give up. However, this didn't stop him from pursuing his hobby. It was also because of this that he stepped in to protect Qinzong. Of course, Qinzong didn't necessarily need his protection. As they chatted, Qinzong also finished eating the delicious food. The taste was not bad, and he was full. His whole body felt warm and full, and he was full of energy. Brother Chen, whether you killed Lu Er or not, Lu Huan will blame it on you. He'll definitely take revenge, Chen Huang said seriously. The Lu family is a big family in Longjiang City. They have a strong foundation. Lu Er's eldest brother, Lu De, is an elite warrior with outstanding strength. It said that his master is a powerful titled warrior. Brother Chen, why don't you follow me back to the Chen family? With the Chen family's guarantee, the Lu family can't do anything. So what? Chen Zong didn't care. From his discussion with Chen Huang, Chen Zong already knew one thing. No matter if it was a martial warrior, an elite martial warrior, a titled martial warrior, or even a martial saint with the highest status and the strongest abilities, they were all in the realm of mortals. At most, they were stronger, faster, and had better martial arts techniques. That was it. They didn't have extraordinary powers like spiritual power. Since that was the case, Chen Zong had nothing to fear. Second young master, do you have money? Lend me some first, Chen Zong said without hesitation. He acted as he pleased and was very carefree. I don't have much money with me. This is all I have. Brother Chen, use it first. If it's not enough, I'll send more. Chen Huang took out his money without hesitation. The total amount of money was 1 gold shell and 9 silver shells. It was enough for Chen Zong to use for a while. Chen Huang even booked a standalone courtyard in this restaurant for Chen Zong to live in for a month. As for the expenses, of course, Chen Huang asked someone to pay for it. Chen Zong didn't hesitate. Let's do it one more time. Explode. Please vote, subscribe, reward. In the courtyard of the restaurant, Chen Zong was practicing his swordsmanship in a spacious courtyard. Sword light flashed, bringing with it a misty cloud. The sharp sound of the wind tore through the air. Chen Huang's expression changed greatly, but he was also very happy. Although he was not a warrior, he was very interested in it. Therefore, he had seen many warriors' skills, but he always felt that they were not as good as Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not pay attention to Chen Huang. He closed his eyes and waved his sword. His movements seemed disorderly, but in fact, he was performing what he had comprehended in recent days with the sword in his hand. The sword. Light was like flowing water, flowing endlessly from west to east. Immediately, the sword light changed, like a single tree standing tall, the branches and leaves swaying in the wind. Soon, it turned into a forest. In a trance, the sword light was like floating clouds in the sky. It seemed lazy and comfortable, but it was unique and mysterious. Suddenly, the sword light changed into a lonely peak, standing between heaven and earth. It was lofty and dangerous, standing alone in the world. Chen Zong was immersed in practicing his swordsmanship, forgetting everything. Every time he waved his sword, his heart and soul would be enlightened and gradually deepened. When Chen Zong stopped practicing, Chen Huang's face was pale and cold sweat covered his forehead. His body was on the verge of collapse, looking like he had exhausted himself. His whole body was limp in the chair, unable to move. But his tired eyes were full of excitement and excitement. Chen Huang's bodyguard sneered and secretly disdained Chen Zong. In his opinion, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was disorderly and totally useless. Chen Zong frowned slightly, and then he was slightly surprised. Could it be that Chen Huang could see some secrets when he was practicing his swordsmanship? That was why he could not bear the momentum contained in the sword and became like this. Second young master, are you willing to practice swordsmanship? Chen Zong asked. Can I? Chen Huang seemed very excited. Although the era of warriors was over and warriors had declined, he was very interested in warriors and hoped that he could become one. Unfortunately, his body was weak since childhood and it was difficult to change. Sure. Chen Zong took a step forward and covered a distance of 3 meters. After a few steps, he appeared in front of Chen Huang like a ghost. This scene caused Chen Zong's pupils to shrink and he was extremely shocked. Chen Zong stared at Chen Huang carefully, then reached out to check Chen Huang's pulse. After checking, he pondered for 10 breaths. Your body is weak, but it can be nourished. I'll give you a prescription, Chen Zong said. Although Chen Zong did not study the art of elixir, he had extraordinary knowledge. It was not difficult for him to adjust a mortal's body to the strength of a normal person. This was not a difficult matter for Chen Zong, but to Chen Huang, it was a great piece of news. As long as his body recovered, he would be able to practice martial arts. In fact, this was Chen Zong's way of repaying Chen Huang for the food, the house, and the money. Chen Huang was pleasantly surprised, but his guard was even more disdainful. He was about to remind Chen Huang not to be deceived. "Where are the people who killed my brother? Come out and face your death." A shout like a muffled thunder was heard. It was so sudden and so shocking that Chen Huang's face turned pale. "Second young master, it's Lu De, Lu Er's brother." Chen Huang's guard was taken aback. Lu De was an elite warrior and he was famous in the Longjiang city for his strength. As soon as Chen Huang's guard finished his words, the door of the courtyard was smashed into pieces and flew toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong's silhouette flashed, dodging the broken door. Looking ahead, there was an incomparably tall and muscular silhouette. The silhouette was almost 2 meters tall, with a round waist and thick shoulders. Just this physique alone was enough to make people feel pressured, not to mention the intense aura exuding from him, causing people to feel suffocated. Lu Da's face was fierce and his eyes were sharp and fierce. He glanced around and ignored Chen Huang. His eyes fell on Chen Zong directly. The ferocity in Lu Da's eyes grew stronger and stronger. His qi and energy were oppressing. "You are the one who killed my brother. Go to hell." Lu Da's voice was like thunder. He took a step forward. His huge steel saber emitted a dazzling saber light. It was like a storm sweeping over. Chen Huang, who was standing on the side, was swayed by the wind. He felt like he was going to be torn into pieces. He was terrified. However, Chen Zong did not move an inch. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he saw through the saber attack. In terms of martial arts attainments, Chen Zong was many times stronger than Lu De. The only good thing was that Lu Da's body was strong and his strength was shocking. Therefore, his saber could explode with terrifying power. That was all. The huge steel saber fell and Chen Zong's body was split open. "Brother Chen!" Chen Huang shouted in surprise. His face was pale. "This pretentious guy is dead for sure." Chen Huang's guard thought. He had been killed. Chen Huang did not know what to feel at that moment. Immediately, Chen Huang's eyes widened and his body trembled. He was very excited because he saw Chen Zong appear behind Lu De. It was unbelievable. Immediately, Chen Huang unsheathed his iron sword and thrust it forward. It looked like it did not contain any power. However, the moment it was completely unsheathed, it exploded with an amazing power. The sword light was so dazzling that Chen Huang could not help but close his eyes. He could not look at it directly. There seemed to be a thunderous sound in his ears. When Chen Huang opened his eyes, Chen Zong's sword had already been sheathed. Lu De, who looked fierce and was an elite warrior, was lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open and full of shock. He died with his eyes wide open. "Brother! Brother Chen!" Chen Huang was so excited that he could not speak coherently. His guard had already turned into a statue. His mind was numb. That Lu De was an elite warrior. His strength was very strong, and he was on the same level as Lu Er. One Lu De could fight against several Lu Ers and still win. He was dead. Chen Huang had closed his eyes and did not see clearly. However, he could barely see that Chen Zong had only pulled out his sword and thrust it forward. It was as fast as lightning, piercing through Lu Da's heart from the back. How powerful was Chen Zong to be able to kill an elite warrior like Lu De with one strike? Was he a titled warrior? Thinking of this, Chen Huang's guard could not help but feel weak in the knees. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had been more respectful, he might have been able to get some guidance from Chen Zong. Now, he probably did not have the chance. Fortunately, although he despised Chen Zong, he did not say it out loud and did not offend him. Although this was an era of decline for warriors, and almost all warriors were reduced to hired thugs, those who were unwilling to be hired thugs were running around in order to survive, living a life of bitter cultivation. However, the status of a titled warrior was not something that ordinary warriors or elite warriors could compare to. Ordinary families could not afford to hire titled warriors. For example, although the Lu family was a big family in Longjiang City, they did not have the qualifications to hire titled warriors. After all, if a titled warrior wanted to assassinate someone, he could kill everyone in the Lu family. Declining did not mean that the family was abolished. It just meant that their status was not as high as before. However, with great power, they would be able to fight for their status no matter where they were. The news of Lu Da's death was not kept a secret. Soon, everyone in Longjiang City knew about it. The Chen family immediately ordered Chen Huang to befriend Zong. Zong was suspected to be a titled warrior. He was very young and might become a martial sage in the future. Even if they could not recruit him, it would be good to have his friendship. However, the Lu family was furious. Lu Da's death was not a big loss. However, Lu Da's death was shocking. After all, there were only 3 elite warriors in the Lu family. Now that one of them was dead, the loss was obvious. However, since Zong could kill Lu Da, even if he was not as powerful as a titled warrior, he was one of the best among the elite warriors. Send the news to Lu Da's master, Lu Da's master. The head of the Lu family sneered. Hearing this, the eyes of the Lu family lit up. That's right. Lu Da's master was already a titled warrior 20 years ago. After 20 years, he must be even more powerful. However, it would take 10 days to travel from Longjiang City to the royal city. A round trip would take at least 15 to 20 days. Brother Chen, something bad has happened. Chen Huang came and said hurriedly, the Lu family has sent the news to Lu Da's master. They are going to let him deal with you. It's okay. Zong did not care. Since it was a world without special powers, there was nothing to worry about. Brother Chen, this is not a small matter. Lu Da's master became a titled warrior 20 years ago. People call him the mountain-splitting blade. He is very powerful and was recruited by the Mingho family. Now that 20 years have passed, he must be even more powerful. Chen Huang was anxious. Brother Chen, why don't you leave Longjiang City and find a place to hide? Don't worry about it. Zong smiled and looked at Chen Huang carefully. Your body has already started to recuperate. In about half a month, you will be able to recover to the level of a normal person. Now, I will teach you the basic swordsmanship. Zong's confidence boosted Chen Huang's confidence. When he heard that Zong was going to teach him swordsmanship, he cleared his mind and watched carefully. Chen Huang had never practiced martial arts, but it did not matter. Zong had an amazing understanding and control of the human body. His attainments in swordsmanship were also very high. It was easy for him to teach a newbie. In a few words, he got straight to the point. Zong did not pay attention to Chen Huang's bodyguard. If the bodyguard could understand, then so be it. If he could learn, then so be it. Under Zong's guidance, Chen Huang had some talent in swordsmanship. Soon, he got the hang of it. Of course, he still needed more practice to fully master it. Time flew. Other than teaching Chen Huang, Zong practiced his swordsmanship on his own. He kept going deeper and deeper, accumulating more and more. His aura also became more and more ethereal. No one could see through him. If someone with a high enough realm saw him, they would be shocked. In the realm of enlightening swordsmanship, Zong's accumulation was getting deeper and deeper. In the short time since he came to this world, he had accumulated more than he had in the past few years. In the Mingho family of the royal city, an old man with a red face and a huge black saber on his back walked out of the Mingho family. His eyes were deep and his face was expressionless. He had an amazing aura. He rode a horse that had been prepared and immediately headed out of the city. The destination was the Longjiang city. The purpose of this trip was to avenge his disciple. Day by day, Chen Huang's body gradually recovered to the level of a normal person, and he became more and more familiar with the basic swordsmanship. He felt progress every day, which made Chen Huang very motivated. At the same time, Zong also felt that he had improved. While he was teaching Chen Huang basic sword skills, he was also sorting out his own sword skills and figuring out how to express them more clearly and intuitively. He had improved imperceptibly. The basic swordsmanship was the foundation of all swordsmanship. Other more advanced moves were all evolved from the basic swordsmanship. The more Zong practiced the basic swordsmanship, the more he felt that it was mysterious and profound, as if he had achieved great success. Teaching swordsmanship was like sorting out one's own swordsmanship. If at the beginning Zong just wanted to repay a favor, then later on, it was to better understand the sword theory. Brother Chen, bad news. Mountain-splitting blade Lu Tai entered the city this morning, Chen Huang hurriedly said to Chen Zong, looking for him early in the morning. He was not without worry. Although Chen Zong always had an appearance of not putting it in his eyes, as if he was confident, the mountain-splitting blade had been famous for many years and had an illustrious reputation. He was one of the few experts in Longxian country, and his deterrence was extremely strong. "Let's go," Chen Zong said. "That's great, Brother Chen. I have already made arrangements. As long as you agree, we can leave Longjiang City without anyone knowing," Chen Huang said immediately. "Who said I'm leaving?" Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly, and walked out of the courtyard with his iron sword. "Then Brother Chen, you..." Chen Huang was startled, and his face was full of confusion. "Where is mountain-splitting blade now?" Chen Zong asked. "The Lu family." Chen Huang answered subconsciously. "Go to the Lu family," Chen Zong said directly. Chen Huang nodded subconsciously, and then his face changed greatly, and he was extremely shocked. Not only did he not leave, but he also took the initiative to go to the Lu family to find mountain-splitting blade. Was he not looking for death? In fact, during this period of cultivation, although his body did not change much, Chen Zong's accumulation of sword theory was more profound, and his mastery of swordsmanship was also more brilliant. Therefore, Chen Zong's strength had increased by quite a bit compared to before. How strong was the strength of a titled warrior, Chen Zong did not know, but he wanted to know. This was a challenge for him. How could he be afraid? Since the other party would come to him sooner or later, he would come to him. If he fought, he would fight. If he would kill, fearless. Now, Chen Zong was not in a hurry to break through the so-called illusion. Instead, he planned to use this world to further hone himself and accumulate experience. He wanted to go deeper and deeper in the realm of the illuminating sword theory until he reached his limit before seeking a breakthrough. During this period of time, Chen Zong had discovered something. Although there was no high-level cultivation system in this world, it was very useful for him. He could break free from the shackles of his cultivation base and comprehend the Tao of the sword more purely. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt that the ultimate move that he had always wanted to comprehend and create was gradually beginning to take shape. All that was lacking was the final stroke, an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, success would follow naturally. Now, he just needed to see if mountain-splitting blade Lu Tiezhan was strong enough to give him the opportunity. "Which way is the Lu family?" Chen Zong asked after he walked out of the restaurant. "That way." Chen Huang pointed to the right in a daze. He still did not know how to react. Chen Zong immediately took a step forward. He was 2 meters away in one step. His speed was fast, and his aura gradually condensed, as if it could pierce the sky. That shocking aura and sharpness faintly condensed the image of a sword on Chen Zong's body, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. They couldn't even get close to it. Just looking at it would cause them to feel a piercing pain in their eyes. Chen Zong was too fast. Even if Chen Huang ran as fast as he could only see his back. Soon, Chen Zong's figure disappeared from his sight. "Brother Chen!" Chen Huang shouted as he ran after him. "What was that?" "I don't know. It looked like a person." "No, it looked like a sword." Chen Zong was so fast that it was unbelievable. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a flash of light. Not long after, Chen Zong suddenly stopped and faced a red door. It was the door of the Lu family mansion. "Mountain-splitting blade, come out and meet your death." Chen Zong stood outside the door of the Lu family mansion. His voice was cold and sharp. His shocking aura was like a thunderclap, shaking the surroundings and shocking the passers-by. A banquet was being held in the Lu family mansion. This banquet was naturally held for mountain-splitting blade Lu Tiezhan. "Your Excellency has come all the way from the royal city. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling." The head of the Lu family raised his cup with both hands and said to an old man with a rugged face with a smile. His attitude was somewhat respectful. Lu Tiezhan was a martial warrior. In this era, the status of martial warriors had declined greatly. However, Lu Tiezhan was not an ordinary martial warrior. He was a titled martial warrior who served the Mingho family. Titled martial warrior, Mingho family, this meant that Lu Tiezhan's status was extraordinary. Compared to the Mingho family, the Lu family was like a chicken compared to an eagle. Naturally, they had to curry favor with Lu Tiezhan. Even if martial warriors had declined, their status had always been relative. Lu Tiezhan calmly accepted the flattery of the Lu family. He always had a habit, and that was to eat a good meal and drink a few bowls of good wine before killing someone. Of course, this habit was formed after he became a titled martial warrior. Before becoming a titled martial warrior, his status was far from what it was now. He did not have the right to do so. Just as Lu Tiezhan was enjoying the wine and food prepared by the Lu family, a shout suddenly came from outside. It was like a thunderclap. Lu Tiezhan's face darkened and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What he hated the most was to be disturbed while he was enjoying his wine and food. In his fury, Lu Tiezhan slammed the wine bottle into the wooden table, causing the eyelids of everyone in the Lu clan to twitch. Soon after, Lu Tiezhan aggressively lifted his huge black blade and strode out of the Lu clan mansion with a shocking killing intent. The Lu family members were shocked and hurried to follow. The huge black knife slashed out. The pitch-black knife light was powerful and terrifying. It directly shattered the door. The figure outside the door could be seen. Shenzong shifted his feet and avoided the impact of the door's debris. He focused his eyes and looked out. That burly old man had an astonishing amount of blood and qi. Clearly, he possessed extraordinary strength. That huge black blade seemed to be filled with an astonishing oppressive feeling. Very strong, just the aura alone made Shenzong feel that the other party was very strong. Especially the huge black knife. It seemed to contain a shocking aura. In an instant, Shenzong determined the other party's identity. Mountain Splitter Lu Tiezhan. Die. Lu Tiezhan ignored him and glared at Shenzong. He suddenly took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His aura was ferocious and shocking. He raised his huge black saber and slashed down violently. The black saber light broke through the air and seemed to split everything in front of him. Even if there was a mountain, it would be split open by this saber strike. The Lu family members were shocked. They had seen Lu Da's strength more than once, but compared to the mountain splitter blade, it was like a child compared to an adult. Facing this knife, Shenzong raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that it was extraordinary. This knife contained the aura of spiritual willpower. The aura made Shenzong feel like he was a mountain that would be split by this knife. His body flashed and the black knife light fell. The terrifying knife pressure immediately left a crack on the ground that quickly spread a few meters away. Lu Tiezhan was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly. He turned his wrist and slashed his knife forward. The knife light was shocking, and it also contained a trace of spiritual willpower. It was like a belief. Shenzong did not draw his sword. Instead, he kept dodging. Every time, he avoided Lu Tiezhan's mountain splitter blade by a hair's breadth. It's him. Lu Huan exclaimed when he saw Shenzong. Who? The Lu family members were surprised. The one who killed Lu Er. Lu Huan gnashed his teeth. It's him. He dared to come to us himself. Good. He's digging his own grave. The Lu family members grinned hideously. It was good that he came to them himself. It would save them time and effort. As for the rumor that he had escaped, there were spies of the Lu family all around the Longjiang city. Lu Tiezhan did not know who Shenzong was, but he had been dodged time and time again. Mountain Splitter. Lu Tiezhan suddenly paused. Then, he held the black knife with both hands. His eyes were glowing. It seemed that there was a terrifying force gathering on the knife. Slash, the terrifying knife light shocked the world. Shenzong frowned. He could clearly feel that the power of this knife was not much stronger than before. The only change was that the spiritual willpower, or belief, contained in the knife was several times stronger than before. In other words, the power of this move had increased. This saber strike made Shenzong feel a sense of threat, but that was all. The iron sword was unsheathed. It was extremely fast and the sword light was so dazzling that the Lu family members could not help but close their eyes. They could not look at it directly. Vaguely, there seemed to be an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. It seemed to have pierced everyone's eardrums. It was frightening. Then, there seemed to be a muffled groan. "Who are you?" Lu Tiezhan's deep and rough voice was heard. For some reason, there was a hint of weakness and unwillingness in his voice. Chenzong replied unhurriedly. "So, it's you." Lu Tiezhan's eyes glowed fiercely. This person was the one who killed his 2 disciples. Lu Tiezhan's purpose of coming here was to kill him and avenge his disciples. He did not expect this person to be so powerful. What kind of sword technique is that?" "It's like a demon or a god, a sword technique to kill," Chenzong answered casually. The look in Lu Tiezhan's eyes became gloomy and deadly silent. There was a sword hole in his chest. Blood was gushing out. The smell of blood filled the air. It was very pungent. Then, Chenzong's eyes swept across the Lu family members. A sharp light shot out from his eyes like a sword. "Lu family, it's time to settle the score," Chenzong said unhurriedly. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Outside the Lu residence, Mountain Splitter's body lay in a pool of blood. Even though the sun was high in the sky, the Lu family did not feel the slightest bit of warmth. Instead, they felt cold all over. An indescribable fear grew in their hearts like wild weeds. So what if they had money and power? At this moment, it was impossible for them to be of any use. 1 man and 1 sword was enough to slaughter them all. "Sir, don't be rash." A figure quickly ran over from afar as he shouted at Chenzong. Soon, that person arrived and appeared a dozen meters away from Chenzong. His eyes were fixed on Mountain Splitter, who was lying in a pool of blood. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he was extremely shocked. The Mountain Splitter, who had been titled for 20 years, had been killed. The Mountain Splitter was about 50 years old. For ordinary people, this was when their bodies were beginning to decline. However, for warriors, especially those who had been recruited by powerful forces, 50 years old was when they were at their peak. Regardless of whether it was their physical strength or experience, they had reached the peak. It could be said that Mountain Splitter's strength was at the peak of his life. When he was older, even though he had more experience, his body would gradually weaken. When he was younger, his body would be strong, but he would not have enough experience. Mountain Splitter, who was at his peak, was actually killed. Moreover, he was killed by a young man who looked no more than 20 years old. Terrifying. "Sir, you must be Chenzong." "I am a consecrator of the city lord residence. People call me the cloaked swordsman. My surname is Li and my name is Yang." This person quickly introduced himself. He was also a titled martial artist, but he had received his title 5 years ago. He could not be compared to Mountain Splitter. Even Mountain Splitter was not a match for this young man, let alone him. If he angered him and killed him with his sword, the consequences would be unpredictable. "Sir Chenzong, Mountain Splitter is already dead. We can't touch the Lu family." Li Yang did not have the slightest intention of using the city lord residence to oppress Chenzong because he could not see through him. If he failed to oppress him and angered him, it would be even worse. He could only try to reason with him. Immediately, Li Yang began to explain. In the Longshan nation, the warriors had declined, and the aristocratic families had a higher status. There were even more decrees issued to protect the interests and status of the aristocratic families. If he only killed a few members of aristocratic families, he would only have a grudge with that aristocratic family. However, if they killed too many or directly destroyed an aristocratic family, it would be tantamount to provoking the royal family. After all, the protection order against aristocrats and aristocratic families was issued by the royal family. The consequences of angering the Longshan kingdom's royal family were very serious and tragic. After all, the royal family had a powerful army that was able to deal with internal conflicts and external conflicts. Within the army, there were tens of thousands of elite soldiers. They formed a battle formation, and their killing power was terrifying. This was a comparison between warriors and elite soldiers. An ordinary warrior could fight against 2 or 3 elite soldiers working together. Elite warriors, on the other hand, could fight against 10 elite soldiers working together. A titled martial artist, on the other hand, could fight against 100 people. A martial saint could fight against 1,000 people alone. Elite soldiers had undergone strict training. Although they were not warriors, they were stronger than ordinary people. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily kill ordinary people. The terrifying thing about elite soldiers was their numbers. The more elite soldiers there were, the more terrifying the killing power would be when they worked together. Moreover, there were also heavy cavalry. Even a martial saint would not dare to face the charge of 100 heavy cavalry. In addition, there was also the Divine Bow Unit. 100 Divine Bow Unit archers in the Divine Bow Unit shot 3 rounds and killed a martial saint. Qianzong listened, and his expression did not change. He had already learned about this from Chen Huang. This was a very magical world. No matter how much the body of an ordinary person was trained, it would not exceed its limit. It would only become stronger. Even those who were born with superhuman strength could only lift 400 to 500 kilograms of weight. However, after practicing martial arts, they would be able to exert their strength more reasonably. When they reached the level of titled martial artist, they would be even stronger. As for martial saints, Qianzong was not sure how strong they were. His current body was an ordinary body that could not be improved through cultivation. Even though his application and control of strength had reached an unparalleled height, and he could exert extraordinary power with a sword in hand, his body was ordinary, and his endurance and physical strength were limited. Qianzong estimated that he would not be able to withstand a few rounds of arrows from 100 Divine Bow Unit archers. He could only escape, but it was hard to say whether or not he could escape. After all, the martial arts of this world had not broken through the sky. There were times when a person's strength was limited. Qianzong was confident, but not arrogant. If one did not have the strength to break the rules, one should not try to challenge the rules. Today, I will only kill the culprit. After hearing Li Yang's words, Qianzong said calmly. Then, his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, and it landed on the face of the second son of the Lu family, Lu Huan. Then, he took a step forward and closed in like a gust of wind. It was unbelievably fast. Even the titled martial artist Li Yang could not help but be shocked. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling sword light flashed. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the sky. It was unbelievably bright. Almost everyone in the Lu family closed their eyes. It was not that they wanted to, but the sword light was too dazzling. It was an instinctive reaction. Li Yang felt his hair stand on end. That sword was too fast and too fierce. As a titled martial warrior, Li Yang's body had already been trained to an astonishing level. His eyesight was also much better than that of an ordinary person. All he saw was an extremely sharp beam of sword light piercing through the air and disappearing in an instant. Returning his sword to its scabbard, Qianzong turned around and quickly searched the body of the mountain-splitting sword before leaving. The Lu family opened their eyes one after another. They only saw Qianzong's back view that was like a lonely peak. They immediately thought of something and were shocked. They quickly looked at Lu Huan. They saw Lu Huan standing there in a daze. His eyes were dim and lifeless. A dark red spot appeared at his throat and gradually spread out. Huaner. His voice was mournful, like a cuckoo crying blood. Killing Lu Huan and exterminating the Lu family were two different concepts. The former would only increase the hatred between him and the Lu family, but it had already existed. Therefore, Qianzong did not care whether it was more or less. The latter would anger the royal family of Longxian country. If they were to send out their elite army, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Of course, if the Lu family did not know what was good for them and insisted on killing him, then the next time would not be so simple. Li Yang stared blankly at Qianzong's back view that was as tall and proud as a lonely peak. He could not help but feel his hair stand on end when he thought of that sword. Immediately, Li Yang checked the wound on the mountain-splitting sword. His expression became more and more serious. Listen up, it's best that you don't think about revenge. Otherwise, there will be a disaster that will destroy your family. Li Yang turned around and warned the Lu family. He then turned around and strode away. He wanted to return to the city lord's residence and report this matter. As for whether the Lu family was willing to listen to his warning, that was their own business. Inside the city lord's residence. Sir, I suggest that you show your sincerity to recruit this person, Li Yang said to the city lord who was sitting on the main seat after bowing. According to what you said, this person's strength is indeed very terrifying. He is considered to be one of the top titled martial artists. The city lord muttered. The city lord himself had also practiced martial arts. However, due to his talent and time, he stopped at the level of an elite martial artist. He was very clear about the division of martial artists' strength. To be able to kill the mountain-splitting sword so easily, such strength was definitely very terrifying. The city lord was also very tempted. If he could recruit such a powerful martial artist to work for him, of course, it would be very beneficial for him. However, the mountain-splitting sword was a consecration of the Mingho's residence. He was highly valued by the Mingho. This person killed the mountain-splitting sword. I'm afraid that it will anger the Mingho. The city lord hesitated. His eyes flashed and he was hesitant. In the Xianxia nation, the king was the king. Below the king was the marquis. One could imagine the status of the Mingho in the Xianxia nation. The city lord of the Longjiang city was not a low position, but it could not be compared to the marquis. Recruiting Chenzong might offend the Mingho. In this era where martial artists were declining, it was not worth it. Forget it. The city lord waved his hand. You may leave. Yes. Li Yang opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, after seeing the city lord's expression, he could only lower his head and turn around to leave. He could not help but feel a little lonely. 100 years ago, martial artists were so glorious and honorable. Now, they had declined to this extent. Even such powerful martial artists would not be recruited because of all kinds of implications and reverence. How sad, although he was a consecration of the city lord's residence, to put it bluntly, he was just a high-level fighter. He could not influence the city lord's decision and could only accept this. Chenzong met Chen Huang, who had rushed over. After Chen Huang found out that Chenzong had not only killed the mountain-splitting sword but also Lu Huan, he was so shocked that he turned into a statue. The mountain-splitting sword was a veteran titled martial artist. He was a titled martial artist who had reached the peak of his life. However, he was killed. For a moment, Chen Huang followed Chenzong like a puppet. His mind was in a mess. In the Lu family, there was dead silence. Everyone looked sad, solemn, or angry. The head of the Lu family, who was also Lu Huan's father, had a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. There was no way to take revenge. There was no way to take revenge directly. After all, this person's ability was too terrifying. Even a powerful titled martial artist like the mountain-splitting sword was not his match. However, the grudge of his son's death was irreconcilable and must be avenged. As for Li Yang's warning, the furious Lu family members had long forgotten about it. The mountain-splitting sword was a consecration of the Mingho residence. He was highly regarded by the Mingho residents. When the Mingho residence finds out that he has been killed, he will definitely be furious and will not let this matter rest. Lu Zai's eyes shone with a sinister light as he spoke in a deep voice. He was Lu Huan's elder brother, the eldest son of the Lu family. Although Lu Huan was a playboy, he was still his biological younger brother. They were blood-related. However, he had been killed in front of everyone in the Lu family. This grudge must be avenged. However, the Lu family did not have the power to take revenge. After all, the two elite warriors in the family were no match for the other party. They could only kill with a borrowed knife. The Mingho residence was a peerless sword. Send the mountain-splitting sword's body to the Mingho residence in the royal city immediately, the head of the Lu family said. He then looked at Lu Zai. You'll handle this personally. As the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Zai had been carefully groomed since he was young. He was very reliable when it came to handling matters. Everyone in the Lu family trusted him. All right. Lu Zai said in a deep voice. He immediately set off without delay. Every day his enemy lived was another day of suffering. Undercurrents were surging. In the courtyard of the restaurant, Chen Huang stared at Chen Zong and said in a low voice, Brother Chen, although I can't bear to part with you, I still have to say that you have to leave. Mingho is one of the people in Longxian country who is second only to the king. He has a high position and power. Not only are there many warriors serving him in his residence, but he also has the Mingguang guards, which are even more terrifying than the elite soldiers. Furthermore, Mountain-Splitting Blade was highly regarded by Ming Ho. When Ming Ho finds out that you killed Mountain-Splitting Blade, he will not let this matter rest, Chen Huang said seriously. Practice your swordsmanship well, Chen Zong said to Chen Huang. He took his bag and stood up to leave. Did Chen Zong leave because of what Chen Huang said? No. After killing the mountain splitter, Chen Zong intended to leave. After hearing Chen Huang's words, he had one more reason to leave. Since Ming Ho would not let this matter rest, then if he stayed, he might implicate Chen Huang and the Chen family. This was not what Chen Zong wanted. The other reason, which was the most important one, was that Chen Zong needed to spar with other titled warriors or even stronger people. Mountain-Splitting Blade swordsmanship was actually not very advanced, but it contained a trace of spiritual will, like a collection of beliefs. This was especially true for the last slash, which was known as the Mountain-Splitting Slash. It must have been the Mountain-Splitting Saber signature move. The spiritual willpower contained in the move was several times stronger. It made people feel as if they had become a mountain, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the opponent's saber slashed down and split them apart. This was very advanced. Even in the Tianyuan sanctuary, Chen Zong had sparred with many people, but he had never encountered such a move. Then, was this move unique to Mountain-Splitting Blade or was it something that could be mastered by titled warriors? Chen Zong was very curious. He left to find other titled warriors to spar with and verify this move. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Zong didn't leave the Longjiang city. Instead, he went to the mayor's mansion and reported Li Yang's name. As a titled martial artist, Li Yang had some status in the city lord's residence. Soon, someone came to report the matter. Li Yang also walked out. When he saw Chen Zong, he was slightly stunned. He didn't know why Chen Zong came to see him, but he still welcomed him. "I'm here to spar with you." Chen Zong went straight to the point. Li Yang's expression changed drastically. Soon after, he smiled bitterly. "Sir, even the Mountain-Splitting Blade is no match for you. I'm even less of a match for you. Don't worry. It's just a friendly match," Chen Zong said with a smile, which made Li Yang feel relieved. If it was just a spar, that was fine. Immediately, Li Yang's mind became active. He practiced swordsmanship, and so did Chen Zong. If they were to spar, his swordsmanship might improve. Li Yang immediately brought Chen Zong to the training field. He focused his mind and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. His aura condensed, emitting a faint sword-like sharpness. Even his eyes became sharp. "Excuse me." As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, he unsheathed his long sword. A misty green sword light flashed, tearing through the air. Chen Zong stared and sensed carefully. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he dodged. Li Yang knew that Chen Zong was powerful, so he didn't have any intention of holding back. Sword after sword, sword after sword. Every sword was like a gust of wind that surrounded the area. However, it couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Zong's clothes. He felt that Chen Zong's dodging was as if he had the help of God. Coincidentally, they were all in the blind spots of his swordsmanship. "Your Excellency, I'm sorry. I'm going to use my famous unique skill." Li Yang's sword light paused. He held his sword horizontally in front of him. His aura became sharper and sharper. His eyes shone brightly, and his words revealed a shocking momentum. "Come on." Chen Zong was looking forward to it. Chaotic cloak. A deep shout that was as ear-piercing as the sound of metal clashing. Chen Zong stared at Li Yang. His eyes shone brightly. He seemed to see and feel that there was a wisp of invisible power surrounding Li Yang's sword, increasing the power of the sword. "Kill!" Li Yang swung his sword. Suddenly, the sword light seemed to disappear. Only a large gust of wind came. It seemed chaotic, but it covered all directions. There was nowhere to hide. In the wind, the sword chi was amazing. It seemed to cut through everything. Li Yang unsheathed his iron sword and pointed it in the air. The wind disappeared and the sword stopped. Li Yang's arm trembled slightly, and his body swayed. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. One strike, The unique skill, chaotic cloak, that he was so proud of, was broken by a single strike from Li Yang. He was even forced to retreat. It was terrifying. Chaotic cloak is the unique skill you created when you broke through to become a titled martial warrior? Chen Zong asked, interrupting Li Yang's horrified thoughts. I first understood the secret of chaotic cloak before I became a titled martial warrior, Li Yang replied. Chen Zong didn't say anything, but he started to think. It seemed that the key to becoming a titled martial warrior was one's spiritual will. Infusing one's moves with a strong impact of spiritual will, forming a so-called unique skill. This was something that martial warriors and elite martial warriors didn't have. How did you comprehend your unique skill? Chen Zong asked again. Li Yang pondered, then shook his head. I can't say it. Chen Zong frowned slightly. He could tell that it wasn't that Li Yang didn't want to say it, but that he really didn't know how to express it. He was a little confused. Or rather, he suddenly understood it when the opportunity came. For a moment, Chen Zong also didn't have a clue. Where are the titled martial warriors the most? Chen Zong asked. The royal city. Li Yang answered instantly. In this era, if one doesn't have enough money, it's hard to maintain one's consumption. Therefore, other than a few, most martial warriors choose to be recruited. Titled martial warriors are very powerful, and their daily consumption is even greater. Normal families can't satisfy them. Only the great aristocrats and families can. Most of the great aristocrats and families are gathered in the royal city. The royal city. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. It seemed that the royal city was a must. It was said that there were a few martial sages in the royal city. Chen Zong was more interested in the so-called martial sages. Goodbye. Chen Zong said to Li Yang, then walked away. Li Yang didn't ask him to stay. When he fought with Chen Zong just now, although his unique skill was broken in an instant, Li Yang still learned something. He planned to cultivate for a period of time. Perhaps his swordsmanship would improve. I wonder what kind of storm this person will cause in the royal city. Li Yang mumbled to himself. Chen Zong was very powerful. He had experienced it himself. There was no doubt about it. If Chen Zong was not so young, Li Yang would even suspect that he was a martial sage. At such a young age, he was at least a top-notch titled martial warrior. He had amazing potential and extraordinary talent. He would definitely become a martial sage in the future. If he entered the royal city and challenged people everywhere, it would definitely cause a storm. But it was also certain that it would be very dangerous. He didn't ride a fast horse, but his legs were enough. He ran like a galloping horse. His speed was amazing. He left the Longjiang city quickly and headed straight for the royal city. Along the way, there were 3 more cities, the Dragon Mountain City, the Dragon Forest City, and the Dragon Armor City. Just like the Longjiang city, there were also titled martial warriors in those 3 cities. They were all recruited by the mayor's office. Since they were titled martial warriors, Chen Zong had to go and challenge them. The titled martial warrior of the Dragon Mountain City was called the Black Mountain Hand. His palms had been cultivated and his skin was darker. It was as tough as cowhide. When he channeled his strength, he could resist the sharpness of ordinary swords and sabers. When he unleashed his martial arts technique, it was as if numerous black mountains were crashing down. His ultimate move, the Big Black Mountain, directly transformed into a huge black mountain. It was ferocious, vigorous, and boundlessly heavy, as if it was going to crush Chen Zong. But Chen Zong knew very well that it was not a real black mountain. It was not an object that gathered all kinds of power like a cultivator. It was a pure gathering of spiritual will. Chen Zong's purpose was to observe its mystery. Then he unsheathed his sword and slashed the black mountain, defeating his opponent. But Chen Zong was only challenging. He did not kill or injure his opponent. He only defeated him. The next city was the Dragon Forest City. The titled martial artist of the Dragon Forest City was known as the Greenwood Spear. His spear had astonishing power and was impenetrable. When he used his ultimate move, the Greenwood Strike, it was as if a huge piece of wood was charging forward with astonishing power. But it was still broken by Chen Zong with one strike. The titled martial warrior of the Dragon Armor City was called the Unbreakable Iron Armor. With 2 shields in his hands, his defense was amazing. His attack was not weak either. The smashing and colliding of the shields were powerful. But he was best at defense. But he was still defeated by Qianzong. After defeating a few titled martial warriors, Qianzong had a deeper understanding of their mystery. He seemed to be able to grasp something, but he was still a step away. Not enough, not enough. Since it was not enough, he would continue to challenge. He went straight to the royal city. Qianzong was very fast. He took about 12 days to reach the royal city from the Dragon River City, including the time he took to challenge. Coincidentally, he missed the people from the Mingho residence. The scale of the royal city was not something that the Dragon River City could compare with. The city walls alone were twice the size of the Dragon River City. It was 10 meters high. Ordinary people would feel hopeless just by looking at it. Even a titled martial artist would find it extremely difficult to climb up without the help of external objects. Qianzong naturally did not think that the 10-meter city walls were very tall. After all, the city walls in the world of cultivators were up to 100 meters high. But everything was relative. This was a world without extraordinary powers. In other words, without the strength of 10,000 jin, or even 100,000 jin, it was not an easy task for an ordinary person to build a 10-meter tall wall. It would take a lot of money and manpower to do so. Such a city wall must have involved a lot of blood and tears. Shaking his head, Qianzong realized that after he lost his cultivation, he seemed to be more emotional. The gate of the royal city was 5 meters high. It was wide open. On both sides of the gate, there were elite soldiers in armor with spears in their hands and sabers at their waists. Those elite soldiers had sharp eyes and a sharp glint in their eyes. Their aura was condensed. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. Qianzong strode through the gate with an iron sword at his waist. Several sharp eyes fell on Qianzong as if they were trying to see through Qianzong. But Qianzong looked calm and was not stopped. If he was timid or had a strange expression, he might get into trouble. After all, there was a saying in ancient times that a thief would have a guilty conscience. The cost of living in Royal City is really shocking. In a room of a not-so-high-end restaurant, Qianzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. It had been a long time since he had to worry about money. This time, if he hadn't found some gold from the mountain splitter, even food and lodging in Royal City would have been a problem. Even the cost of a normal room in a restaurant was not low. With all the gold he had, he estimated that it could only last for 7 or 8 days, and that was for the most basic expenses. If it was for better expenses, it would be gone in 2 or 3 days. How could he get some money? Performing, Qianzong couldn't do it, and he wouldn't do it. Become a noble or a family's consecrator, that wasn't what Qianzong wanted. Then he would go to the casino. Royal City's casinos were very popular and brazen. It was rumored that they had a powerful backer. Qianzong had never learned gambling, but his strong abilities in all aspects gave Qianzong amazing learning ability and insight. Therefore, after losing a few rounds at the beginning, he started winning. In 4 hours, Qianzong won hundreds of gold. It was enough for him to live a good life for a while, so he stopped and left. The casino was huge. Thousands of gold went in and out every day. A few hundred gold was nothing, and it wouldn't attract the attention of the casino's higher-ups. Therefore, there were no unnecessary troubles. With the gold, Qianzong started to buy information. This information was naturally related to Royal City. For example, the various forces and martial arts experts in Royal City weren't a secret, so it wasn't expensive. 10 gold was enough. Royal City was where the royal family resided. It was the center of the country and an important place. Many great forces had always been entrenched here for generations. The royal family was the most powerful, followed by the 4 marquises and the Defender General's residence. Then there were the Martial Artists Club and the 8 noble families. Of course, Qianzong was more concerned about the experts. There were a total of 88 titled martial artists listed in the information. Of course, this was not all of them. If one wanted to know about some of them in secret, they would have to fork out even more gold. However, Qianzong felt that 88 titled warriors should be enough. Other than that, there were the 3 martial saints. The 88 titled warriors and the 3 martial saints were Qianzong's targets. Using experts to sharpen the blade, Qianzong looked through them one by one. Among the 88 titled martial warriors, there were naturally some who were strong and some who were weak. 2 of them had slightly more unique identities. One of them was the Defender General of the state. Not only did he hold a high position, but he was also a powerful titled martial warrior. The second was the Martial Marquis. He was one of the 4 Marquis and also one of the 4 Marquis who possessed outstanding martial strength. Although the martial warriors had declined, possessing outstanding martial strength was undeniably not a bad thing. It was only because martial artists needed to devote themselves wholeheartedly and work very hard. They also needed to consume large amounts of food and supplements, which led to fewer and fewer people practicing martial arts. Marquis Wu had a high position and power. He also had the powerful strength of a titled martial warrior. Together with the great general of the state, they were known as the twin dragons of Longxian country. However, Qianzong did not intend to challenge these 2 people. His goal was only to understand the profoundness of titled martial artists. If he were to challenge these 2 people and win, there would be endless trouble. Raising his brush, Qianzong marked down the names of the titled warriors he was about to challenge. Red Sun Saber, Wild Wind Warrior, Long River Sword King. There were a total of 9 people. Other than the Martial Marquis and the Defender General of the state, they were the strongest 9 of the 88 titled martial warriors. Among them, 4 of them belonged to the royal family. It would not be easy to challenge them. Then, he would start with the other 4. Among them, the easiest to challenge would be the Long River Sword King of the Martial Warriors Hall. The Martial Warriors Hall was the main camp of the martial warriors. It was built by the Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint in the new era. The Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint felt the decline of the martial warriors in this era and wanted to leave the last bit of dignity for the martial warriors. The headquarters of the Martial Warriors Hall was located within the imperial city. The Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint was one of the 3 martial saints of the Longxian country. He had the terrifying strength to fight against 1,000 elite soldiers. If he wanted to assassinate someone, unless the other party was a martial saint or had the protection of a martial saint, the others would definitely die. Such a terrifying expert, even if the martial warriors had declined, others would not dare to underestimate him. When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter 5 steps away. Of course, if he was not a martial saint and was only a martial warrior, even if he was a titled martial warrior, the Martial Warriors Hall would not be able to be built successfully. Even if it was built by luck, it would not be able to be maintained. Everything still depended on the deterrence of martial strength. Although the Martial Warriors Hall was successfully built and operated for more than 20 years, the decline of the martial warriors was inevitable. Therefore, the Martial Warriors Hall was not strong. It was completely on account of the Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint that it was placed on the same level as the 8 great aristocratic families. As a martial saint, he naturally would not deal with the matters of the Martial Warriors Hall. The representative was the Long River Sword King, a top-notch titled martial warrior. The Long River Sword King had just finished dealing with some matters of the Martial Warriors Hall when someone handed him an invitation. He looked at it and his eyes immediately focused. How long had it been since he had received such an invitation to battle? This invitation looked very simple. It was silver gray in color and had a picture of swords clashing on it. It was the standard invitation to battle for a martial warrior. In the past, the Long River Sword King had sent and received invitations to battle, but ever since his strength reached the peak of the titled martial warrior realm, he had never received another invitation. Putting aside his feelings, the Long River Sword King's calloused fingers flipped open the invitation. His eyes shone with a cold light, sharp as a sword. That word actually gave him an indescribable feeling. The moment he opened the invitation, he felt as if he had seen a sharp sword unsheathing. Every word, every stroke, revealed an astonishing sharpness. This sharpness was like a divine sword unsheathed. And this sharpness could only be felt by those who had a certain level of attainment in swordsmanship. So strong. The Long River Sword King's silent heart was suddenly stirred, and traces of battle intent sprouted. Not to mention who it was, just the sharpness revealed in these words was enough for him to fight. then, he looked at the signature. Sword God. These two words caused the Long River Sword King's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. A trace of indescribable anger grew in the depths of his heart. Arrogant, arrogant. The Long River Sword King could not help but slap the back of his chair, as if wanting to shatter it. Sword God, who dared call himself Sword God? Not even the Golden Dragon Sword Saint of the three great martial saints dared to call himself that. Sword God, the God of swords, not only was this arrogant, but also extremely ignorant. 3 days from now? Very well, I will let you know the consequences of your arrogance. The Long River Sword King was furious. He was angry because of the other party's arrogance and ignorance. To call oneself a god was an insult to the sword. As someone who had practiced the sword for decades and regarded it as his closest companion, he would not allow it. 3 days, the appointed time for the battle was 3 days from now, and the location was in the martial arts gallery. Time flew by. In these 3 days, Xianxia had been tempering his swordsmanship and comprehending at the same time. On the 3rd day, the Long River Sword King bathed, burned incense, and wiped his sword. His fingers were gentle, as if caressing the delicate cheeks of his lover. His eyes were gentle like the flowing waters of a long river. Soon after, he put down the soft white silk cloth and clasped the sword hilt with his right hand. A sword flower bloomed in the air. With a clang, the sword returned to its scabbard and the brilliance dissipated. The Long River Sword King stood up, a trace of sharpness quietly condensing. The gentle light in his eyes also turned sharp. He turned and strode out the door. He knew that the self-proclaimed sword god had arrived. The battle was about to begin. Xianxia stood in the wide front yard of the martial arts gallery. Despite the scorching sun, he did not move an inch, nor was there a drop of sweat seeping out. He had come to challenge the Long River Sword King, and the Long River Sword King was the acting gallery master. The people of the martial arts gallery naturally would not give Xianxia any face, nor would they invite him inside. Instead, they allowed Xianxia to stand under the scorching sun. Xianxia's expression was calm and steady, without the slightest anger. His heart was as clear as ice, so it was difficult to be affected by the heat. Moreover, Xianxia's control over his body had reached an astonishing level. Standing under this heat for 2 to 4 hours was not a big deal. Of course, if he was exposed to the sun for too long, he would also feel uncomfortable. The reason he had challenged the Long River Sword King first was because of his status and so on. It was relatively easy to challenge him. Secondly, the Long River Sword King also used a sword. Thirdly, Xianxia needed to have enough reputation to better challenge others. And the invitation was signed with the word Sword God, which was very shocking. Naturally, it was to prevent the Long River Sword King from rejecting his challenge. Xianxia waited. It was said that the Long River Sword King had a habit of bathing and polishing his sword before fighting. This would take at least 2 hours. Soon after, a figure appeared at the open door of the front yard. It was a slender figure, walking over with neither slow nor fast, neither light nor heavy steps. Each step seemed to have been carefully measured, just right. This footwork immediately caused Xianxia's eyes to brighten slightly. He immediately determined that this person was incomparably rich in battle experience and extremely talented in battle. This was because this footwork might seem simple, but it allowed one to advance and retreat in an instant. This person would be a good opponent. Following the steps, Xianxia saw his opponent's figure. He was tall and slender, with a back like a sword. His 5 fingers were slender, and the outline of calluses could be vaguely seen. This was a hand that wielded a sword. That face seemed to be around 40 years old. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, but his eyes were deep. There was a trace of sharpness quietly condensing in the depth, as if a sharp sword was about to be unsheathed, revealing a shocking sharpness. His ordinary face seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were like the finishing touch, making his face extraordinary and unforgettable. Long River Sword King took a step forward. His gaze fell on Xianxia's face from dozens of meters away, and he was suddenly stunned. Young, this was Long River Sword King's first impression. Then he found it hard to believe. Although calling himself Sword God was very arrogant, there was no denying that the words on the invitation had a unique edge. In his view, it wasn't something a young man in his 20s could write. If it had been a swordsman in his 30s, Long River Sword King could barely believe it. If it had been a swordsman in his 40s, he wouldn't have doubted it. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the land and all life. The entire royal city was bathed in this radiance. Many people hid in their houses or in the shadows, unwilling to go out unless absolutely necessary. "Young man, did you personally write this invitation?" Xianxia Sword King asked with some doubt. Chenzong did not speak, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light, like an unsheathed sword. Xianxia Sword King was stunned at first, then astonished. This sharpness was exactly the same as the sharpness revealed by the words on the letter of challenge. This was the best proof of that. Immediately, a sliver of battle intent surged from Xianxia Sword King's heart. His eyes grew even sharper. "Young man, perhaps your swordsmanship is not bad, but calling yourself a sword god is too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xianxia Sword King's eyes grew even colder as he stared at Chenzong, as if wanting to pierce through Chenzong. His words were even sharper and more forceful. "Today, I'll wake you up so that you won't go astray. We swordsmen judge right and wrong with our swords." Chenzong smiled, his words even sharper. Xianxia Sword King's heart trembled, an indescribable feeling rising within him. "Good." As soon as Xianxia Sword King finished speaking, he took a step forward. An extremely sharp aura condensed in an instant and rushed towards Chenzong like an invisible sword. For a moment, Chenzong felt like he was standing in front of a river. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was clear and bright. It was like a river flowing through, its sword chi endless. This was not an ultimate move, but it was condensed with an extraordinary will. The moment it was used, Chenzong knew that the title of a top-titled martial artist was not an exaggeration. It was much stronger than the likes of Mountain Splitter. Chenzong did not immediately draw his sword, but instead dodged. In an instant, Xianxia Sword King's second attack arrived. Sword after sword, once unfurled, it was like an endless river without the slightest pause. The connection between each sword could be called perfect, and it was difficult to find a flaw. Chenzong still didn't draw his sword. Instead, he kept shifting his feet in a small area to avoid Xianxia Sword King's attacks. He was very surprised. Previously, regardless of whether it was the mountain-splitting blade, the cloaked swordsman, the black mountain hand, the green wooden spear, the unbreakable iron armor, or other titled martial artists, their moves were very ordinary when they did not use their ultimate moves. At most, they were slightly better than some of the elite martial artists. However, in Chenzong's eyes, their moves were very crude. However, Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, as though it had been meticulously honed. Although it wasn't strong enough compared to a cultivator's swordsmanship, it was more exquisite. Chenzong suddenly had an idea. Perhaps it was precisely because there was no way to cultivate other powers in this world that they could only work on their martial skills and strive for perfection. Thinking back to the martial arts techniques of other titled martial warriors, even though he felt that there were many flaws, if he were to compare them with the martial arts techniques of other titled martial warriors, on the whole, wouldn't they be more brilliant? Long River Sword Monarch was even more surprised than Chenzong. Although he was only in his 40s, he had a unique talent for swordsmanship. He had been practicing swordsmanship since he was young for 40 years. When he was young, he had challenged many skilled swordsmen, walked thousands of mountains and rivers to hone his skills. He had even meditated in front of the Long River for 3 years before finally mastering his swordsmanship. Long River Sword Monarch had named this swordsmanship the Long River Swordsmanship. It was an extension of the basic swordsmanship, incorporating hundreds of swordsmanships, and finally created by observing the flowing water of the Long River. Once it was unleashed, the sword light would turn into a long river of water, surging endlessly and defeating many opponents. Now, the Long River swordsmanship had been perfected to an extremely high level. Long River Sword Monarch believed that if he were to unleash it, there would be very few titled martial artists who could resist. His opponent was young. When he was the same age, he wasn't even an elite martial artist and was still running around trying to improve his martial strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would be able to dodge his Long River swordsmanship attacks with ease? As such, he could only use his full strength. Just now, Long River Sword Monarch had only used 70% of his strength. There was a 30% difference between 100% and 70%, but it was a huge difference. Once he unleashed his full strength, the Long River swordsmanship's speed and power rose to a whole new level. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They rarely saw Long River Sword Monarch in action, but they knew that he was very strong and skilled in swordsmanship. Only now did they realize how terrifying it was. They couldn't see the sword or the person at all, only the flowing sword light, surging forward like a long river, engulfing everything in its path. He lost, right? How can he be a match for Lord Sword Monarch? Chen Zong's figure was already drowned by the flowing sword light, making it impossible for anyone to see him. But Long River Sword Monarch knew very well that even with his full strength, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. This was because Chen Zong had also drawn his sword. Excited at the sight of a prey, once Long River swordsmanship's full strength erupted, its power became even more astonishing and exquisite. Chen Zong couldn't help but draw his sword. Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship was top-notch even in the world of cultivators. If he could grasp the power of cultivators, his strength would be terrifying. In terms of martial arts, Long River Sword Monarch had already surpassed many cultivators. The iron sword was unsheathed, and the sword light glowed with dazzling light, merging into the Long River swordsmanship's sword light. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was at the 4th level of the illuminating sword theory, and he was constantly deepening it. Although Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship was exquisite and brilliant, it was still somewhat lacking compared to Chen Zong. However, Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship contained a spiritual impact, like the surging waves of a long river. It was the spiritual impact that greatly increased the swordsmanship's power. If one's spiritual will wasn't strong enough, it would be difficult to resist. If one's defense was weak and their reaction was slow, they would naturally be no match. However, Chen Zong's spiritual will wasn't stripped away, and it was incomparably strong. Therefore, this level of spiritual impact wasn't enough to affect Chen Zong. Long River Sword Monarch was horrified to find that when his opponent unsheathed his sword, his own sword became unstable, as if a flaw had been found. It was an awkward feeling. How was this possible? After all, his Long River swordsmanship had been honed many times and had long reached a point where it couldn't be improved. Even Marshal Saint Sunset felt that it was very good after seeing it and couldn't suggest any changes. But now, a junior who was much younger than him had pointed out the flaws in his plan. It was simply unheard of. After using Long River swordsmanship at full strength, not only did he fail to defeat his opponent, he couldn't even put his opponent at a disadvantage. Instead, he felt even more awkward and uncomfortable. Long River. Endless water. Long River Sword Monarch paused for a moment, and then his aura exploded out in an instant. Like a surging river, an extremely strong spiritual will surged out in an instant, covering the sword. The sword's brilliance was like water, and Chen Zong found that there seemed to be a trace of faintly discernible power emanating from Long River Sword Monarch's body. That power rose like water vapor, turning into a long river that surrounded his body. However, that power was very faint and faintly discernible, as if it couldn't continue. With a swing of the sword disappeared, leaving only a long river that seemed to swallow everything. Even the light from the scorching sun in the sky couldn't escape. This was Long River Sword Monarch's strongest move, and it had defeated many strong opponents. With this strike, Chen Zong's eyes lit up slightly. The profoundness contained in this move was many times stronger than the ultimate moves of the titled martial artists from before. Moreover, that trace of faintly discernible power made Chen Zong's heart palpitate, as if it possessed terrifying power. But looking at Long River Sword Monarch's appearance, it seemed that he couldn't control that power. It was only incidental and uncontrollable. Otherwise, the power of this move would have increased by a lot. Even so, this move was enough to attract Chen Zong's attention. Calming his heart and focusing his mind, Chen Zong's deep eyes reflected the long river of sword light. He swung his sword and attacked. The sword was an iron sword, the arm that swung the sword was an ordinary arm, but when the sword was swung, there was an indescribable profundity that permeated the surroundings and scattered between heaven and earth. Until now, Chen Zong still hadn't grasped the titled warrior's method of condensing spiritual will, but Chen Zong had Chen Zong's ability. The power of this move was terrifying. However, Long River Sword Monarch had cultivated this move for many years and had long reached perfection. Even if there was a flaw, it would be gone in a flash. Chenzong could see it, but this ordinary body couldn't do it. The difference in physical reaction, the difference in speed, unless he didn't care about the consequences of his body's damage. But Chenzong didn't think that a battle like this required him to overload his body's strength. The two swords collided dozens of times in an instant. The sound was ear-piercing, and sparks flew in all directions. The terrifying sword light seemed to be able to tear everything apart. When the two swords collided, all the sword light disappeared, and all the sparks dissipated. The sound was silent. Chenzong and Long River Sword Monarch's bodies trembled, and they both retreated. With this retreat, they were no longer on the same level. Long River Sword Monarch retreated 3 steps, while Chenzong retreated 2.5 steps. Half a step was nothing in the eyes of ordinary people or martial artists, but in the eyes of experts, there was a difference. Chenzong was surprised by Long River Sword Monarch's sword technique. That move was indeed shocking, forcing him to use his full strength to deal with it, and still not be able to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, Long River Sword Monarch was shocked. His ultimate move had been completely blocked, and he had even been forced back 3 steps, half a step more than his opponent. Kacha! 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 An ear-piercing sound broke the atmosphere. Cracks appeared on Chenzong's iron sword. The cracks quickly spread, covering the entire body of the sword, and it began to shatter. Chenzong's sword was just an ordinary iron sword. Although it had been tempered 10 times, it was comparable to refined iron. But Long River Sword Monarch's sword was a treasured sword, forged with better materials. There was a difference in quality. And Chenzong's iron sword had no external protection. It was normal for it to shatter after several collisions. Long River Sword Monarch was startled. He gathered his sharpness, and his momentum instantly retracted. Every day, many things would happen in the huge king city. They would become many pieces of news that spread in all directions. But most of the news was limited to a certain region, and it was very difficult to spread to other regions, unless it was a major event. Suddenly, a piece of news swept through half of Royal City like a storm. A titled warrior who called himself Sword God had challenged Martial Arts Gallery's acting gallery master, Long River Sword King, to a draw. If this was all, it would only be surprising, but with another point, it was enough to shock everyone. The one who called himself Sword God was only in his 20s, extremely young. Impossible. That's right, how could a mere 20-something-year-old be a match for Long River Sword King, let alone a draw? Sensationalist. In one of the courtyards of the Marquis mansion, a red-haired man was gnawing on a beef leg. As he chewed, he frowned. Xianxia Sword King fought to a draw with a young warrior in his 20s? Yes, master. The young man nodded. Is the news true? The red-haired man asked. According to what this disciple learned from the people of Martial Arts Gallery, it is true. The young man nodded again. A 20-something-year-old who calls himself Sword God and fought to a draw with Long River Sword King. The red-haired man put down the beef leg and muttered to himself, full of doubt. This sounded very inconceivable. There were many others who found it as unbelievable as him. Especially those top-notch titled warriors who were on par with Long River Sword King. Was this true, or was it a publicity stunt from Martial Arts Gallery? For a moment, a storm was stirred. A draw. Long River Sword King revealed a bitter expression. Was it really a draw? In that battle, he had used all his swordsmanship, even his ultimate move, but he had been unable to do anything to his opponent. Instead, he had been pushed back. If not for the fact that his opponent's sword was too ordinary and could not withstand such a powerful clash, he would have been more likely to lose if the battle had continued. It wasn't a draw. In fact, to a certain extent, he had already lost. After all, his opponent was at least 20 years younger than him. However, Xianxia Sword King didn't bother to explain himself. He immersed himself in his own world, recalling that battle. His sword technique, which had already reached its limit, actually showed signs of being perfected. Chenzong, one of the parties involved and the center of the storm, was sweating profusely in a blacksmith's room at this moment. Forging a sword, he spent hundreds of gold to purchase several high-quality casting materials, including gilt steel, heavy silver, and cloud iron. The gilt steel was extremely hard, the heavy silver was soft with a touch of hardness, and it had extraordinary tenacity and extensibility. The cloud iron was light and had good tolerance. Under Qianzong's meticulous simulation, the three casting materials were matched in the best proportion. The quality of a sword was closely related to the material used to forge it. However, it did not mean that a good material could be used to forge a good sword. It also required a suitable or even extremely good proportion of materials and a high level of forging skills. With Qianzong's current level, he wasn't lacking in any aspect. Perhaps he wasn't a grandmaster, but he was worthy of being called a master. It was more than enough for him to forge a suitable sword for himself. After 12 hours, Qianzong finally finished forging the sword and sharpened it. The blade was silver white and shiny, with broken golden cloud patterns on it. It looked extraordinary. Regardless of whether it was its length or its weight, it was extremely comfortable. Holding it in his hand, Qianzong felt as if it was a part of his palm. Putting everything else aside, just the degree of compatibility of this sword far surpassed that of the metal sword from before. Moreover, the material of this sword was incomparable to the iron sword from before. Coupled with Qianzong's meticulous preparation and all-out forging, it could only be stronger than Xianxia Sword King's sword. In that case, I'll give you a name. Qianzong gazed at the long sword that he had meticulously forged, his voice like a cool breeze. You will accompany me in the battle against the strong and enlighten me. The two words clear heart are suitable for you. Clear heart sword, clear heart and sea spirit. In addition to the sword, Qianzong also forged a suitable scabbard himself. Leaving with the sword, Qianzong sent out another challenge. This time, it was not from Xianxia Sword King. In the battle with Xianxia Sword King, Qianzong had seen Xianxia Sword King's ability, but he still had not grasped how to integrate his spiritual will into martial arts. He felt like it was on the verge of being released but was suppressed. What he lacked was an opportunity that would follow naturally. Therefore, he still had to fight. A challenge? The red-haired brawny man was startled and immediately opened it. He felt that the words on the invitation revealed a shocking sharpness, as if they were threatening sword chi. The inscription was Sword God. It's him. The brawny man frowned, his brows knitting together. 2 days ago, he had heard of the name Sword God. It was a very arrogant title. He did not expect that the other party would send him a challenge. Master, I'll turn him down, said the young man beside him. There's no hurry. Go test his ability, then tell me. The brawny man smiled. If he's arrogant, then teach him a lesson. Yes, master. The young man's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting rays of light, and he excitedly left. The news of the so-called Sword God and Xianxia Sword King's draw was something he had heard. Even though he had asked the people in the martial arts club, he had not seen it with his own eyes. At the end of the day, he and his master were the same. They didn't think that a person in his 20s could have such strength. Who was Xianxia Sword King? He was one of the few people who stood at the top of the titled martial artists, on par with his master. How could he possibly fight to a draw with a young man around his age? One must know that he was known as a martial arts genius. In his 20s, his strength had already reached the peak of elite martial artists. He only needed one more step to become a titled martial artist. Even his master and a few of his master's friends had said that he would definitely become a titled martial artist within 3 years. A titled martial artist under the age of 30 was undoubtedly shocking. It was not impossible for him to reach his master's level in the future. Although this was an era where martial arts were gradually declining, those who truly liked martial arts would never feel that it was outdated and would instead be proud of it. If you want to challenge my master, let my saber measure your qualifications first. The young man found Qianzong and said directly. His gaze became sharp, as if he was going to cut Qianzong in half. Red Sun Blade's disciple. Qianzong was slightly surprised. You can make your move. Draw your sword. The young man was very dissatisfied with Qianzong's casual attitude. That was not taking him seriously. He immediately let out a low growl and his right hand landed on the hilt of his saber. A terrifying aura rushed out. If I needed to draw my sword to deal with you, how could I have the ability to challenge Red Sun Blade? Chenzong smiled slightly. Arrogant. The young man was furious. He unsheathed his long saber. The red saber light was like a setting sun that cut through the air mercilessly. It was as if he was going to cut Chenzong in half with one strike. However, Chenzong did not feel any killing intent from this saber. It meant that the young man did not intend to kill him. He was just angered by his words and attacked in anger. However, this saber was nothing in Chenzong's eyes. It was not at the level of a titled martial artist. Chenzong was not interested in such an opponent. He swayed his body and easily dodged the saber light. His right hand turned into a palm and floated forward like a feather. It passed through the saber light and appeared in front of the young man's shoulder. He pressed it lightly and a terrifying force exploded in an instant. The young man's body trembled and he immediately leaned to one side. He could not stop himself from retreating more than 10 steps. He almost fell to the ground. His shoulder was burning as if his bones had been shattered. The young man could clearly feel that his shoulder was swollen. However, he did not care about the burning pain in his shoulder because it could not compare to the shock in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He had lost. His opponent claimed to be the sword god, but he did not even draw his sword. He defeated him with a casual palm strike. It was unbelievable. A loss was a loss. There was no reason for it. The young man stared deeply at Chenzong and turned to leave. He had to tell his master about this. That person might have been on par with the Long River Sword King. This was a big matter. He had to let his master know as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the young man quickened his pace. He defeated you so easily, without drawing his sword. Red Sun Saber was shocked when he heard this. It seemed to be unexpected. It also seemed to be very interesting. A young man in his 20s, about the same age as his disciple, arrogantly claimed to be the sword god and had great strength. Putting aside whether he was on par with Long River Sword King, to be able to defeat his disciple without drawing his sword, his strength was indeed very strong. He was at least at the level of a titled martial artist. Young, titled martial artist, it was enough to arouse his interest. Master, do you accept the challenge? The young man asked. I haven't drawn my Red Sun Saber for a long time. Red Sun Saber did not give a direct answer. I understand. The young man was a little excited. His master had accepted the challenge. The battle would take place in 3 days. The location of the battle was not the Marquis Mansion, but the Monarch City Arena. The Monarch City Arena was a public place for warriors to fight. Most warriors would choose to fight here to determine the winner. Therefore, the news that the sword god had challenged Red Sun Saber and that Red Sun Saber had accepted the challenge spread like wildfire. Red Sun Saber was one of the top titled martial artists. He had great strength. To kill him, one would have to send the Divine Bow unit or hundreds of elite soldiers to surround and kill him in an open space. It would be even more difficult to kill him in a complicated terrain. Such a strong warrior's every move would attract a lot of attention. For the commoners, studying martial arts was a way out because it would allow them to live better. Even if the martial artists declined, it was only for the royal family and the nobles. However, the nobles did not dare to underestimate Red Sun Saber. At least, they did not dare to on the surface. Powerful martial arts were a kind of deterrence. This was an era of decline for the martial artists. It was also an era of contradictions. It required the martial artists to be strong, but it also weakened their influence. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was shining brightly. However, the Monarch City's arena was not as crowded as it used to be. The seats that could accommodate thousands of people at the same time were only filled with a few hundred people. In this era, under the leadership of the royal family, the influence of the warriors was weakened step by step while the royal family's influence was strengthened. In the end, the royal family needed the high-level warriors to serve them, but they did not like the people to worship the warriors too much. They only wanted to maintain a certain level of influence under the royal family's rule so that it would be easier to rule. These few hundred people were not ordinary people, but people with a certain background. In addition, in the pavilions around the arena, there were people from the 8 aristocratic families, the 4 marquises' residences, and the generals' residences. It was rare to see a battle between top-titled warriors. The few hundred people with some background were secretly excited. Red Sun Blade and Sword God. I wonder how exciting this battle will be. A disciple of an aristocratic family was secretly excited. So what? Another disciple of an aristocratic family sneered. No matter how powerful they are, they will still be our dogs. You're overstating it. Another disciple of an aristocratic family refuted. Even if you think so, you can't say it out loud. What he meant was that he could treat those warriors as his dogs, but he could not say it out loud because it would not sound good. Red Sun Blade with short red hair walked down from one of the pavilions with his huge blade. It was the pavilion of the Marquis Jing residence. His disciple followed behind him. Chenzong also walked in from outside the arena. In an instant, their gazes collided in the air. Red Sun Blade was surprised by Chenzong's young appearance. Even though he already knew that Chenzong was only in his 20s, seeing it with his own eyes was still different. Red Sun Mad Blade was looking forward to this battle even more. Chenzong's figure leaped up like a stone smashing into the arena. He leaped up lightly like a feather. If this move was in the world of cultivators, it would not be considered much. However, in this place, it was extremely shocking and made everyone feel incomparably shocked. What a great move. Everyone was amazed. Not bad. Just this move alone is enough for us to recruit him. The disciples of the aristocratic families whispered to each other. I heard you fought Long River Sword King to a draw. It seems like that guy's strength has decreased a lot. Red Sun Blade belittled Long River Sword King as soon as he opened his mouth to suppress Chenzong's momentum. You'll find out in a fight. Chenzong's answer was concise and direct. His words were so sharp that Red Sun Saber's pupils shrank. One battle and we'll know. There is no need for us warriors to be so eloquent. We only need to compete with our martial prowess to determine victory or defeat. All right. His words were like a thunderclap. Suddenly, Red Sun Blade's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light, as if it could pierce through the sky. Immediately, his shoulders, which were so thick that they seemed to be able to carry a mountain, shook, and his thick and sturdy legs took a step forward in an instant. The saber on Disaster Resistance's shoulder suddenly swung out, and the black scabbard shot out with astonishing force, turning into the first wave of attacks that blasted toward Chenzong. Immediately, a dazzling red saber light tore through the sky, as if it could cut through the earth, and filled the air with an indescribable heat. It was like a burning fire, but also like the scorching sun. Chenzong's figure swayed, dodging the attack of the scabbard. His crooked body paused for a moment, and in an instant, he flew out like a snake out of its hole. The clear heart sword was suddenly unsheathed, and with a dazzling golden sword light, it pierced through the sky. Red Sun Blade and Sword God, Red Sun Blade and Golden Sword. Red Sun Blade's saber weighed 22 pounds, and its power was terrifying. Chenzong did not intend to fight it head-on, as that would be disadvantageous to him. Instead, he displayed his sword skills to the extreme. With a shake of his sword, he struck the saber horizontally, and after a slight shift, he used the force of the collision to increase the speed of his sword, stabbing toward Red Sun Blade. Red Sun Blade's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light, and he was shocked. The sword was so sharp that it seemed to pierce through his eyes. As a top-titled martial artist, Red Sun Blade had experienced hundreds of battles since he started practicing martial arts. He was very experienced, and his adaptability was extremely fast. He tilted his head, twisted his wrist, and swung his saber horizontally. Chenzong also changed his move in an instant, forcing Red Sun Blade to change his move as well. Under Chenzong's pressure, Red Sun Blade unleashed his full strength, performing the Red Sun Blade technique that he was proud of. This saber art was created by Red Sun Mad Blade based on his own understanding of saber arts and his many battles. It was comparable to Long River Sword King's Long River Sword art. Each had its own merits. Long River Sword Technique's sword light was continuous like a surging river, and each move was continuous. On the other hand, Red Sun Blade Technique's mysteries lay in its heat and power. Red Sun Blade Technique did not have the continuous attacks of Long River Sword Technique, but each move carried a shocking heat. An ordinary person would feel the heat as soon as they got close to it. Although martial artists had extraordinary strength, their bodies were still ordinary, and they would still be affected. Moreover, each move of Red Sun Blade technique was filled with shocking power, as if it was the last move. It was even more difficult to deal with. However, Qinzong soon saw through its mysteries and dealt with it calmly. With a sword in his hand, he was as light as the wind. Traces of understanding flowed, circled, and spread in his heart, as if they were nurturing something, as if they were weaving a cocoon. There was already movement in the cocoon, as if something was about to break out. Just a little bit more, pressure, he needed more pressure to do so. While Qinzong and Red Sun Blade were fighting fiercely in the arena, a group of people also moved out from Mingho Mansion, heading straight for the arena. The 3 people in the lead were all filled with a shocking aura. The 10 people behind them were all wearing bright silver armor. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes were cold. They had long swords on their left waists and crossbows on their left arms. Their steps were neat and uniform, as if they were taking the same step. Traces of faintly discernible aura filled the air, rendering the air cold. Even people who were 100 meters away could not help but feel cold all over. Those who were knowledgeable could tell that the aura was murderous aura. Only after killing a certain number of people would they accumulate murderous aura. Every one of these people had killed people before, and not just once. Aren't those the Mingho Mansion's Mingguang guards? The sharp-eyed people recognized the identity of the 10 people and suddenly exclaimed. Mingguang guards. Hearing these 3 words, many people's faces changed greatly. Those who lived in Wangqing and had a certain amount of wealth and status would have heard of the Mingguang guards. Wangqing's 6 David guards, or Longxian country's 6 David guards, were famous for their fighting prowess. The Dragon Blood Guard, which was directly under the control of the palace or the king himself, was the head of the 6 guards. As for the other 5 guards, they were from the 4 great marquis manors and the great general's manors respectively. The Mingguang guards belonged to the Mingho Mansion and were directly under the control of the Mingho Mansion. The Mingguang guards moving out was the Mingho Mansion's personal order, and it was estimated that something big would happen. Suddenly, many people followed from afar to see where the 10 Mingguang guards were going. As for the 3 people in the lead, they were not the Mingguang guards and not many people recognized them. However, if someone recognized them, they would be shocked because the 3 of them were titled martial warriors. 9th Heaven Scarlet Sun. The Red Sun Blade suddenly leaped up and exploded with all his strength. 3 meters above the ground, he held the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and raised his sword high, exploding with all his strength without holding back. Suddenly, traces of invisible power filled the air and spread to the large sword. That large sword suddenly emitted an extremely terrifying light. It was incomparably red and hot, as if it had turned into a round of scorching sun, emitting an astonishing light and heat. This was the Red Sun Blade's ultimate move, his strongest move, the ultimate move of the Red Sun Blade technique. With this move, it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky shining on the earth. An astonishing heat spread in all directions as if it was going to melt steel. Hot, 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 even the spectators around the fighting arena felt the heat and sweat uncontrollably flowed down their backs. Qinzong was also affected. He felt as if he was being roasted, extremely hot. In an instant, a kind of enlightenment appeared. This kind of heat was not real heat. It was not a flame, nor was it the heat emitted by a real scorching sun. It was a kind of heat released by the Red Sun Blade's spiritual will. Strictly speaking, it was a kind of hypnosis, a kind of suggestion. Using a strong spiritual will to simulate or suggest, it made people feel that it was burning. Even Qinzong himself thought so. The moment this kind of thought appeared, his enlightenment deepened. That trace of opportunity was faintly discernible. Slash. The Red Sun Blade's body fell, and his sword followed. It was as if the scorching sun was falling. The extremely terrifying heat seemed to burn Qinzong into ashes. However, under that trace of enlightenment, Qinzong vaguely grasped something and felt that the heat had decreased by a lot. Pressure. From this blade, Qinzong felt a kind of pressure that was even greater than the pressure of Long River Sword King's ultimate move. Of course, this did not mean that the power of this blade was stronger than Long River Sword King's ultimate move. It was just that the emphasis was different. Long River Sword King's ultimate move was an endless offensive. The pressure would not erupt all at once. It would gradually accumulate to the extreme before erupting. However, Scarlet Sun Blade's attack had unleashed all of its power in an instant. Naturally, its pressure was also unleashed in an instant. However, it was still not enough. This pressure was not strong enough. It was not strong enough to stimulate his opportunity and achieve a breakthrough. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, if only the power of this move could be just a little bit more powerful. Just a little bit more would be enough. That little bit was like the last straw that could break the camel's back. That little bit was like the space that established the distance between heaven and earth. It was also this little bit of difference that prevented Shenzong from truly erupting and breaking through. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, Shenzong also reacted quickly. He swung his sword and hit the center of the blade. That was the flaw that Shenzong had found. Under the sword, fragmented golden sword light filled the air. It was as if starlight was swirling in the air. It was very dazzling. The scorching sun paused for a moment, then slowly dissipated as its power dissipated. Red Sun Blade was shocked to the extreme. His ultimate move, the ultimate move that he had put all his strength into, was actually broken. Unbelievable, unbelievable, could this kid really fight Long River Sword King to a draw? Since when was Long River Sword King stronger than him? In the arena, Shenzong sheathed the clear heart sword. He stood there quietly, thinking. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to grasp that opportunity and make a big breakthrough in the clear sword theory. But the pressure was still not enough, just a little bit more. Could it be that I have to directly challenge a martial saint? Shenzong couldn't help but think. The strength of a martial saint was much stronger than that of a titled martial artist. As for exactly how strong they were, Shenzong wasn't sure. However, from the description, a titled martial artist could fight against 100 elite soldiers, while a martial saint could fight against 1,000. Therefore, Shenzong didn't have much confidence in being able to contend against a martial saint. If he didn't have the confidence, then he might not be able to borrow the opponent's pressure to make a breakthrough. It was very risky. Of course, if there was no other choice, Shenzong would have to take this step. Did you really tie with Xianxia? Red Sun Blade's voice sounded with a hint of doubt. Could it be that Xianxia Sword King's strength had really surpassed his? That battle wasn't over. My sword was broken, Shenzong replied with a smile. He didn't answer directly, but the meaning behind his words was for Red Sun Blade to think about it himself. Red Sun Blade's thoughts raced, and he immediately came to a conclusion. The sword Shenzong had used before was just a very ordinary sword. It couldn't be compared to Xianxia's sword. After many clashes, it had broken, causing the battle to end halfway. Therefore, it could be considered a tie. In other words, the opponent's strength was actually above Xianxia's. Thinking of this, Red Sun Blade suddenly felt a lot better. It turned out that Xianxia's strength wasn't above his. Shenzong turned around and was about to leave the arena. The 8 aristocratic families, the 4 marquises' manors, and the general's manors also prepared to contact Shenzong. Their purpose was naturally to recruit Shenzong. He was a titled martial warrior who was even stronger than the Red Sun Blade. Furthermore, he was so young. It was very likely that he would become a martial saint in the future. This was a very high-level fighter. Once they recruited him, not only would they be able to increase their martial prowess, they would also be able to gain a lot of face. However, outside the fighting ring, 13 figures quickly walked in. Each of them was emitting an astonishing aura. As soon as they appeared, their gazes swept across the crowd and immediately fell on Shenzong. The bright light guards. Red Sun Blade's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Why would the radiant guard appear here? Moreover, they were all looking at Shenzong. Could it be? A bad feeling grew in his heart. As a consecrator of Marquis Jing's estate, Blazing Sun Blade had a certain status and naturally knew more things. The 6 great guards of the Xianxia nation were famous for their fierceness. Every one of them had been groomed and trained from a young age, and every one of them had at least the strength of an elite warrior. Furthermore, their willpower had also undergone extremely cruel training and sharpened, allowing them to better withstand the impact of a titled warrior's willpower. From the very beginning, the 6 great guards had created the titled warriors as imaginary enemies. The martial arts techniques that they cultivated were purely for the purpose of killing enemies. No matter what, they would use all kinds of methods. Furthermore, they were good at coordinating with each other. They were also equipped with powerful crossbows that were forged using special methods and had a shooting range of 100 meters. Within 100 meters, elite warriors would not be able to dodge at all. Within 50 meters, titled warriors would be under great threat. Furthermore, the material of the armor that they wore was equally astonishing. It had a terrifying defensive power, and under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the swords and sabers of elite warriors to break through. Blazing Sunblade was very clear that if he were to fall into the encirclement of the 10 bright light guards, he would not be able to escape. There was a 70% chance that he would be killed. As for the bright light guards, they would not normally be mobilized. They needed to use secret medicine and secret techniques to maintain their peak condition. Every time they were mobilized, they would consume a lot of resources. The cost of nurturing 10 bright light guards surpassed that of a top-notch titled warrior. It was also because of this that there were only 6 great guards. After all, the other forces did not have the financial ability to do so. The 3 people who led the 10 bright light guards also caused Blazing Sunblade's pupils to shrink. The person in the lead was dressed in bronze armor and looked very powerful. He had 2 axes crossed behind his back, and his aura was vigorous and ferocious. He was the top-notch titled warrior who was on par with Blazing Sunblade, the Fierce Wind General. His Fierce Wind Axe technique was extremely terrifying. Although the other 2 were not top-notch titled martial warriors, they were experienced titled martial warriors and had extraordinary abilities. The 3 titled warriors and the 10 bright light guards all had their gazes on Qianzong. It was obvious that they had targeted Qianzong. This was definitely not a good thing. Blazing Sunblade quickly retreated and left the arena. He had no intention of helping Qianzong, nor did he have any intention of warning Qianzong. After all, Qianzong was not his relative or friend. At most, he was just an opponent to challenge. That was all. There was no need to offend the bright light guards. Seeing Blazing Sunblade retreat, a smile appeared on the Fierce Wind General's face. Very tactful, of course, if the roles were reversed, he would do the same. Qianzong, you killed Mountain Splitter. Lord Mingho is furious, but he is still willing to give you a chance. Surrender and follow me back to the Mingho residence to await Lord Mingho's punishment. The Fierce Wind General looked directly at Qianzong, his eyes filled with astonishing determination. His voice was like the roar of a fierce wind. For a moment, the forces that wanted to recruit Qianzong all stopped in their tracks. So it was this person who had killed Mountain Splitter. Mountain Splitter was one of the higher-ranking officials in the Mingho residence, and he had a good relationship with the Mingho. After killing Mountain Splitter, this person did not hide in the deep mountains and forests. Instead, he came to the royal city. He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qianzong felt threatened. That threat came from the 3 titled martial warriors, as well as the 10 people wearing bright silver armor. The bright light guards, Qianzong could not help but look solemn. He had already mentally prepared himself for entering the royal city, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. However, since it was already here, then so be it. This battle was unavoidable. In an instant, the 3 titled warriors immediately spread out and formed a triangular encirclement, surrounding Qianzong. The 10 bright light guards spread out very precisely. They seemed to be scattered around in a disorderly manner, but every foothold seemed to have been carefully calculated. They could make the fastest and most accurate response in an instant, regardless of whether it was attack or defense. In an instant, Qianzong felt as if he had been completely locked on. It was as if there was nowhere to run. Even if he had a pair of wings on his back, he would still be unable to escape. Qianzong had heard of the 6 David's fierce reputation before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now, the bright light guards were right in front of him. Although they had not made a move yet, he could get a glimpse of how terrifying they were. His heart sank slightly, and Qianzong's expression turned solemn. This was a life-and-death situation. From the looks of it, it was either life or death. There seemed to be no third possibility. since that was the case, if he wanted to live, he could only kill all of these people. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Xianxia immediately eliminated all distracting thoughts. His eyes also changed in an instant. They became extremely sharp, and his aura became more condensed. Vaguely, it seemed to become a sharp sword that could pierce through the sky. Red Sunblade sensed the change in Xianxia's aura and was stunned. He was even more impressed. Under such circumstances, it was indeed shocking that he could still have such an aura. However, this was all he could do. After all, if he did not surrender, he could only fight and fight to live. If he were in Xianxia's shoes, would he have such determination? Red Sunblade did not know. Although he was suspected of being a hired thug, he could enjoy a lot of resources and live like a prince. It was inevitable that he would lose his drive. "I hate that look in your eyes," the Wild Wind warrior said as he stared at Xianxia with a mocking look. "Are you planning to resist? If so, then unfortunately, I can only take your corpse back. Try it." Xianxia's voice was a little low, but it contained an indescribable sharpness and determination. Try it. Would he take his corpse back, or would he be cut down by his sword? "Take him," the fierce wind warrior said with a cold smile. He then signaled to the other two titled warriors. These two titled warriors were about the same strength as Mountain Splitter, but when they joined forces, they were more powerful than Mountain Splitter. The two of them laughed coldly. Soon after, they closed in on Xianxia from the left and right respectively. Their auras were shocking, and their terrifying mental will attacked Xianxia. One made Xianxia feel like a giant wave was crashing against him, while the other made Xianxia feel like a mountain rock was rolling down. The 10 bright light guards raised their left arms and aimed their crossbows at Xianxia. The terrifying crossbow arrows reflected an astonishing cold light under the sunlight. They were so sharp that it was difficult to look at them directly. Compared to the two approaching titled warriors, the crossbows of the 10 radiant guards posed a greater threat to Xianxia, and the pressure was even greater. The fierce wind warrior had no intention of making a move, at least for now. He also believed that there was no need for him to make a move. Xianxia was highly focused. He was paying attention to the approaching two titled warriors, the 10 bright light guards, and the fierce wind warrior. Xianxia was also paying attention to them from the corner of his eye. His body did not move, but he gathered all the strength in his body. He did not care even if he was overloaded. This battle was not a challenge, but a battle of life and death. He could not care less. Xianxia calculated silently. His mind was spinning rapidly, almost overloaded. He felt as if his brain was about to burn up. He had to kill the two titled warriors first. At the same time, he had to avoid the crossbow arrows of the bright light guards. He had to take the opportunity to escape and leave the arena as quickly as possible. If there was a chance, Xianxia would not want them to fight to the death here. It would be very disadvantageous to him. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he had to choose a place that was more advantageous to him. His thoughts were as fast as lightning. In a flash, the two titled warriors were closing in on him with terrifying power. Red Sunblade narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxia to see how he would react. In that instant, a fragmented golden sword light shot out. It was so bright and dazzling that it seemed as if it had cut through the night sky. It was unparalleled. This sword light streaked across the sky, across everyone's eyes, and across everyone's hearts, leaving behind an imprint that could not be erased for eternity. It was too fast. Even the bright light guards, who had undergone extremely strict training, could not react in time to such a speed. When they realized that something was wrong, they immediately shot out their crossbows. 10 specially made sharp crossbow arrows, each the length of 2 fingers, pierced through the sky in an instant. As they spun violently, their speed kept increasing. In less than a breath's time, they had crossed dozens of meters and shot toward Xianxia. During your National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dominator of the 6 Realms was silently working overtime to write his characters. That's why he had the current outburst. Let's not talk about it anymore. Here's the 10th update. Please vote, subscribe, and reward. Too fast. The 10 crossbow bolts were too fast, and ordinary people couldn't even catch them. Even an expert like Wild Blade Red Sun could barely catch them. The 10 bolts were as fast as lightning, and carried a frightening sharpness and coldness. Their astonishing power was enough to pierce through a finger-thick steel plate. Chen Zong's expression was cold. His eyes flashed like cold lightning. His sword was already back in its scabbard. His right hand grabbed one of the titled martial artist's corpses and used it as a shield in front of him. At the same time, his left leg kicked out and sent the other titled martial artist's corpse flying to the other side to block the arrows from the other side. That's right. When Chen Zong unsheathed his sword earlier, he had already killed those two veteran titled martial artists with decent abilities. Then, he used their corpses as shields. Shields, not just in name but also in reality. With Chen Zong's precise calculations and control, the corpses of the two titled martial warriors blocked 5 crossbow bolts for Chen Zong. As for the other 5, they were narrowly avoided by Chen Zong. Red Sunblade's eyes widened in shock, while the Wild Wind General's face turned solemn. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Terrifying, Chen Zong shook violently and threw the corpse of the titled martial warrior with 3 crossbow bolts. With the explosive force of a few hundred jin, the corpse, which weighed more than 100 jin, smashed into one of the bright light guards. At the same time, Chen Zong's heart started beating rapidly. His qi and blood were mobilized beyond their limits in an instant. They rushed to every part of his body, giving his body a tyrannical strength. Immediately, the strength rushed to his legs, wave after wave, like a surging tide. With a loud bang, Chen Zong's strength exploded. It was as if he had trampled the arena into pieces. His whole body turned into an arrow that had left the bow, and he quickly flew to the other side of the arena. The Mingguang guard struck with his saber. The saber gleam was ferocious and decisive as it ruthlessly slashed at the titled martial artist's corpse, cutting it in half. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The other 9 Mingguang guards also swiftly aimed at Chen Zong's body and fired their crossbows once again. The crossbow could be loaded with 3 arrows at the same time. Now, the second arrow was fired. 9 crossbow bolts shot toward Chen Zong at an astonishing speed. The fierce wind warrior also erupted in an instant, rushing toward Chen Zong as if it had turned into a gust of wind, intending to intercept Chen Zong. If the other party managed to escape even with 3 titled martial warriors and 10 radiant guards, it would be a huge loss of face. He rushed out like a gust of wind. At the same time, he raised the 2 axes on his back and chopped forward. His aura was astonishing, and the wind whistled endlessly. What happened next was so dazzling that it almost seemed like an illusion. Chen Zong, who was moving at an astonishing speed, paused, rushed, and turned. His footwork was exquisite, as if he were in a dream. He dodged the 9 crossbow bolts one after another. With a wave of his sword, golden fragments filled the air, and the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. That was the collision between the sword and the axe, and sparks flew everywhere. The fierce wind warrior only felt an extremely terrifying force from the sword. It actually caused his body to stop, and he was unable to continue his attack. However, Chen Zong was not affected at all. In an instant, he passed by the fierce wind warrior and ran away. The Mingguang guards did not look good either. After all, their 2 consecutive shots had been dodged by the other party. They only had 1 last shot left. After that, they would have to reload the crossbow bolts. Even though they had undergone training, it would still take a few breaths to reload the crossbow bolts. Stop! The fierce wind warrior roared. His left arm swelled, and under the tyrannical force, the axe flew out of his hand in an instant. As it spun, it seemed to bring about a terrifying storm. It mercilessly smashed toward Chen Zong's back with incomparable accuracy. In the eyes of the crowd, it did not seem like an axe, but a storm. Chen Zong's hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. It was as if his back had been shattered. This attack was too fast and too fierce. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only turn around. The Mingxin sword brought about fine golden sword light, as if scattered stars were scattered in the sky. It was misty and dazzling. With a swing of his sword, Chen Zong used the momentum to further increase his speed, making him even faster. The gate of the gladiator arena was right in front of him. As long as he rushed out, Chen Zong would have a greater chance of escaping. The moment the fierce wind warrior and the 10 Mingguang guards chased after him, Chen Zong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. That kind of horror went straight to his bone marrow and reached his soul. It was as if something would pierce through him in the next moment. An extremely sharp sound of breaking wind rang out, as if it was tearing his eardrums. Chen Zong's expression changed greatly. Immediately, a sharp arrow shot out from the side like lightning. In an instant, it crossed more than 100 meters and shot toward Chen Zong's left leg. Even steel would be pierced in an instant, let alone a body of flesh and blood. It was too fast, and the timing was perfect. It happened to be the moment Chen Zong's left leg fell. The moment he was about to kick, it was the most difficult moment for him to dodge. It had to be said that the person who shot the arrow was really terrifying. It made Chen Zong's heart tremble. Who was it that shot this arrow out of nowhere? He didn't know. Chen Zong didn't have time to think. In an instant, the life or death instinct that had been tempered thousands of times broke out from the deepest part of his soul. His left leg that was kicking suddenly paused, and his strength seemed to disperse again and spread to every part of his body. Immediately, the mind-clearing sword was unsheathed. With a brilliant golden light, it flickered with incomparable precision. This incredible scene shocked everyone to the extreme. The mind-clearing sword's blade just happened to pick the tip of the arrow, as if it had been practiced thousands of times. It was incomparably coincidental. A tyrannical force came from the arrow, as if it was going to break apart the clear heart sword. Chen Zong didn't use his strength to resist, but cleverly borrowed the force of the arrow. His whole body moved horizontally in an instant, and then rushed forward again. The person who shot the arrow from the side was even more shocked. His carefully planned arrow was blocked in such a way. It was unimaginable, as if he was dreaming. But when he saw that Chen Zong was about to rush out of the arena's entrance, he immediately reacted. This time, he put 3 arrows on the bowstring and instantly pulled them to a full moon. He shot them out as if they were shooting blindly, and they were still locked on to Chen Zong. Chen Zong had to swing his sword to split the arrows. With this delay, the fierce wind warrior also caught up with him. With 2 axes chopping down, 10 Mingguang guards quickly approached. With the cooperation of a top-titled martial artist, 10 Mingguang guards who were carefully trained to be proficient in fighting, killing, and cooperation, and a sharpshooter who suddenly appeared, they finally stopped Chen Zong, preventing Chen Zong from rushing out of the arena. It's over. The red flame blade couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was a little sad. Although Chen Zong's performance just now was amazing, in the end, they couldn't escape. The fierce wind warrior was a top-titled martial artist. Although Chen Zong's strength was very strong, it wasn't that easy to kill him. With the cooperation of the 10 Mingguang guards, they would be at a disadvantage. As for the person who shot the arrow, it was another titled martial warrior, a top-titled martial warrior. He belonged to the Wuhou government and his title was Divine Archer. Within the Longxian country, he was fully deserving of being the #1 archer. Among the 4 major Hou governments, the Ming Hou government and Wuhou government had the closest relationship. It wasn't surprising that Sharpshooter would make a move. Moreover, Sharpshooter came from the army and was Wuhou's right-hand man. He was different from other titled martial artists. In an open space, within a sufficient distance, the red flame blade, the fierce wind warrior and other top-titled martial artists were no match for Sharpshooter. Even a martial saint had to face him head-on. With Sharpshooter making a move, he's dead. The people from Wuhou government sneered. Sharpshooter was a middle-aged man with long and sharp eyes. Like an eagle, he stared at Chen Zong's body from more than 100 meters away and directly locked on. This distance was where Sharpshooter's bow and arrow were the most powerful. No matter if it was the bow or arrow, they were all specially made and had terrifying power. Seeing that Chen Zong was already surrounded by the 10 Mingguang guards and the fierce wind warrior, Sharpshooter didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he took out a very special arrow. The tip of the arrow was shaped like a spiral. It was very small and cold. From afar, Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Glancing at it from the corner of his eyes, he felt a piercing pain. Danger, an unprecedented danger. Not only did he have to deal with the fierce wind warrior's fierce wind axe technique, he also had to deal with the joint attack of the 10 Mingguang guards. He also had to pay attention to the arrow. Chen Zong's pressure suddenly increased to the extreme. It was as if his nerves were about to be overloaded and collapse. Pressure, The pressure between life and death, there was great terror, but there was also great opportunity. Whether or not one could resist the terror and seize the opportunity depended on one's ability. Chenzong never lacked ability. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. It was out of Chenzong's control. The thumping sound was like the beating of a drum, almost rushing out of his chest. His spiritual will seemed to be activated in an instant. The space between his eyebrows twitched continuously, as if something was about to break through the barrier between his eyebrows. Fear, palpitations, excitement, at the same time, sharpshooter's fingers loosened. The specially made arrow left the bowstring in an instant and pierced through the air. With an extremely sharp sound, it shot out like a wave. One arrow, pierced through heaven and earth. Chenzong just happened to block the fierce wind warrior's axe and avoid the attacks of the two Mingguang guards from the front and back. Then, he faced the attack of the arrow. In an instant, he was in a life-and-death situation. Everything around him seemed to slow down. It was as if the flow of time had changed. The coldness and killing intent of the Mingguang guards could be seen clearly. The ferocious expression on the fierce wind warrior's face seemed to freeze. This was a soundless world. This was a world full of dead silence. This was a world that was about to turn pale. The difference between fast and slow caused Chenzong to experience a great disparity. His body and mind seemed to be separated. In an instant, his mind shook. It was as if his spiritual will had exploded in an instant. An invisible force broke through the barrier between his eyebrows and rushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. It was as if a butterfly had broken out of its cocoon and unfolded its beautiful and stunning wings, gently flapping. Countless insights emerged in an instant and filled Chenzong's mind. It was as if Chenzong's mind was about to explode. But it didn't. Instead, it was clearly and orderly controlled by Chenzong. It was like a kind of inheritance. In this slow world, everything became sluggish. The wind, the clouds, the man, and the arrow. Chenzong's expression was solemn, as if he was on a pilgrimage. The mysteries of heaven and earth, of all things emerged one after another, as if they were all in his hands. The mysteries were all in his heart, mind, hands, and sword. The specially made arrow carried the power to kill, mercilessly piercing through the sky. It would not stop until it had pierced through Chenzong. Its momentum was astonishing, and its belief was invincible. If it had been Xianxia Sword King, Red Sun Blade, or the Fierce Wind Warrior, they would have been unable to dodge or block this arrow. They would have been pierced through, and even if they did not die, they would have been seriously injured. However, Chenzong was not that kind of person. His glabella seemed to have been split open, as if the hidden latch of heaven and earth had been opened in an instant. Although his spiritual will had not been strengthened, Chenzong's control and application of it had increased exponentially. He swung his sword, the sword disappeared into the air, and in its place was a bolt of lightning. The lightning was blazing white and incomparably dazzling, as if it had struck down from the sky with unparalleled power, tearing through the sky and shattering everything. Lightning brought destruction and destruction. Under the sword, the specially made arrow suddenly trembled and began to shatter from the tip. The strong collision produced a huge recoil force. Chenzong used the force to take a step back, directly neutralizing the impact. He swung his sword, and lightning streaked across the sky. This sword was extremely fast. It directly hit the body of a radiant light guard, knocking him back more than 10 steps. The radiant light armor, which had amazing defensive power, was pierced through by the sword. If not for the protection of the radiant light armor, this sword would have easily pierced through his body and killed him. However, these radiant light guards had undergone a long period of rigorous training. They were not afraid because of this. They immediately adjusted and pounced again, joining forces with the other radiant light guards to attack. The sword pierced through the air like a thunderbolt. When the sword struck out, there was a clap of thunder in the air, as if it was going to explode everything. The extremely terrifying thunderbolt blasted directly toward the fierce wind warrior. The thunderbolt pierced through the air and tore through the storm, mercilessly attacking. It made the fierce wind warrior's hair stand on end. This attack made him feel as if he was facing thunder and lightning. His heart trembled, and his body went numb. His chi and blood seemed to stagnate in an instant. There was no way to dodge, With a roar, the fierce wind warrior brandished his axes and unleashed all his strength to block Chenzong's sword. However, he couldn't stop it. The lightning struck the air, passing through the gaps between the axes and hitting the Wild Wind General directly. The terrifying power instantly pierced through the Wild Wind General's armor. This armor was also refined and had astonishing defensive power. It greatly weakened the power of the sword, allowing the fierce wind warrior to seize the opportunity to quickly retreat and save his life. 10 Mingguang guards arrived one after another. They cooperated with each other in perfect order and besieged Chenzong. The divine archer drew his bow again and aimed at Chenzong, bringing great pressure to Chenzong again. However, things were different now. Chenzong had already seen through the profundity and grasped the application of willpower. Chenzong's willpower was extremely powerful, many times stronger than that of a top-notch titled martial artist. The strength of a titled martial artist mainly depended on their mental strength and willpower. After all, their bodies were the bodies of ordinary people. No matter how much they trained, they could only approach the limits of the human body, but not surpass them. Those top-notch titled martial artists had all trained their bodies to an astonishing level and spent a lot of money to maintain it. This was also why they needed to rely on powerful organizations. What determined a titled martial artist's strength was their willpower. The stronger their willpower, the stronger the effect they could unleash, indirectly increasing their power. However, there was no special method to improve one's willpower. One could only rely on a long period of time to hone it bit by bit. It also required a certain amount of talent. Without enough talent, no matter how hard one worked, the results would be limited. Chenzong's willpower was many times stronger than that of a top-notch titled martial artist like Red Sun Blade. It was undoubtedly terrifying, almost inhuman. With such a strong willpower, Chenzong grasped the profundity of the technique. After using it a few times, he gradually familiarized himself with it, and its power gradually became apparent. The sword pierced the sky, the lightning shattered everything. The speed of the sword reached its peak in an instant, turning into 3 bolts of lightning that blasted towards the 3 Mingguang guards. The 3 powerful swords not only repelled the 3 Mingguang guards, but also broke the Mingguang armor. Immediately after, Chen Zong twisted his waist, and a powerful force burst forth. With a horizontal slash of his sword, it was as if he had blocked the flow of a river. It was also as if he had swept away an army of thousands of thunderbolts. Once again, he repelled 2 Mingguang guards. An extremely sharp gleam of light shot out from the depths of Chenzong's eyes, and it was terrifying. Immediately after, he took a step forward. The Mingguang sword turned into a fine golden gleam, piercing through the void with unparalleled sharpness, like a golden thunderbolt. It was as if the lightning had been compressed to the extreme. Its speed was astonishing, and its penetrating power was unparalleled. The sword pierced through the air, instantly piercing through a Mingguang guard's Mingguang armor. The remaining force did not dissipate, and it pierced through the Mingguang guard's heart, piercing through the gap between the drums. The terrifying force instantly pierced through the heart and shattered it. At the same time, Divine Archer released his fingers again, and a specially made arrow shot out again, as fast as lightning. This time, he seized the best opportunity again. It was the moment Chenzong's sword pierced the Mingguang guard's heart. Unexpectedly, in the face of this arrow, Chenzong shifted his feet, and immediately used the Mingguang guard as a shield to meet the sharp arrow. The sharp arrow was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through the Mingguang armor behind the Mingguang guard, and mercilessly stabbed into the Mingguang guard's back. However, the Mingguang guard's heart had already shattered, and he died an unnatural death. After blocking the arrow, Chenzong kicked the Mingguang guard's corpse to one side, blocking the crossbow arrows of the other 2 Mingguang guards. His body was short, and his whole body was like a snake slithering out of the grass. His speed was astonishing, and he was extremely agile. His sword broke the Mingguang guard's long saber, and turned into a thunderbolt, piercing through the Mingguang armor and into the Mingguang guard's heart. The second Mingguang guard was killed. Dodge, defend, counterattack. Chenzong demonstrated a peerless counterattack, and he continued to kill. One by one, the Mingguang guards fell, and there were only 5 left. However, the Mingguang guards had undergone extremely strict training. No matter how many of them there were, they could work together to exert a considerable amount of power. Of course, the more of them there were, the more power they could exert when working together. The fierce wind warrior was furious. He chased after Chenzong in a frenzy, but he was unable to catch up. The 6th Mingguang guard fell under Chenzong's sword. The pressure on Chenzong was also decreasing. Kill, the sword was as swift as lightning, and it was unbelievably fast. Moreover, a layer of invisible energy was added to the sword, making it even more tenacious and sharp. Chenzong was amazed by this technique. That invisible energy was the power of spiritual will. In the world of cultivation, spiritual will was a kind of illusory energy. However, in this world, for some reason, spiritual will showed a different kind of change, as if it was about to materialize. It was not as simple as interfering with the opponent's spiritual will. His sword was like thunder, and it bloomed with unparalleled lightning. It split the arrow, and his figure rushed forward, piercing through the throat of the 7th Mingguang guard. Kill, show no mercy. Chenzong's eyes were extremely cold, and they locked onto the 8th Mingguang guard like cold lightning. The shocking killing intent caused the Mingguang guard's expression to change slightly. Fast, Chenzong was very fast, but Chenzong's sword was also very fast. There was no way to dodge, and it was difficult to aim. That sword light was like an extremely dazzling thunderbolt that pierced through the air. The 8th Mingguang guard, in an instant, Chenzong turned around, and his sword turned into lightning. It carried a terrifying power and attacked the fierce wind warrior. The fierce Gale general was in the midst of furiously chasing after Chenzong, but he did not expect Chenzong to turn around and stab him with his sword. He was immediately startled and hastily swung his axes, creating a violent gale. The wind howled as the axe's sharp and tyrannical edges charged forward. Meeting on a narrow path, it was either you die or I die. The fierce wind warrior's face was full of viciousness. But in the next moment, his viciousness turned into shock, and the whistling wind also stopped in an instant. Chenzong pulled out his sword, leaving a sword hole in the fierce wind warrior's throat. Blood was gurgling out. His neck was pierced from the throat. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and fear. As blood spurted out, the pupils of Red Sun Blade in the distance shrank to the size of needles. He was terrified. The fierce wind warrior's strength was about the same as his, but he was killed by a sword strike. It was too terrifying. Such strength was simply invincible. Only a martial saint could do that. Could it be that this person was a martial saint? If he was a martial saint, why did he challenge him? For a moment, Red Sun Blade's mind was in a mess. Although the remaining 2 Mingguang guards were not weak, they were nothing to Chenzong. 2 kills with 2 swords, the 10 Mingguang guards all fell to the ground, dead. Immediately, Chenzong's eyes swept over and fell on the bowman 100 meters away. Divine Archer was shocked. He took out 3 arrows without hesitation, aimed directly at Chenzong, and released them. The 3 arrows pierced through the air, and Divine Archer took out 3 more arrows to shoot again, while retreating at the same time. After 3 rounds of shooting, 3 arrows pierced through the air, and Divine Archer quickly retreated, intending to leave this place. Even when the fierce wind warrior and the 10 Mingguang guards worked together, his arrows could not kill them, let alone now. It was better to leave first, but would Chenzong let him go? No, the answer was incomparably certain. Since the fierce wind warrior shot arrows to stop him at the beginning, he was a sworn enemy and deserved to be killed. Even if it was because the fierce wind warrior intercepted him and caused him to face the crisis of life and death, which allowed him to find an opportunity to break through, master extraordinary means, and increase his strength greatly, he still deserved to be killed. He swung his sword surged like lightning, shattering the arrows one by one. Chenzong did not slow down at all, rushing forward with irresistible force. Kill, the sword was like thunder, rapidly approaching. Divine Archer's expression changed greatly, but he was good at archery and speed, so he could escape better. Seeing that his opponent was about to escape, Chenzong immediately overloaded, his speed increased, and his whole person was like a giant arrow, extremely fast. You chase, I run, and quickly rushed to the pavilion on the side of the battle arena. That was where the 8 aristocratic families, the 4 marquis manors, and the great general's manors were. Divine Archer's direction was where the group of people from the Wu marquis government was. Stop right there. The people from Wuhou government shouted, and a terrifying aura fell on Chenzong. But Chenzong did not seem to have heard them. His speed was shocking, and he dashed forward like lightning. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he locked onto the divine archer without any hesitation. The divine archer thought that he was safe when he returned to Wuhou government's camp. He did not expect the opponent to rush over directly. He was too bold. Kill him. The people from Wuhou government were enraged. They had a few titled warriors with them, and they gave the order in anger. The people from Minghou government gave the order at the same time. Such audacity, unforgivable. The people from the general's residence said at the same time. In an instant, the people from the 4 great marquis residences and the general's residence were furious. They ordered the titled warriors to attack together and deal with Chenzong. The people from the 8 great aristocratic families naturally had to express their stance. This had already risen to the level of challenging the authority of the royal family. If they did not kill him, they would not be able to intimidate the world. Red Sun Blade had no choice but to attack. Although he was unwilling, but under such circumstances, if he did not attack, no matter how much Marquis Jing valued him, he would not be able to escape punishment. In an instant, more than 10 titled warriors attacked. The divine archer once again aimed his arrow at Chenzong, causing Chenzong to be in danger again. But, that was then and this is now. Chenzong's eyes became colder. Originally, he did not want to go against the royal family, but they wanted to deal with him. Since that was the case, he would fight and kill. With the clear heart sword in his hand, his killing intent was overflowing. His footsteps were fast, and he dodged left and right to avoid the attacks. Then, he swung his sword. Immediately, the sword slashed across the throat of a titled warrior. The sharp blade cut open his throat. Blood spurted out, but it did not affect Chenzong at all. The titled warrior's eyes widened, and he covered his throat with one hand. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He did not expect that he would be killed so easily. A crimson blade light slashed through the air, bringing with it an astonishing heat. It was like a scorching sun descending. It was the red sun blade's attack. He had to attack. Since he had to attack, there was no reason to go easy on him. The fragmented golden sword light shone. It was misty and dreamy, as if countless threads were spreading out. They were not lightning, thunder, or thunderbolts. They were strands of incomparably sharp golden threads. The golden threads were extremely sharp. Red Sun Blade's eyelids suddenly twitched. A trace of fear emerged from the depths of his heart and gushed out. That sword directly pierced through the crimson saber light, piercing through Wild Red Sun Saber's throat and exiting from the back of his neck. For a moment, Red Sun Mad Blade didn't feel fear or regret. Instead, he felt a trace of expectation. The martial arts shouldn't decline like this, but he hoped that they could regain their former glory. Chenzong's sword was merciless. Sometimes, it turned into a thunderbolt, bringing with it an astonishingly fierce and violent attack. Sometimes, it turned into a storm, bringing with it the power to sweep away and destroy everything. At other times, it would transform into a torrent that flowed endlessly with endless might, washing away and drowning everything. Sometimes, it would turn into a torrential downpour, rapid and heavy. From time to time, the sword was like a drifting cloud, changing unpredictably. From time to time, the sword was like a blade of grass swaying in the wind. It looked weak, but was actually incomparably tough. Wind, thunder, rain, lightning, mountains, rivers, and even the sun, moon, and stars were all transformed by Chenzong. With the sword in hand, his spirit could transform into anything. At this moment, Chenzong seemed to have turned into a god of the sword, doing something unimaginable. Kill, kill, kill. More than a dozen titled martial artists fell under Chenzong's sword one by one. It only took about 10 breaths of time. He was simply inhuman. However, that godlike arrow couldn't be shot because he found it difficult to lock onto his opponent. If he couldn't lock onto his opponent, the arrow would be useless. With firm and sharp steps, Chenzong walked past the corpses of more than a dozen titled martial artists. Blood flowed everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. With a sword in hand, he pointed it diagonally to the ground. Drops of blood flowed along the spine of the sword to the tip. Chenzong's eyes were extremely sharp. Shocking murderous intent flashed in his eyes, like a whirlpool spinning towards the center, condensing into a point. Seeing more than a dozen titled martial artists lying in a pool of blood, the 4 great marquis residences, the great general residences and the 8 great aristocratic families were all horrified. This person had a strong murderous intent. Stop right there. Stop right there. Do you hear me? Suddenly, someone panicked. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to attack us? We are from the Wuhou government. Have you considered the consequences? If you dare to attack us, no one can save you. As Qinzong's footsteps approached, these people were completely flustered. At this moment, they felt helpless. In the face of such a powerful individual, the power they were so proud of instantly lost its effect. The era of martial artists had declined. Martial artists were suppressed and reduced to the thugs of the royal family. So what? At this moment, martial arts reigned supreme. Close at hand, surrounded by enemies. Qinzong's speed suddenly increased. Like a gust of wind, he flew towards divine archery. At this moment, Qinzong only had one target, and that was divine archery. This person must die. Divine archery was shocked. He knew that Wuhou government alone could not protect him, at least in this battle arena. He could only run. Even though he jumped and immediately ran away, Qinzong pursued him closely. Divine archery's speed was fast, but Qinzong's explosive speed was even faster. As he approached, the murderous intent in Qinzong's eyes became more and more intense. His tyrannical spirit flowed back and forth on the sword, gradually accumulating and producing an indescribable change. Immediately, Qinzong swung his sword. At this moment, the distance between Qinzong and divine archery was only about 10 meters. Divine archery, on the other hand, was about to rush out of the battle arena. Once he rushed out of the battle arena, divine archery would have a greater chance of escaping from Qinzong's pursuit with the help of the terrain outside. Swinging his sword from 10 meters away, hitting the air, but in the next scene, something horrifying happened. There was actually a gray aura that shot out from the sword. It was extremely fast, instantly cutting through the air and killing towards divine archery. This was sword aura. Seeing this scene, each and every one of the royal family members was close to despair. Martial Saint, only martial saints could release sword aura and sword aura attacks. This person was actually a martial saint, although Longxian country had killed many martial saints in history, establishing the royal family's supremacy and weakening the influence of martial artists, causing the era of martial artists to gradually decline. But those in the know also knew that the price to pay for killing a martial saint was not small. The so-called 1 against 1,000 was not an exaggeration, and that was in an open space. If it was in a complex terrain, especially in a city, a martial saint was simply terrifying. Although in theory, 1,000 elite soldiers could surround and kill a martial saint, and 100 archers could kill a martial saint with 3 volleys of arrows, that was referring to the terrain that was advantageous to the elite soldiers and archers. If it was in a city, 2,000 elite soldiers might not be able to kill a martial saint. Divine archery's hair stood on end. When he looked back, he saw a sword aura piercing through the air. He was scared out of his wits. Unable to dodge, he could only turn around and slash out with his sword, using all his strength to shatter the sword aura. Separated by a dozen meters, the power of the sword chi became very weak. However, it still managed to block the divine shot for a moment. Qinzong's body paused for a moment before he quickly chased after Yi Chen. His sword pierced through the air like a shooting star, extremely bright and dazzling. Divine archery's face was full of shock. His pupils contracted to the size of needles in an instant, and a trace of indescribable fear emerged from the depths of his heart. Meteor piercing through the sky, kill, Qinzong did not stop. He quickly rushed forward and rushed out of the battle arena. In this battle, Qinzong had killed more than 10 titled martial artists, and a few of them were top-notch titled martial artists. He had also killed 10 Mingguang guards that the Minghou residents had carefully nurtured. It was shocking. However, Qinzong had also paid a price. Previously, before he had broken through, his body had been overloaded, and he would occasionally feel waves of pain in his body. He had to recuperate to recover. Qinzong was very fast. After leaving the battle arena, he immediately rushed into a restaurant and bought a lot of dry food and other things. He quickly left and rushed into a pharmacy to buy some medicine. Then, he rushed into the most famous mystical martial alley in Monarch City. Mystical Martial Alley was an alley that had been left behind a long time ago. It covered a vast area and there were many small alleys inside. Once one entered, it was easy to get lost and it would be difficult to get out. Xianxia chose this place as his temporary hiding place to recuperate from the injuries left behind by his overloaded body. If he were to leave the city now, firstly, he would be injured. Secondly, he would not be able to outrun the horses that the royal family had painstakingly nurtured. It would be very disadvantageous for him if they chased after him. After all, a cavalry charge would be very powerful. Therefore, staying in Monarch City was the best choice. Mystical Martial Alley had a complicated terrain and was more suitable for him to hide temporarily. Xianxia also knew that he would be found sooner or later. However, what he wanted was to fully recover from his injuries before he was found. He also wanted to have some time to properly digest the gains from his breakthrough and strive to be in his best condition to face a strong enemy. When Xianxia was making all the preparations, the people from the 4 marquises' residences, the great generals' residences, and the 8 aristocratic families left one after another. They were all very fast. However, they were just ordinary people. Although they were pampered and had better physiques than commoners, they could not be compared to martial artists. Therefore, when they rushed back to their residences, Xianxia had already hidden in Mystical Martial Alley. The death of more than a dozen titled martial artists and 10 radiant guards immediately caused a great shock. The 4 marquises' residences, the great generals' residences, and the 8 aristocratic families were all shocked and then enraged. Soon after, the royal court was also furious. A mere martial artist dared to be so arrogant and wantonly kill people. He deserved to die. Xianxia Sword King also had a certain status and quickly received the news. In that instant, he was completely stunned. Terrifying, acting recklessly, audacious, Xianxia Sword King did not know how to describe the other party. There was also another thing that shocked him, and that was Xianxia's strength. Not long ago, he had fought fiercely with him. Although Xianxia seemed to be stronger than him, there was a limit. Now, he had killed the fierce wind warrior, blazing sun blade, and divine archer. According to the news, it did not seem difficult. In just a few days, his strength had increased so much. It was simply unbelievable. Xianxia Sword King could not understand. What a good sword god. What a pity. Xianxia Sword King could not help but sigh. If this was the martial era, this person would definitely shine and become a milestone for martial artists. There was a very ordinary hut in Mystical Martial Alley. There were many such huts in Mystical Martial Alley, but one of them was Xianxia. After resting for half a day, Xianxia's injuries gradually healed with the help of medicine. This was thanks to Xianxia's precise control of his body and the right ratio of medicine. He absorbed all of it without wasting a single bit. Immediately, Xianxia began to comprehend. The benefits of this breakthrough were very obvious. Xianxia's strength had increased tremendously. That was why he had been able to turn the tables and kill a group of titled martial artists and radiant guards in a desperate situation. He had shocked everyone and successfully escaped. Now, it was time to settle down. Xianxia still remembered everything that happened when he broke through. At that moment, his strong spiritual will broke through the shackles between his eyebrows and flapped its wings like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and flying high. At the same time, the spiritual will that shot out also received information from heaven and earth. It was similar to a kind of inheritance. It was a kind of application and mystery of the spiritual will. Spiritual manifestation, in other words, it was to use the spiritual will to simulate something in the natural world, such as flowing water, mountains, flames, storms, and so on. Of course, to comprehend it, one needed to have a strong enough spiritual will, as well as enough training and settling down. Any success did not come out of thin air, nor was it achieved overnight. It required hard work and sufficient accumulation. Those titled warriors had been constantly training themselves and accumulating when they were at the martial warrior and elite warrior stage, consciously targeting a certain aspect. For example, the Long River Sword King had cultivated sword techniques that were somewhat related to rivers. He often observed the flow of the river and finally created the long river sword technique before the river to achieve a breakthrough. The red sun blade was similar, and so was the fierce wind warrior. They, even those martial saints, were only proficient in one kind. Their spiritual will could simulate or even transform into a kind of power to affect and interfere with reality. It was not just confusion. Qianzong, who had mastered this method, knew deeply that the application of spiritual will was almost tangible. It was very ingenious and amazing. By attaching it to a sword, it could greatly enhance the strength, toughness, and sharpness of the sword, thus increasing its power. Qianzong was different from other titled martial artists and even martial saints. His spiritual will was extremely strong and was several times stronger than that of top-notch titled martial artists. Furthermore, not only could he conjure one type of power, he could also conjure other types of powers. For example, when Qianzong first broke through, he transformed thunder and lightning. After getting used to it, he gradually transformed it into torrents, torrential rain, sharp metal, and so on. Right now, Qianzong was settling down. Once he settled down, he was confident that he would be able to transform his psyche into a myriad of manifestations. The Imperial Royal Guards. The Imperial Guards were the elites of the elites. 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 Among the 3,000 Imperial Guards, there were differences. Swordsmen. Long spear soldiers, soldiers long. Archers. The 3,000 Imperial Guards formed an encirclement, sealing off all the exits of the mystical martial alley from all directions. Then, warriors in blood-red armor with dragon claw patterns appeared. There were 20 of them. Dragon Blood Guards. Every Dragon Blood Guard was a top-notch elite warrior, and out of the 20 of them, 4 had even reached the level of titled warrior. In addition, 20 Bright Light Guards, 20 Jinggan Guards, 20 Iron Guards, 20 Anhua Guards, and 20 Baijian Guards were deployed. They entered Mystical Martial Alley to find Qianzong's whereabouts and kill him. Mingho's residence could only nurture 30 Bright Light Guards. It was a great loss to lose 10 of them. Now, he deployed the remaining 20 without mercy. It represented Mingho's firm determination. There were 40 Dragon Blood Guards. Mobilizing 20 of them was half of the total. The other Jinggan Guards only had 30 at most. Mobilizing 20 of them at once was very scary. Immediately, a tall figure wearing golden armor stepped into the mystical martial alley like the wind. Even this lord is mobilized. It seems that Qianzong is doomed this time. The royal family did not block any news of this battle. They wanted to let the world know that the warriors had declined. Even if they called themselves the Sword God, even if they had the strength of a martial sage, it would not change anything. In the hearts of the commoners, warriors had a very high status, especially martial sages. They were a symbol of noble status. However, the monarch's strategy was to prioritize the royal power over the warriors. This time, because of Qianzong, the atmosphere among the warriors had become heated, and there were signs that something was going to happen. Even though it was only a temporary phenomenon, it was absolutely not allowed to happen. Once there were signs, it had to be nipped in the bud to ensure that there would not be any changes. Qianzong must die. The royal family deliberately released the news to let people know how powerful the royal family was. A martial sage was nothing in front of the country. The real power was the country's power. In this way, the cohesion of the warriors would be further strengthened. Many warriors were watching and waiting. Even if they knew that Qianzong would definitely die in the face of such a lineup and such a force, they still had a little expectation in their hearts. That slight expectation was like a candle in the wind, burning in the night wind, which could be extinguished at any time. As warriors, even if they had become the royal family's hired thugs, they still had a sense of pride and expectation as warriors in the deepest part of their hearts. The Sword God, unknowingly, in a short period of time, this had become a symbol and pride. It was the last struggle. If the Sword God could survive this battle, perhaps the era of warriors would return. There was a slight possibility. However, the possibility was too low. It was almost impossible. Because 3,000 Imperial Guards, 6 David Guards, and even the martial sage of the royal family had come in person. If they could not escape, they could only fight to the death. In the ordinary house, Qianzong was frightened. He felt a trace of palpitation for no reason. He almost suffocated. Danger, 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 there was a great terror and danger coming. With a flash of light in his eyes, Qianzong knew that the royal family had taken action. A bloody battle was inevitable. Then, come on. Qianzong's injuries had been healed, and he had almost settled down after the breakthrough. He only felt his blood boiling. Perhaps this battle would be the last one before he left this world. Because Qianzong had grasped the opportunity to master the half-step sword intent. Strictly speaking, the application of spiritual will was actually close to the Tao intent. In other words, it was the predecessor of the Tao intent. It was the first and most crude stage of the half-step Tao intent. The breakthrough was close at hand. As long as he was willing, he could really make a thorough breakthrough. Then, let's fight. Qianzong's blood boiled, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky, but it was immediately suppressed. He had to fight, but he couldn't fight blindly and recklessly. The royal family's action this time was definitely not a small matter. They had mobilized a terrifying force that was enough to kill him. In that case, he had to be cautious enough to defeat them one by one in order to ensure his survival and kill the enemy. Qianzong was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. There seemed to be a flame burning in his chest. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. His eyes became sharper, like the edge of a sword that could penetrate everything. You also feel excited. Qianzong held the hilt of the mind-clearing sword and said secretly. The sword seemed to be psychic and trembled slightly. The sword was excited, and so was Qianzong's heart. He was excited for the upcoming bloody battle. He was excited for the sword to be stained with blood. Practicing the sword should be used to kill people. The sword was a lethal weapon. It was a killing weapon. The 3,000 Imperial Guards did not enter the mystical martial alley to search. Instead, they scattered outside the alley and sealed everything. As long as Qianzong rushed out, he would immediately be besieged by at least a few hundred of the 3,000 Imperial Guards. Hundreds of Imperial Guards who were more elite than elite soldiers. Their individual strength might only be at the martial warrior level, but when they worked together, even a top-titled martial warrior would not be able to last for a few breaths. Even a martial saint would be entangled and unable to escape. There were even tens of thousands of elite soldiers outside waiting for orders to provide support. This was a death trap, a hopeless situation. The 6 great guards, a total of 120 people, were divided into 6 teams. They entered the mystical martial alley and searched from 6 directions. A figure in golden armor walked quickly and searched in the alley. The mystical martial alley was famous. It was not small, but it was not very big either. 120 people could finish searching in half a day if they wanted to. Moreover, these people had undergone strict training and had the topographic map of the mystical martial alley to refer to. Time passed slowly. Qianzong tried his best to adjust and maintain his state. Footsteps. Qianzong's ears twitched slightly. He heard footsteps. It was very soft, but it was getting louder and louder. Although it was not obvious, Qianzong was certain that it was not an auditory hallucination. Moreover, it sounded as if there was only one set of footsteps. To ordinary people or titled martial warriors, this was true. However, to Qianzong, it was not. It was a uniform footstep. The weight of the footsteps was the same when they landed, the speed of their movements was the same, and the width of their strides was the same. It was as if they were 120. Qianzong thought to himself. His eyes were getting brighter. The footsteps of 20 people were exactly the same, as if they were made by the same person. This ability immediately made Qianzong think of the 6 great guards. Bright light guards? Or something else? Qianzong guessed. Yesterday, he had seen the strength of the bright light guards. If he had not achieved a breakthrough, it would not have been easy to defeat them. 10 bright light guards were already comparable to top-titled martial warriors when they joined forces. If 20 bright light guards joined forces, they would definitely be stronger. Qianzong did not know which of the 6 great guards the 20 people were from. However, no matter which one they were from, he was not afraid. Even if they were the most powerful dragon blood guards, Qianzong was confident that he could go against them and even kill them. Confidence came from strength. They were getting closer, the footsteps of the 20 people were getting closer and closer. Through the footsteps, Chenzong made a judgment and judged how close they were. The sound of uniformed footsteps gradually approached, then stopped, right outside the small house Chenzong was hiding in. They seemed to be inspecting. The inspection was very detailed, not even the slightest clue could escape. Chenzong knew that his plan had failed. Since that was the case, then he had to make his move. The moment the door was opened, a group of experts immediately raised their arms, aiming their crossbows at the door. If Chenzong rushed out, their crossbows would shoot out. Under normal circumstances, even if there was an ambush, they would not choose to make their move at this time. But Chenzong did the opposite. The moment the door opened, a ray of fragmented golden light floated out, extremely fast, and extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through and cut through everything, causing people's hair to stand on end. The opponent's reaction was also very fast. The crossbow arrows broke through the air. A total of 10 crossbow arrows shot out with astonishing sharpness. The fragmented golden sword light transformed into specks of starlight. Every speck of starlight was a sword tip. One after another they struck the crossbow arrows, deflecting them. The fragmented golden starlight gathered, condensing into the most dazzling and resplendent sword aura, breaking through the air. These 20 people were the Wuhou government's iron martial guards. Their bodies were covered in black iron armor, better protecting themselves. Their reactions were extremely fast, the long blades at their waists unsheathed, transforming into a cold pitch-black blade aura, directly chopping down. This blade was simple, sharp and ruthless. It had been tempered thousands of times, returning to its original state. The iron martial guards were personally trained by Wuhou. They had all been on the battlefield, hence their blade techniques were very standard battlefield blade techniques. Every blade was simple, but very direct. It was a killing blade technique that had been tempered thousands of times, abandoning all elegance, only seeking to kill the enemy. Every iron martial guard had been on the battlefield with the enemy, life and death battles. Every iron martial guard had taken at least 100 enemy lives. Chenzong had a feeling of horror. The blade techniques were exquisite and simple, the killing intent was astonishing. But Chenzong's expression was calm, facing the few blades chopping down. His heart did not have the slightest ripple. His sword swung out, like a hurricane, directly sweeping away the few blade auras. The sword transformed into a thunderbolt and struck out. Just as it was about to pierce through one of them, suddenly 2 blades pierced through the air, simultaneously attacking Chenzong. In this situation, the normal thing to do was to withdraw the sword and dodge. But Chenzong did not do so. With a twist of his body, he abruptly spun in the air, cleverly avoiding the killing intent of the 2 long blades. However, the sword did not stop at all. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air. In an instant, it pierced into the opponent's throat. First kill, 20 iron martial guards, 19. End the battle, Chenzong, Chenzong, and Chenzong, 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 Chen, 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 Chen. And Chenzong, Chen, 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 Chen. After killing one, Chenzong's feet landed on the ground, his strength exploding, propelling his entire body forward. His sword cut through the air. The sword's light was incomparably sharp, like a gust of wind, slicing through the air, killing the second iron martial guard. Chenzong's willpower, which was several times stronger than that of a top-notch titled martial guard, caused an extremely strong impact to his opponent. Even though the iron martial guards had undergone rigorous training and could resist the willpower of a titled martial guard to a certain extent, they could not resist Chenzong's willpower. In the end, the 6 Great David were indeed very strong. If 10 of them worked together, they could fight or even kill a top-notch titled martial guard, not to mention 20 of them. But they were still no match for a martial sage. And now, whether Chenzong's strength had reached the level of a martial sage, Chenzong himself was not sure. But he was sure that he was definitely several times stronger than a top-notch titled martial guard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to easily kill top-notch titled martial guards like the Fierce Wind Warrior and the Flaming Sun Blade. Strength was the source of confidence. The iron martial guards were indeed very strong. If 20 of them worked together, they would be able to kill any top-notch titled martial guard in a short period of time. But if they could not kill a martial sage, they could not kill Chenzong either. Extremely strong willpower, exquisite swordsmanship, and the experience and aura of a person who had been through hundreds of battles had all contributed to Chen Zong's strength. Kill, with a slash of the sword, the iron martial guard tried his best to block it, but he could not do anything. The sword light was too fast, like a gust of wind. It also changed in an instant, like a floating cloud, unpredictable and unpredictable. The sword slashed across the iron martial guard's throat, directly slicing through half of his neck. In a situation where the power of his willpower was fully unleashed, the opponent's specially made armor could not completely block it. It could only weaken it by a little. The remaining bit was enough to cut through the iron martial guard's body. He was as fast as a cheetah, as powerful as a ferocious tiger, and as agile as a flying dragon. If someone were to see this, they would be extremely shocked. A mere mortal body could be so fast, so ferocious, and so nimble. His various transformations were simply against the common sense of the human body. It was extremely shocking. Chen Zong avoided the long sabers of the iron martial guards. The clear heart sword was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, forceful and sharp. Ultimate kill, the third one. It was fine if he did not use his sword, but once he did, he would definitely die. The iron martial guards quickly spread out, shooting arrows once again. But the moment they spread out, Chen Zong also moved quickly, closing in on them. He swung his sword, knocking away the arrows. With another slash of his sword, he killed another iron martial guard. The 20 iron martial guards were not ordinary people, nor could they be compared to ordinary martial warriors. Each of them was extremely powerful and experienced in battle. It would not be so easy for Chen Zong to kill them all in a short period of time. Saber light flashed, slashing from all directions, as if wanting to cut Chen Zong into pieces. The terrifying killing intent caused one's scalp to go numb and their hair to stand on end. But Chen Zong's expression remained calm, not panicking at all. It was as if what was slashing down was not saber light, but an illusion. As his footsteps crisscrossed, his body twisted like a snake slithering through the grass, causing the saber light to miss. With another slash of his sword, as if it had pierced through countless saber light, it pierced through the throat of another iron martial guard, killing him. Kill, 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 shocking killing intent swept out in all directions. Chen Zong did not show any mercy. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to be killed by him. At this point, there was no other way to go. He could only fight to the end. His killing intent grew. His eyes became sharper, piercing through the air and landing on another iron martial guard. He slashed. Thunder, gale, shower, lightning. Flowing cloud, every sword strike had a different profundity, different speed, and different strength. As the iron martial guards continued to die, the pressure on Chen Zong decreased. Kill, there were only 5 iron martial guards left. These 5 iron martial guards did not fight with Chen Zong. Instead, they quickly left. They needed to lure the others to surround and kill this person. Otherwise, this person's strength would be too strong. Chen Zong swung his sword. A silver-gray sword chi instantly tore through the air and slashed through the neck of an iron martial guard, splitting it in half. He leaped, using the wall as support, and slashed through the air, killing another iron martial guard. Chase, however, the remaining 3 iron martial guards quickly split up and ran in different directions. Their physiques were all outstanding. For a moment, Chen Zong could only chase after one of them and temporarily give up on the other 2. He took a step forward, running like a cheetah with astonishing speed. He quickly caught up with the iron martial guard and killed him. At this time, the other 2 iron martial guards had already run far away. Chen Zong quickly took the crossbow from the iron martial guard and tied it to his belt. There were still 9 crossbow bolts on the belt. With a glance, Chen Zong quickly understood the principle and operation of the crossbow bolts. He immediately placed 3 crossbow bolts on the belt and fastened them to his left forearm. He quickly chased after one of the iron martial guards. Chen Zong's speed was very fast. He was even faster than the other party. As he slowly approached, he raised his hand. The crossbow bolt pierced through the air and hit the other party's back. However, it was blocked by the other party's armor. The second arrow was shot. Without any luck, the crossbow bolt directly pierced through the other party's leg joint. The other party staggered and was about to fall forward. Qianzong quickly rushed forward and killed the other party with a single strike. Qianzong took the other party's crossbow bolt. If used properly, this thing was a killing weapon. It would be of great help to him in dealing with strong enemies. As for the last iron martial guard, it would be difficult to catch up. Qianzong's eyes flashed. He quickly looked around. Soon after, he erased all traces of himself and quickly left. About half an hour later, a golden figure rapidly approached and finally stopped in front of the corpses of the iron martial guards. It was an old man wearing golden dragon armor. His figure was tall and mighty. Although he didn't look young, his face was ruddy. His qi and blood were even more vigorous than a young man's. On his back was a large golden sword. The old man's eyes were extremely sharp. They swept across the corpses. He immediately squatted down and flipped open one of the corpses. When he saw the wound on the throat, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. With his many years of sword practice and incomparably rich battle experience, the old man could tell at a glance that it was a sword wound. This sword wound was smooth and sharp. It meant that when the sword was used to kill, there was no obstruction at all. This meant that the sword's quality was very high. It also meant that the person's swordsmanship was very high. His attack was also extremely ruthless. Interesting. It was not in vain for this old man to personally take action, the old man muttered to himself. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He originally thought that the king was making a mountain out of a molehill for him to personally take action. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Although the 6 great guards were very strong, it was still unknown whether they could kill the other party. Looking at this place, there were more than 10 corpses of the iron martial guards. The sword wound on each corpse was basically the same. It was frightening enough that they came from the same person. He hadn't fought with anyone for many years. The 2 in Monarch City had also fought before, but it was difficult to determine the victor. There was no point in continuing the fight. Now, an interesting person had appeared. Perhaps, he would be a good opponent. It was lonely to stand at the top. An opponent was hard to find. The old man took a step forward. His footsteps were vigorous and swift, not at all inferior to those young and strong titled martial artists. Qianzong tried his best to restrain his aura. His footsteps were very light, making it difficult for others to detect. The 6 great guards, or rather, only the 5 great guards, were looking for Qianzong. Qianzong was also looking for them. This was a bloody battle of life and death. There was no luck. It was either you or me. Qianzong didn't want to die. Therefore, he had to kill his opponent. Hunter, prey, who was the hunter and who was the prey? It was all changing. You are chasing me, and I am also chasing you. This was a battle of life and death. Outside the fog, 3,000 Imperial guards were on standby. They were completely on guard. 20 Mingguang guards walked briskly through the small alleys of the mystical martial alley. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot towards one of the Mingguang guards. It was a crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrow was extremely fast and shocking. It was as if it could pierce through the sun and the moon, and the timing was unique. Even the Mingguang guards who had undergone rigorous training could not avoid it. By the time they sensed it, the crossbow arrow had already crossed dozens of meters in the air and shot into the neck of the Mingguang guard through a gap in the armor. There was a slight gap between the helmet and the armor, but the crossbow arrow pierced through and killed the Mingguang guard instantly. At the same time, a flash of sword light shot down from the sky like lightning. The sword was extremely sharp, like a meteor piercing the moon. It was extremely fast and sharp. Kill. It directly pierced through the armor of the 2nd Mingguang guard and killed him. In just an instant, 2 Mingguang guards who had undergone rigorous training and were feared by many warriors were killed. The remaining 18 Mingguang guards looked cold and solemn. They reacted quickly and scattered in an instant. They aimed their crossbows at the falling figure and shot without hesitation. Suddenly, 18 crossbow arrows pierced through the air like lightning. But all of this seemed to be under the control of that figure. He once again used the corpses of the 2 radiant guards as shields to block a portion of the crossbow bolts. With a wave of his sword, he deflected the other bolts. Then, he crouched down and charged out like a cheetah. The mystical martial alley was not very big, but it was very complicated. The 6 Mingguang guards were scattered in different directions, making it easier for Chen Zong to defeat them one by one. After a fierce battle, none of the 20 Mingguang guards managed to escape. They all died under Chen Zong's sword. The blood of the Mingguang sword dripped onto the ground and made a ticking sound. After Chen Zong collected some arrows, he quickly left. These crossbow bolts would be a great help to him, helping him to kill his enemies better. At this point, the Mingguang guards were all wiped out. There was only one iron guard left. After Chen Zong left, he did not immediately look for other enemies. Instead, he rested. After a fierce battle, he had used up a lot of energy. He needed to eat and rest to recover. Only then could he ensure that he was in peak condition to face other strong enemies. This time, it might be more dangerous than he had imagined. Of the 6 great guards, the Dragon Blood Guard was the strongest. The other 5 guards were about the same in strength. However, the 100 Battles guards were different. Out of the 20 of them, 10 of them had crossbows, while the other 10 didn't. Both bows and crossbows had their own advantages, but if used well, they were both terrifying. The crossbow was very convenient and fast when it was fired. Its speed was extremely fast, and it could be fired with a raise of the hand. Its penetrative power was amazing, but its range was limited. It was about 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, the power of the crossbow arrow would be greatly reduced. Bows, on the other hand, were different. No matter how fast a bow was, it would still take some time to draw an arrow. It was slower than a crossbow, but its advantage lay in its range. Strong bows could shoot arrows up to 100 meters, and within 100 meters, they could deal considerable damage. The difference between 50 meters and 100 meters was huge in a world without extraordinary powers. After all, even a Martial Saint-level expert would need 2 to 3 breaths of time to cross 50 meters, and that was under the condition of using his full strength. Although the archery skills of the 100 war guards could not be compared to divine archery, it was still very frightening. However, everything was under Chen Zong's control. The terrain of the mystical martial alley was complicated, and bows would be limited here. Of course, in addition to their amazing archery skills, these 10 archers were also very strong in close combat. However, no matter what, they were all dead. All of them died under Chen Zong's sword. They were powerful, but Chen Zong was even more powerful. After killing them, Chen Zong took the crossbow, a strong bow, and a quiver of arrows. After recovering his strength, he continued to search and hunt. Out of the 6 great guards, 3 were already dead. The remaining 3 were the strongest, the Dragon Blood guards, the Jinggan guards, and the Nguwei. You treat me as prey, and I treat you as prey. This was a game of life and death. The Jinggan guards were destroyed, the Nguwei were destroyed, the Iron guards who found the Nguwei were also dead. At this point, out of the 6 great guards, only the strongest, the Dragon Blood guards, were left. They split into 2 directions and surrounded Chen Zong. On the left and right sides were high walls. Draw the bow, load the arrows. In an instant, Chen Zong pulled the strong bow into a full moon. The sharp tip of the arrow flickered with cold light. 20 Dragon Blood guards, dressed in blood-red dragon claw armor and helmets, exuded an indescribable coldness. Their sharp gazes were like cold lightning. They stared at Chen Zong, giving Chen Zong an indescribable pressure. Crossbows, shields, they were armed to the teeth with blood-red long and short swords. Just in terms of equipment, the Dragon Blood guards were better than the other 5 guards. Their aura was also more extraordinary. No wonder they were called the head of the 6 great guards. Chen Zong released his fingers and the arrow turned into a stream of light that pierced through the air. However, the 10 Dragon Blood guards' expressions did not change. They quickly raised their right arms and used the shields to defend. However, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and so was his archery. His eyesight was outstanding, and his arrow was extremely accurate. Immediately, the 10 Dragon Blood guards swung their long blood-red swords in unison, forming a wall of swords. As they weaved through the air, they actually blocked Chen Zong's arrow. On the other side, the Dragon Blood guards quickly closed in. They raised their left arms and aimed their crossbows at Chen Zong. When they were within a certain distance, the crossbow arrows shot out. Chenzong had to deal with the 10 crossbow arrows coming at him from behind. At the same time, the 10 dragon blood guards coming at him from the front also closed in and shot out 10 crossbow arrows. Chenzong was surrounded by enemies from the front and back. Stepping forward, Chenzong rushed to the side in an instant. He stepped onto the wall and dodged the 20 crossbow arrows. At the same time, the 20 crossbow arrows also shot at the other side. However, this scene had already been practiced many times. The dragon blood guards' expressions did not change. They raised their shields to block the crossbow arrows and continued to attack Chenzong. Among them, 4 were at the level of titled martial warriors. The moment they drew their swords, a blood-red light spread out. It even connected into one and surged forward like a blood-red wave. Chenzong only felt that his eyes were filled with the blood-red light rippling and spreading. It was as if he could smell the terrifying stench of blood. His eyes were sharp and calm. The fragmented golden sword light suddenly turned into a torrential wave, surging in all directions. Extremely terrifying sword chi shot out. As it rippled, it tore through the air like a raging tide. Without a doubt, among the dragon blood guards, these 4 people were the greatest threat. They were more powerful than any of the top-titled martial warriors. Therefore, he had to kill them as soon as possible. He swung the longbow in his left hand and blocked a slash. His right hand raised the clear heart sword at an extremely exquisite angle. It was incomparably mysterious. Kill, this sword was unstoppable and unavoidable. Like a wisp of fragmented golden wind, the dragon blood guard's eyes widened. He lost all his strength and fell from the wall. At the same time, 3 long swords slashed at him from different angles. Their swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, as if they were born only for killing. Chenzong's leg flew up and accurately kicked the body of the sword, deflecting it. He swung the longbow horizontally and blocked another sword. The clear heart sword trembled and broke through the 3rd sword. It pierced through the gap in the armor and pierced through the throat. To kill such an elite who had undergone extremely strict training, it had to be fatal. The other dragon blood guards cooperated and attacked. Chenzong was in a predicament. Every dragon blood guard was powerful, and their cooperation was even more astonishing. The pressure that the 20 dragon blood guards brought to Chenzong was obviously much greater than that of the other guards. Fortunately, Chenzong had been trained and his strength had improved greatly. However, this body was ultimately just an ordinary body. It had its limits. Chenzong was almost hit by a dragon blood guard's long sword. He did not have the armor of the dragon blood guards and his defense was much weaker. If he was hit, he would be injured. Once he was injured, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Fight, in the fierce battle, the pressure came. Under the pressure of this life and death crisis, Chenzong became more proficient in the application of his spirit and will. His accumulation of clear sword theory was also becoming more vigorous. At this stage and realm, it was the easiest time to accumulate. Once he broke through, his strength would become stronger, but it would be more difficult to continue accumulating. Clear sword theory, this was the advantage of this realm, and it could be considered the only advantage. Kill, another dragon blood guard fell under Chenzong's sword. This feeling of walking and jumping on the tip of a sword terrified Chenzong, but it also made Chenzong extremely excited. This was a battle that concerned his life and death, and he could not afford the slightest carelessness. And this feeling of hovering on the edge of danger and life and death made Chenzong's blood boil. His spirit and will unconsciously became more and more condensed to the extreme, as if it would completely materialize and shoot out. Chenzong knew that it would be another kind of transformation. Half-step Dao intent, this breakthrough meant that he would also break through the realm of clear sword theory and step into the 5th level of Sword Dao, palm sword intent. Of course, it was only between the 4th and 5th level. Chenzong did not know if clear sword theory's advantage would still be present in this situation. Therefore, Chenzong did not want to break through so quickly. Accumulation, further accumulation, these accumulations did not seem to have any effect now, but they would definitely have a significant effect in the future. Tall buildings were built from the ground. Nothing was obtained for free. The blade swept past his cheek, and a trace of coldness filled the air, as if it was going to cut his face. Chen Zong felt a chill invade his body. His head tilted slightly to avoid the blade, and he stabbed out with his sword, directly killing his opponent. The dragon blood guards seemed to have gone mad, and they attacked without fear of death. Even if they died, they wanted to drag Chen Zong down with them. Chen Zong became more and more excited, but also more and more vigilant. He could not be injured, and he could not drag this out for too long. The longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The third titled martial artist, a dragon blood guard, died under his sword, and the pressure on him obviously decreased a little. A crack suddenly sounded, and as if lightning had split the sky, the sword struck out and killed a dragon blood guard. Only 10 of the 20 dragon blood guards remained. At the same time, in the distance, a tall and mighty figure dressed in golden armor was dashing over at an astonishing speed, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. It seemed that he would soon arrive at the place where Chen Zong and the dragon blood guards were fighting. The battle was extremely intense. The smell of blood filled the air and spread in all directions. What a strong smell of blood! The tall and mighty figure in golden armor paused for a moment. He carefully sniffed the air with a cold and solemn expression. The cultivation of martial warriors was the cultivation of the body to the extreme. When an elite martial warrior reached the limit of his body, he would break through from the spiritual level and become a titled martial warrior. A martial sage's body had reached the peak. Coupled with the maintenance and conditioning, they could stay at their peak for a long time. Even if they grew old, they would not degenerate. Of course, the price to pay to maintain one's peak state was not small. Ordinary families could not afford it. Even factions like the 4 marquis residences could not afford to support martial sages. Only the royal family could. For example, Martial Sage Xiang was not willing to accept the royal family's recruitment. He was gradually going downhill by himself. However, the 2 martial sages of the royal family could still maintain their peak state. The peak of the human body not only referred to strength and speed but also the 5 senses. The golden figure suddenly sped up. After a dozen breaths of time, corpses fell to the ground one after another. Blood flowed everywhere, and a slender figure stood among them. He held a long sword in his hand, and blood slowly dripped down. That figure looked very young, but he was panting heavily. Very tired, the 20 dragon blood guards were indeed very strong. When they worked together, Chen Zong felt very tired. He had used up too much energy. He had used up at least 70% of his energy. It could not be helped. Although Chen Zong was much stronger than them, his body was very ordinary and could not cultivate. He was even weaker than them. If not for Chen Zong's shocking control of strength, it would be even more difficult to say. Footsteps sounded. They were extremely heavy, as if they were stepping on his heart. Chen Zong's expression turned serious. Looking straight ahead, Chen Zong tried his best to regulate his breathing and recover the energy he had used up. An old man walked over with large strides. He was wearing golden armor with dragon patterns on it. It looked very magnificent. However, Chen Zong's pupils instantly shrank. What he saw was not magnificence but tenacity. That armor was perhaps even tougher than the armor of the dragon blood guards, and had even greater defensive power. The elder's figure was tall and mighty. He had the posture of a dragon or a tiger. He walked over step by step and was incomparably steady. Traces of aura rose from his body, like an invisible mountain moving horizontally, bringing obvious pressure to Chen Zong. As he walked, his golden armor constantly emitted dull metallic clanging sounds, as if it was imperceptibly strengthening his aura. The old man stopped when he was 20 meters away from Chen Zong. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, but his eyes were shining with a sharp light, as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. His gaze was so sharp that it gave Chen Zong a lot of pressure. To have such strength at such a young age and such swordsmanship, he can be called a rare genius. Even in the era of the ancient warriors, he could be regarded as a peerless genius of his generation. The old man spoke with a low and forceful voice, and it carried a dignified aura of supremacy and a shocking imposing aura. It was a dignified aura brought about by the combination of power and strength. Ordinary people would only feel fear and dread under such a voice. However, Chen Zong did not feel fear, but he also felt a trace of pressure. Let's go somewhere else. I'm very willing to learn from you and make friends with you, the old man said again. His voice became deeper and more forceful, and the pressure increased. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have gone against the country. It's not what I want. Chenzong smiled slightly. He took this opportunity to stall for time and recover as much strength as possible. I just want to live, that's all. In the end, it was others who provoked him, and he did not take the initiative to provoke others. Since someone wanted to kill him, he could only kill the other party. If it's possible, I'm willing to let you recover as much as you want and fight with you again. The old man also saw Chenzong's plan. He wanted to stall for time to recover his strength, but he did not give Chenzong the chance. But since you've gone against the country and the royal family, you can only die. As his voice fell, the old man also pulled out the long sword on his back at the same time. The sword was as wide as a palm and longer than an ordinary sword. There were golden dragon patterns on it, and it looked very delicate. Chenzong was even more certain of the other party's identity. Golden Dragon Sword Saint, Xianxia country had 3 martial sages. The martial sage of Sunset established the martial arts hall. He did not seek refuge with the royal family, but he also would not go against the royal family. As long as the royal family had a need, he would respond when there were signs. As for the other 2 martial sages, one was recruited by the royal family, and the other was the royal family's own martial sage. It was said that he was a noble in the early years of the royal family. He was not interested in power and was passionate about martial arts. He was also very talented. As such, with the royal family's resources, he became a martial sage. His swordsmanship was very brilliant, so he was called the Golden Dragon Sword Saint. Golden Dragon Sword Saint, this was the highest representative of personal strength in Xianxia country. 6 guards and a martial sage were dispatched to deal with him. He had to say that the royal family of Xianxia country really thought highly of him. Then, since there was no time to recover his strength, he would fight. This battle was inevitable. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint unsheathed the Golden Dragon Sword, bringing out a golden light that was extremely dazzling. Immediately, the sword slashed out, and a golden sword aura cut across the sky, directly tearing through a distance of 20 meters, and attacked Chenzong. Chenzong moved his feet slightly and avoided the slash of the golden sword aura. At a distance of 20 meters, the power of the sword aura became very weak. Chenzong could easily break it, but he did not because he wanted to save his strength. He wanted to save as much strength as possible to recover his strength. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint did not pay much attention to it. That sword aura was just casually released. The purpose was actually to test Chenzong and see how much strength he had left. However, he did not test it out. He took a step forward, and immediately, the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's speed increased. The Golden Dragon Sword waved, and there seemed to be a dragon's roar that resounded through the sky. The Golden Sword aura attacked as if it wanted to pierce and shatter everything. If one looked at it from the side, it would seem that the man and the sword were one. The golden light connected into a large area, like a winding golden dragon. In Chenzong's eyes, the golden light seemed to have turned into a dragon's head, fiercely pouncing toward him, vivid and lifelike. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint lived up to his name. This move immediately brought great pressure to Chenzong, and it was more than twice as strong as the red sun blades. This meant that the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's spiritual will was at least twice as strong as the red sun blades. But, was it just that simple? A difference of only twice as strong as the spiritual will could not bring about such a big difference in strength. But now, Chenzong could not see it, or rather, the Golden Dragon Sword Saint had not shown his full strength. The sword arrived, like a golden dragon breaking through the sky, with amazing power. Chenzong instantly took a deep breath, and the power in his body also gathered and exploded in an instant. A strong spiritual will gushed out, and the power penetrated the sword, revealing a faint light. The long sword was swung, and it turned into an extremely violent thunderbolt, smashing through the air. In the battle with the Dragon Blood Guard, Chenzong had mainly used up his physical strength. Although his spiritual will had also been used up, he still had a lot left. Under the extremely strong spiritual will, the power of Chenzong's sword increased exponentially, and it was terrifying beyond compare. The moment the two swords collided, Chenzong felt a kind of open and majestic impact. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint felt an extremely strong impact, full of destruction, like a thunderbolt. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint's expression changed greatly. This spiritual will was too strong, more than twice as strong as his. Terrifying. As a warrior saint, the Golden Dragon Sword Saint knew very well how important a warrior's spiritual will was. It meant potential. It was also very difficult to improve one's spiritual will. Thinking about himself, the reason why he could have such a strong spiritual will was that, in addition to some talent, he had been constantly training and the resources provided by the royal family. However, his opponent was much younger than him, but his spiritual will was more than twice as strong as his. Was this innate? Or was it due to other reasons? There was no time to think. Chenzong had already attacked with his sword. Since he had attacked, he would show no mercy and end the battle quickly. The sword turned into an aurora, and it was so fast that it shocked the Golden Dragon Sword Saint. What shocked him was not the speed of the sword, which he could still barely catch, but its power. If he was not wrong, Chenzong had used the power of thunder, but now it had turned into the power of light. Could it be that this person had mastered a way to transform two types of power, or was it talent? There was no time to think. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint swung his sword and blocked Chenzong's attack. The strength of a warrior saint was so terrifying. In the next moment, Chenzong's sword turned into a mountain and fell from the sky. It was extremely heavy and powerful, as if it could crush everything. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint's expression changed dramatically. A third type, his spiritual will had transformed into a third type of power. It was unbelievable. Even the dual ultimate warrior saint, who had been recruited by the royal family, had only mastered two types of power. He was already stronger than the Golden Dragon Sword Saint. This person had mastered three types of power. A chill ran down his spine. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint knew that this person's talent and potential were too terrifying. Now that he had a grudge against the royal family, he could not let him live no matter what. Kill. While this person was at his weakest after the battle with the Dragon Blood Guards, he had to kill him to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, the royal family's reputation would be challenged or even shaken. To the Golden Dragon Sword Saint, the decline of the martial arts did not affect him. On the contrary, it was a good thing. It meant that he could be superior in terms of personal strength. Therefore, he did not have any sense of honor as a martial artist. He hoped that the martial arts would be revived and that the era of martial arts would return. What a pity. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint's expression turned solemn. His aura changed as well, and an astonishing majestic aura filled the air. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes, piercing through everything. A low roar, like a dragon's roar, suddenly sounded. Then, the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's golden dragon sword flashed with golden light. The dragon pattern on the sword seemed to be activated. The golden dragon almost left the sword, vivid and lifelike. Golden Dragon Slash. A low roar sounded, and a dragon's roar filled the sky. Golden Dragon Slash, like a golden dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, the attack was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter everything. Chenzong's face was solemn. Now that he had less than half of his strength left, he could not afford to waste any more time. Chenzong's eyes shone brighter and brighter as he unleashed his spiritual will. In the end, he swung his sword like a dazzling star. The sword disappeared into the air. Only a ray of light, as dazzling as a meteor, flashed across the sky and pierced through everything with astonishing sharpness. The strength of one's spiritual will determine the power of one's moves. In terms of spiritual will, Chenzong was more than twice as strong as the Golden Dragon Sword. Therefore, even if he did not create any unique moves, the power of his sword was still stronger than that of the Golden Dragon Slash. The sword pierced through the Golden Dragon like a flash of light and shot toward the Golden Dragon Sword Saint. This was Chenzong's full strength. It was not a unique move, but it was not weaker than a unique move. After all, the so-called unique move was actually a better application of one's strength. When one's strength reached the extreme, even an ordinary move could explode with the power of a unique move. Of course, if Chenzong was given enough time, he could also create a unique move and make it even more powerful. The Golden Dragon Slash was broken by Chenzong. The sword pierced toward the Golden Dragon Sword Saint like a meteor. The Golden Dragon Sword Saint was shocked, but he did not have time to dodge and was stabbed. However, the golden dragon armor on his body was specially forged. Its defensive power was even higher than that of the dragon blood guards. It blocked Chenzong's sword directly. The moment the sword touched the golden dragon armor, Chenzong's expression changed. It was too hard, so hard that the sword could not pierce it. At most, it would leave a small mark on it. It was not a big deal. The golden dragon sword saint reacted quickly. He raised his sword as if he was going to split a mountain from the bottom up. Chenzong's hair stood on end. He could only retreat quickly. Then, he raised his left arm and shot out a crossbow arrow. At such a close distance, the crossbow arrow was extremely fast and powerful. However, when the arrow hit the golden dragon sword saint, it was still blocked by the golden dragon armor. The golden dragon battle armor was meticulously designed, and it took several months to complete. There were no gaps between the various parts of the armor, and they were all well protected. Therefore, there was only one way to injure the golden dragon sword saint, and that was to break through the golden dragon armor. It could be said that the golden dragon sword saint was invincible with his armor alone. Chenzong's face suddenly darkened. He could not break through the defense of his opponent's armor. Even if he could hit his opponent, he would not be able to cause any damage. All his efforts were in vain. Perhaps, he could try to break through by attacking a single point at the same time, just like how dripping water could penetrate a stone. However, that required some time and a sufficiently fast sword speed. No matter which condition it was very difficult for Chenzong to fulfill. After all, the other party was a sword saint. His swordsmanship was brilliant, and he was powerful. He wouldn't just stand there and let him attack. Chenzong's mind raced. He imagined if he could break through the golden dragon sword saint's armor with all the strength of this body and use overload. However, the result was that he could not. Even if he used overload, it would only make his sword faster and more powerful. However, the strength of his spiritual will was still there. It could not be improved by much. Chenzong's heart sank. He felt helpless. Immediately, his eyes became determined, as if he had made a decision. At the same time, the golden dragon sword saint's eyes shone brightly like lightning. Traces of unusual energy permeated the air, and Chenzong's heart palpitated for no reason. Golden dragon extinction. With a low roar like an angry dragon, the golden dragon sword saint swung his sword with all his strength. This sword was extremely dazzling with golden light, and its power was extremely shocking. This sword contained an extremely terrifying power that was even more terrifying than spiritual will. It was like a dragon's claw that attacked from the sky, and was about to tear Chenzong to pieces. Chenzong's heart palpitated. From this sword, Chenzong felt a power that was even more powerful than spiritual will. It seemed to draw some kind of mystery between heaven and earth, and directly oppressed Chenzong, as if it was repelling Chenzong. It felt like he was isolated, and he was an enemy of heaven and earth. He could not resist and would be killed by this sword. In an instant, Chenzong was faced with great pressure. Under this pressure, Chenzong had to make a breakthrough. Even though he had been suppressing the breakthrough and delaying it, at this moment, in this life and death crisis, he had no choice but to make a breakthrough. In this case, there was no need to hesitate to make a breakthrough. In an instant, spiritual will surged endlessly, as if it had turned into a storm of destruction that swept in all directions. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble under the spiritual will. Then, wave after wave of inspiration and enlightenment emerged. Spiritual will seemed to have absorbed some kind of mystery and began to derive new power. It was a fundamental power that came from the soul and spiritual will. It was a power that was integrated with the mystery of heaven and earth. It was a potential power that seemed to have been dug out from the sword itself. As soon as this power was condensed, traces of sharp chi filled the air. It was like the sharpest invisible sword chi that could cut and pierce through everything. As soon as this sharp chi appeared, the golden dragon sword saint's heart skipped a beat. He felt extremely frightened and subconsciously released more power. He did not care about anything else, even if he was slightly injured. He only wanted to kill this person. A trace of sharpness filled the mind-clearing sword. This trace of sharpness was a new kind of power, a power that was several times more terrifying than the enhancement of spiritual will. There was no special move, just a sword swing. The sword light was extremely fast, like a shooting star piercing through the sky, with indescribable sharpness. In an instant, Chenzong's sword pierced through the golden dragon claw and shot out like a hot knife through butter. It was extremely fast and powerful. The golden dragon sword saint's hair stood on end, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He tried his best to dodge, but he could not. His body seemed to have stiffened, and he could not move at all. He could only watch the extremely dazzling light break through the sky and kill him. What kind of power is this? What kind of sword is this? The golden dragon sword saint did not know. He only felt terrified. My golden dragon armor can block it, the golden dragon sword saint said to himself. The golden dragon armor was made of extraordinary materials, and the craftsmanship was also extraordinary. Its defensive power was amazing, and it had an extremely strong deflecting effect. It can definitely block it, but for some reason, the golden dragon sword saint felt a little uneasy. It was as if there was a voice that kept repeating. Can't block it. Can't block it, can't block it. It was like a demon's will. Chenzong used up all his strength in this sword. It carried with it the conviction to kill, the extreme sharpness, and the will to penetrate everything. It broke through the sky and attacked. The moment the tip of the sword touched the golden dragon armor, Chenzong felt the toughness of the armor through the body of the sword. It was desperately trying to block the attack. However, the sword light was too powerful. It pierced through the defense of the golden dragon armor and pierced through it. The sword pierced through the golden dragon armor. Although the power of the sword was weakened, the remaining power was still very terrifying. It pierced through the golden dragon sword saint's ribs and into his heart. The sword pierced through his heart. The golden dragon sword saint stared at Chenzong in a daze. The golden dragon sword fell to the ground, making an ear-piercing sound. The golden dragon sword saint's strength was rapidly draining from his heart. As his opponent pulled out the sword, blood spurted out continuously. As a martial arts saint, he had a large number of tonics to maintain his vigorous qi and blood. His qi and blood were very shocking. Now that his heart was pierced, a large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. What is that power? The golden dragon sword saint knew that he was going to die, but he still asked unwillingly. Half-step sword intent. Chenzong's voice was cold, powerful, and low. Half-step sword intent, the golden dragon sword saint didn't understand, but when he heard it, he felt that it was very extraordinary. Moreover, the power was very strong. It was even stronger than the profound of the martial arts saint that he had mastered. To become a titled warrior, one had to understand the spiritual will. To become a martial arts saint, one had to understand the profound of the martial arts saint. However, this kind of power was much stronger than the profound of the martial arts saint. The golden dragon sword saint couldn't help but yearn for it. Perhaps there was a higher realm above the martial arts saint. Unfortunately, he had no chance to see it. However, if he could know it here, he would die with no regrets. Thinking of this, the golden dragon sword saint closed his eyes. His qi and blood spurted out and gradually weakened. After 10 breaths, the golden dragon sword saint fell to the ground. His qi and vitality were gone. Dead. Seeing the golden dragon sword saint fall to the ground and die, Chenzong felt relieved and let out a sigh of relief. First, he fought against the 20 dragon blood guards. Although he wasn't injured, he had consumed a lot of energy. Before he could recover, the golden dragon sword saint appeared. Chenzong had no choice but to fight. However, the golden dragon sword saint was very strong. The defense of his golden dragon armor was even more amazing. His sword couldn't pierce through it at all. Moreover, the golden dragon sword saint had mastered a power that was even more powerful than spiritual will. In this situation, Chenzong was directly in a life-or-death crisis. Chenzong had no choice but to break through. Half-step sword intent, Chenzong had used it before, but he had used it unconsciously. Then, after many trials and comprehensions, Chenzong was confident that he could master the half-step sword intent not long ago. However, he had suppressed it because he wanted to stay in the clear sword theory realm for a longer time so that he could further consolidate and accumulate. However, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to break through. As soon as he broke through, the half-step sword intent showed an unparalleled power. Not only did he break the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's ultimate move, but he also pierced the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's armor with amazing defensive power. Then, he pierced the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's heart and killed him in one strike. For a bona fide martial sage to die in such a manner in a small alley, it must be said that this was extremely sullen. Chenzong stopped thinking and looked around. After breaking through to the half-step sword intent, Chenzong was confident that he could lead this place, or rather, this world. It was a feeling of inspiration. Outside the mystical martial alley, 3,000 Imperial guards surrounded the area. They were all wearing armor and staring coldly. They were ready to unleash their power at any moment and unleash a terrifying attack in an instant. However, there was no movement. The 6 Davids and the Golden Dragon Sword Saint had entered the alley and disappeared without a trace. Waiting, everyone was waiting. The royal family was waiting, the warriors were waiting, and the civilians were also waiting. Xianxia Sword King looked on with a trace of expectation and hope in his heart. Beside Long River Sword King stood an old man in his twilight years. He looked very old, as if he already had one foot in his coffin. However, the people of the Samurai Martial Arts Academy all treated him with respect. Martial Saint Xianxia, he had single-handedly created the warriors' establishment. To a certain extent, he had retained some of the warriors' dignity from the royal family. Now, he was already very old. Among the 3 remaining martial saints of the Longxian nation, Martial Saint Xianxia was the oldest and most qualified. However, it was also because he was the oldest. He was now over 80 years old and lacked sufficient nourishment. His body had gradually weakened. In a few years, his body would be similar to an ordinary person's. At that time, even if his martial skills were superb, he would not be able to stop the loss of strength. When he was 100 years old, the warriors' establishment would probably decline and even be directly taken over by the royal family. Xianxia Sword King, if his junior could not break through to the martial saint realm, it would be the same. Martial Saint Xianxia was dispirited as he stared ahead. It was the direction of the mystical martial alley. He only hoped that the young warrior who was suspected to have the strength of a martial saint could survive. Time passed slowly. A long time had passed. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and flew out from the mystical martial alley for dozens of meters. It landed heavily and directly broke the hard ground. It was inserted diagonally into the crack. The golden light was dazzling. This scene immediately gave everyone a fright. It also caused the Imperial guards who had sealed off the corner to immediately react. They raised their spears and took aim with their bows. However, when they saw the golden thing, their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. That is, the members of the royal family were even more horrified and could not believe it. Martial Saint Xianxia's slightly bent body straightened in an instant. Because of the shock, his eyes widened and almost popped out. His whole body was trembling. Shock, incomparable shock, shock that came from the depths of his soul. Perhaps the civilians did not recognize what the golden sword represented, but he knew. He was very clear and very familiar. The Golden Dragon Sword, that was the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's sword. To a certain extent, the Golden Dragon Sword Saint was his opponent. His sword had been thrown out of the mystical martial alley. What did this mean? This meant that the Golden Dragon Sword Saint might have met with misfortune. Otherwise, why would the other party throw the sword away, and even throw it outside? For a moment, Martial Saint Xianxia, Martial Saint, happy, or sad, the royal family's camp was scared out of their wits. The Golden Dragon Sword, that was the sword of the Golden Dragon Sword Saint, the royal uncle of the current emperor. How could it be thrown out? Golden Dragon Sword Saint, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Otherwise, he would feel his hair stand on end. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. An extremely sharp sound broke through the air, and at the same time, an arrow was shot out from the bowstring. In an instant, it crossed dozens of meters and shot towards one of the Imperial guards who was holding a strong bow. It was too sudden. Too fast. Although the guard had undergone strict training and reacted faster than ordinary people, he could not react to this attack at all. Even the 6 great guards would not be able to react in time, let alone the Imperial guards who were weaker than them. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the throat of the bow-wielding Imperial Guard. His body was pushed back by the powerful force and crashed into another Imperial Guard. The arrow that pierced through half of the Imperial Guard's neck had almost pierced through the Imperial Guard. Then, a second arrow, a third arrow, a fourth arrow, one arrow after another pierced through the air. They were extremely fast and extremely shocking. They killed the Imperial Guards one after another. Every arrow was fatal. Moreover, the ones who were killed were the Imperial Guards who were armed with bows. The one who shot the arrows was Chenzong. Killing the archers was naturally to reduce the threat of the Imperial Guards. After all, if he appeared, he would definitely be shot by dozens of archers. It was very disadvantageous. Chenzong's bow came from Bai Zhanwei, one of the 6 great guards. The arrows were also obtained from Bai Zhanwei. There were a total of 120 arrows. After Chenzong killed the Golden Dragon Grand Sword Saint, he used all his strength to recover. When he was fully recovered, he found all the arrows and threw out the Golden Dragon Grand Sword Saint's sword to intimidate others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong used his superb archery skills to kill one Imperial Guard after another. From the wall of mystical Martial Alley to where the Imperial Guards were surrounding, it was about 100 meters. The distance was just right. Kill. Charge. Immediately, the general gave the order. The sword-shield soldiers immediately got into formation and raised their shields, forming a shield wall and pushing forward. Using the shields to block the arrows, the archers also drew their bows and aimed at mystical Martial Alley. They released their fingers and started a round of arrows. Even if they did not see the target, they could still suppress the enemy and make it difficult for them to appear. This way, the sword-shield soldiers could get closer. Following the sword-shield soldiers, the spearmen also started to advance in formation, pointing their spears straight at the enemy. For a moment, killing intent spread in all directions, chilling the people in the distance. Xianxia Sword King's eyes bulged, almost falling out. He was still shocked. The Golden Dragon Grand Sword Saint was dead. Then what about the 6 Davids? Did they not find Chenzong, or were they all killed by Chenzong? Thinking about it, with the 6 Great Guards' ability, it was impossible for them to not find Chenzong. In other words, the possibility of Chenzong killing the 6 Davids was as high as 70 to 80%. Terrifying. Thinking of this, Xianxia Sword King was horrified, extremely horrified. He was actually able to fight against 6 Davids and a martial saint by himself, and even kill them. What kind of strength was this? And now, he was even fighting against the Imperial Guards. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Thinking of this, Xianxia Sword King felt inexplicably excited. An indescribable excitement emerged from the depths of his heart. Chenzong did not appear, but he also felt the approach of the sword-shield soldiers. However, Chenzong's expression was calm, not surprised at all. So what if they were close? Did they dare to come in? If they did, they would be killed by him. However, Chenzong did not wait quietly. Instead, he quickly moved, rushing to other places and shooting again. Arrows left the bowstring and pierced through the air, killing the archers of the Imperial Guards again. Alone and with the walls of mystical Martial Alley as cover, Chenzong moved freely, as fast as the wind, extremely nimble. Kill, kill, kill. The 120 arrows were all set up, and the number of Imperial Guards killed was as many as 130. Chenzong also picked up some arrows that the archers had shot at him to replenish his ammunition. Charge in. One of the princes was almost killed by an arrow. He was extremely shocked and furious. He immediately roared, "Kill your way in for this prince." Charge. The general of the Imperial Guards was livid. Seeing his subordinates being shot to death, he was furious. Hearing the prince's shout, the sword-shield soldiers immediately pushed into mystical Martial Alley, followed by the spearmen. Most of the alleys in mystical Martial Alley were not wide, and only 2 or 3 people could stand side by side. If the sword-shield soldiers were fully armed, only 2 people could stand side by side. Of course, if the alleys were wide, 5 or 6 people could stand side by side. However, to Chenzong, a group of fully armed sword-shield soldiers and spearmen entering mystical Martial Alley was no different from seeking death. Even the 6 great guards were no match for Chenzong, not to mention them. Only in an open space could these Imperial Guards unleash more destructive power than the 6 Great Guards. Here, they were simply trapped in a cocoon of their own making. It had to be said that the general had given a very stupid order. Seeing a group of sword-shield soldiers with shields and swords secretly advancing, Chenzong sneered, and his eyes shone with killing intent. He calmly walked toward the sword-shield soldiers step by step. Slowly, he unsheathed the Mingxin sword, and a trace of sharpness spread out. Kill! The sword broke through the air, and the sword light was as fast as lightning. It was extremely fast, and it fiercely bombarded the shield. The defense of the shield was indeed very strong, but it was not stronger than the armor of the 6 Great Guards. After all, there were many Imperial Guards, not just these 3,000. Every one of them needed a set of armor, weapons, and shields. If they wanted the same quality as the 6 Great Guards, the royal family would not be able to afford it with their financial resources. Therefore, they could only settle for the second best. Even so, they were still of high quality. The weapons and armors used by the elite soldiers were of a lower quality. With one strike, the shield was immediately broken, and the Imperial Guard behind the shield was killed. Like a hot knife through butter, invincible, Chenzong was the epitome of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although the sword-shield soldiers and spearmen cooperated very well, it also depended on who the opponent was. Moreover, they were in a small alley, so they had no advantage. This was a massacre. There were more than 100 sword-shield soldiers and spearmen in this section of mystical martial alley, and all of them were killed. After killing more than 100 Imperial Guards, Chenzong had also used up a lot of his energy. He hid and rested again. With thousands of elite soldiers, even if they stood still and let Chenzong kill them without any resistance, it would still take a long time and consume a lot of energy. Moreover, they would resist, although their resistance was nothing to Chenzong. Seeing that more than 100 Imperial Guards had rushed into mystical martial alley, there were voices. Not long after, all the voices fell silent, and the Imperial Guard general outside looked extremely gloomy. Dead, the thick smell of blood permeated the air, indicating that they were all dead. What should we do? A terrifying expert who could kill the 6 Great Guards and the Golden Dragon Sword Saint, and who was in the terrain of mystical martial alley, how could we deal with him? Even if we let the Martial Saint of Double Extremity attack, it would be useless. They might even be killed like the Golden Dragon Martial Saint. Fire attack. That's right, use fire attack and burn him alive. If he doesn't want to die, he must rush out. Then, we can surround and kill him. Immediately, buckets of kerosene were pushed in carts. Under the protection of the sword-shield soldiers, the kerosene was pushed to the entrance of mystical martial alley and its surroundings. The kerosene was poured out and splashed everywhere. Then, a strong archer of the Imperial Guard fired a fire arrow. The fire arrow accurately hit the kerosene and it instantly burst into flames. The fire spread and burned the entire mystical martial alley. When Chenzong saw the kerosene, he was shocked. The mystical martial alley was not very big. If the enemy used fire to attack, he only had 2 options. One was to enter the center of the mystical martial alley. In this way, he would be trapped and killed. This was because most of the houses in the mystical martial alley were made of wood. They had been abandoned for many years and were very dry. When the sparks fell, they would quickly ignite and burn. Therefore, entering the center of the mystical martial alley would only delay him for a while. In the end, when everything was burning, he would have nowhere to hide and would be burned alive. The fire did not even need to spread to the center. The heat of the fire was enough to burn the moisture in his body and dry his mouth. He could not even breathe. In the end, he would either be burned to death or suffocated to death. This was not a viable option. Then, there was only one other option left, which was to rush out. Chenzong also knew that the enemy used fire to attack. They had predicted that he would rush out and had already set up an ambush outside. He was afraid that as soon as he showed his head, he would immediately be attacked by a large wave of arrows. Chenzong quickly took action. He could not sit still and wait for death. He put on the armor he had taken from one of the 20 dragon blood guards, who was about the same size as him, and armed himself to the teeth. Originally, Chenzong did not want to rush out so quickly. He wanted to use the advantage of the mystical martial alley to destroy the enemy one by one. Anyway, the dry food he had prepared was enough to last him for a few days. When the time came to break out, he would put on the armor. Otherwise, the armor was not light. If he kept wearing it, it would increase his energy consumption. Now, he had no choice but to wear it. The dragon blood armor protected his entire body. The crossbow in his left hand was also loaded with 4 arrows. The equipment of the dragon blood guards was much better than that of the other 5 guards. Xianxia hung the mind-clearing sword at his waist. He took a deep breath and immediately started running. This set of dragon blood armor weighed at least 15 kilograms. His body was only that of an ordinary person's, so he couldn't cultivate to the limits of the human body like other warriors. Fortunately, Xianxia's mastery of his own body and his brilliant use of power allowed this ordinary body to exert extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to support such a heavy armor. The raging fire continued to spread from the outside. It was extremely crazy, like a fire demon that wanted to burn everything, destroy everything, and turn everything into ashes. Xianxia felt an astonishing wave of heat rush towards him, penetrating through the armor of the dragon blood guard. In an instant, he felt as if he was being roasted. "I can't stay here for long." Without hesitation, Xianxia shielded his eyes and charged forward. The moment he entered the raging fire, Xianxia could feel the astonishing heat burning wildly, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. Fortunately, the armor of the dragon blood guard was extraordinary. Everything had been designed when it was being forged. It could resist the attack of water and fire to a certain extent. Of course, it was only a slight resistance. He had to leave as soon as possible. Charge, 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 exploding with all his strength, Xianxia charged forward like a wild horse. Shoot! A roar rang out and entered Xianxia's ears. In the next moment, Xianxia heard a series of sharp sounds. Arrows covered the sky like flying locusts. They were extremely fast and densely packed. In an instant, there were more than 200 arrows. The power of these arrows was astonishing, and their penetrative power was terrifying. Some of them were burning with raging flames, making them even more threatening. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw countless arrows piercing through the air. They came from the front, the left, the right, the top, and the bottom, covering him completely. They were about to turn him into a beehive. Unsheathing the clear heart sword, Xianxia's footsteps did not slow down at all. He charged forward like a cheetah about to hunt its prey. The sword was sharp, and the sword light turned into a storm that swept in all directions. In an instant, the arrows were swept away and quickly moved to the side, displaying an astonishing sword technique. Martial Saint Xiang's pupils contracted rapidly. Even if he was facing more than 200 arrows at the same time, he would not be able to completely block them with his martial arts. But Xianxia had done it. He lived up to his name as the sword god. Martial Saint Xiang felt admiration from the bottom of his heart and was very happy. The fortune of a warrior. In this era where warriors were declining, it was the honor of a warrior to have such a powerful warrior who was said to be invincible in ancient legends. It was the warrior's last honor. Now, he could only hope that he could kill his way out of the encirclement and leave this place. When that time came, he would be free to fly in the vast sky and fish in the wide sea. No matter how powerful the royal family was, as long as he did not face them head-on and had no worries, he would not be afraid at all. At most, he could hide in the forest and become a hunter, slowly hunting down a group of elite soldiers. After all, even the Golden Dragon Sword Saint had been killed. In terms of high-end martial arts, he was already invincible. To deal with such a person, the only way was to lure him into an open space and surround him with a large number of elite soldiers. Otherwise, they could use underhanded methods such as poisoning. In short, it was impossible to deal with such an invincible expert without paying a huge price. It might even cause unrest in the country. Just now, the royal family had already suffered great losses. 126 Davids and a Golden Dragon Sword Saint were losses that could not be said to be small. Furthermore, more than 200 imperial guards had been killed. Even if they killed Xianxia in the end, the royal family would not feel good. Perhaps, the people who secretly wanted to restore the glory of warriors would take this opportunity to cause trouble. After resisting the first wave of arrows, the second wave of arrows came immediately. Moreover, the other imperial guards were also mobilized and quickly rushed over. Chenzong knew that time was of the essence and the situation was urgent. As he swung his sword to parry the arrows, he quickly rushed forward and closed in on the enemy. The sword-shield soldiers immediately got into formation. The shields were in front, and between the gaps, there were long swords that flashed with cold light. The spearmen got into formation and immediately charged, their long spears stabbing at Chenzong. Chenzong leaped and dodged the spears. His entire body pounced forward as his sword light flashed across the sky like a crescent moon, instantly killing 5 spearmen. Both of his feet stepped on the shoulder of a spearman, and the tyrannical strength caused the spearman to kneel on the ground. Chenzong borrowed the momentum to leap forward. His arms spread out, and his entire body flew forward like a goshawk. A sharp arrow pierced through the air. It was extremely fast. Obviously, it was shot by an expert. Chenzong did not have time to block it and was immediately hit. Fortunately, the dragon blood armor's amazing defense was amazing. It blocked the sharp arrow, and Chenzong was unharmed. If not for the protection of the dragon blood armor, this arrow would have caused fatal injuries to Chenzong. It was unknown whether he would be able to escape after this. He landed, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He swung his sword horizontally and killed a group of imperial guards instantly. Kill, 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 kill until blood flowed like a river, kill until corpses were everywhere. The sword-shield soldiers squeezed in from all directions. They planned to use their shields to bombard Chenzong and trap him in a small area before assassinating him. However, Chenzong's reaction was extremely fast. His sword contained an extremely terrifying force. It was extremely sharp, and the hard shields were easily torn apart like thin pieces of paper. With a sword in hand, he was invincible, as if they were harvesting straw. Wave after wave of imperial guards were killed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Together with the blazing flames, half of the sky was dyed red. The people in the distance were already stunned. They had never seen a battle like this. No, it should be called a one-sided massacre. The killing did not stop, and no one could stop it. The members of the royal family were all pale. Looking at the person who was killing without stopping, they were panicking. Kill. Kill him quickly. The prince was shocked, angry, and uneasy. This kind of enemy was too terrifying. If he had known, he would not have asked for the order to encircle and kill him. Now, even if they could kill him in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. It would not be a credit. The imperial guards obeyed the order and continued to charge forward like moths to a flame. Chenzong did not intend to kill all these enemies because he did not have the ability. There were too many people, and his stamina was limited. If he had unlimited stamina, of course, it would not be a problem. After killing hundreds of imperial guards, Chenzong killed a bloody path and rushed toward the members of the royal family. This time, these people were the initiators of this. Stop. Don't come over. When the members of the royal family saw Chenzong approaching with killing intent, they were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. He was like a murderous demon. However, Chenzong was extremely fast. He did not stop at all. He was getting closer. He swung his sword. Suddenly, the members of the royal family were killed one by one. My father will not let you go, the prince said in shock and anger. However, what he received in response was an extremely cold sword chi. The sword chi tore through the sky and cut through the prince's body through a dozen meters, cutting him in half. The sword chi under the half-step sword intent was several times more powerful. The corners of the eyes of Marshal Saint Sunset and the others twitched. He even killed the prince. This person's murderous nature was really strong. It was too terrifying. They were afraid that the country would be in turmoil. Chenzong did not care so much. If they wanted to kill him, they should be prepared to be killed by him. It was that simple. Moreover, Chenzong had already decided to leave this world. He had already gotten what he deserved. There was no benefit in staying. Then, before he left, he would leave a final shock to the people of this world. Chenzong looked at an extremely tall tower a few thousand meters away. He looked at the top of the tower. Go, 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 Chenzong rushed to the tower at lightning speed. Behind him, the Imperial guards chased crazily. The arrows were like a swarm of flying locusts. When he reached the bottom of the tower, Chenzong rushed into the tower without hesitation. He removed the dragon blood armor. 15 kilograms was a little heavy after all. Once the dragon blood armor was removed, Chenzong's speed increased rapidly. He kept going up the stairs. The tower was 100 meters tall. It was the tallest building in Yunwu City. It was a martial tower left behind by the ancient warriors. It was a symbol of honor. However, it had become a building for people to visit. Soon, Chenzong rushed to the top of the tower. He stood at the sharp tip and looked down. People were like ants. Then, Chenzong looked up at the sky. What is he doing? Is he taking things too hard? Everyone was guessing. Marshal Saint Xiang could not guess Chenzong's purpose. Logically speaking, he should not have put himself in a desperate situation. That was a path to death. After all, the tower could be easily surrounded. If there was another fire attack, he would not be able to escape. He would definitely die if he fell from 100 meters. Let me give you the final shock, Chenzong said softly. His voice drifted with the wind. Then, he unsheathed the clear heart sword. It brought with it a dazzling light that was extremely dazzling. It streaked across the sky as if there was something there. Whoosh, everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Their eyeballs bulged out. They were confused. Under that sword, a crack appeared in the sky as if it had been torn apart. It flashed with 7-colored light, like ripples in water. Suddenly, a wave of power spread out from the crack and landed on Chenzong's body. Chenzong did not resist at all and allowed the power to guide him. His entire body flew into the air and near the 7-colored crack. Then, he disappeared into it as if he had been swallowed. The sword broke the void, it broke through the sky. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Chenzong stood under the dusky sky, motionless. His eyes were filled with confusion. He was back. Yes, he had returned to the Xianming microcosm, and the Xianming token was in his hand. However, everything that had happened in that microcosm had been converted into images, and they flowed through his mind like flowers on horseback. They were extremely clear. Every fragment of his experience and every emotion he felt was engraved in the deepest part of his heart and soul. It was like a brand that he would never forget. Although everything that had happened in that world had only been a few months, Chenzong felt that he had experienced a lot and settled down a lot. It was as if different memories were colliding and merging, causing Chenzong to be unable to react in time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, as time passed slowly, Chenzong gradually regained consciousness. Everything that had happened in that world had turned into memories and was completely absorbed by Chenzong. They had become part of his life and were no longer separated from each other. It feels so good to have power. After he had completely regained consciousness, Chenzong clenched his right fist. Instantly, an extremely powerful force that seemed to be able to crush mountains exploded in his hand. It tore the air apart and caused an explosion. If he had such power in that world, he would not have to fear anything. He would be able to dominate everything. Of course, this was just Chenzong's random thought. Chenzong did not know whether that world was real or not. Perhaps it was, and perhaps it was not. It was just a world created by the illusion. However, some of his gains in that world were real. For example, the various comprehensions and accumulations of the enlightened sword theory. For example, half-step heart sword Dao intent. Regardless of whether it was the great accumulation of the enlightened sword theory or the mastery of the half-step heart sword Dao intent, they had brought great benefits to Chenzong. The former increased his potential in the way of the sword and provided a great foundation for him to advance by leaps and bounds in the way of the sword in the future. The latter directly increased Chenzong's strength. This trip could be said to be a fruitful one. Of course, if it weren't for the Golden Dragon Sword Saint's pressure, Chenzong wouldn't have broken through so early and mastered the half-step sword intent. He planned to stay at the realm of clear sword principle for a while longer, and continue to accumulate until he reached his limit. However, since he had already broken through, there was no need for regrets. With a thought, he immediately activated his half-step sword intent. This was an invisible force, a force that originated from one's spiritual will. Merely possessing spiritual will wasn't enough. It required sufficient understanding and mastery of the sword technique, and the Tao of the sword. Only in this way would one be able to combine it with spiritual will and derive sword Tao insight. Tao insight was the profundities and energy of the heavens and the earth. It had already surpassed the level of materialization of spiritual will to interfere with reality. Using one's spiritual will to interfere with reality was an ability that titled martial warriors in the previous world possessed. However, it was only when one reached the level of a martial saint that one could truly interfere with reality. Even though it was powerful, it was still inferior to Tao intent. Even if it was a half-step Tao intent, it was still more powerful because it was an improvement in the essence. When the half-step sword intent appeared, it turned into an invisible blade that pervaded his fingers. Chenzong gently stabbed it, as if he had pierced through space. With a light stroke, he seemed to have cut the void. This kind of blade was even more amazing than when he was in the previous world. After all, in the previous world, Chenzong's body was very ordinary in all aspects. However, when he returned to the original world, it was completely different. His basic strength was much, much stronger. Withdrawing the half-step sword intent, Chenzong smiled. Compared to before, his strength was at least twice as strong, or even more. If his cultivation broke through to the high level of the half-saint level, his strength would undoubtedly be further improved. He had spent several months in the previous world, but he was still in the Xianming small world. This showed that the flow of time in the two worlds was not equal. However, several months had passed in the previous world. How much time had passed in the Xianming small world? Chenzong didn't know because there was no comparison. The Xianming small world would be open for a month. Chenzong didn't know how much time was left. He could only hurry and try his best to find other opportunities to obtain. Although he had already gained a lot in the Xianming small world, it was naturally a good thing to obtain more opportunities. It would only benefit him and not harm him. He spread out his body and instantly turned into a light breeze. Like a cloud, he was light and swift and flew forward quickly. 108 people, each with a Xianming token, entered the black hole shadow one after another. Chenzong entered a world without extraordinary power. From there, he accumulated more experience in the way of the sword and comprehended the half-step sword intent. As for the others, they all had their own experiences. When Lin Chaochuan appeared in the Xianming small world, he seemed to be unable to react immediately. After a dozen breaths, he let out a long sigh. What a pity. I was so close to obtaining the highest inheritance. Lin Chaochuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. The highest inheritance was comparable to the Xianming true skill. The Xianming ancestor became a strong person with the complete Xianming true skill. He established the Xianming palace and made it the most powerful force in the Xianming territory. This had to do with one's ability and the hard work of others. However, it was also directly related to the Xianming true skill. If he could obtain the highest inheritance comparable to the Xianming true skill, he would definitely have great achievements in the future. Although he was a disciple of the Xianming palace and could inherit the Xianming true skill, it wasn't the complete Xianming true skill. Only the palace master could inherit the complete Xianming true skill. However, although he did not obtain the highest level of inheritance, he did obtain a decent inheritance. It was second only to the highest level of inheritance. Compared to the incomplete Xianming true skill, it was not inferior at all. Moreover, it was obtained by him alone, so it belonged to him alone. It would become one of his trump cards. When I master this skill, the number one on the underworld board. Lin Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could pierce through the heavens. He was filled with confidence from the bottom of his heart. Not everyone who entered would be able to gain anything. Some gained nothing and some gained ordinary things. Opportunity. Opportunity, it wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. One must have the opportunity, fate, and sufficient ability. Ability didn't just refer to one's strength. It also included one's temperament and other aspects. Those who gained something were naturally happy. Those who didn't would inevitably feel depressed. As time passed, Chenzong didn't find any other opportunities. However, he wasn't discouraged. It would be great if he could find something. Even if he couldn't, he would still gain something. Senior brothers, Chenzong has gone too far. We can't let him go. Su Mulong said angrily. Of course. When I find him, I'll treat him well. Xingyuan's face was gloomy and his eyes shone with a cold light. He had challenged Chenzong and lost to Chenzong. He had become a laughingstock. This made Xingyuan furious and full of hatred. He continued to train bitterly and turned his hatred into motivation, allowing his strength to improve. He planned to ruthlessly take revenge on Chenzong and even kill him. Now that he had obtained some good opportunities in the Xianming small world, his strength had increased and he had become stronger. His desire for revenge had become stronger. Although I have no grudge against him, as a member of the Xianming Palace, I won't allow him to bully us. The other person said coldly. He was a disciple of the Xianming Palace, ranked 28th on the Underworld Board. He was Dai Donglin. After Su Mulong left the black hole, he happened to meet Xingyuan and Dai Donglin. He joined forces with them to take revenge on Chenzong and take back the Xianming fruit. Naturally, Su Mulong did not tell them the reason. He only said that Chenzong had taken away the opportunity that should have belonged to him. Su Mulong was Su Mubai's cousin. He was also a prodigy. His identity was enough for the other disciples of the Xianming Palace to treat him well. At the very least, they had to be polite on the surface. Otherwise, they might offend Su Mubai. Su Mubai's identity was very high. He was comparable to the elders in the Xianming Palace. The elders of the Xianming Palace were at least 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Moreover, Su Mubai had been designated as the next palace master of the Xianming Palace if there were no accidents. Therefore, the consequences of offending Su Mubai were severe. Since Su Mulong and Xingyuan were planning to take revenge on Chenzong, Sima Li from the Sima family naturally had the same plan. Therefore, Sima Li gathered Sima Ro and Sima Rue to find Chenzong and kill him. Unknowingly, Chenzong had been targeted. However, Chenzong did not know about it. His figure flashed past like the wind. Soon after, Chenzong saw 3 figures in front of him. The 3 of them also saw Chenzong and were overjoyed. Chenzong, you're dead meat. Sima Li was stunned. He did not expect to encounter Chenzong as soon as the 3 of them gathered. He was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a cold light that penetrated thousands of meters as though he wanted to pierce through Chenzong's body. Chenzong was also stunned. However, he did not have any intention of running away. As his strength increased, his confidence increased. He could fight. It just so happened that he could also test the strength that he possessed at this moment. His eyes were as sharp as swords, piercing through the sky. Sima Li felt fear subconsciously. After mastering the half-step sword intent, Chenzong's eyes became sharper. Sima Li had been defeated by Chenzong before. Naturally, he would feel fear when facing Chenzong's sharp eyes. However, Sima Li reacted quickly. He immediately glared at Chenzong. His anger surged. Chenzong, you won't be able to escape this time. Sima Li roared and quickly approached Chenzong with a movement technique. Sima Ro also used her movement technique and flew over. As for Sima Rue, he had his hands behind his back and was strolling leisurely. Among the 3 of them, Sima Rue was the strongest. He was ranked 37th on the dark list. Chenzong was sure that Sima Li and Sima Ro were no match for him. However, Sima Rue was not weak at all. He was ranked 37th on the dark list. Chenzong did not know if he could fight or even defeat Sima Rue with his current strength. However, Chenzong was confident that even if he was not a match for Sima Rue, he could still retreat calmly. The sky was dark, and the wind was chilly. Sima Li and Sima Ro, the 2 heavens' prides, were fast approaching from the left and right. Their eyes were cold, and cold light flickered. Sima Rue, on the other hand, was neither too fast nor too slow. He walked forward from the front. He seemed to be slow, but every step he took covered a distance of more than 10 meters. He looked calm, as if everything was under his control. The ranking on the underworld board was based on strength. He was ranked 30th on the underworld board, and his strength was naturally much stronger than Sima Li and Sima Ro. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were not his match at all. Chen Zong's ranking on the underworld board was only slightly higher than Sima Li and Sima Ro. His strength must be limited, and it was unknown whether he could withstand the joint forces of Sima Li and Sima Ro. Even if he could barely withstand or even defeat the joint forces of Sima Li and Sima Ro, Sima Rue was still there. As long as Sima Rue made a move, victory was assured. It was this mentality of thinking that he had everything under control that made Sima Rue so calm and unruffled. Among the younger generation, he had always been known for being wise and far-sighted. He was very good at analyzing strength, and until now, he had never made a mistake in his analysis of strength. At most, there were some small deviations, which were within the normal range. Their murderous intents locked onto Chen Zong and rapidly closed in on him. Sima Li and Sima Ro's eyes became increasingly cold and fierce. Immediately, their tyrannical half-saint powers surged like torrential waves, shaking endlessly like a flash flood. Sima Li's finger pierced through the air. Suddenly, the power of his finger was extremely sharp. It shot out like a sword chi piercing through the void, wanting to penetrate Chen Zong's body. Sima Ro flicked her fingers, and her palms moved up and down. It looked extremely mysterious, gorgeous, and complicated, like two butterflies shuttling through hundreds of flowers. Not only was the speed amazing, but the trajectory was also extremely mysterious, making it difficult to capture. Between the slender and white hands of the butterfly-like butterflies, there was a trace of red light that spread to the fingertips, making this pair of white hands even more strange and sharp, as if they could tear everything apart. If one was hit, countless wounds would be cut on the body. The terrifying power would invade the body through the wounds and wreak havoc, causing great pain. Chen Zong remained motionless, as if he couldn't react in time. Just as Sima Li and Sima Ro's attacks came from the left and right, Chen Zong also moved. It was fine if he did not move, but once he moved, his power was like thunder and lightning. When the sword was unsheathed, its weight of 150,000 kilograms did not limit Chen Zong's performance. On the contrary, it burst forth with an incomparably shocking power, like a golden thunderbolt that could destroy everything, and instantly blast it out. Chen Zong's experience in that world allowed him to accumulate more experience in the way of the sword. Although he did not display the half-step sword will, he could still use the methods of the titled martial artists in that world to manifest his spirit and will. Under the transformation, it was as if a real thunderbolt had broken through the air and blasted out. It was also as if the power of the thunderbolt was attached to the gilded heavy mountain sword, making it even more terrifying. Chen Zong's soul was very strong, and his spirit and will were also very strong. The thunderbolt he summoned was also much more powerful and shocking. Sima Li and Sima Ro's expressions suddenly changed. They only felt that the golden thunderbolt seemed to be coming for them. The power and momentum it contained were extremely terrifying, as if it would shatter them in an instant. After entering the Xianming small world, Sima Li and Sima Ro naturally gained something. Their strength was also much stronger than before, but Chen Zong's improvement was even greater. The increase in cultivation and so on allowed Chen Zong's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. When the sword blasted out, it was extremely terrifying. Sima Rue's expression also changed. He immediately realized that his analysis of Chen Zong's strength was somewhat wrong. It was on the low side. But it didn't matter. He had never seen Chen Zong fight before. All his analysis was based on what he heard, so it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, the strength of his opponent could not escape his sharp and wise eyes. Sima Rue also believed that with Sima Li and Sima Ro's strength combined, they would be able to contend against the opponent. Boom, a sword broke through the air and blasted out like a thunderbolt. It was abnormally terrifying. Sima Li and Sima Ro were not ordinary people. They did not hesitate to attack, but the power of their moves was immediately shattered by Chen Zong's sword. Sima Li's body shook, and an extremely tyrannical chi burst out, roaring like a wild beast, directly rushing forward like a stampede of 10,000 beasts. This was not something that the Sima family had, but something that Sima Li had obtained not long ago by chance. With one move, Sima Li used all his strength to resist Chen Zong's sword. Sima Li was extremely shocked. How could the power of Chenzong's sword be so strong? Before, it was not so strong. This increase was too great. Sima Ro seized the opportunity and her body was extremely agile. She was like a butterfly fluttering among hundreds of flowers. Following the gaps, she closed in on Chenzong at an astonishing speed. She waved her hands, and a red light lingered on her fingertips, tearing the air and tearing Chenzong's body apart. Suddenly, Chenzong felt his hair stand on end. But when the Gilded Mountain sword blasted out and collided with Sima Li's trump card, several forces continuously bombarded and pulled, as if they were trying their best to hold the sword back so that Sima Ro could kill. This time, how will you deal with it? Sima Rue's eyes sharpened, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. In his quick analysis, the probability of Chenzong avoiding Sima Ro's attack was less than 10%. Unless, Chenzong's fingers were like a sword, and an extremely terrifying power spread out from his fingertips. The power surged and condensed at his fingertips, overbearing and violent. It was as if countless thunderbolts were condensed in it, and it pierced forward like a sword of lightning piercing through the sky, piercing towards Sima Ro. The power contained in this finger immediately made Sima Ro's hair stand on end. It was as if she was stabbed, her body would immediately be destroyed. Without a choice, Sima Ro could only give up attacking Chenzong and change to dodging. She did not dare to take it head-on. Originally, the cultivation method and martial arts that she practiced were not suitable for head-on confrontation, but mainly for flexibility. Like a butterfly fluttering, she quickly dodged, but she did not expect that the finger would follow her like a shadow. Sima Rue frowned. He found that his analysis seemed to be wrong again. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He had always liked to analyze everything, devise strategies, and then defeat his opponent. If he was not confident, he would not make a move. But this time, it was out of his expectations twice in a row. Sima Li swung away the sword, and rushed forward like an angry beast. His arms swelled, and his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws. It was as if he could tear the sky and earth apart. It was extremely terrifying. Chenzong's hair stood on end, and he felt as if he was about to be torn apart. Even so, Chenzong still did not plan to use the half-step sword intent. That was his trump card, and other than himself, no one else knew about it. He would only use it when necessary as a killing move. Moreover, to deal with Sima Li and Sima Ro, it was not worthwhile to use the half-step sword intent. After all, Sima Rue, who was more powerful, was watching from the side. The Gilded Mountainous sword swept out with a terrifying force that could destroy everything in its path, as if it was capable of sweeping through an army. The sword wind was like a real storm, raging in all directions and sweeping through the sky and earth. Sima Li actually felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. It was as if this sword was like a storm in nature, extremely terrifying. Sima Ro's figure kept changing. She appeared behind Chenzong, and her fingertips glowed with red light. But Chenzong seemed to have sensed it. His figure shook, and then he turned into 2 lifelike figures. He dodged Sima Ro's attack, and at the same time, he pierced the sky with his finger. This finger was like a volcanic eruption. Magma rolled, and the heat was boundless. It was even more terrifying than the thunder before. Due to Chenzong's understanding of the power of flames, his spiritual will was even more outstanding in transforming into flames. This point was originally difficult to manifest in the world of warriors because of the difference in their bodies. But now, it was his own body, and everything belonged to him. The difference was obvious. Fire, cloud, sword. These were the 3 extraordinary powers that he had mastered. If he could transform his spiritual will into the same power, it would be even more shocking. Sima Ro only felt that the finger attack was like a volcanic eruption. Magma spewed out, and the fire was monstrous. It was as if everything was burned to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Her expression changed, and she was terrified. She quickly retreated. But Sima Rue could not understand this scene. Few people in this world could use the spiritual will that they had learned in the other world. When facing it for the first time, it was inevitable that they would feel panic. It was too real. It was like a real eruption of magma. Retreat, 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 no matter if it was Sima Ro or Sima Li, under Chenzong's attack, they had to retreat. Otherwise, they would feel like they were facing a disaster. "Brother Rue, please help." Sima Li could not help but shout. He had no choice. He had attacked with full confidence and joined forces with Sima Ro, intending to kill Chen Zong. What he did not expect was that Chen Zong's strength had increased beyond expectations. It was simply terrifying. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for him and were forced to retreat. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to do anything to him. They would be defeated again. So, they could only ask for help from their brother. Sima Rue could not help but frown, but he did not hesitate. He took a step forward, and as if he was gliding on the water, he moved hundreds of meters in an instant, directly approaching Chen Zong. He was calm and unhurried, as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. However, there was an extremely terrifying aura surging out in an instant, directly locking onto Chen Zong. In the next moment, he raised his left hand that was behind his back. His palm was aimed at Chen Zong. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, and his arm seemed to be pushing forward slowly. However, it brought about a shocking explosion, as if the wind was howling nonstop. A terrifying force was gathering in the palm of his hand. It was like a whirlwind was spinning, turning into a storm vortex. Chen Zong's expression was serious. Sima Rue's attack was indeed not to be underestimated. He was much stronger than Sima Li and Sima Ro. Boom! As the palm print fell, its power was extremely powerful and overbearing. It shot out from the palm as if it was going to crush Chen Zong. The pressure made Chen Zong's expression turn solemn, and his eyes flickered. Sima Rue's palm contained a kind of power. To others, this kind of power might be inexplicable and indescribable. Even Sima Rue himself could not explain it. But Chen Zong could feel that it was a kind of spiritual oppression, as if it was an illusion of his own spiritual will. It was similar and had the same effect. Was this an ability that Sima Rue had mastered, or could it be mastered by the higher-ranked geniuses? Chen Zong did not know, and he did not have time to think about it now. Sima Rue's cultivation was at the peak of the advanced half-saint level, and his cultivation method was also very advanced. The half-saint power was extremely powerful and pure, and his attainments in martial arts were very high. What he brought was a super-strong force. As soon as he attacked, Chen Zong was sure that Sima Rue's strength was several times stronger than Sima Li and Sima Ro. Even if they joined forces, they would be easily defeated by Sima Rue. This was a strong enemy. He was only ranked 37th on the Netherworld list, but his strength was already so powerful. The sword was like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years. It erupted in an instant, and its power was earth-shattering. But this sword was defeated by Sima Rue's palm print. The palm print seemed to have divided everything and blasted to kill. Sima Rue looked calm, but there was a touch of sharpness and confidence in the depths of his eyes. He was confident that this palm was enough to defeat all of Chen Zong's power and suppress him. Sima Rue was very confident that his analysis would not be wrong this time, and he would not allow a third mistake. 100% power, one palm to suppress. Sima Li and Sima Ro retreated. The power contained in Sima Rue's palm also surprised them. Under this palm, Chen Zong had nowhere to hide or resist. He could only be suppressed. Thinking of this, Sima Li's eyes flashed with excitement. A sudden change occurred. Chen Zong's eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light. It was like a thunderbolt that tore through the sky, and also like an aurora that penetrated the heavens and the earth, causing Sima Rue's heart to suddenly tremble. Shortly after, Chen Zong stabbed out with his sword, abruptly stabbing towards Sima Rue's palm. An extremely sharp suction force condensed on the sword. Half-step sword intent. Sima Rue's strength was very, very strong. After entering the Xianming small world, he also had the opportunity to improve his strength further. Chen Zong's spiritual will alone was not enough to fight against him. Since that was the case, he could only use the incomplete sword intent. Once the half-step sword intent was unleashed, it was extremely sharp and terrifying. A sword pierced through the air. The sharpness of this sword seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and cut through everything. Sima Rue's expression changed greatly. From Chen Zong's sword, he felt an indescribable sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Nothing could resist it. In merely an instant, Sima Rue felt the power in his palm being pierced through. The sharpness of the sword was about to pierce through his palm. Furthermore, it was a great sword. Once it pierced through, it would not be as simple as piercing through. Instead, his entire palm would be shattered. Even his arm would be shattered into powder. Overlapping waves, with a low shout, Sima Rue did not stop. Instead, his arm shook, as if it was undulating like waves. Layers of power surged and bombarded. He directly displayed a powerful unique skill. Although he had used 100% of his strength in the previous palm, it was only 100% of his strength. What he displayed was just a normal martial arts technique. Now, he was using a unique skill. 3 layers of power. It was the 3 layers of waves. It was a very common name, but it had extraordinary power. The power bombarded out one layer after another, and each layer used up all of Sima Rue's strength. The first layer was smashed by Chenzong's sword, the second layer was also smashed, and the third layer blocked Chenzong's sword. The half-step sword essence was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, Chenzong's application of it was very shallow. After all, he had just mastered it, and there was no time for Chenzong to settle down and develop more applications of the half-step sword essence. Blood-spurting sword. Suddenly, Chenzong displayed the first move of the blood-dripping swordsmanship. The blood-spurting sword had reached the basic realm, and its power was extraordinary. Now, Chenzong had integrated the half-step sword essence into it, and its power had increased exponentially. As soon as the sword came out, the blood light shot into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens and the earth. In Sima Rue's eyes, there was only a sharp and condensed blood light shooting toward him. His hair stood on end. It seemed that this sword was enough to pierce through him. Retreat. Without hesitation, Sima Rue's body flashed, and he quickly retreated with great agility. He wanted to avoid Chenzong's sword. At this moment, Sima Rue could not be bothered to be angry because he had once again misjudged Chenzong's strength. He had hidden it too well. Retreat! 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 The sharp blood light seemed to be spreading endlessly as it chased after him. Sima Rue and Sima Li were shocked, and they thought that they were hallucinating. The powerful Sima Rue was actually forced to retreat by his opponent. How could Chenzong's strength increase so quickly and terrifyingly? It did not make any sense. At the same time, another 3 figures appeared in the distance, and they were rapidly approaching. It's Chenzong. Xing Yuan's eyes were sharp and cold, and he was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and spat out the 2 words. Very good. Su Mulong's eyes shone brightly. He only hoped that Chenzong had not consumed the mysterious underworld fruit. Even if he had, there would be at least one left. Junior brothers, feel free to attack. Dai Donglin smiled. The 28th place on the underworld ranking gave him great confidence. Perhaps he knew that he was no match for the top 20 geniuses, so he would be more restrained. However, it was nothing for a person who was ranked lower than him. Who's that? Su Mulong's eyes narrowed as he saw the person who was retreating under Chenzong's sword. Sima Rue. Dai Donglin raised his eyebrows as he recognized the person. Although Sima Rue's ranking was lower than his, he was still ranked in the 30s. His strength was not weak, but he was being chased by his opponent. Was he hiding his strength? No, Dai Donglin was still confident in his eyesight. He could see that Sima Rue was not hiding his strength, but had to retreat. The sharpness of Chenzong's sword was extremely shocking. He did not dare to take it head-on. To be able to force Sima Rue to retreat, Chenzong's strength was at least in the 30s, or even in the top 30. He was a strong opponent. However, Dai Donglin had full confidence in his own strength. Although he was ranked 28th, that was only his previous ranking. The benefits of the trip to the mysterious Nether Small World were immense. The mysterious underworld belonged to the mysterious underworld palace, and he was a disciple of the mysterious underworld palace. He had a better understanding of the mysterious underworld small world than the other forces, so it was easier for him to obtain benefits and opportunities. Therefore, with his current strength, he was definitely above the 28th rank. Junior brothers, let me deal with this person. Dai Donglin said as he leaped up high. He spread his arms like an eagle flapping its wings, and immediately dove down from a height of 10 meters. He was like an arrow that was released from a bow. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he landed with an extremely sharp aura. He locked onto Chenzong, causing Chenzong to feel a chill down his spine. Xingyuan was unwilling to accept this. He felt that his strength had improved a lot, and he was strong enough to deal with Chenzong. However, when he saw Chenzong chasing after Sima Rue, he almost vomited blood. Although Xingyuan was confident that his strength had improved, he was still not confident that he could deal with an expert like Sima Rue. However, Chenzong could. The difference was obvious. Although Su Mulong was unhappy, he knew that Chenzong was very strong, and he was not a match for him. In that case, he would leave it to senior brother Dai Donglin. Fortunately, he met senior brother Dai Donglin this time. Otherwise, even if he and Xingyuan found Chenzong, they would not be a match for him. They might even have to run away in a panic like the last time. Now, he could only place his hopes on senior brother Dai Donglin. Chenzong felt a chill down his spine when he was locked onto by Dai Donglin's aura. It was the aura of the Shenming true skill. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze everything. At a glance, one could see that the sky was filled with black, as if a black wave was sweeping over, emitting a monstrous chill. Immediately, Dai Donglin threw out a palm. The black wave behind him suddenly condensed into a pitch-black palm print, as if it was condensed by black water, and struck down from the sky. The palm print was huge, with a radius of dozens of meters. The terrifying pressure directly bombarded Chenzong's body, and the terrifying chill continuously seeped into Chenzong's body, freezing his strength and blood. The palm print was so powerful that it covered the sky and covered the earth. The pressure made Chenzong gasp for breath. Chenzong had no choice but to give up chasing after Sima Rue. Sima Rue was also able to breathe, but he was furious. Blood splattered with a sword strike, Chenzong pushed the half-step sword intent to the extreme. The sword broke through the sky, and the blood light pierced through the sky. Kill, the sword strike was immediately defeated by the black palm print, and the black palm print was also penetrated at the same time, and gradually dispersed. One strike, it seemed that they were evenly matched, but Chenzong knew that he was actually at a disadvantage. After all, the sword strike was his strongest strike, and he did not know if the palm print was his opponent's strongest strike. "I'll suppress you with this strike." Dai Donglin was a little surprised that his opponent could block his strike. It was indeed extraordinary, but so what? It was just an ordinary palm print. Now, it was his real strength. Xuanming's giant palm print, it was a famous secret skill of the Xianming Palace. Dai Donglin had cultivated it to a high level, and its power was shocking. Boom, the black wave swept through the world as if it wanted to devour everything. Astonishing aura surged from all directions and condensed in an instant, forming an extremely terrifying palm print. The palm print did not look as big as before, only about 10 meters in size. However, the pressure that emanated from it was twice as strong as before. Twice as strong, its power was even more terrifying, as if it could sink the earth with one strike. The shocking pressure made Chenzong's hair stand on end. Even with his strong physique, he could feel the pressure. Burst, celestial crystal battle body, in an instant, Chenzong's strength increased a few times, and he struck again with his sword. Blood splattered from the sword strike, the blood light pierced through the sky, and it was shocking without hesitation. It was just to break through. This was faith, unparalleled, incomparably firm. Chenzong's qi and blood churned endlessly as his muscles and bones trembled incessantly. A wave of frightening chilliness gushed into his body like a torrent, intending to wantonly destroy his body. However, Dai Donglin's expression was grave. There was a spot on his palm that had been pierced by Chenzong's sword. Although Chenzong's strength was not as strong as his sword technique was terrifying and powerful. If he was not careful, he might be defeated by Chenzong. A strong opponent, Dai Donglin valued Chenzong more and more, and his attacks became more and more ruthless. Black finger forces broke through the air, one after another, like highly compressed black cold water, piercing through the sky and shooting toward Chenzong. Each of them was extremely powerful. Chenzong dodged, waved his sword, and kept retreating. Sima Rui's strength was good, but he was no match for Chenzong when he used the half-step sword intent. However, Dai Donglin's strength was much stronger than Sima Rui's. Even if he used the half-step sword intent and secret techniques, Chenzong was no match for Dai Donglin. In that case, Chenzong immediately retreated. He could not defeat Dai Donglin alone, let alone the others. If they joined forces, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Even if he borrowed the power of Azura's doppelganger, he could not defeat them. Escape first, unless it was a last resort, there was no need to fight them to the death. Trying to escape? Dai Donglin smiled coldly. He unleashed his movement technique, like a great rock spreading its wings. His speed was astonishing, even faster than Chenzong's. Speed was Dai Donglin's advantage. Close, Chenzong flicked his 10 fingers. Streams of pitch-black finger force shot towards Chenzong. Chenzong pushed his movement technique to the extreme and dodged the attacks. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. Sword chi turned into a storm and blasted out. The others also used their body movement to chase after Chenzong. For Xing Yuan, it was necessary to teach Chenzong a lesson. As for whether he would kill Chenzong or not, it would depend on the situation. For Su Mulong, the first thing to do was to get back the mysterious Ming fruit, preferably 2. Then, he would think about how to deal with Chenzong. Sima Li hesitated for a moment, then used his body movement to chase after Chenzong. Since he couldn't get away, Chenzong was ready to use his trump card. The power of Azura's avatar surged out in an instant. The tyrannical saint ferocious energy surged into his body and an icy cold aura spread out, freezing everything in all directions. Immediately, Chenzong struck backward with his sword. The murderous aura was like a dragon. The extremely tyrannical baleful aura instantly transformed into an evil dragon that roared in the sky. With an extremely terrifying power, it instantly blasted towards Dai Donglin. Dai Donglin was shocked. The power contained in that sword shocked him. It was very strong. Dai Donglin threw out a palm attack with all of his power. That black palm print was like a mountain pressing down on Yuchen like a mountain. In an instant, the evil dragon and the black mountain both paused and shattered. An extremely terrifying aura rushed out in all directions, as if it was going to explode everything. Chenzong took the opportunity to flee. Dai Donglin paused for a moment and then chased after him again. He couldn't rely on the power of Azura's avatar for a long time. Dai Donglin was very strong and Chenzong wasn't confident that he could defeat him in a short time. Moreover, there were other people who weren't weak either. If they joined in, he wouldn't be able to withstand them. Chenzong's body was filled with holy saint ferocious energy. His body movement was so fast that he quickly left Dai Donglin behind. Dai Donglin chased after him and could only watch as Chenzong's figure went further and further away until it disappeared from his sight. He gave up, or rather, he gave up chasing for the time being. In fact, if he continued to chase after him, he would definitely be able to catch up. Chenzong was bearing the holy saint ferocious energy. As time passed, the burden would become heavier and heavier. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. When Chenzong realized that no one was chasing after him, he immediately let the holy saint ferocious energy return to Azura's avatar. He felt excruciating pain all over his body, as if he was being cut by a sharp sword. He circulated his cultivation method and gradually, the excruciating pain was alleviated and he completely recovered. I wonder how long it will take for the mysterious nether small world to close. Chenzong thought to himself. Time was tight, but Chenzong wasn't in a hurry to find the so-called opportunity. Instead, he planned to comprehend the application of the half-step sword intent. To put it simply, he had just grasped the half-step sword intent. When he displayed it, his strength had indeed increased a lot. However, it wasn't enough. In terms of application, it was still very rough. It could be said that his potential of the half-step sword intent was still very shallow. He had only grasped 20% of it. At the very least, he had to continue to improve until he grasped 100% of it and fully display its power. Chenzong even had an idea. He wanted to create his own unique killing move. If he created it based on the half-step sword intent, it would only be more compatible and powerful. Special characteristics, everything had its own special characteristics. It was a special essence that was different from other things. Only by unearthing its unique essence could one display its power to the extreme and display a power that was different from other things. The most important thing now was to fully grasp the half-step sword intent and fully utilize it. At least, he could integrate it into other sword skills and sword moves to make them more powerful. Comprehension. In the battle just now, he had gained the upper hand at first, but then fell into a disadvantage. He had displayed the half-step sword intent many times, and had gained a lot. Chen Zong suddenly jumped up from sitting cross-legged. His eyes shot out a sharp light like a sword, as if it was piercing through the sky. It was so sharp that it could pierce through anything. His right arm shook, and the gilded mountain sword was instantly unsheathed. The heavy sword was as light as a feather. It instantly pierced through the sky. The golden light pierced through everything with an unparalleled sharpness, tearing the sky apart. The sword returned to the sheath, and the golden sword mark slowly disappeared. 30%. Chen Zong murmured. Before, he had only grasped less than 20% of the half-step sword intense potential. After a short period of comprehension, he had grasped 30% of the half-step sword intense potential. The power of his sword had increased by more than 20%. The improvement made Chen Zong see hope. He continued to comprehend. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong stood where he was, pondering silently for a while, and then pulling out his sword to attack. He was combining thinking and practicing, stillness and movement. One sword strike after another, Chen Zong was searching for the feeling and inspiration. If the half-step sword intense potential was divided into 100%, it would be easy to grasp it at the beginning, but it would be more difficult as time went on. As soon as Chen Zong grasped the half-step sword intent, he was able to grasp almost 40% of the half-step sword intense potential, which was also based on the solid accumulation of the sword art. After a short period of comprehension, he was able to grasp 50% of the half-step sword intense potential. Ming Jianli's accumulation in this realm was gradually showing its benefits. He waved his sword again, and the golden light turned into a straight line, shooting out 70 meters away. The golden sword mark also stayed in the air for about a second before disappearing. 40%. Chen Zong murmured. The power of his sword had increased. Waving the sword, waving the sword, waving the sword, Chen Zong waved his sword again and again, and the sword light pierced the sky one after another. He concentrated his mind, spirit, soul, and will, and countless inspirations emerged, lingering in his mind and heart. After waving his sword several times, Chen Zong suddenly understood something, and his eyes became brighter as if they could pierce the sky. He waved his sword again. The golden light was extremely dazzling, and then condensed into one in an instant. It was extremely dazzling, like a golden aurora shooting out. It instantly pierced through the sky for 100 meters before disappearing. The golden sword light stayed for more than a second before disappearing. 50%, the half-step sword intense potential had reached 50%. It's not that easy to grasp 60% of the potential, Chen Zong murmured. That was his feeling. He was able to grasp 50% of the potential in such a short time because of his solid foundation in the realm of Ming Jianli and his solid accumulation in the sword art. That solid foundation was a great help in grasping the half-step sword intent. However, it would be harder to grasp it in the future, and it would take more time and energy. Chen Zong didn't know when the Xianming small world would close, but he guessed that it would be less than 10 days, or even less than 5 days. After all, half a month had passed before entering the black hole, and now it took him several days to tap the potential of the half-step sword intent. The blood drop swordsmanship performed with 50% of the half-step sword intent is more than twice as powerful as before. It's enough to defeat Dai Donglin, Chen Zong thought to himself. Of course, even if Dai Donglin had hidden his strength, Chen Zong was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to him. So, he would look for opportunities again. To get the opportunities in the Xianming small world, one had to pay a price. Some were tests, and some were guardian beasts. For example, the Xianming fruit of the Xianming tree was guarded by the Xianming flood snake. Chen Zong didn't find any opportunities, but he met Wu Feng. Edgeless was currently locked in a fierce battle with someone. That person had an ordinary face, and it was hard to distinguish him in a crowd. There was nothing special about him, but his attacks were very sharp, especially with the short blade in his hand. It was very tricky and strange, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. His movement technique was even more erratic, and his figure was like a ghost, making it difficult for others to grasp. Wisps of cold aura spread out in the surroundings, and the temperature of the air dropped a lot for no reason. Black Demon. Chenzong took a look and guessed. He took another look and confirmed that the other was a Black Demon assassin. In addition to him, Wufeng was also attacked by a Black Demon assassin. It seemed that there was more than one Black Demon assassin here. With the edgeless saber in hand, the edge of the saber was incomparably sharp. Not only was the speed of each slash extremely fast, it was like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air, but its power was also extremely shocking. It could be said that the edgeless saber was extremely sharp and pursued extreme lethality. It was extremely terrifying. In terms of attack, Wufeng was very good, better than the Black Demon assassin. Moreover, Wufeng's strength was much stronger than before. In other aspects, however, Wufeng was more ordinary. Facing the Black Demon assassin, who was like a ghost, it was difficult to hit him. His extreme attack power couldn't be unleashed. Chenzong didn't approach immediately, but watched. If Wufeng could handle it himself, there was no need for him to do anything. After all, this kind of battle was also a kind of training. Of course, if Wufeng couldn't handle it, Chenzong wouldn't just stand by and watch. He would definitely save Wufeng, whether it was because he was Venerable Lord Saber's disciple, a good opponent, or because he was a Black Demon assassin. The Black Demon killer's movements were ghostly and unpredictable. He constantly appeared around Wufeng and attacked him. Chenzong could see that the Black Demon killer was exhausting Wufeng's strength. He was waiting for the best opportunity to kill Wufeng with a fatal blow. Although Wufeng's saber techniques were exquisite, he pursued the ultimate offensive power and lethality. He was mediocre in other aspects. Pursuing the ultimate attack had its advantages and disadvantages, and that was its terrifying power. If one was struck by it, even those who were stronger than him would not be able to withstand it. However, if he could not hit his target, he would easily fall into an awkward situation. Just like now, the Black Demon killer's movements were too strange and unpredictable. He could almost restrain Wufeng. "Wufeng, let me help you." Chenzong's voice traveled through the void and into Wufeng's ears. Wufeng recognized Chenzong's voice and did not refuse. In fact, this opponent was too difficult to deal with. He was targeting his weakness. Wufeng knew that he would have to strengthen himself in all aspects in the future. However, he would not change the path he had set for himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzong quickly approached him. He unsheathed the gilded mountainous sword and slashed out. The sword was as fast as lightning. It tore through the sky with a terrifying power that could shatter everything. It seemed to destroy everything in its path. The Black Demon killer was shocked. The sword had locked onto him, and he felt like he had nowhere to run. He exerted his movements to the extreme and became even more elusive. He turned into a black shadow. Wisps of black mist filled the surroundings, making his figure even more erratic. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, all of this was useless in front of Chenzong. Kill, this sword was extremely terrifying. Although he did not use the incomplete sword intent, he used his spiritual willpower to transform it. The thunderous sword slashed through the sky. The Black Demon killer's hair stood on end. There was no way to dodge, there was nowhere to hide. Without hesitation, the Black Demon killer did not linger and immediately retreated. Only by surviving could he find a chance to kill more prodigies on the Netherworld roll. Run, however, he couldn't escape. Wufeng grasped this opportunity. His eyes shone with a terrifying cold light, shooting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Afterwards, he swung his blade horizontally. A shocking force turned into a cold light that collided with the blade. It was like an endless wave as the edge of the blade condensed to the limit. Kill, the saber slashed through the air. It seemed casual, but there was an indescribable sharpness that tore through the air. It was like a breeze, but it also made Chenzong, who was far away, feel his hair stand on end. It was as if this strike was enough to kill him. The blade light was light and fine, like a breeze blowing past. The dark green grass on the ground suddenly paused, as if it had been cut by an invisible sharp blade, and a layer of it was directly cut off. Strong wind, strong grass, and the blade pierced through the air. The Black Fiend assassin's body trembled unconsciously. A trace of coldness came from the depths of his bones and seemed to emerge from the deepest part of his soul. There was no way to dodge this attack. Erupting with all his strength, the Black Fiend assassin made a prompt decision. Instead of retreating, he charged at Edgeless. Even if he was going to die, he would drag someone down with him. It was very ruthless and decisive. However, Wufeng's strike was a masterpiece. It was a killing move, a unique skill. It was very terrifying. His expression was indifferent. The sharp blade of his saber struck out without hesitation. A sword to end the sky, this was the invincible saber momentum. Chen Zong could see that Wufeng's invincible saber momentum had obviously improved compared to before. It was a terrifying strike. It pursued lethality to the extreme. There was no hesitation or hesitation. Kill, just kill, just kill. After the strike, the Black Fiend assassin's body suddenly paused. All the black smoke dissipated, and a body fell to the ground. It was split into two, and blood flowed everywhere. Wufeng quickly turned around and looked at Chen Zong. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and sharp light shot out from them like blades. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. His long blade hummed, as if it was about to reveal a shocking sharpness. Stimulated by Wufeng's saber qi, Chen Zong's sword qi also gathered in an instant. The wind stopped blowing. The saber and sword qi collided, cut, and minced all the surrounding grass into powder. Then, the saber returned to its scabbard, and the saber qi was restrained. "Thank you for this," Wufeng said to Chen Zong. He turned around and used his body movement. Like an invincible saber, he rushed forward. His astonishing aura immediately left a mark on the ground. A sharp voice sounded, "Let's fight again another day." "Okay." Chen Zong's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Wufeng could hear it. The invincible saber momentum made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. It was very murderous and much more aggressive than before. The previous invincible saber momentum could be compared to a treasured saber that had not been sharpened. Now, the invincible saber momentum was a treasured saber that had already been sharpened. Seeing Wufeng's invincible saber momentum, Chen Zong understood a little, but only a little. If he fought with Wufeng, perhaps he could learn more from it. However, Wufeng obviously did not want to fight with him now. Then, let's postpone the fight. The Xianming small world was vast. 108 people entered and looked for opportunities everywhere. Some of them would not even meet. Chen Zong did not know if he was lucky or unlucky to meet Dai Donglin. However, this time, Dai Donglin was alone. He did not travel with Xingyuan and Su Mulong. Dai Donglin was much stronger than Xingyuan and Su Mulong. He also needed to look for opportunities. It was impossible for him to travel with them all the time. Seeing Chen Zong, Dai Donglin was slightly stunned. It was a little unexpected. Then, a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. Dai Donglin could understand why Xingyuan wanted to deal with Chen Zong. However, Su Mulong wanted to deal with Chen Zong. He said that Chen Zong had stolen his opportunity. However, Su Mulong did not say what the opportunity was. Dai Donglin did not ask because he was helping Su Mulong. Now, he was not helping Su Mulong. Instead, he was going to take everything from Chen Zong. Chen Zong's strength had increased rapidly. There must be a big secret behind it. If he could get his hands on it, it might be another opportunity. A trace of killing intent grew in Dai Donglin's heart. Dai Donglin's speed exploded, and he flew over like a great rock. Black waves surged behind him, turning into a pitch-black curtain that covered the sky and the sun. He was going all out. This time, Dai Donglin would not let Chen Zong escape. It had only been a few days. Dai Donglin did not think that Chen Zong's strength could increase by leaps and bounds to the point where he could surpass him. Although Chen Zong's strength was strong a few days ago, he could tell that it was only temporary. It was a trump card or something similar to a secret technique. He also had a secret technique to increase his strength. However, he had not used it yet. This time, Chen Zong could not escape. However, Chen Zong did not have the slightest intention to escape. Seeing Dai Donglin unleashing his full strength like a rock spreading its wings and descending with a dark shadow, Chen Zong gathered his essence, qi, and spirit in an instant. Dai Donglin's strength was very strong. Ordinary means were no match for him. Therefore, he directly unleashed his full strength. He unleashed half of the power of the half-step sword essence. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed instantly. The half-step sword essence of the half-step sword essence blasted out in an instant. The golden light was extremely dazzling. It tore the sky apart in an instant. It pierced through the darkness as if it could kill everything. The sharpness of the sword made Dai Donglin's expression change drastically. It was as if Chen Zong's figure had disappeared in front of him. There was only a golden sword edge that pierced through the sky. It was extremely fast and pierced through the sun and the moon. The extreme sharpness made Dai Donglin's hair stand on end. It was as if his body would be pierced through from head to toe in an instant. Giant dark handprint, as soon as he attacked, he unleashed his full strength. The 10-meter-long black handprint was like a black mountain that had been condensed to the extreme. It was extremely powerful and heavy. It emitted an endless chill. The surrounding temperature dropped as if frost was spreading. Boom, the handprint struck down as if it was going to sink the earth. If it were a few days ago, this handprint would have been enough to suppress Chen Zong unless he borrowed the power of Azura's doppelganger. But now, the power of the half-step sword essence was much more terrifying. It was more than twice as powerful. As the sword struck out, the sword light was shattered. The handprint also paused and dispersed. Blood spurted out from the sword, the blood light spread out, and its power was much more powerful. Dai Donglin's expression changed dramatically. He was shocked. He had never expected that Chen Zong's strength would increase so much in just a few days. It was more than twice as powerful. It was too terrifying. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what he could withstand under normal circumstances. Secret method. Burst, in an instant, the black waves behind him gathered from all directions as if they were compressed into his body. Suddenly, a black figure was attached to Dai Donglin's body, like a layer of human-shaped armor. A strong aura spread out. Giant dark handprint, Dai Donglin condensed the handprint again and struck down instantly. It was also a 10-meter-long black mountain print, but the aura it emitted was much stronger and more powerful. The handprint struck down and collided with Chen Zong's sword. In an instant, the mountain print was pierced through by Chen Zong's sword. But at the same time, the blood sword light also paused and shattered in an instant. They were evenly matched. Was it true? No. Celestial crystal body. Chen Zong immediately performed the secret method, and his strength was enhanced. Blood spurted out from the sword. It was rare for a half-step saint to cultivate the upper sacred class martial technique to the basic realm. Its power was amazing. With the help of the secret method of celestial crystal body and half-step sword essence, its power was even more terrifying. Giant dark handprint, Dai Donglin attacked again, and this was his strongest move. The mountain print was condensed and struck down again. It was so terrifying that it seemed to collapse the earth and shatter everything. But under Chen Zong's blood sword light, it was immediately pierced and shattered. The blood sword light dissipated more than half, but there was still some power left, and it pierced towards Dai Donglin. Dai Donglin's face was very serious. He pointed his index finger, and a pitch-black finger strength shot out. It was condensed with high-intensity Xianming true force. It hit the blood sword light and shattered it instantly. Chen Zong did not hesitate to strike again with his sword. Dai Donglin's face suddenly changed. He immediately performed his body movement to dodge quickly. He did not dare to meet Chen Zong head-on again. Stop! Dai Donglin shouted as he dodged. Chen Zong ignored him. He stepped out, and his body turned into three in an instant. It was difficult to distinguish the real one from the fake, and they approached Dai Donglin from three directions. Blood spurted out from the sword. Dai Donglin covered the wound on his shoulder with his hand and ran for his life. Chen Zong's speed of improvement was too terrifying. A few days ago, Chen Zong was suppressed by him, but a few days later, he completely surpassed him. Moreover, that kind of power seemed to be extraordinary. Half-step Dao intent, half-step sword intent, an ordinary half-saint wouldn't know, but Dai Donglin knew a lot about it and had personally experienced it. That was half-step sword intent. Even the top 10 peerless geniuses didn't necessarily master half-step Dao intent. No wonder his strength improved so much. No, in the last battle, Chen Zong had already displayed half-step sword intent. However, compared to now, there was a big difference. Dai Donglin had used all his strength to launch that sword attack just now. That was why he hadn't been pierced through, but his shoulder had been cut open. If it had been pierced through, according to the thickness of the sword, it would have been enough to shatter his shoulder. An extremely terrifying and sharp force was entrenched in it, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It was extremely sharp, like an invisible sword qi. It was extremely terrifying and painful. Dai Donglin's speed was very fast, and he didn't care about the consumption of his strength. Because he could feel that Chen Zong really wanted to kill him. Although he was angry, the most important thing now was to escape. Chen Zong chased him closely. Dai Donglin didn't show any mercy before because he wanted to kill Chen Zong. However, he couldn't beat Chen Zong now, so he turned around and ran. Running away wasn't shameful, it was a very normal thing to do. In a situation where he couldn't beat his opponent and could escape, he didn't run. Instead, he risked his life. Of course, if he couldn't escape, he could only fight to the death. Seeing Dai Donglin's figure getting farther and farther away, Chen Zong frowned slightly. In terms of speed, he was indeed faster than ordinary cultivators, but it was still not enough. He only had the 1,000 shadows, 1,000 illusions and illusory net 9 changes. Neither of them were suitable for long-distance attacks, but were suitable for battle. From the looks of it, it was necessary for him to find a movement technique that focused on speed and long-distance attacks to cultivate. Holy Fiend Force, in that instant, Chen Zong borrowed the power of the Azure Doppelganger. The pure and tyrannical energy gave him even greater speed. With the tyrannical holy fiendish qi pouring into his body, he rushed forward like a gust of wind, quickly approaching Dai Donglin. He swung his sword. The murderous aura was like a dragon, the evil dragon roared in the sky, causing Dai Donglin's expression to change greatly. He quickly dodged with all his might. As he dodged, the baleful flood dragon blasted open a gorge in the ground. The terrifying shockwave slowed down Dai Donglin's speed to a certain extent. In that instant, Chen Zong swung his sword a second time. That sword contained a shocking amount of Saint Ferocious force, which transformed into a bolt of lightning. Its speed was shocking, and its destructive power was terrifying beyond compare. Murderous Qi Thunder, it was even more powerful than the first sword attack. With the support of the 50% half-step sword intent, its power was terrifying to the extreme. Compared to the blood-splashing sword, it was much faster and more powerful. You can't kill me. Dai Donglin quickly shouted, but his voice was penetrated by the sword light. His heart was also pierced in an instant, and all his defenses were ineffective. A shocking amount of murderous qi poured into his body in an instant, wantonly destroying and crushing his heart. You! Dai Donglin pointed at Chen Zong in disbelief and horror. He clutched his chest with one hand, but blood could not stop gushing out. His eyes gradually lost their light as he fell backward. The dignified genius ranked 28th had a bright future and amazing potential. Now, he had died here. It was a great irony. However, if he did not provoke Chen Zong and did not kill Chen Zong, he would not have died. Most of the time, one's life or death was self-inflicted. Regardless of whether one was a genius or not, as long as one had not truly grown up and possessed peerless strength, one would have to think about everything and deal with all dangers. Even after one had grown up, even a great saint stage powerhouse was not truly invincible. The founder of the Heartsword scripture, the Heartsword Saint, had died. As for how he died, it was still unclear at the moment. He would only know everything after his cultivation base reached the saint realm. There was no doubt that the Heartsword Saint was an ultimate great saint stage powerhouse. Of course, Chen Zong was not sure if there were different levels among the ultimate great saint stage powerhouses. However, since the Heartsword Saint was an ultimate great saint stage powerhouse, his strength must be very strong. Since he had died, it meant that there might be someone stronger than an ultimate great saint stage powerhouse in this world. Or perhaps there was danger. This gave Chen Zong a warning. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Everything was relative. Chen Zong moved quickly. He searched Dai Donglin's storage ring and took away the useful items. However, Chen Zong did not touch some of the items that he felt were more sensitive or could represent his identity. In comparison, Dai Donglin was a disciple of the Dark Nether Palace, and this was the Dark Nether small world that the Dark Nether Palace had always been in charge of. If the mysterious Nether Palace found out that he had killed a skyprite of the mysterious Nether Palace in the mysterious Nether small world, there would be no mercy. He activated the mysterious ancient fire refining technique and a purple cloud black star flame shot out. It landed on Dai Donglin's corpse and burned it rapidly. Although the current purple cloud black star flame could not keep up with his strength and could not increase his strength, its temperature was still very high. It was quite good to use it to destroy the corpse. Seeing Dai Donglin's corpse turn into ashes under the high temperature of the purple cloud black star flame, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the layer of black ashes scattered and drifted with the wind to an unknown place. Not even his bones were left. It must be said that it was very sad. He was a genius when he was alive, and his talent was superb. Who knew how many people were envious of him? Now, not only did he die here, his bright future was gone, and not even his corpse was left. In fact, Chenzong was not willing to do this if he had a choice. However, in order to survive, he had to do this. Only then would he be able to avoid being discovered by the mysterious Nether Palace. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for him. As Chenzong flew away, he checked the things he had obtained from Dai Donglin's storage ring. Elixirs were indispensable, but they were mainly used to restore strength and heal injuries. In addition, there were some personal collections that were worth a lot. There were also some human restoration elixirs and earth restoration elixirs that could increase Chenzong's wealth. Immediately, Chenzong found 3 mutant fruits. They were the same mutant fruits that he had consumed previously to increase his cultivation. Not bad. Chenzong was overjoyed. He immediately found a place to consume and refine the 3 mutant fruits. The majestic energy contained in the 3 mutant fruits was instantly released. It was extremely pure and surged through every part of Chenzong's body. It was extremely powerful. Chenzong activated the Taiyuan cloud scraping skill and quickly refined and absorbed the energy of the mutant fruits. He converted it into half-saint energy, causing his half-saint energy to continuously increase and his cultivation to increase steadily. Chenzong was confident that with these 3 mutant fruits, his cultivation would be able to achieve a breakthrough and reach the high level of half-saint. As long as his cultivation reached the high level of half-saint, his half-saint energy would be purer and more powerful. His strength would also be enhanced as a result. Breakthrough, the half-saint energy was like a surging tide that swept through everything. It was becoming more and more powerful. Immediately, he broke through the shackles. Chenzong immediately felt that the half-saint energy was changing. It was becoming more vigorous and purer. Strong, after the breakthrough, Chenzong did not stop immediately. Instead, he continued to activate the cultivation method to consolidate his cultivation. A powerful aura pervaded his body, suppressing everything. It was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. After a while, Chenzong stopped activating the cultivation method. His powerful aura was also restrained. His cultivation had broken through to the high level of half-saint. Immediately, Chenzong's expression changed. He did not get up. Instead, he continued to sit and meditate. Soon, a trace of lightning jumped around Chenzong's body. It was very subtle. As time passed, it gradually grew stronger. It was the extraordinary power, the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning belonged to the same level as the power of flame. Chenzong guessed that the reason why he could comprehend and master the power of thunder and lightning was most likely related to the fact that he had been using his spiritual will to transform the power of thunder and lightning recently. Meditate, 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 and continuously improve. Chenzong's accumulation was very vigorous. At this moment, these accumulations were released, causing Chenzong's extraordinary power, the power of thunder and lightning, to rapidly improve. Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, grade after grade was upgraded at an astonishing speed. After a while, it was upgraded to Grade 9. It was on par with the power of flame and the power of white clouds. As for the heart sword force, it had transformed into the half-step heart sword Dao meaning at this moment. It was of a higher level and was much more powerful. If he could upgrade the power of flame, the power of white clouds, and the power of thunder and lightning to the half-step Dao meaning, their power would increase explosively and become even more powerful. Otherwise, just at the grade 9 level, it would be like the purplish cloud black star flame. The increase in his current strength would be limited, but it was better than nothing. Of course, the grade 9 extraordinary power was still very useful for ordinary half-step saints. However, for a prodigy like Xianxia, his extraordinary power alone was limited no matter what grade it was, unless he combined several extraordinary powers. Now, Xianxia had mastered 3 extraordinary powers. When combined, it was just like before. He did not expect that the 3 mutant fruits he obtained from Dai Donglin would not only allow his cultivation to break through to the advanced half-step saint realm, but his strength had also improved significantly. Moreover, he could comprehend and master the power of thunder and lightning. Although the power of thunder and lightning was of no help to him now, it was a kind of potential. It meant that he had a chance to comprehend and master the power of thunder and lightning Dao meaning in the future. Of course, it was only a chance to master it, not a certainty. Most Saint Realm powerhouses only mastered 1 Dao meaning. There were very few who could master 2 Dao meanings. It was even rarer to master 3 Dao meanings. Now that he had mastered the half-step heart sword Dao meaning, he was very confident that he could upgrade it to the true heart sword Dao meaning. However, Xianxia did not have much confidence in mastering the other Dao meanings. After I leave the mysterious nether small world, I should cultivate the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique, Xianxia thought to himself. This was an inheritance from the 3rd floor of the Eternal Ice Imperial Palace. It was an inheritance secret technique of an eminent Saint Realm sword cultivator. It was a unique secret technique that was comprehended by the sword cultivator after he had advanced to the eminent Saint Realm. This secret technique could only be cultivated when one had attained the half-step sword intent. It was used to sharpen one's own sword intent and cast a supreme sword intent. In other words, the most fundamental reason for cultivating the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique was to cast a supreme and powerful sword intent. The Xianming token vibrated gently and released a trace of energy that quickly spread out. The last time the Xianming token had vibrated, it was to guide Xianxia to the black hole shadow. He had entered it and obtained an opportunity, which allowed him to master the illusory power of his mind. He had accumulated more and more power in the bright sword theory realm, and finally mastered the half-step sword intent. This time, the Xianming small world was about to close. Everyone would be sent out of the Xianming small world. Of course, the prerequisite was to have the Xianming token. Xianxia's body became blurry as he was enveloped by the Xianming token's energy. It was as though he was passing through darkness. The darkness was cold and constantly attacked him from all directions. However, it was blocked by a layer of seemingly weak but extremely tough energy. It was as if he was flying through the darkness and coldness. Soon after, he was irresistibly repelled. After experiencing the transition between darkness and light, Xianxia realized that he had landed in a valley. It was the Xianming Valley. Around him, figures materialized. They were the underworld rankings prodigies who were sent out of the Xianming small world. After that, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended. It covered the heavens and the earth, and it was deep, powerful, and overbearing. It seemed as if it was the rage of an ancient expert, and it directly suppressed everyone. Xianxia could not move at all. Powerful, the aura was so overbearing that it seemed like it was going to crush him. Everyone was stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Why did they immediately encounter the suppression of this terrifying aura as soon as they left the Xianming small world? Soon after, numerous figures flew across the sky and covered the surroundings. There were dozens of them, and every single one of them emitted a terrifying fluctuation of aura that was as cold as hell. These people were all Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the Xianming Palace. Their gazes were focused and cold. They swept their gazes across the crowd with chilling intent. Xianxia's heart sank. Could it be that the opening of the Xianming small world was a conspiracy to kill all of them in one fell swoop? Could it be that the Xianming Palace was directly related to the Black Fiend? After all, he and Wu Feng had encountered the Black Fiend assassins in the Xianming small world. This meant that there was more than one assassin in the Xianming small world. The Xianming small world was under the control of the Xianming Palace. The appearance of the Black Fiend assassins made Xianxia suspicious. Xianxia was not the only one who was suspicious. What was going on, however, if the Xianming Palace wanted to deal with them, they did not need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, there were disciples of the Xianming Palace. 2 rats from the Black Fiend. Die. A forceful and muffled voice rang out, carrying with it an indescribable anger. It was as if thunder had exploded in the sky, extremely terrifying. Soon after, the 2 figures trembled like sifting sieves. It was as if their bones and internal organs had been crushed into powder by an extremely terrifying force. With a bang, they exploded into pieces one after another. Their flesh and blood were restricted to a radius of 1 meter and completely turned into powder. Was of which of the Xianming of the small of the Xianming Palace? Then, the aura that was suppressing the Xianming Palace of the Xianming Palace disappeared. Everyone regained their mobility. After you entered the Xianming small world, the Black Fiend assassins risked their lives. They paid a huge price and entered the Xianming small world. Just now, the extremely powerful voice sounded, explaining to everyone, the Black Fiend assassin's target is you. Now it seems that 18 people have already met with misfortune. Chenzong and the rest were shocked. They scanned the Xianming Palace of the 108 Supreme Talents. Including the 2 who had died earlier, only 90 of them were left. In other words, a total of 18 Supreme Talents from the Netherworld ranking had died in the Xianming small world. Chenzong knew that Dai Donglin had died by his sword. As for how the others had died, Chenzong did not know. However, he knew that they had either been killed by the Black Fiend assassins or by other Supreme Talents from the Netherworld ranking. From the looks of it, no matter who killed Dai Donglin, the Heisha assassin would take the blame. Chenzong also hoped that this would be the case. Otherwise, even though he did not regret killing Dai Donglin, if the Dark Nether Palace knew about it, it would definitely be troublesome. It was even possible that the experts of the Dark Nether Palace would kill him back then. Based on the terrifying aura just now, Chenzong knew that even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to escape. No matter what, the Black Fiend assassins had entered the Xianming small world and caused the deaths of 18 Supreme Talents from the Netherworld ranking to be blamed on the Black Fiend assassins. Even though everyone knew that not all of them had been killed by the Black Fiend assassins, there was no substantial evidence. The outside world had no way of knowing what had happened in the Xianming small world. Xing Yuan, Su Mulong, and the others were naturally shocked when they learned of Dai Donglin's death. Their first suspicion was Chenzong, but they immediately dismissed their suspicions. This was because Chenzong was not as good as Dai Donglin in the previous battle. He had only managed to escape with all his might. After a few days, even if Chenzong's strength had improved, it was still impossible for him to kill Dai Donglin. In addition, the Black Fiend assassins had entered the small world, so Dai Donglin's death was naturally attributed to the Black Fiend assassins. Chenzong left the Xianming Valley safely and quickly returned to the Xianming city. Once he returned to the Xianming courtyard in the Xianming district of the Xianming city, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. It was relatively safe. Then, Chenzong began to cultivate in seclusion. Chenzong did not know what the others had gained from this trip to the Xianming small world, but he had gained a lot. First, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached the advanced half-saint level. Then, he had mastered the power of thunder. Secondly, he had gained the mysterious ancient refining fire technique. Most importantly, his accumulation of the Enlightenment Sword principle was several times more powerful than before. It would be more helpful for his future cultivation. In addition, he had mastered the method of transforming his mind-will, which would also be helpful for his future cultivation. Lastly, he had mastered the half-step heart sword principle meaning. This was the path to becoming a real expert. The powerful Saint Rudiment Realm experts had mastered the principal meaning. Those who had not mastered the principal meaning could only be regarded as ordinary. After cultivating in seclusion, Chenzong first sorted out his gains from this trip. Secondly, he needed to reflect. He needed to reflect on the battles in the Xianming small world, especially the battles after he had comprehended the transformation of his mind-will and the half-step sword intent. Finally, he needed to strive to master the half-step sword intent to 100%. However, it was not easy. After mastering 50%, it would be several times more difficult to reach 60%. As for the difficulty from 60% to 70%, it would be several times more difficult. After that, it would be even more difficult to improve. However, at the same time, every improvement would increase the power of the half-step sword intent. For 5 days in a row, Qianzong was in closed-door meditation to reflect. He reviewed every detail more than once and had a deeper understanding. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that his half-step sword intent seemed to be able to reach 60%, but it was still a little short. Since it was difficult to make a breakthrough in a short time, Qianzong used the most direct method. Practicing the sword, it was just a basic sword skill, but it contained the principle of origin. One sword strike after another, the cycle repeated itself over and over again. Qianzong forgot everything else and was completely immersed in practicing the sword. Strands of comprehension gradually emerged from the depths of his mind like spring water and spread out. When the conditions were right, success would naturally follow. Suddenly, the divine light surged out like a raging tide, waking Qianzong up in an instant. He also grasped the mystery in an instant. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light rose and tore the sky apart as if it had pierced through heaven and earth. In an instant, the golden sword mark went more than 100 meters away and stopped for 2 breaths before dissipating. Half-step sword intent. 60%. Qianzong could feel that the 80% half-step sword intent was much more powerful than the 70% half-step sword intent. The first 30% half-step sword intent is just a basic increase in strength. It's obvious when it reaches 40%. The more complete it is, the more powerful it is, Qianzong said to himself thoughtfully. With his accumulation of the principle of clear sword, he could improve his half-step sword intent to 100% in a short time. However, this short time was relative. Qianzong estimated that it would take at least a year or even longer. This was already an amazing improvement speed for other cultivators who had grasped the half-step sword intent. However, Qianzong felt that it was still a little slow. Time was tight. There was no doubt that the black demons wanted to kill him. He might encounter other dangers and so on. Strength, powerful strength, Qianzong couldn't help but think. Now that his qi cultivation had reached the high-level half-step saint, it would be the limit of the high-level half-step saint. However, it wouldn't be that easy. As for his body refining cultivation, even if he reached the high-level half-step saint, it wouldn't significantly increase his overall strength. It would just add another means. As for his sword technique, the blood drop sword technique was his strongest sword technique at the moment. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate it to a higher level. Qianzong couldn't help but think of Wufeng's invincible blade momentum. Invincible blade momentum was Wufeng's self-created unique skill. What were the benefits of self-created unique skills? Firstly, it was very compatible with one's strength and could be used to the extreme. Secondly, it had great potential. Of course, this unique skill wasn't created casually. It was created with all one's strength and everything. One had to create a killing move that reached the limit and surpassed the limit. Originally, I wanted to wait until I reached 100% half-step sword intent before creating my own unique skill. Now, I can create my own unique skill with 60% half-step sword intent, Qianzong thought to himself. His eyes were shining. He had an idea of creating his own unique skill before, and he kept thinking and accumulating. Gradually, he had an idea. Now, it was time to put it into action. The light in his eyes kept flashing and became sharper. Then, he closed his eyes and locked all the light inside. He began to meditate. His unique skill had to have a main body. The main body was the half-step sword intent. The unique skill had to be created based on the half-step sword intent. Only in this way could the power of the half-step sword intent be exerted to the extreme. His half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword Dao intent, which was different from the ordinary sword Dao intent. If he created his unique skill from the ordinary sword Dao intent, he couldn't avoid wasting the potential of the half-step heart sword Dao intent. Having a main body was to fill the frame. What frame should he use? This required meditation, a flash of inspiration, and an opportunity. Qianzong thought back to his past experiences. Fighting, cultivation, meditation, and scenery. In the Xianming Palace and the Xianming territory, there were many palaces in the mountains. They were undulating and surrounded in all directions. Looking down from above, one could vaguely see the position of the palaces. The lines outlined the shape of a giant beast. Rumor had it that it was the Xianming beast. Of course, rumors were just rumors. No one had seen the Xianming beast. It was an ancient giant beast that existed in legends. It was like a god. In the Xianming Hall of the Xianming Palace, the palace master sat on the main seat. On his left and right were a group of elders. Palace master, in these 2 months, we have found a total of 3 black fiend strongholds. We have eliminated them, an elder reported after bowing slightly. Continue to search. The palace master waved his hand. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. 2 months ago, in the Xianming Small World, 2 supreme talents had died in the Xianming Small World. One of them was Dai Donglin, who was ranked 28th on the Dark Leaderboard. This had infuriated the upper echelons of the Xianming Palace. Coincidentally, there were assassins from the Black Fiend who had risked their lives to enter the Xianming Small World. As such, everything was attributed to the Black Fiend. The Xianming Palace immediately took action. In 2 months, they had found 3 Black Fiend strongholds and eliminated them. In terms of overall strength, the Xianming Palace was stronger than the Black Fiend. However, the Black Fiend had the advantage of being secretive and difficult to find. The Xianming Palace had mobilized all their forces and spent 2 months only to find 3 strongholds. In the huge Black Fiend, there were more strongholds than divisions. There were probably hundreds of them. To the Black Fiend, the elimination of 3 strongholds was not a big loss. The other strongholds were even more secretive, making it difficult for the Xianming Palace to find them. The elimination of 3 strongholds also reduced the anger of the upper echelons of the Xianming Palace to a certain extent. The Black Fiend had existed for so many years without being eliminated. Naturally, they had their own unique abilities. Although the Xianming Palace was stronger than the Black Fiend, there was a limit. If an all-out war really broke out, the entire Xianming territory would be in a terrible situation. No one wanted to see such an outcome. Have Su Mubai, Lin Chaochuan, and the rest come out of seclusion? The palace master asked. He had temporarily put the matter of the Black Fiend to the back of his mind because there was something more important. Sect master, they have not come out of seclusion, an elder immediately replied. Take note. The palace master was extremely serious. Xianyuan Holy Tower, this was one of the holy lands in the profound origin world. It was an ancient tower that contained mysterious power. Not only was it useful to half-saints, it was also useful to saints. However, the Xianyuan sacred tower that was about to open this time was targeted at half-saints. Actually, the reason the Xianming Palace had opened the Xianming Small World to the public was to prepare for the Xianyuan sacred tower. When the time came, not only the mystic underworld realm but also other realms would compete for the Xianyuan Holy Tower slots. All in all, the elites of the 5 regions of the mystic origin world would participate. This was a competition between the elites of the entire mystic origin world. Just the elites of the mystic Nether Palace alone were not enough. They needed the participation of other elites in order to obtain greater glory. That was why the Dark Nether Palace had opened the Dark Nether Small World to the other prodigies on the Dark Nether roll. We'll meet at the Xianming Palace in a month's time. Chenzong was a little surprised. This was the news that he had just received. As for why they were gathering at the mystic Nether Palace, why a month later, Chenzong didn't know because he didn't tell him. However, Chenzong had a feeling that it had something to do with the opening of the Xianming Small World. There's still a month's time. I'll try to improve my strength, Chenzong thought to himself. Regardless of the reason for the Xianming Palace gathering in a month's time, it was not a bad thing to become stronger. Flowing light flying shadow, in an instant, Chenzong's figure dissipated and turned into a flowing light. His speed was astonishing as he appeared in another place. This was a Saint-class inferior movement technique. It was mainly used for long-distance attacks. In terms of changes, it was not as good as the 1000 Shadows 1000 Illusions movement technique. However, in terms of speed, it was much faster. Chenzong had purchased this movement technique from the ancient profound building. As for the Saint-class superior body tempering cultivation technique that Chenzong needed, there had been no news about it. After all, Saint-class superior cultivation techniques were the core cultivation techniques of many powerful forces. Generally, they would not be leaked to outsiders. If one wanted to obtain it, one would have to pay a huge price. Chenzong did not have such wealth at the moment. After a month of cultivation, Chenzong had cultivated the flowing light flying shadow to the entry level. His speed was even faster than the initial success of the Thousand Shadows Thousand Illusions movement technique. In addition to obtaining the flowing light flying shadow and cultivating it to the entry level, Chenzong's Qi refinement cultivation had also increased. In addition, the ultimate move that he wanted to create had basically taken shape. However, it was still a little rough and needed to be perfected continuously. In a month's time, I have to perfect my self-created ultimate move. Chenzong thought to himself and set a goal for himself. It's time for the Azure clone to consume a Xianming fruit. The other prodigies on the Netherworld ranking who received the news were also puzzled. However, they all knew that strength was very important. Moreover, they had more or less obtained opportunities in the Xianming small world. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying murderous intent erupted like an ancient volcano. It swept across the entire Xianming Institute in an instant like an exploding star. Fortunately, the Xianming Institute had activated its defensive power and blocked the impact of this terrifying murderous intent. However, when this murderous intent swept past Chenzong's body, Chenzong only felt his soul tremble. A trace of coldness invaded his body as if it was about to freeze. Countless distracting thoughts appeared, and he felt as if he was about to fall into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fortunately, Chenzong's soul was strong. He had ignited his soul fire and comprehended the half-step sword intent. It was difficult for external evil to invade him. Only then could he withstand the impact of this murderous intent. If it were any other half-step saint, their soul would have been shaken and their sea of consciousness would have been damaged. Mental injuries were more difficult to heal than physical injuries. Following that, a silver-gray ray shot out of the house with a wisp of blood light. It pierced through Chenzong's forehead and instantly pierced through Chenzong's forehead and disappeared. Chenzong stood motionless on the spot as if he had turned into a statue. After a quarter of an hour, he laughed out loud. That ray of light from before was Azure's clone. Half a month ago, Chenzong let Azure's clone consume a mysterious nether fruit. The mysterious nether fruit could allow one to enter the mysterious nether realm. Under this realm, no matter if it was cultivation or comprehension, it would have great effects. Chenzong let Azure's clone consume it first because he wanted to give it a try. During this half a month, although Azure's clone's cultivation didn't increase, he comprehended a Dao insight. Heavenly baleful Dao insight, the murderous intent that swept through the courtyard in all directions and made him feel as if he had fallen into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was the aura of the heavenly baleful Dao insight. Just the aura alone was like this. If it exploded with its full strength, it would be extremely terrifying. Azure's clone was condensed from pure and boundless murderous intent. Moreover, he cultivated the top-grade Saint rank Incineration Azure technique and Incineration Azure sword technique. He had extremely high talent and attainments in the Tao of Baleful Tao. Comprehending the Tao of Baleful Tao was something inevitable. The only difference was the time. A mysterious nether fruit could shorten the time and greatly increase the time needed to comprehend. Of course, there might be other differences besides the time needed to comprehend with or without the help of the mysterious nether fruit. In the memories of the Great Abyss King and Honorable Xiao Luo, there was all sorts of information regarding Tao insights. Tao insights were divided into 4 levels and 9 transformations. Level 1 was the foundation, the lowest. Level 4 was the top, the highest. Level 1 was the lowest, and level 9 was the highest. Level 4 referred to the quality of the Tao insight itself. Level 9 referred to the level of cultivation of the Tao insight. Just like cultivation techniques, there were low, middle, and high grades, and within cultivation techniques, there were different levels. There were many types of Tao insights, and they could be called all manifestations. Therefore, it was called all manifestations of Tao insights level 4 and level 9. To put it simply, all manifestations meant that there were many types of Tao insights, and each Tao insight was differentiated. For example, there were fire Tao insights, water Tao insights, wind Tao insights, and so on. There were also sword Tao insights, saber Tao insights, baleful Tao insights, and so on. These types of Tao insights were the most basic and basic Tao insights. Using the fire Tao insight as an example, it could be further divided into other Tao insights such as the golden flames Tao insight, Yin flames Tao insight, and so on. These Tao insights were the extension, expansion, and enhancement of the basic Tao insights. Generally speaking, the basic Tao insights were at level 1, but they could be improved as one continued to comprehend them. However, it was more difficult. After all, it was the foundation and belonged to the low level, so its potential was limited. In the memories of the two powerhouses, the basic Tao insights could only be improved to level 3, and it was very difficult to break through to level 4. Meanwhile, the intermediate Tao insights above the basic Tao insights had more powerful power and potential. For example, the golden flames Tao insight and the fire Tao insight were both at level 1, but in terms of power, the golden flames Tao insight was stronger. However, the basic Tao insights had their own advantages, and that was its plasticity. The basic Tao insights could be improved to intermediate Tao insights. The Tao insights that most Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses comprehended were usually the basic Tao insights, and they would slowly comprehend them to become intermediate Tao insights. Only a few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could directly comprehend intermediate Tao insights. The heavenly ferocious Tao insight that the Azure clone comprehended was a type of ferocious Tao insight. Also, when the half-step Heart Sword Tao insight that his main body comprehended was upgraded to Heart Sword Tao insight in the future, it would also be a type of Sword Tao insight that was higher than Sword Tao insight. As for whether the Heart Sword Tao insight was intermediate or advanced, Chenzong had no idea. He would need to test it out, read more records to understand it, or truly comprehend it before he could be sure. As for the heavenly ferocious Tao insight, the moment he comprehended it, it was as if a vast heavenly voice entered his ears, telling him that it was a level 3 Tao insight, which was advanced Tao insight. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was very little information about Tao insights, while Honorable Xia Luo's memories had a lot of information about Tao insights, but they were relatively simple. For example, the so-called Destruction Tao insight and Slaughter Tao insight that were extremely famous since the ancient times were top-grade Tao insights, and this had been decided since the ancient times. Now, the heavenly ferocious Tao insight had just been comprehended, and it was level 1. As it continued to comprehend and cultivate in the future, it would gradually improve to level 2 and even level 3. Level 4 and level 9 Tao insights each had their own potential. For example, basic Tao insights had a limit of level 3. It was difficult to reach level 4, and level 5 was impossible. Intermediate Tao insights had a limit of level 6, with a slight possibility of reaching level 7. Advanced Tao insights could be upgraded to level 9. As for what was above level 9, Chenzong didn't know. There were no records in the Great Abyss King's and Honorable Xia Luo's memories. However, for now, the records of all creation Tao insights and level 4-9 Tao insights were enough. Next, the Azure clone cultivated with all his might, increasing his cultivation and comprehending sword techniques and the heavenly ferocious Tao insight. After grasping level 1 heavenly ferocious Tao insight, the Azure clone's strength would at least double, or even more. Should I consume the mysterious underworld fruit as well? Chenzong thought to himself. The mysterious underworld fruit was very effective. If he consumed it himself, he might be able to comprehend the half-step sword intent to 70%, 80%, or even higher. 800 kilometers south of Dark Nether City, there was a valley. The ground of the valley was dark red. It was not the color of blood, but the color of the high temperature. The air was filled with a pungent smell. It was the smell of sulfur, and there were also traces of heat. Ordinary people could not get close to this place at all. They would either die from poisoning or dehydration. Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to get close either. They would also die. Only those whose cultivation had reached the transcendent realm could get close to this place. This was the location of the Earthfire Cave. And the Earthfire Cave happened to be controlled by the Ancient Profound Society. The Ancient Profound Society's businesses covered the entire Dark Nether territory. Naturally, there were alchemists and artifact refiners inside. This Earthfire Cave was one of the artifact refiners of the Ancient Profound Society. Young Master Chen, the Earthfire Cave is up ahead. A deacon of the ancient profound association led the way and pointed at a cave entrance that was flickering with red light. Blazing high temperature was constantly spreading out from the cave entrance, like the mouth of a fire beast that was opening, as if it wanted to burn everything. The deacon of the ancient profound society did not know why Xianxia had come here. After all, the Earth Fire Cave was the place where the artifact refiners of the ancient profound society refined artifacts. The temperature was extremely hot and filled with fire poison. Even though Saint Realm artifact refiners were not willing to stay for long. After staying in the Earth Fire Cave for a few months, they had to leave and recuperate for a month or two. After the effects of the fire poison disappeared, they could enter again. A half-saint could only stay in there for a few days at most. He did not understand at all what the other party wanted to do. However, the ancient profound society also intended to befriend the other party. After all, he was a genius with extremely high potential. Therefore, he had to obey the order. On the contrary, after bringing the other party into the Earth Fire Cave, there was nothing for him to do. Xianxia followed the deacon of the ancient profound society into the Earth Fire Cave and immediately felt the temperature rising. The red light also became more and more dazzling, as if there was an extremely intense flame burning in front of him, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. However, this level of high temperature was nothing to him because he had the purple cloud black star flame to protect his body. Although the purple cloud black star flame did not have much of an effect on his current strength, it was still pretty good at resisting high temperatures. Xianxia could also feel that the fire poison that permeated the earthly fire cavern was purified by the power of the purple cloud black star flame when it entered his body. It was unable to cause any harm to his body. In other words, Xianxia could stay here for as long as he wanted. Young Master Chen, you must be careful not to enter the deepest part of the earth fire cavern. The temperature of the earth fire lake is extremely terrifying and dangerous. The deacon warned solemnly. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Then I'll take my leave. I'll pick you up in a few days. After saying that, the deacon turned around and left. He had other things to do, so he couldn't stay here and accompany Xianxia. Xianxia looked around. This was a natural cavern, a cavern where the earth fire gathered. There were many cone-shaped stones inside, either protruding from the ground or hanging down from above. The red light was blazing, and it looked like the inside of an ancient fire beast's mouth. Its fangs were crisscrossed and boundless. The weapon refiner of the ancient mystic society naturally had his own place. Xianxia would not disturb him, nor did he want to disturb him. After looking around, Xianxia immediately strode toward the deepest part of the earth fire cavern. His purpose of entering the earth fire cavern was to enter the deepest part and borrow the power of the earth fire to cultivate the three tribulations sharpening. The three tribulations sharpening, this secret technique was created by a great Saint Realm expert in the late stage of the sword cultivator. It was to sharpen the supreme sword intent. The three tribulations sharpening was divided into three tribulations. The cultivation condition was the half-step sword intent. If one had already grasped the sword Dao intent and then cultivated it, it would be a little slow. It would be effective, but it would not be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, the higher the level of the Dao intent, the worse the cultivation effect would be. Basically, it would be completely ineffective after the third revolution of the Dao intent. The half-step sword intent level was the most suitable level to cultivate the three tribulations sharpening. At the very least, one had to master the first tribulation. The remaining two tribulations could wait until the half-step sword intent broke through to the true sword intent before cultivating. It was also because the half-step sword intent could not withstand the tempering of the second tribulation, let alone the stronger third tribulation. Three tribulations sharpening. The three tribulations of this secret technique were the earth fire, sky wind, and void thunder. The earth fire was the easiest to find, followed by the sky wind, and the void thunder was the most difficult to find. As Xianxia continued to go deeper, he could feel the temperature getting higher and higher. Gradually, even the power of the purple cloud black star flame felt difficult to resist. However, Xianxia's physique was tyrannical, and he also had a high resistance to heat. Therefore, he could still withstand it. He went deeper and deeper. The red light was incomparably dazzling, shining in all directions. It was very dazzling, making it difficult for Xianxia to look straight at it. It was as if his eyes were placed on fire to roast. Hot, 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 the heat that invaded from the outside world seemed to be able to burn the earth and all living things, and seemed to be able to turn him into ashes. Bearing the heat, Chenzong walked forward and saw a small lake. The small lake was only about 50 meters in radius. It was completely red and extremely dazzling, making it difficult for Chenzong to open his eyes. The Earth Fire Lake, it was a lake formed by the accumulation of countless amounts of earth fire over countless years. The red liquid inside was not a real liquid. It was just that it had been condensed to an extremely high level, making it look like a viscous liquid. It was like magma. On the surface of the Earth Fire Lake, there was a layer of faint, almost transparent flames burning. Chenzong could feel the terrifying power of the layer of flames, which was almost invisible. It was even more terrifying than his purple cloud black star flame. As the mysterious ancient fire refining art was activated, the purple cloud black star flame immediately circulated through every part of his body in a mysterious way. It greatly resisted the terrifying heat of the Earth Fire Lake, allowing Chenzong to stay here for a longer period of time. Then, he began to practice the 3 calamities sharpening secret method. Fortunately, Chenzong could multitask. Otherwise, he could only practice one of the mysterious ancient fire refining art or the 3 calamities sharpening secret method. The half-step sword intent was a kind of invisible power, which was different from spiritual power and half-saint power. Chenzong practiced the first of the 3 calamities sharpening secret methods. Immediately, a trace of earth fire chi was attracted and quickly entered Chenzong's sea of consciousness. That was where the half-step sword intent was located. At the same time, the half-step sword intent also condensed in the sea of consciousness. The earth fire chi was extremely pure and hot. As soon as it entered the sea of consciousness, Chenzong felt that his sea of consciousness was being burned into ashes. It was extremely painful. But Chenzong had to endure it. The earth fire chi quickly spread and wrapped around the half-step sword intent. It kept burning. The pain became more and more intense and directly increased by several times. Chenzong felt that he was going to faint, but he had to stay awake. Otherwise, not only would it not achieve the effect of refining, but it would also burn the half-step sword intent. By then, he would not be able to comprehend the sword Tao meaning. Even his soul would be seriously injured. This price was really amazing. But if he could practice the 3 calamities sharpening secret method, he could cast the supreme sword intent. The harvest would also be amazing. Chenzong was guessing whether the so-called supreme sword intent referred to the Tao meaning that surpassed the advanced level. If so, it would be really amazing. No matter what, a secret method created by a great Saint Realm expert at the late stage of sword cultivation was always extraordinary. The earth fire chi was guided one by one and gradually floated into the sea of consciousness. It wrapped around the half-step sword intent and kept burning, as if it was calcining the sword embryo. The high temperature made Chenzong suffer great pain. It was a pain that directly attacked his soul. He felt that his soul was being roasted on a raging fire. He endured it, controlled it, and kept refining it. This was called the fire calamity. Calamity, this was a calamity. If he survived it, he could be reborn. The half-step sword intent seemed to be melting under the burning of the earth fire chi. Chenzong had to control it and keep condensing it. It was very difficult and exhausting. Without a strong enough spiritual will, it was impossible to support it. In other words, most cultivators could not practice a secret method like the 3 calamities sharpening secret method successfully. Gradually, Chenzong endured it and adapted to the high temperature. This was just the beginning. He absorbed more earth fire chi into the sea of consciousness to refine the half-step sword intent. Under this kind of refining, the half-step sword intent seemed to become more solid. Refine, 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 as more and more earth fire chi entered the sea of consciousness, it kept condensing and gradually turned into a burning flame. The flame also kept absorbing the earth fire chi from outside and became more and more powerful. The first of the 3 calamities sharpening secret methods, the earth fire calamity, was to refine the half-step sword intent with the earth fire. However, cultivators could not release the half-step sword intent and put it into the earth fire for a long time. They could only do the opposite and let the earth fire burn in their sea of consciousness. How to ignite the earth fire in the sea of consciousness? the great Saint Realm sword practitioner suddenly had a strange idea. He absorbed the earth fire chi one by one, starting from the tiniest one and accumulating it little by little so that his body could endure and adapt to it. In the end, when the earth fire chi was enough, he could condense it into a ball of flame. After continuous absorption, it would become the real earth fire. In this way, he could really refine the half-step sword intent with the earth fire. It took Qianzong half a day to absorb enough earth fire chi and form the earth fire in his sea of consciousness. As soon as the earth fire appeared, Qianzong felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be burned. Even his soul was trembling under the high temperature. It was extremely terrifying. If he was careless, his sea of consciousness would be destroyed by the horrible earth fire and even his soul would be burned to ashes. Exquisite control, the three calamities sharpening secret method was extremely exquisite. As long as Qianzong kept operating it and Qianzong's spiritual will could support it, he could resist the burning of the earth fire and continuously refine the half-step sword intent. It was like the process of forging an iron block into a sword embryo. Time passed slowly. An earth fire kept burning in his sea of consciousness and calcined the half-step sword intent. With the burning of the earth fire, the half-step sword intent gradually became more solid. This was the depth of the earth fire cave. Most of the time, no one would come here, but occasionally there would be experts. At this moment, an old man in a fiery red robe flew over. When he saw Qianzong, he was shocked. Because he felt the fluctuation of Qianzong's aura. High-level half-step saint, since when did a high-level half-step saint come here to practice? Wasn't he courting death? The old man's fiery red hair was like a burning flame under the light of the earth fire lake. He stared at Qianzong, as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. The old man's aura was blazing and violent, like the magma in a volcano, reflecting the light of the earth fire lake. However, he could see that Qianzong was cultivating with the help of the earth fire chi, but he did not know what he was cultivating. He guessed that Qianzong was cultivating a cultivation technique. The old man was very surprised that a high-level half-saint dared to cultivate here. Qianzong also knew that someone had come, but he did not intend to disturb him, so he ignored them. In the beginning, the burning of the earth fire was very painful. Qianzong had to endure this pain. As he endured it, he gradually adapted. In the end, the pain seemed to have disappeared and was replaced by a numb feeling, as if he had become numb. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. The old man was more and more surprised, and his interest in Qianzong increased greatly. He was even a little tempted. Half a day. The old man secretly said, as long as he can hold on for half a day, this old man will accept him as a disciple. Even an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to hold on for long here. A high-level half-saint had held on for at least half a day. If he could hold on for another half a day, it would be absolutely amazing. Another half a day passed, and Qianzong still showed no signs of exhaustion. At this time, the numbness receded little by little and was replaced by comfort. The old man was more and more shocked and excited. Being able to stay in the depths of the earth fire cave for so long, Qianzong was undoubtedly an ideal successor. Another half a day passed, and Qianzong was shocked to the extreme. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and an extremely sharp light pierced through the sky like the edge of a sword, tearing through everything. This kind of sharpness caused the old man to be secretly shocked. Half-step sword intent. The old man looked dignified. This sharpness was the aura of half-step sword intent. Of course, he did not know what kind of half-step sword intent it was, but he felt that it was very mysterious. "Young man, what is your name?" the old man asked, interrupting Qianzong's thoughts. "Junior is Qianzong." Qianzong temporarily put aside his thoughts, looked at the old man, and answered in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. To be able to come here, one must be an expert of the ancient profound society, or be related to it. Qianzong. The old man seemed to be trying to recall. "You're the Chaos Sword Qianzong, an itinerant cultivator prodigy on the Netherworld leaderboard?" Hearing Qianzong's acknowledgement, the old man was overjoyed. A rogue cultivator, that meant that it would be easier to take him in as a disciple. "I am the earthly fire monarch. Are you willing to be my last disciple?" the old man asked directly. Earth Fire King, Qianzong was slightly shocked. This person was actually a king-ranked formidable martial artist. He had personally seen a king-ranked formidable martial artist. One had to know that neither wine supremacy nor saber supremacy were king-ranked martial artists. King-ranked formidable martial artists might not be stronger than wine supremacy at this stage, but their potential was definitely above wine supremacy's. A king-ranked formidable martial artist actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. Qianzong was a little surprised, but he didn't feel excited. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have a master," Qianzong said, indirectly rejecting him. After being rejected by Qianzong, the Earth-Fire monarch was not angry. He only felt that it was a pity. He had high hopes for Qianzong. However, since he had been rejected, as a king-ranked formidable martial artist, he naturally wouldn't make any more requests. This concerned the dignity of a formidable martial artist. After all, in most cases, the other party should be the one asking to be his disciple, not the other way around. "Senior, I will take my leave." Qianzong bowed to the Earth-Fire monarch and left. After seeing Qianzong leave, the Earth-Fire monarch retracted his gaze. In a flash, he appeared above the Earth-Fire lake. Large amounts of Earth-Fire aura quickly gathered from all directions and entered the Earth-Fire monarch's body to be absorbed and refined. If Qianzong saw this scene, he would definitely be very shocked. After all, when he absorbed the Earth-Fire aura, he absorbed wisps of it at first. He didn't absorb it like a whale swallowing it. It was very scary. However, since the Earth-Fire monarch was a king-rank title, he must be very capable. There was nothing strange about that. Qianzong's footsteps were quick and light. Qianzong was in a very good mood. The first tribulation of the 3 tribulations sharpening had been completed. His half-step sword intent had been successfully refined by the Earth-Fire. He had built a solid foundation for his future breakthrough to the supreme sword intent. He had also taken the first step. What's more, Qianzong had a feeling that his half-step sword intent could break through again in a short time and reach 70%. As long as he returned to the Xianming district's Xianming courtyard in Xianming City, he would immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. Under the escort of the formidable martial artists from the ancient mystic society, Qianzong didn't encounter any danger. He arrived safely at Xianming City and immediately went into seclusion. All sorts of realizations appeared in his mind. However, Qianzong sorted them out and grasped them. From then on, his half-step sword intent had a breakthrough. 70%, the 70% half-step sword intent's power was getting stronger and scarier. Qianzong didn't draw his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword and activated his 70% half-step sword intent. His sword finger pierced through the air and directly pierced through the space in front of him, leaving behind a faint red color that emitted heat. Qianzong was slightly taken aback. His half-step sword intent seemed to have a trace of Earth-Fire's aura, causing it to possess a trace of Earth-Fire's power. Of course, it was very subtle and didn't increase the power of his half-step sword intent. However, Qianzong thought about it. It seemed to be useful for the power of fire. Perhaps, it could be used to help him comprehend the half-step fire Dao intent of the power of fire. He might even be able to comprehend the Earth-Fire Dao intent, which was at least an intermediate Dao intent. When he thought of this, Qianzong couldn't help but smile. He felt that he was being too optimistic. One had to know that most Saint Rudiment stage cultivators could only comprehend and master the elementary Dao intent. They would slowly advance to the intermediate Dao intent later on. There weren't many people who could comprehend and master the intermediate Dao intent in an instant. The hard sword Dao intent that his true body had mastered and the heavenly ferocious Dao intent that his Azura clone had mastered were at least intermediate Dao intents. He wanted to master another intermediate Dao intent. His idea was quite optimistic. Of course, if he had the chance, Qianzong would be more than happy to master another intermediate Dao intent. After all, regardless of potential or power, intermediate Dao intents far surpassed elementary Dao intents. If the half-step sword intent after the first tribulation, the Earth-Fire tribulation, contains the aura of Earth-Fire and helps me comprehend the Fire Dao intent, then will the second tribulation, the Heavenly Wind tribulation, contain the aura of Heavenly Wind and help me comprehend the Wind Dao intent? Will the third tribulation, the Void Lightning tribulation, be the same and help me comprehend the Lightning Dao intent? Zhenzong suddenly had an idea. It was common knowledge that the more extraordinary secret energies one mastered, the more powerful the power after fusion would be. At the same time, it also meant that the cultivator's potential would be even more shocking. However, it was very difficult. Every time one mastered an extraordinary secret force, the difficulty would increase exponentially. It was very difficult to fuse them together. As the advancement and transformation of extraordinary secret forces, Dao intents were even more obvious. Who didn't know the benefits of mastering multiple Dao intents? Once multiple Dao intents were fused together, even if it was just an ordinary move, its power would be peerless. However, mastering one Dao intent was not easy, let alone mastering multiple Dao intents. A cultivator's time and energy were limited. Every day, every month, every year, there would be no improvement at all unless one could enter a place where the flow of time was different. However, that kind of great opportunity was very rare. Most cultivators would not be able to encounter it in their lifetime. One had to admit that Zhenzong was very ambitious. In fact, Zhenzong was also tempted. He was thinking about whether he should comprehend the wind force. With his current soul strength, it would not be difficult for him to comprehend and master another extraordinary secret force. Forget it, I'll think about it when I have the chance. After thinking for a while, Zhenzong rationally dismissed this idea. After all, it would take some time and energy to comprehend the wind force. Even if he comprehended it, it would not improve his strength. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Everything else was secondary. Of course, if there was a suitable opportunity, Zhenzong would not let it go. He continued to cultivate. As for the 3 calamities sharpening secret technique, he did not have to bother about it for now. The last 2 calamities would have to wait until he broke through to the Saint Rudiment realm before he could cultivate them. In addition, he had to find heavenly wind and void thunder. They were more than 10 times rarer than earth fire. Time passed quickly. Finally, it was time to gather at the mystic Nether Palace. This time, they set off as a group. They were escorted by the mystic Nether City and the mystic Nether Palace to avoid being attacked by the Black Fiend and other dark forces. There were dozens of Saint Rudiment realm martial artists. The weakest one was at the 4th heaven Saint Rudiment realm. Some of them were at the late Saint Rudiment realm. They were very powerful. The leader was a 9th heaven Saint Rudiment realm king-ranked martial artist from the mystic Nether Palace. At the same time, he was also a martial artist ranked high on the mystic ranking. Under the escort of a group of martial artists, the mystic Nether ranking prodigies did not encounter any attacks. The Black Fiend organization also knew that it would not be easy. They would only suffer heavy losses. In comparison, it was not worth it. Therefore, they gave up on the mission. The mystic Nether Palace was located at the center of the mystic Nether territory. The heaven and earth Xianxia there was the thickest and purest. It was an excellent place for cultivation. The mountain ranges rose and fell like giant dragons. The terrain was steep and strange. It gave off a majestic feeling. Under the escort of the mystic Nether Palace's martial artists, the group stepped into the mystic Nether Palace. The black palaces exuded a chill. Those who had never seen them before were amazed. A giant black statue that was 100 meters tall stood there. It was lifelike, as if it was holding up the sky of the mystic Nether Palace. Its entire body exuded a majestic and ancient aura. The mystic Nether Patriarch, this was the statue of the martial artist who had founded the mystic Nether Palace. It was the symbol of the mystic Nether Palace. As for whether the mystic Nether Patriarch was still alive, no one knew. After all, he had not appeared for many years. There had been no news of him. Even the people of the mystic Nether Palace could not be sure, let alone outsiders. The mystic Nether ranking prodigies gathered in a spacious square in the mystic Nether Palace. There were a total of 102 of them. 6 of them belonged to the mystic Nether Palace. Although 18 of them had died in the mystic Nether small world previously, the mystic Nether ranking had a total of 108 spots. There would not be any vacancies because of the deaths of the 18 prodigies. There would always be other geniuses to fill in the vacancies. After all, there were many geniuses in the mystic Nether territory. Previously, the vacancies had been filled, and they had no chance. Now that there were 18 vacancies, they naturally had to compete to fill in the vacancies. Of course, the 18 people who filled in later were not as strong as the previous 18. 102 skyprides had gathered in the Xianming Palace. Their aura spread in all directions like water, wind, and fire. An ancient black ship appeared from the deepest part of the Xianming Palace. It sailed slowly in the air, and an overwhelming cold aura filled the air. Everyone lifted their heads to look. Surrounding the black ship were layers of black shadows. The shadows solidified and surged over like a black tide. They could vaguely hear the rustling of oars. The giant black ship looked like an ancient giant tortoise. There were 18 oars around it, as if it had many legs, rowing in the void in an orderly manner. The Xianming ship, this was the most powerful flying spiritual weapon in the Xianming Palace. The Xianming ship stopped in the air above the crowd. It seemed to cover the sky, and the shocking aura made it difficult for the crowd below to breathe. Immediately after, a circular opening appeared at the bottom of the Xianming ship. Under the command of the Xianming Palace cultivators, the 102 supreme talents leaped into the air like arrows released from a bow. They quickly swept across the sky like swallows returning to their nest and entered the Xianming ship one after another. They rose all the way up and finally appeared on the deck of the Xianming ship. There were a total of 108 skyprides. The 6 skyprides from the Xianming Palace were already on the ship. In an instant, Xianzong's gaze was drawn over. It was as if there was some kind of invisible force, and his gaze fell directly on one of the figures. He was dressed in white and looked like he was floating. He stood quietly at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. They could not see his face, but his white clothes and aura gave off a pale and ethereal feeling. It was as though he did not exist in this world. There was no need to think too much. A name jumped out and rang in Xianzong's mind. Sumu Bai, the top genius of the Xianming Palace, the top skypride of the Xianming Palace. He had been in the top spot for many years and had been challenged many times. However, no one could shake his position. He was like the blazing sun in the sky, high and mighty, shining with boundless radiance. No one could compare to him. Even the top skypride of the Xianming Palace was no match for him. Apart from Sumu Bai, Xianzong had never seen the other 5 skyprides of the Xianming ranking. Surprisingly, Sumulong was also among them. When Sumulong saw Xianzong, a cold sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He quickly turned around and spoke to Sumu Bai through voice transmission. In an instant, the pale figure turned around. As he turned around, he seemed to carry a heavy shadow, as if he had traversed through time and space to appear before everyone. His eyes emitted an incomparably sharp and cold light that penetrated through the void and swept across. In that instant, no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if they had suddenly seen the incomparably intense sunlight. Then, his gaze landed on Xianzong and met Xianzong's eyes. Xianzong only felt that the other party's gaze was not only blazing but also contained an indescribable emptiness, as if it could see through all illusions and see through all his secrets. The pressure brought to him by this gaze was even stronger than that of many ordinary Saint Realm masters. On the other hand, Sumubai was only a high-level half-saint. Xianzong could not help but feel surprised that a high-level half-saint's gaze could bring such pressure to him. However, this pressure was not enough to oppress Xianzong. Look at each other, there was no fear. Xianzong suddenly realized that the blazing light was just a facade. When he looked through the facade, he saw a pitch-black color. The pitch-black color seemed to be contained in the void, but it also filled the world. It covered everything, and swallowed everything. Black, pure black, pitch black. You took the Xianming fruit. Hand it over, Sumubai said softly. His voice was soft, as if he was sighing, as if he was muttering to himself. There was an indescribable toughness in his voice, as if there was no room for doubt or refusal. It was as if his words were law, as if he was an emperor. Once he said it, everyone would have to obey. This was an aura that had been accumulated over a long period of time. It was an aura cultivated from a high position. It was an aura that came from having incomparable confidence in one's talent and strength. Under this aura, everyone had to obey. It was precisely because of this aura that Sumubai was extraordinary. The two of them depended on each other. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Xianzong. Some were stunned, some sneered, and some were puzzled. They were stunned because Chenzong actually had a relationship with Su Mubai and seemed to have taken some mysterious underworld fruit. Was it something that belonged to Su Mubai? Or was it something that Su Mubai had taken a fancy to? They sneered at Chenzong for daring to take something that belonged to Su Mubai. No matter what Su Mubai had taken a fancy to, it belonged to Su Mubai under certain circumstances. Chenzong was just a loose cultivator with some talent. He was ranked on the underworld ranking and was known as a prodigy. However, the gap between him and Su Mubai was indescribable. Su Mulong's face was filled with pride and mockery. Back in the mysterious underworld small world, Su Mulong had not given him the mysterious underworld fruit. Now, his cousin had personally asked for it. He was about to lose face. Xing Yuan's face also showed a touch of pleasure. I ate it. Chenzong replied in an incomparably relaxed manner. Su Mubai did give him a lot of pressure, but that was all. Just by looking at him, Chenzong could not be moved at all. Of course, Chenzong also knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Su Mubai. Perhaps his strength was not enough to enter the top 10 of the underworld ranking. But so what, if he used all his means and did not hesitate to expose his Azure clone? What was there to be afraid of? If Chenzong wanted to fight, then so be it. He could use this opportunity to test the power of the ultimate secret sword that he had created. Upon hearing Chenzong's reply, everyone, regardless of whether they were puzzled, sneered, or mocked, had the same expression. Astonishment. Chenzong actually dared to reply to Su Mubai in such a manner. Su Mubai was also slightly stunned. This reply made his mind stiffen. He did not know how to respond. Ate it, it was a simple answer. If he ate it, then it would be gone. Even if he killed Chenzong, he would not be able to retrieve the mysterious underworld fruit. You're very courageous. Su Mubai smiled gently. Then, the pitch-black gaze disappeared. Unknowingly, Su Mubai had turned his back to the crowd. It was as though everything that had happened earlier was just an illusion. From the beginning to the end, Su Mubai had never turned around. Chenzong could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Su Mubai was unfathomable. It was as though he was shrouded in mist. He was extremely mysterious and terrifying. This was an extremely terrifying opponent. However, Chenzong did not feel fearful. Instead, he was filled with excitement. It flowed through his heart and was about to burst out. How dare you offend my cousin? You're dead meat. Su Mulong's voice rang in Chenzong's ears. It was filled with ruthlessness and mockery. The other skyprides of the mysterious underworld palace, including Lin Chaochuan, stared coldly at Chenzong. It was as though they wanted to pierce through Chenzong's body. However, Chenzong was not bothered by it. Was it useful to be bothered? It was useless. The mysterious underworld fruit was extremely precious and its effects were tyrannical. It allowed the Azure clone to comprehend and master the heavenly ferocious Tao will. There was only one fruit left. Naturally, Chenzong wanted to keep it and make good use of it. When the time came, it would be sufficient to strengthen his strength. Therefore, he would never hand it over. Saying that he had eaten it was naturally an excuse. As for whether Su Mubai believed him or not, it did not matter. On the mysterious underworld ship, other than the 108 skyprides of the underworld ranking, there were naturally other people. The elders of the mysterious underworld palace and the elders of the other major forces were escorting them. This time, they were heading towards the center of the mysterious origin world. It was a matter of great importance. They had to prevent being killed by the experts of the dark organizations along the way. Naturally, the experts on the ship were aware of what had happened on the deck. This rogue cultivator is very bold. An elder of a major force chuckled softly. Indeed, he is bold. However, he is just ignorant. An elder of the mysterious underworld palace sneered. Who was Su Mubai? He was the strongest disciple of the mysterious underworld palace, the #1 genius in 1,000 years. His talent was shocking and his strength was tyrannical. He was just a rogue cultivator skypride who could not even enter the top 10 of the underworld ranking. If he dared to do such a thing, it could only be said that he was blind and ignorant. In comparison, these experts were more optimistic about Su Mubai than Chenzong. In their opinion, 10 Qinzong or even 20 or 30 Qinzongs could not compare to one Sumubai. Each of the 108 sky prides had a room to rest and cultivate. After all, it would take a few days to depart from the mysterious underworld palace to the mysterious origin world. Brother Chen, you were too reckless today. Xianxia, who was sitting not far away from Qinzong, said in a serious tone. Nan Wukong, who was sitting on the other side, did not speak. In the beginning, they had been disdainful. Later on, they admired him. Now, they had become Qinzong's friends. Even though Qinzong had offended Sumubai, they did not disassociate themselves from the matter. Sumubai is ranked first on the underworld ranking. He shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Qinzong smiled faintly. Of course, this was just a casual remark from Qinzong. Even if he was not afraid of Sumubai and longed to fight him, he could not say it in front of Xianxia and Nan Wukong. It was not that Qinzong did not treat them as his friends. It was because he treated them as his friends that he could not say it. Otherwise, he might implicate them. You. Xianxia was speechless. This gigantic ship belongs to the mysterious underworld palace, right? Brother Xiang, do you know anything about it? Qinzong changed the topic. The mysterious underworld gigantic ship is a strategic treasure of the mysterious underworld palace. Xianxia knew that Qinzong was changing the topic, but he still said, rumor has it that the hull of the mysterious underworld gigantic ship is extremely hard. It can withstand the attack of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage cultivator without breaking. If the protective shield is activated, it can withstand the attack of a half-step Great Saint powerhouse. Qinzong was shocked. A half-step Great Saint? What kind of powerhouse was that? How terrifying was his strength? The mysterious underworld gigantic ship doesn't only have defensive capabilities. Nan Wukong, who had been sitting quietly, smiled. It said that the mysterious underworld cannon on the mysterious underworld gigantic ship can kill a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, and the mysterious underworld gigantic cannon can severely injure a half-step Great Saint. The Xianyuan realm was one of the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region. It was vast and had countless resources and experts. The Xianyuan realm was divided into 5 regions. Each region was very powerful, and the Xianyuan dynasty ruled the 5 regions. The Xianyuan dynasty was located at the center of the Xianyuan realm. The 5 regions surrounded it like stars protecting the Xianyuan dynasty. On the Xianyuan Ming vessel, Qinzong learned a lot of information. The more he read, the more shocked he was. The higher one's level was, the further one could see. The vast world would be displayed in front of one's eyes. The more one knew, the more one would realize one's lack and poverty. It was not only poverty in wealth, but also poverty in knowledge. Before entering the Tianyuan sacred region, Qinzong did not know what the Tianyuan sacred region was like. After entering, he began to understand, but it was only limited to the Xianyuan realm. Now, he really began to see the outside of the Xianyuan realm. The Xianyuan realm, the complete Xianyuan realm was made up of the Xianyuan dynasty and the 5 regions. The Xianyuan dynasty was the leader and ruler. Its position was higher than the Xianyuan palaces in the Xianyuan realm. The Xianyuan dynasty was extremely ancient and powerful. According to Qinzong's understanding, the foundation and strength of the Xianyuan dynasty alone was enough to surpass the 5 regions combined. It was scary just thinking about it. Qinzong originally thought that the Xianyuan realm was very powerful, enough to surpass the 4 upper regions. However, it was like a child in front of the Xianyuan realm. At the same time, a sense of excitement emerged from the deepest part of his heart. How powerful would the Xianyuan dynasty be? How many geniuses were there? Immediately, Qinzong thought of something. The dark organization He Sha existed in the Xianyuan realm. Then, would the dark organization exist in the Xianyuan dynasty as well? Where there was light, there would be shadow. Where there was shadow, there would be darkness. This was an inevitable law. How powerful would the dark organization be if it could survive and grow in the powerful Xianyuan dynasty? Powerful, experts, Qinzong yearned for it, felt excited, and felt his blood boil. A true genius would never be afraid of any challenge. No matter how difficult it was, as long as it was not meaningless, they would dare to go against the current and break through all obstacles. I've heard that the geniuses of the Xianyuan dynasty are terrifying, Xianxia said. In the past few days, other than maintaining his peak condition, he had been looking for Chen Zong to communicate with Chen Zong and share some of the information he knew. How scary? Chen Zong was curious. I don't know. After all, I've never been to the Xianyuan dynasty. Zheng Ta shrugged before he said with a smile, but I heard that Su Mubai had once gone to the Xianyuan dynasty to gain tempering. I wonder how the results were. Su Mubai. Chen Zong repeated. His eyes flashed as he pondered. The flying speed of the mysterious underworld ship was very fast, as if it was traversing the void. It was much faster than most peak Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, reaching the speed of a half-step Great Saint. However, at this speed, it would still take several days to cross the void and arrive at the Xianyuan dynasty. If it was a peak Saint Realm master, it would probably take at least 10 days or even more. The distance was really far. After all, a peak Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was considered a super powerhouse in the Tianyuan sacred region and the Lingwu sacred world. There were not many half-step Great Saints, and even fewer Great Saint stage powerhouses. I've heard that there's a Great Saint stage powerhouse in the Xianyuan dynasty, Zheng Ta whispered as if he was worried about being overheard. A Great Saint stage powerhouse. Chen Zong was slightly shocked. That was the most powerful existence that he knew of. Perhaps it was the most powerful existence in the Lingwu sacred world, the supreme existence. Great Saint Stage, the Xianyuan dynasty had a Great Saint Stage powerhouse. No wonder they dared to say that the combined strength of the 5 major regions could not compare to the Xianyuan dynasty. After all, there were very few half-step Great Saints in the 5 major regions. There was no Great Saint Stage powerhouse at all. How could they compare? Time flew by. Chen Zong spent most of his time cultivating. He maintained his cultivation method. After all, it was difficult to raise his cultivation base in a short period of time. However, he could continue to comprehend his sword technique. He comprehended his own unique skill and other aspects, such as the blood drop swordsmanship and body movement skill. As long as there was a breakthrough in one of them, it would lead to the improvement of his strength. The best breakthrough was naturally the half-step sword intent. If the half-step sword intent could continue to break through and improve, his strength would obviously improve. According to the law of cultivation, the gap between an incomplete and complete sword intent was often huge. 90% was incomplete, and 100% was complete. Therefore, the improvement of power from 90% to 100% was definitely better than the improvement of power from 80 to 90%. Chen Zong was very much looking forward to it. However, the improvement from 90 to 100% was more difficult than the improvement from 80 to 90%. Moreover, he had only comprehended 70%, not 80%. In fact, if it were not for the 3 tribulations of earth-fire tribulation, Chen Zong was not very sure how long it would take for him to improve his half-step sword intent to 70%. It might take 1 or 2 months, 3 or 4 months, or even half a year. He still had a lot of room and potential for improvement. Perhaps he was not as good as Su Mubai now, but Chen Zong was confident that he could catch up or even surpass Su Mubai. Was that not the case for those genius powerhouses in the past? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed by. During these few days, Chen Zong gradually understood the purpose of the Dark Nether Palace's gathering of the Dark Nether leaderboard prodigies to the Dark Nether dynasty. The Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. The Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was a grand event held by the Dark Nether dynasty that was open to the entire Dark Nether world. Anyone below the Saint Rudiment stage was qualified to participate. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, without sufficient talent and strength, one was not qualified to participate at all. Even if one participated, it would only be a waste of time and energy. After all, every time the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was held, it would consume a lot of resources, including manpower and material resources. Therefore, the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was held once every 100 years. Every time the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was held, it would gather everyone in the Dark Nether world and allow the 5 major regions to bring their most outstanding prodigies to participate. Survival of the fittest. After understanding this situation, Qianzong finally understood why the Dark Nether Palace had opened up the Dark Nether small world to allow non-members of the Dark Nether Palace to enter and search for opportunities. It was to increase the overall strength of the Dark Nether leaderboard prodigies so that they could participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly better. Although he did not know much, Qianzong guessed that if the various regions' prodigies could achieve outstanding results in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly, they might be rewarded by the Dark Nether dynasty. Even if that was not the case, there must be some benefits. Otherwise, the Dark Nether Palace would not do this. However, Qianzong did not think too much about it. It had nothing to do with him. Since he could participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly, he had to show his ability and try his best to fight for it. It was said that the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was related to the legendary Dark Nether Sacred Tower. The Dark Nether Sacred Tower was a treasure for cultivation and enlightenment. All in all, the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was an opportunity worth fighting for Qianzong and any other prodigy. On the 5th day, the Dark Nether ship flew into the territory of the Dark Nether dynasty. Standing on the deck, Qianzong looked down at the lofty mountains and rivers below. It was exceptionally beautiful and vast. It was as if the sky was high and the earth was boundless. His mind seemed to have expanded as some of his distracting thoughts dissipated. "We're finally here." Xianxia stood at the side with his hands behind his back as he stared down. He was also very emotional and shocked. The scenery in the Dark Nether dynasty was completely different from the Dark Nether territory. The mountains were mountains, the trees were trees, and the water was water. They all seemed to be the same. However, the aura that pervaded the heavens and earth was completely different. Precipitation, this was the precipitation that had been accumulated over a long period of time. It was the precipitation left behind by the aura of countless experts. It was so powerful and outstanding. After entering the territory of the Dark Nether dynasty, the flying speed of the Dark Nether ship gradually decreased. A group of experts also appeared on the deck and gathered the 108 prodigies. "Listen up. This is already the territory of the Dark Nether dynasty. An elder of the Dark Nether Palace looked down at the crowd with his hands behind his back. His voice was deep and vigorous. Your purpose here is to participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Now, let me explain the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly to you. The Dark Nether Sacred Assembly is a grand event that is held once every 100 years in the Dark Nether dynasty. It is also known as the Centennial Sacred Assembly. All the participants are true prodigies." The elder's voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone listened carefully. This was an opportunity to understand the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. For generations, the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly has been divided into two parts, the qualifying round and the final round. The qualifying round is the competition to obtain the qualifications. The qualifying round is divided into 3 levels, or 3 stages and 3 steps. The Dark Nether dynasty has 1 capital, 3 paths, 9 states, and 27 prefectures. One of the capitals is the capital. Therefore, the qualifying round of the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly starts from the lowest prefecture competition, to the middle prefecture competition, and finally the path competition. Only by obtaining a place in the path competition can one participate in the true Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Qianzong and the others were stunned. They had thought that they would directly participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. They had not expected it to be so complicated. Originally, the 5 major regions did not have the qualifications to participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. We only obtained this qualification after the experts of the various regions fought for it. However, if the 5 major regions want to participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly, there is no shortcut. We have to start from the prefecture competition and fight our way up level by level with our own strength. If we win, we advance. If we lose, we are eliminated. This time, we are going to the Mountain Flow Prefecture, one of the 27 prefectures. We will compete with the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture to obtain a place in the state competition. As for how many places there are, we do not know yet. Do you have any questions? The elder's introduction gave everyone a more intuitive understanding of the Dark Nether dynasty and the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Elder, how many people from the Dark Nether territory passed the qualifying round and participated in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly last time? Lin Xiaochuan asked loudly. Last time. The elder seemed to be reminiscing, but his face did not look good. Last time, only one person from the Dark Nether territory was qualified to participate in the true Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. However, the highest-ranking person did not make it into the top 10. There were 108 participants in the last Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The last Dark Nether ranking was 100 years ago. At that time, the prodigies on the Dark Nether ranking might not be as good as now, but the difference was not too great. Under such circumstances, only one person had passed the qualifying round and did not even make it into the top 10. The prodigies of the Dark Nether dynasty were too shocking. The Mountain Flow Prefecture was one of the 27 prefectures in the Xianyuan dynasty. There were also prefectures in the mysterious underworld territory. However, there were 32 prefectures in the mysterious underworld territory, which was much more than the Xianyuan dynasty. Of course, quantity was quantity, while quality was quality. The two were different. The cultivation aura in the Mountain Flow Prefecture was much denser. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was even denser than in the mysterious underworld territory. The denser the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the more beneficial it was for cultivation and the easier it was for geniuses to appear. Shallow water could not raise a real dragon. This was not a lie, but the truth. Of course, there might be some exceptions. Some geniuses came from remote villages, but that was only an exception. Moreover, even if they came from remote villages, if they wanted to achieve great achievements and compete with other geniuses, they would have to enter the great world. Otherwise, they would not have enough resources or inheritances, and their talent would be wasted for nothing. The mysterious underworld territory had already reported to the Xianyuan dynasty when they would bring their people to participate in the qualifiers. As for which prefecture would participate in the qualifiers, it was decided by drawing lots. Each of the 5 major prefectures would enter one of the 27 prefectures to participate in the qualifiers. The 27 prefectures would then draw lots to decide. If they were unlucky, they would draw lots and let the geniuses from one of the 5 major prefectures participate. The Mountain Flow Prefecture had drawn the mysterious underworld territory. The mysterious underworld garden. This was a manor built by the Mountain Flow Prefecture for the geniuses and experts of the mysterious underworld territory to live in. When the people from the Mountain Flow Prefecture led them to the mysterious underworld garden, they were all stunned. It did not look big and was rather simple. However, they did not pay much attention to it. As they stepped into the Xianming garden, their expressions changed drastically. That place wasn't simple at all, it could be said to be crude. It was named the Mysterious Underworld Garden, which sounded nice. However, not only was it simple on the outside, but the buildings inside were also crude. It gave them the feeling that they had come to a slum. Thatched huts, they were all thatched huts. Moreover, they were simple thatched huts that were casually built. I'm sorry for the lack of time. However, it should be acceptable to all of you. After all, you came from a small place. The expert from the Mountain Flow Prefecture said with a smile. He did not look apologetic at all. It was as if it was a matter of course. He was obviously doing it on purpose. Thank you. The leading elder of the mysterious Nether Palace replied indifferently. He waved his sleeves and turned around, ignoring the other party. The group of experts from the mysterious underworld territory suppressed the anger in their hearts and coldly snorted. This was not a good place to fight. If they were in another place, such as the mysterious underworld territory, they would have already taught the other party a lesson. What do you mean by time is tight? 3 months had passed since news of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly had spread. Building a huge manor in 3 months was naturally very difficult in the world of ordinary people. In fact, it was almost impossible. However, this was the world of cultivators. With the ability of cultivators, as long as they had the heart, they could build a huge and luxurious manor in less than a month, let alone 3 months. Yet, the other party said that time was short. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. He even said that it was acceptable to all of them. He was obviously looking down on them and the people from the mysterious underworld territory. In particular, the last sentence, "You came from a small place," was even more provocative. Even Chenzong was annoyed. Everyone, please have a good rest. You still have to participate in the qualifying round. Don't be disqualified because of a lack of rest, the other party said with a smile that hit a dagger. He then turned around and left. Of course, he knew that the other party was annoyed and furious, but so what? This was the Mountain Flow Prefecture. There were countless experts here. As long as the other party dared to make a move, the consequences would be very serious. At the very least, they would be taught a lesson and lose face. At the very least, they would be disqualified from participating in the qualifying round. They've gone too far. A Mastery Saint Rudiment stage expert said angrily as a terrifying aura spread out. They're simply looking down on us. Damn it. They were all experts who came from great forces and had a high status. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They were so angry that they wanted to soar into the sky and destroy everything. That's enough. The great elder of the mysterious underworld palace spoke. His voice was deep and forceful like thunder that resounded in everyone's hearts. The great elder of the mysterious underworld palace was the strongest expert in this trip. He was also a super expert who ranked in the top 10 of the profound ranking. Among the crowd, he was extremely prestigious. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. They're doing this to target us. They're deliberately angering us and even deliberately affecting the Skyprides of the mysterious underworld territory so that they won't be able to participate in the prefecture competition in their best condition, the great elder of the mysterious underworld palace said in a low voice. Everyone thought about it and agreed. The purpose of the Mountain Flow Prefecture was to anger them and affect the Skyprides of the mysterious underworld territory so that they wouldn't be able to participate in the prefecture competition in their best condition. If they were really affected, it might be difficult for them to pass the prefecture competition. After all, the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly was originally a grand event and competition within the Xianyuan dynasty. However, it was now being participated by people from the 5 major territories. If some of the spots were taken away, no one would feel comfortable. However, the Mountain Flow Prefecture's actions were a little too petty. It made people angry, but after they understood the situation, they found it laughable. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Another elder from the mysterious Nether Palace said, since the people from the Mountain Flow Mansion have resorted to this, it shows that they aren't confident in themselves. If they were, they wouldn't have resorted to such despicable methods. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up again. Indeed, such a situation did exist. It was because they weren't confident in their own strength that they had to resort to such despicable means to attack their opponents and improve themselves. If they were confident in themselves, they wouldn't resort to such means unless they were naturally despicable. In the huge Mountain Flow Prefecture, there were definitely despicable people, but there were also others. Therefore, after analysis, it should be the former who lacked confidence. In this way, it meant that the Skyprides of the mysterious underworld territory had a greater chance of winning a spot and entering the prefecture competition. You've all heard what he said, so you should know what's going on. However, no matter what, the Mountain Flow Prefecture is one of the territories of the Xianyuan dynasty. The cultivation environment is excellent, and the inheritance is complete. There are many geniuses and Skyprides. Whether they're confident or not is their problem. Remember, adjust your condition well and participate in the prefectural tournament in your best condition. Do your best to win a spot and let the people of Mountain Flow Prefecture know that playing these dirty tricks is useless. It will not bring them any benefits. On the contrary, it will only make them taste the consequences. The deep voice of the Grand Elder of the mysterious underworld palace rang in everyone's ears. It was like rolling thunder, encouraging everyone and injecting new energy into the depths of their hearts. Uplifted, high fighting spirit, despicable means, so what? They just had to use their most powerful strength to defeat them and let them know that everything depended on strength. The thatched huts were very simple and crude. Moreover, there weren't many of them, so it was impossible for everyone to have one. However, in order for the 108 Skyprides from the mysterious underworld territory to participate in the competition in their best condition, the group of experts from the mysterious underworld territory had to sacrifice themselves. They didn't enter the thatched huts, but stood guard outside. Even so, it was impossible for each person to have a thatched hut. Basically, the top 10 Skyprides on the underworld ranking could each have a thatched hut. The skyprites after that could only share a thatched hut with 2 or 3 people. The thatched huts weren't big. 2 huts were enough, but 3 huts would be a little cramped. Chenzong, Jingtua, and Nan Wukong were considered friends, so the 3 of them shared a thatched hut. Fortunately, the 3 of them didn't come from high backgrounds and had suffered hardships before. Although the environment wasn't good, it wasn't too bad either. They had all experienced worse environments. In the remaining time, they naturally had to do their best to recuperate and adjust their condition. They had to eliminate all external influences and adjust their condition to their best condition. They had to maintain it until the prefecture competition began. They had to win. He had to fight for as many spots as possible so that he could strike back at the people of Mountain Flow Manor. He had to let them know the consequences of using such despicable tricks. The Mountain Flow Prefecture was vast. Although it couldn't be compared to the territory of Mystic Underworld, it was still 1/3 the size of the territory of Mystic Underworld. There were also many experts in the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Although it wasn't as many as the entire territory of Mystic Underworld, it was still more than half. There were also many skyprides, and they were all of high quality. In the Mountain Flow Prefecture Master's residence, the Mountain Flow Prefecture Master sat at the head of the table. Below him were a group of experts from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Each of them exuded a shocking aura. We've already arranged for that group of people to stay in. I heard that their expressions were very ugly. An old man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks had a sinister look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little smug. He was the one who had suggested that method. Prefecture Master, I suggest that before the prefecture competition begins, we should give them more tricks and treat them well, the old man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks said again. The sinister smile on his face became more obvious. The so-called tricks and treat were, of course, not positive. There were some other methods that targeted the people from the territory of Mystic Underworld. They wouldn't cause them any harm, but they would disgust them and affect their condition. They wouldn't be able to participate in the prefecture competition properly and would eventually lose. That's enough. There's no need for that. However, the Manor Lord refused. Playing such a small trick was a little too despicable. If they continued like this, it would be too despicable. Elder son, let's stop here. The geniuses of our manor will only be stronger than them. Of course I know, Prefecture Master. It's just to ensure that our prefecture can get more spots. Elder son chuckled. He didn't blush at all. The prefecture competition will begin in 3 days. Make all the preparations. There's no room for any mistakes. The prefecture master had the authority of a prefecture master. In this place, his words were absolute, just like an emperor. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The simple thatched huts in the Xianming garden opened, and figures walked out. They were the 108 prodigies from the dark underworld territory. During these 3 days, everyone was either exchanging their experiences or adjusting their energy. They had all reached their peak condition. The divine light in their eyes was restrained, and when they looked around, a bright light would occasionally shoot out. It was as if it could pierce through the sky. The group of people walked out of the simple and crude Xianming garden in an imposing manner and headed in the direction of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. The gathering point for the prefecture competition was in the Mountain Flow Mansion. The prodigies from the dark underworld territory had no idea what the prefecture competition was about. However, since he was already here, there was nothing to be afraid of no matter what kind of competition it was. When the 108 prodigies from the dark underworld territory arrived at the Mountain Flow Mansion, most of the participating prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion had also arrived. The number of participating prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion was even more than the dark underworld territory. There were close to 200 of them, which shocked everyone. At the same time, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion swept their gazes across the crowd. Their eyes shone brightly, and traces of domineering aura surged forth, as though they were trying to see through everyone. For a moment, everyone felt an indescribable pressure assaulting them. They felt that the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion were looking at them with ill intentions, and even hatred. Hatred. Originally, the prefecture competition was for the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion. Now that people from other territories were going to participate, some of their spots would be taken away. Of course, they would be unhappy. Those who were narrow-minded would hate and even want to kill. However, the prodigies from the dark underworld ranking were not afraid. They looked at each other, and their eyes shone brightly. If they were at a disadvantage now, they would not be able to defeat them in the subsequent duels. Regardless of their opponent's strength. Regardless of the outcome of the duels. Right now, at this moment, they could not lose in terms of momentum. That's Sumubai. Which Sumubai? It's the Xianming young master Sumubai who fought against Zhao Xingkong a few months ago and won. So, it's him. Instantly, all eyes were focused on Sumubai's face. Sumubai's expression did not change. He was not affected at all. Zhao Xingkong. Chenzong and the others remembered this name. It turned out that Sumubai had really come here to train a few months ago. Perhaps that was when the mysterious underworld small world had opened. No wonder Sumubai did not enter the dark nether small world. As for Zhao Xingkong, who was defeated by him, he was still mentioned, which meant that Zhao Xingkong's strength was not to be underestimated. Zhao Xingkong is here. A voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a slender figure striding over. This person was dressed in a light golden robe. There were countless patterns on the robe that looked like burning flames. Every step he took seemed to be strolling in the void. His figure was straight and his expression was cold. His eyes were as bright and cold as the stars. Aura, wisps of faintly discernible aura continued to spread out from the other party's body, as if they were radiating in all directions. They were densely packed and spread out like an invisible net. The net spread out in all directions, covering a radius of a few hundred meters. It seemed to have enveloped everyone. There was an invisible pressure that went straight to the heart. However, those who were not sensitive enough would not be able to sense this invisible net. They would only feel an indescribable pressure when facing Zhao Xingkong. Chen Zong's gaze was grave. Zhao Xingkong's strength was probably very terrifying. Otherwise, it would not be like this. There was a voice in Chen Zong's heart telling him that Zhao Xingkong's strength was enough to suppress his current self. If Zhao Xingkong's strength was strong enough to suppress his current self, then wouldn't Zhao Xingkong, who had defeated Sumubai, be even stronger? Zhao Xingkong strode over. His cold eyes flashed and landed on Sumubai's face. An extremely sharp cold light shot out from his eyes. It was as if two rays of starlight pierced through the sky and were about to pierce through Sumubai. The dark light in Sumubai's eyes became more obvious and intense. It seemed like it was going to devour something. A shocking chill spread out in all directions. Their gazes collided in the void. It was formless and colorless, but there seemed to be a shocking will that spread out like a storm. It made one's heart tremble. Sumubai, I let you win by a fluke last time. This time. Zhao Xingkong's voice was cold. His tone was extremely sharp. A loser has nothing to say. Sumubai's expression was neither fast nor slow. It was as if he was stating a fact. There was only one sentence between the two of them, but it was enough to let others know a lot of information. Zhao Xingkong had been defeated the last time they fought, but Sumubai had probably not won easily. This time, Zhao Xingkong wanted to avenge himself and turn the tables. However, Sumubai was very confident in himself. As for who would win, who would lose, who would be stronger, and who would be weaker, that would depend on each person's ability. Invisible auras collided continuously between the Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigies and the Mystic Nether Territory's prodigies. Suddenly, an extremely hot aura spread out rapidly from afar. It was accompanied by an extremely loud cry. Half of the sky was illuminated by a red light as if it was on fire. An astonishingly hot aura also rushed toward them. A figure rapidly approached in the fiery light that filled half of the sky. The fierce Phoenix King is here. The Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigies seemed to be very excited and full of anticipation. The Mystic Nether Territory's prodigies all turned their heads to look. Their expressions were solemn and even more curious. The aura was very hot, very strong, and very shocking. Moreover, it was not the aura of a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, but the aura of a half-saint. However, it was extremely shocking that a half-saint's aura could be so powerful. Sumubai's expression was solemn. Traces of battle intent gathered in the depths of his eyes. The fierce Phoenix King, immediately after, a fiery red figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure paused, and the blazing red light that filled half of the sky surged from behind and converged into the figure's body. It was a graceful figure wearing fiery red armor. The armor had a pattern of a fierce phoenix spreading its wings and flying high. It was so lifelike that it seemed as if it could really soar into the sky and soar into the sky. The figure was tall and graceful. It was filled with a fiery charm. It was very seductive, and it seemed as if it could attract everyone's attention. However, the other party's appearance was relatively ordinary. Compared to the fiery and seductive figure, it was a pity. Otherwise, if she had a beautiful face that could match her figure, she would be able to bring disaster to the country and its people. The other party's figure was indeed very graceful and seductive. Women would be jealous, and men would be tempted. This was something that no one could avoid unless they were heartless. However, some people had enough self-control. They would not be tempted and would not be unable to extricate themselves from the temptation. Xianxia was amazed by the other party's figure. He was even more surprised by the aura that emanated from the other party's body. It was a very frightening aura. That heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world to ashes. The fierce Phoenix King, without a doubt, this was a king-ranked prodigy. Of course, Xianxia was also a king-ranked prodigy. However, even among king-ranked martial artists, there were different grades. Xianxia guessed that the fierce Phoenix King was not a low-grade king-ranked martial artist. He was at least a mid-grade or even a high-grade king-ranked prodigy. The moment the fierce Phoenix King arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. All the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies' eyes landed on him. Some were burning with passion, some were filled with admiration, and some were filled with greed. It was as if they wanted to peel off that fiery red armor of his. Although his looks were relatively ordinary compared to his figure, he was still considered a high-grade beauty. Coupled with his charming figure, he naturally became a goddess in many people's hearts. The moment the fierce Phoenix King arrived, the entire place seemed to have heated up. The atmosphere changed. Almost everyone's attention was attracted to him. Sumubai and Xianxia were ignored. The fierce Phoenix King was the top prodigy of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Xianxia was ranked second. The fierce Phoenix King had a faint smile on his face. He was like a proud phoenix, standing out from a flock of chickens. With the arrival of the fierce Phoenix King, all the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture had arrived. There were a total of 200 people, which was almost 100 more than the mystic underworld territory. Powerful aura surged. One by one, figures flew down from the sky. They were the formidable martial artists of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. All of them were at the late-stage Saint Rudiment realm. They were very terrifying. Looking down from above, their terrifying aura surged. Their sharp eyes swept across the crowd as if they wanted to see through everyone. The Xianxia Sacred Assembly is about to begin. Now, it is the first round of the prefecture tournament. Only by obtaining a slot can you enter the prefecture tournament. Only then can you stand out and truly enter the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. In the sky, a Mountain Flow Prefecture martial artist's deep voice rang in everyone's ears. Without further ado, I announce that the Mountain Flow Prefecture tournament of the Xianxia Sacred Assembly qualifiers will now begin. Everyone was secretly excited. However, they did not make a sound. Instead, they listened carefully. This was because the contents and rules of the prefecture tournament were to be announced. There are a total of 308 people participating in the Mountain Flow Prefecture tournament. There will be 30 slots for advancement. Everyone was shocked when they heard that there would be 30 slots. 308 people, but only 30 slots for advancement. This meant that 278 people would be eliminated. They would not be able to enter the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. How cruel was that? One should know that these 308 people were not ordinary cultivators. Every one of them was a genius of the heaven grade. Even the weakest of them was a genius of the general grade. Many of them were geniuses of the marquis grade, and some were geniuses of the monarch grade. There were also quite a few geniuses of the king grade. They were all geniuses, but 278 of them would be eliminated. The competition would be extremely fierce. Then, what would the prefecture tournament be about? Would the 308 people fight one round after another? Or would it be something else? Chen Zong also felt a lot of pressure. After all, his current strength had not reached the peak of the sage to be grade. Among the 308 people, there were not just 1 or 2 people who were stronger than him. It was not as simple as 10 people. There might be 20 or even more. Therefore, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to obtain a slot. It would be very stressful. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong did not feel afraid. On the contrary, he was filled with fighting spirit. Since he had started cultivating, he had gone through many difficulties. He had also gone through many battles with other geniuses. However, he had never been discouraged, stopped, and was never afraid. The prefecture tournament will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage will be the Puppet Underground Palace. The Skyprides from the mysterious Nether territory did not react to the Mountain Flow Mansion powerhouse's words because they did not understand. However, the 200 Skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion were overjoyed. The Puppet Underground Palace, they all knew and understood. Moreover, each of them had entered the simulated Puppet Underground Palace to train. Some of them were even lucky enough to enter the real Puppet Underground Palace to train themselves. They knew, understood, and even experienced it personally. On the contrary, the people from the mysterious Nether territory had not. Unknowingly, they had a slight advantage. Looking at the expressions of the Skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, everyone understood. The second stage will be the Sky Peak Capture the Flag. The people from the mysterious Nether territory were even more confused after hearing the Mountain Flow Mansion powerhouse's words. As for the Skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, they were stunned at first. Then, some of them looked enlightened, while others looked overjoyed. Before this, they had also undergone some training. Although the name of the stage was not mentioned, the words Sky Peak Capture the Flag made them think of something. Could it be that they had been preparing for the prefecture tournament? If that was the case, wouldn't they have a huge advantage? Even a fool could see that there was something wrong with this scene. Sir, aren't you being unfair to the Skyprides from the mysterious Nether territory by doing this? The Great Elder from the mysterious Nether Palace said directly, his domineering aura spreading out. The domineering aura of someone at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and ranked in the top 10 of the profound ranking was extremely intimidating. The expressions of the Mountain Flow Mansion powerhouses changed drastically. Fair? How is it unfair? One of the Mountain Flow Mansion powerhouses immediately retorted with a look of disdain. The Puppet Underground Palace and the Sky Peak Capture the Flag belong to the Mountain Flow Mansion. Our Skyprides should be training in them. If you think it's unfair, you can withdraw from the prefecture tournament. His words immediately enraged the powerhouses from the mysterious Nether territory. First, they let them stay in the shabby thatched huts. Now, they were being biased in the prefecture tournament. They had really gone too far. Powerful auras emanated from the experts of the realm of mysterious underworld and swept out in all directions like an invisible storm. There were more than a dozen experts from the mystic Nether realm who had escorted them here, and each of them was at least at the 4th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Their furious auras filled the air, causing the sky to darken. It was as if a storm was coming. Enough. This is the Mountain Flow Prefecture. The contents of the prefectural tournament are decided by the prefecture. If you feel that it is unfair, you can appeal. Translator's thoughts. Lam. This was the voice of the Mountain Flow Prefecture's manor head. Since he had spoken, the conclusion was set and could not be changed. Either that or submit. If they were not convinced, they could appeal. Where to appeal? Naturally, it was the royal capital. After all, the Xianxia Saint allowed the 5 major regions to participate because the experts of the 5 major regions had fought for the approval of the Xianxia dynasties. Royal family. However, if they really chose this method, it would mean that they would not be able to participate in the prefecture tournament and would miss it. Even if the Mountain Flow Prefecture was punished by the Xianxia royal family, they would not be able to redeem their qualification to participate in the prefecture tournament and would not be able to participate in the Xianxia Saint Assembly. On top of that, it was a critical period for the Xianxia Saint Assembly. Even if they appealed, the Xianxia royal family might not have the time to care. After all, the Mountain Flow Prefecture belonged to the Xianxia dynasty and the mystic Nether territory did not. It was like the difference between family and outsiders. Under normal circumstances, they would side with their family. What should they do? All the powerhouses looked at the great elder of the mystic Nether Palace. He was the leader of this trip and could make the decision. Although the great elder of the mystic Nether Palace had a good temper, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The anger in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt, but he had to suppress it. Once it erupted, he would definitely not be able to participate in the prefecture tournament. In order to allow the prodigies of the mystic Nether territory to participate in the prefecture tournament, the mystic Nether Palace's efforts were not in vain. Endure, he could only endure. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Silence meant acquiescence. Why? Are you still not convinced? If you still think it's unfair, then get lost, a powerhouse from the Mountain Flow Prefecture said coldly. Yes. The great elder of the mystic Nether Palace's voice was extremely heavy. Everyone could hear the heavy humiliation in his voice. In an instant, waves of anger surged in everyone's hearts. Even though Xianxia was not a disciple of the mystic Nether Palace, as a prodigy of the mystic Nether territory, he had been bullied and humiliated repeatedly. He felt the same and shared the same hatred. Remember, do your best to get one of the 30 spots. The more, the better. Let the people of the Mountain Flow Prefecture know the consequences of bullying and humiliating us. A powerhouse's voice sounded in the ears of the 108 prodigies on the dark leaderboard. It was full of encouragement. The way the Mountain Flow Prefecture does things is just like this. It's unfair. What do you think? This is our territory. If you want to participate in the prefecture tournament, then you have to obey. Otherwise, get lost. Since you don't want to leave, then participate in the tournament. Get as many spots as you can and give the people of the Mountain Flow Prefecture a slap in the face. In an instant, the 108 prodigies were filled with fighting spirit. Their morale was high. Who doesn't know how to shout slogans? Don't embarrass yourselves if you don't even get a spot. Suddenly, a prodigy from the Mountain Flow Prefecture mocked them. Don't underestimate them. They might even get 2 or 3 spots. It sounded like he was speaking for the mystic Nether territory, but his tone was full of disdain. 30 spots, it was impossible for the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory to not get a single spot. First of all, Sumubai was very powerful. He was not weaker than Xianxia, who was the second-ranked prodigy from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Therefore, Sumubai had a high chance of getting a spot. Apart from Sumubai, there were many powerful prodigies from the mystic Nether territory who also had a high chance of getting a spot. Listen up, 3 spots. Xianxia suddenly sneered. He glanced coldly at the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture and then at the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory. There was a hint of mockery in his cold gaze as he said word by word, at most, let them get 3 spots. It was as if he was announcing the result. He would only let the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory get 3 spots. At most, they could get 2 or even 1. All right. At most, 3 spots. We can do that. The prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture agreed. At most, they would get 3 spots out of the 30 spots, which was 1/10 of the total. The remaining 27 spots would be taken by the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. How arrogant. How unfair. Everyone, you heard that. 3 spots. Sumubai smiled. His voice was calm and steady, and he did not seem angry at all. However, the darkness in the depths of his eyes spun like a whirlpool, showing his inner turmoil. Everyone, 3 spots is the minimum. Remember, get more spots, Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia smiled, and a terrifyingly sharp aura shot up to the sky. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. The unparalleled sharpness of the aura caused the expressions of the Mountain Flow Mansion's elites to change drastically. So powerful, Xianxia could not help but feel a little surprised. Apart from Sumubai, there was someone else with such strength among the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory. The prefecture competition had yet to begin, but the competition between the 2 prodigies had already begun. The puppet underground palace has opened. Enter now. You can only enter the 2nd stage if you pass the puppet underground palace within the time limit. The expert from the Mountain Flow Prefecture said, but did not elaborate. Remember, you must not kill anyone. Otherwise, no matter who it is, you will be punished. Compared to the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture, the prodigies from the Mystic Nether territory were confused. However, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to explain in detail. As such, they could only wait and see after entering the Puppet Underground Palace. The entrance to the Puppet Underground Palace was located in another space, or rather, a mystic realm. It was a mystic realm that had been modified. A pitch-black door was wide open, and a pitch-black light flowed through it like water, rippling as if it was flowing endlessly. The fierce Phoenix King, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned into a blazing flame, and within the flame, there seemed to be a fire phoenix spreading its wings and soaring high into the sky. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed thousands of meters and disappeared into the Black Gate. Zhao Xingkong coldly glanced at the prodigies from the Mystic Nether territory with a sneer on his face. His figure flashed, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he instantly disappeared into the black door after fierce Phoenix King. One by one, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture moved and disappeared into the black door. Only the 108 prodigies from the Mystic Nether territory were left. Sumubai's figure moved as if he had lost all weight. His entire body floated forward like a ghost, giving off an extremely relaxed feeling. It was as if he was walking in the void. He was clearly not at the Saint Rudiment stage, but he seemed to be able to fly like a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Of course, Sumubai's technique was extraordinary, but it was not true flight. It could only be considered as flying at a low altitude within a certain distance. In an instant, Sumubai's figure disappeared into the black door. Then, his figure turned into a golden sword light that tore through the sky in an extremely swift and fierce manner and disappeared into the black door in an instant. One by one, the 108 prodigies from the underworld ranking entered the black door in no time. Chen Zong's vision was pitch black, and he seemed to be constantly shuttling through the darkness. Shortly after, a ray of light appeared in front of him. The light gradually expanded and became brighter and brighter. It seemed to be an exit. Without hesitation, Chen Zong accelerated toward the light and rushed into it in an instant. After his vision switched between darkness and light, Chen Zong adjusted in an instant. The light in front of him seemed a little dim, like dusk was about to fall. However, such dimness did not affect Chen Zong's superb eyesight at all. Even in the darkness, it was as clear as day. The Puppet Underground Palace was a secret realm controlled by the Mountain Flow Mansion for training. Once one entered, they would appear at any place in the palace. The palace was huge and had many passages, like a maze. One had to get out of the palace within a set time to pass the first stage and enter the second stage. How long was the time limit? Chen Zong saw a huge shadow of a water hourglass floating at the top of the palace. Water droplets were dripping down slowly. Chen Zong estimated that it would take about 3 days. In other words, he only had 3 days to get out of the Puppet Underground Palace. Chen Zong had no idea if 3 days was long or short. After all, his understanding of the Puppet Underground Palace was limited to 2 words, Puppet Underground Palace. He could guess that this place was related to puppets, but he knew nothing else. This was a disadvantage, and it increased the difficulty. However, since he was given such an opportunity, he had to do his best to fight for it so that he would not have any regrets. Xianyuan Holy Tower, it was said to be the final reward. Chen Zong was looking forward to it, but he would not neglect other things, such as the process. Fighting with other geniuses was also a reward. After all, those who could participate in the Xianyuan Holy Tower were all powerful and capable. Fighting with them was a way to train oneself, improve oneself, and perfect oneself. The most important thing now is to find the right path, Chen Zong said to himself. There were 4 passages in front, back, left, and right. He did not know where they would lead. Chen Zong had to make a choice. How should he choose? In a situation where he was not sure, he had to trust his intuition. Chen Zong glanced around and followed his heart. He chose the passage on the right. He took a step forward, and his body glided forward at a steady pace. The sound of heavy footsteps suddenly rang out, coming from the front. It was getting closer and closer, causing Chen Zong's expression to turn solemn. What was that? His sharp eyes saw a tall figure walking over with large strides. His footsteps were incomparably heavy. Every step he took seemed to trample the earth and collapse the mountains. Chenzong saw it clearly. It was a figure that was more than 3 meters tall. Its body seemed to be made of brown rocks, and the gaps between the brown rocks were filled with magma-like crimson light. Its upside-down triangular upper body was abnormally strong, and its shoulders and elbows had sharp spikes that looked like they were polished from fiery red crystals. It looked very terrifying. A scorching aura emanated from the puppet's body, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Chenzong could feel a wave of heat assaulting his face. Puppet, these were the puppets from the puppet underground palace. Chenzong was not surprised at all when he encountered the puppets. He was already mentally prepared. The puppet that emitted the scorching aura strode over. Its eyes flashed with fiery red light and fell on Chenzong, as if it wanted to ignite Chenzong. Immediately, with a roar, the puppet's walking speed suddenly increased. It gradually quickened from a slow walk to a trot. The entire underground palace seemed to be shaking. Its momentum was extremely shocking, and it resounded in all directions. The echoes surged back and forth from the dim and thick walls of the passage, mixing with the buzzing sound. The terrible aura rushed over, making Chenzong feel suffocated. The puppet's strength was at least at the half-saint level, or even at the advanced half-saint level. Chenzong had no intention of dodging. He stared at the puppet, silently calculating the distance between them. Soon after, he took a step forward. His foot landed heavily on the ground, as if it was going to break the ground. A strong force rose from the soles of his feet, like a torrent, passing through his waist and spine to his right arm. With a sudden swing of his right arm, the gilded heavy mountain sword was unsheathed in an instant. The terrible weight of 150,000 kilograms burst out in an instant, as if it was going to break the vacuum. The void shook, and the wind whistled. This sword was as fast as thunder, as violent as thunder, and as powerful as lightning. It was like a bolt of lightning full of terrible power breaking through the air, directly hitting the puppet. The puppet's body was huge, and it seemed to have infinite power. However, its reaction speed was relatively slow, and it was immediately hit by Chenzong's sword. The puppet's forward momentum was stopped. Chenzong also felt a terrible rebounding force hit the sword body, and then passed through the sword body to attack him. His feet stood firm as if they were rooted to the ground, but his body leaned back like a bamboo in the wind. After offloading part of the rebounding force, his waist naturally twisted, and his upper body drew a small circle to borrow the other part of the rebounding force. Once again, he attacked with his sword. This sword was like a volcanic eruption, and its power was even more terrible. As if it was going to break the vacuum, it heavily hit the puppet's arm, and immediately shattered the arm. The bamboo in the wind, borrowing the rebounding force, made the second sword even more powerful. This was not a unique skill, but a technique of exerting force. It was very practical. With one arm shattered, the puppet's body suddenly lost its balance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong attacked with his second sword. Blood spurted out from the sword. With a flash of blood, the sword pierced through the sky like a bloody meteor, piercing through everything. Chenzong used the half-step sword intent for this sword, but he did not use all his strength, only 70% of it. The sword was so sharp that it immediately cut off the puppet's head. Cut. Cut, cut. The golden sword light was so fast that it stopped in an instant. The puppet's hard body had been dismembered, falling to the ground in pieces. Puppets were not living creatures. Generally speaking, no matter if their arms, legs, or heads were cut off, they could continue to move. Therefore, Chenzong dismembered them. Even if they were not dead, they could not move. With the help of the half-step sword intent, the sword became so sharp that it easily cut open the puppet's hard body. Chenzong's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the puppet. Generally, all puppets had a core, and the core provided power for them to move and fight. So, where was the core? With his powerful soul sense, Chenzong quickly located the core, which was the chest. After cutting open the chest with his sword, Chenzong saw an octagonal fiery red crystal. The fiery red crystal was shining with red light, constantly fluctuating from the inside, and a blazing aura spread in all directions. Chenzong raised his sword, and the fiery red crystal immediately fell into his hand. Chenzong immediately felt a blazing aura from the fiery red crystal, as if it was burning. He was sure that it was the puppet's core, because as soon as the core fell into Chenzong's hand, the light on the puppet's fragments quickly dimmed and disappeared. Chenzong did not know what the puppet's core was used for, so he intended to put it into the storage ring. However, he found that he could not open the storage ring, as if there was an invisible force sealing the storage ring. If he could not open the storage ring, it meant that he could not put things into the storage ring, and it also meant that he could not take things out of the storage ring. This was not good news. What should he do? Chenzong wondered if he should throw away the puppet's core. However, there was a feeling in his heart that told Chenzong not to throw it away, because it might come in handy later. Since he had such a feeling, he naturally had to carry it with him. Then, he would put it away for now. Fortunately, the puppet's core was not very big, about the thickness of a finger and the size of a baby's fist. It was not heavy either, so it would not affect his movements. After putting away the puppet's core, Chenzong ignored the scattered puppet's fragments and continued forward. To pass through the puppet underground palace, besides finding the correct direction, you also need to obtain the corresponding puppet's core to open the door and leave. Ma Shifeng smiled at the person beside him. Those bumpkins from the outside definitely don't know this. Of course they don't know. This is our advantage. Wei Zedong smiled coldly, his face full of disdain. Moreover, we have to do our best to prevent them from even getting a single spot. Of course, why should we let them fight for the spots that should belong to us? Ma Shifeng's face was full of dissatisfaction. The people of the Mountain Flow Mansion all believed that these spots should belong to them, whether it was 30 or 20 spots. Even if there was a competition, it should be between them, and not let others participate. But since the higher-ups had made such a rule, they could only abide by it. However, this did not stop them from using some tricks. If they wanted to participate, then participate. They would not be able to get anything and would have come here for nothing. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong had appeared not far from each other after entering the puppet underground palace. After discovering each other, they proposed to work together to increase their chances of winning. This was a very normal thing to do. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from afar. It sounded like the roar of an ancient beast, vigorous and powerful. It was extremely shocking. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong looked at each other and immediately moved. They used their movement techniques and quickly moved in the direction of the roar. They both knew that it was the puppet's voice. And the puppet's voice meant that it had found someone. Who was it? Was it someone from the Mountain Flow Mansion, or were they bumpkins from the mystic underworld territory? If it was the latter, then it would be fun. Although Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong had not entered the puppet underground palace for training, they had entered the simulated puppet underground palace a few times. Therefore, they found that the puppet underground palace was quite similar to the simulated puppet underground palace. The familiar feeling made them feel like fish in water. A relatively familiar environment always made people feel at ease, and thus, they could be in better condition. The voice should be coming from here. Ma Shifeng narrowed his eyes and judged. It's here. Wei Zedong found the scattered puppets and also saw that the puppet core was missing. Could it be from our side? Ma Shifeng whispered. Only the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Mansion knew the use of the puppet core and would definitely take it away. However, the bumpkins from the mystic underworld territory did not know. Not necessarily, Wei Zedong said. He looked ahead and said, we'll know when we catch up. If it was a prodigy from the Mountain Flow Mansion, they would also catch up. If it was someone who was weaker than them, of course, they would force the other party to hand over the puppet core. This was a competition that concerned the 30 spots in the regional competition. Even if they were brothers, they would not be modest. If it was a bumpkin from the mystic underworld territory, then it would be even better. Not only would they take the puppet core from the other party, but they would also use this opportunity to teach the other party a lesson and let him know the consequences. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong's speed was very fast. They were like two gusts of wind as they flew forward. Soon after, they saw a blurry figure in front of them continuously moving forward. Chase! The two sped up and quickly chased after it. Chenzong was rushing forward when suddenly, two gusts of wind came from behind him. In an instant, one of the gusts of wind swept past him. A country bumpkin from the mysterious nether realm, just in time. Ma Westwind appeared in front of Chen Zong, blocking Chen Zong's path. He sneered, his eyes filled with mockery as he locked onto Chen Zong, as if Chen Zong had become his prey. "Kneel down and obediently hand over the puppet core, and I'll spare you this time." Wei Zidong appeared behind Chen Zong, his powerful aura locking onto Chen Zong. "Are you talking about this?" Chen Zong took out the fiery red puppet core and smiled at Ma Westwind. "Hand it over." Ma Westwind's eyes flashed. There was indeed a puppet core. He immediately ordered. "Tell me first. What's the use of the puppet core?" Chen Zong was unhurried and unruffled. "This is not something a country bumpkin like you should know." Ma Westwind sneered. He immediately realized that the other party was trying to get information out of him, so naturally, he would not say it out loud. "It has something to do with leaving the puppet underground palace." Chen Zong seemed to be talking to himself while observing the other party's expression. Sure enough, when Chen Zong said this, Ma Westwind's eyes and expression changed, confirming Chen Zong's guess. The puppet core was indeed related to leaving the puppet underground palace, but Chen Zong did not know the details. However, there was a chance to find out now. "Kneel down and hand over the puppet core." Ma Westwind suddenly shouted, his voice cold and full of power. If one's will was not strong enough, they would be frightened and might really kneel down. But this move had no effect on Chen Zong. "I think it's better for you to tell me the specific use of the puppet core." Chen Zong smiled faintly. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong laughed at the same time. It seemed that this country bumpkin from the mysterious underworld territory was very confident in himself. Perhaps he was a genius in the mysterious underworld territory and didn't have many opponents. He didn't know how high the sky was outside. Since that's the case, I'll let the other party know what it means to be a frog in a well. It's time for him to wake up and realize the cruelty of the world. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ma Shifeng took a step forward and threw out a slap. It looked like a simple slap, but the angle was extremely tricky and exquisite. It was as if it had sealed off all escape routes. There was not even a blind spot, so there was no way to avoid it. Ma Shifeng was also very confident that this slap would land directly on Chen Zong's face. It would make a crisp sound and even make his face swollen. A crisp sound was heard. Ma Shifeng's entire body was thrown to the side. His body spun 3 times in the air, and his entire body crashed into the thick and hard wall, making an extremely dull sound. The mocking smile on Wei Zidong's face instantly froze. Soon after, he was completely stunned. Ma Shifeng was actually sent flying by a slap. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Could it be that he was hallucinating? A series of questions welled up in his mind. He looked over and saw Ma Shifeng standing up shakily. His face was swollen like a big bun. It could be seen how hard that slap was. Ma Shifeng was also stunned. It shouldn't be. How could it be that he was sent flying? How could this country bumpkin avoid his slap and return it with a slap? There seemed to be a buzzing sound in his head, making him feel dizzy. Ma Shifeng's strength might be good, but relatively speaking, compared to the current Chen Zong, he was still inferior. Moreover, Ma Shifeng didn't look at Chen Zong seriously. Under his contempt, he was naturally sent flying by Chen Zong's slap. Ma Shifeng, who quickly came to his senses, was extremely furious. His eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent as he immediately threw out a palm. This palm could topple mountains and overturn seas. Its power was extremely shocking. This palm also displayed Ma Shifeng's outstanding ability. The space around Chen Zong was directly sealed. It seemed that he could only face this palm attack. It was like a storm that wreaked havoc and destroyed everything. At the same time, Wei Zidong also made his move. His kick was so powerful that it seemed to be able to crush a mountain. It was directly aimed at Chen Zong's back. The pincer attack was like a wolf in front and a tiger in the back. It immediately made Chen Zong feel threatened. He was indeed a genius of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. His strength was indeed extraordinary. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Zong immediately drew his sword. The golden sword light suddenly lit up and instantly turned into a thunderbolt that pierced through the air. The extremely tyrannical power directly tore Ma Shifeng's palm wind apart. The sword attacked. The speed of the sword was astonishing. After the sword hit Ma Shifeng, the body of the sword trembled and instantly swept behind. As if it could cut through heaven and earth, it shattered Wei Zedong's kick wind and bombarded Wei Zedong's body. Two swords, after directly shattering Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong's attacks, they were sent flying. The two of them were not weak, but compared to Chen Zong, there was still a gap. Moreover, Chen Zong did not use the half-step sword intent because he could not kill people. Who knew if the experts of the Mountain Flow Prefecture knew about the situation here? If he killed the two of them himself, the consequences would be very serious, and the implications would be huge. However, although he could not kill them, he could defeat them and injure them. He could then interrogate them about the puppet core and the way to leave the puppet underground palace. How is this possible? Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong were extremely shocked. With their strength, how could they be defeated? How could this country bumpkin be so powerful? In the Xianming territory, the only person they knew was Su Mubai, because Su Mubai had once defeated Zhao Xingkong by a single move. Other than Su Mubai, they did not pay much attention to the others. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Chen Zong did not speak. He attacked again. The tyrannical sword shattered the sky and directly sent Wei Zedong flying. Wei Zedong crashed into the wall and made an extremely dull sound. It was like the roar of a drum. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. During this period of cultivation, Chen Zong's overall strength had obviously improved. Even if he did not use the half-step sword intent, he could still have the strength of the top 30 of the Netherworld ranking with his spiritual will. If he used the half-step sword intent, the top 20 of the Netherworld ranking would not be a problem. However, the top 20 was just a general term. The 11th place was the top 20, and the 19th place was also the top 20. There was a big difference in their strength. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong's strength was not bad, but it was equivalent to the 40th to 50th place on the Netherworld ranking. How could they be Chen Zong's match? Suppress. Chen Zong waved his sword and directly injured the two of them. Now, I'll ask and you answer. I'll ask separately. If your answers are different, then don't blame me. Chen Zong smiled coldly. Although I can't kill you, I'll let you have a taste of some of my methods. After speaking, Chen Zong immediately pointed his finger at Wei Zedong's head. He temporarily blocked his hearing and turned his body around so that he could not see this side. How do we break through the puppet underground palace? Chen Zong's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He stared at Ma Shifeng and asked word by word, think carefully before you answer. If your answer is different from his, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ma Shifeng looked coldly at Chen Zong, his face full of disdain. Immediately, there was a cracking sound. Ma Shifeng let out a miserable cry. One of his fingers was broken by Chen Zong. You don't have to say. I'll break your fingers and toes one by one, and then crush them one by one. If that's not enough, I'll crush your limbs inch by inch. Chen Zong said calmly. His faint smile and indifferent words made Ma Shifeng tremble uncontrollably. It was as if he was looking at a demon. Breaking, crushing 10 fingers, breaking the bones of the 4 limbs, and crushing them inch by inch. Just imagining that kind of pain was incomparably shocking. Ma Shifeng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was normal to be injured, but that kind of pain was pure torture. It's just a way to break through the puppet underground palace. If you want to keep it for yourself, then keep it. Someone will ask for it. Chen Zong smiled, but his voice was even more indifferent. Ma Shifeng suddenly felt that something was wrong. I'll talk. Ma Shifeng saw that Chen Zong was about to make a move and immediately said, the way to break through the puppet underground palace is not difficult. There are 2 points. One is to find the right direction, and the other is to obtain 3 different puppet cores of different attributes. You need 6 of each type. Since he had already said it, Ma Shifeng might as well go all out and tell him the details. The puppet underground palace was huge, and there were many passages. It was very complicated. If one could not find the right path, they would get lost, unless they were lucky enough. But how to find the right path? There was a pattern. There was a formula: go left if you meet 2, right if you meet 4. This meant that if you met 2 passages, you should choose the left one. If you met a crossroad, you should choose the right one. That way, you could reach the exit of the puppet underground palace. If one did not know this pattern, they would definitely take many detours. Even if they were lucky, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would always be on the right path. The prodigies of the mysterious underworld territory did not know this, but the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture did. It would save them a lot of time. In addition, there were 3 types of puppets in the puppet underground palace. The first type was the lava puppet, the one that Xianxia had killed. The second type was the frost puppet. The last type was the storm puppet. The 3 types of puppets had 3 different attributes, and their cores were all different. Only by obtaining 6 of each type of core could one find the exit and pass the puppet underground palace. Then, they could enter the second stage, the capture the flag on Sky Peak. Xianxia did not believe Ma Shifeng's words immediately. Thus, after sealing his hearing, he turned around and began to ask Wei Zidong. Wei Zidong was more sensible and immediately answered. Other than the way he spoke, the content was the same. Left if you meet 2, right if you meet 4, 6 of each type of puppet core. Thus, Xianxia believed 80% of it. The remaining 20% could be asked by others. Next, it was time to take the 2's puppet cores. However, there was only one core. It was a storm puppet core. It looked bright yellow, as if a storm was swirling within, as if it wanted to rush out of the core and wreak havoc in all directions. Its power was astonishing. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong leaned against the wall. Their bodies were in excruciating pain, and their injuries were not light. If they could open their storage rings, they could take out elixirs to heal their injuries. However, their storage rings were temporarily sealed. They could not store or take out anything to prevent cheating. Therefore, they could only rely on their own abilities to heal their injuries. Based on their injuries, they would need at least a day to recover. It would take several days for them to fully recover. The puppet underground palace had a time limit of 3 days at most. More than 2 hours had passed. Damn it! Ma Shifeng's face was filled with murderous intent. This person should be killed 10,000 times. Wei Zidong was also furious. He had actually been forced into such a state by a country bumpkin. Not only had he been injured, his only puppet core had been taken away, and he had even been forced to reveal the method to pass through the puppet underground palace. In fact, it did not matter what they were interrogated about. The point was that they were interrogated. They were burning with anger. Damn it. Even if we can't pass the puppet underground palace, he won't be able to either. Ma Shifeng was furious. He would heal his injuries first. When his injuries were stable, he would take revenge. If he could not kill his opponent, he would cripple his opponent. Left every second, right every fourth, Xianxia followed this pattern as he advanced. Whenever he encountered other puppets, he would attack and kill them. These puppets were at least high-level half-saints. Even if they were weak, they were stronger than ordinary high-level half-saints. The stronger puppets were comparable to the prodigies on the Netherworld list. Xianxia encountered 2 puppets that joined forces. They were so strong that he had to use half-step sword intent to defeat them and obtain their puppet cores. 1 flame core, 1 storm core, and 1 ice soul core. It was too little to take almost a day. After all, each type of puppet core required at least 6. The puppet underground palace was huge. The probability of meeting each other was not high. At least, on the first day. As time passed, they would meet more people as they moved in the right direction. From afar, Xianxia heard loud noises and felt a shocking collision of auras. It was a battle. It did not seem to be a battle between humans and puppets, but between humans. One of the voices sounded rather familiar. Xianxia's countenance stiffened as he sped forward, only to see 3 silhouettes engaged in an intense battle. Among them, Xianxia was very familiar with 2 of them. They were none other than his good friends, Nan Wukong and Jing Tua. It could be seen that Jing Tua and Nan Wukong had tried their best but were still suppressed by their opponent. He was no match for him, they were no match for him at all. The 2 of them were already injured. If it weren't for their tacit cooperation, they would have been defeated long ago. In addition, Xianxia could also see that the other party was mocking them. It seemed that they did not use their full strength to deal with them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on until now. Brother Jing, Brother Nanwu, let me help you. Xianxia's voice traveled directly into Jing Tua and Nan Wukong's ears. The two of them were overjoyed. It was as if they had been injected with new energy, and their spirits were lifted. The geniuses of the Mountain Flow Prefecture immediately noticed this change and were slightly surprised. He couldn't kill anyone here, so he planned to toy with the two of them, slowly tormenting them and attacking their Tao hearts. This was even more ruthless than killing them directly. Could it be that an accident was about to happen? Suddenly, an extremely sharp storm pierced through the air. The shocking momentum caused the person's expression to change and become somewhat serious. Xianxia and Nan Wukong, who had been pushed back by the blade, immediately turned around. Their eyes were as sharp as blades as they pierced through the air. They saw a violent flash of golden sword light, like a bolt of lightning, coming for them. Those sharp eyes pierced through the golden flash of sword light and saw Xianxia. It was as if they were going to pierce through him. The blade struck out violently. Its murderous aura was shocking, and its murderous intent was surging. It was terrifying beyond compare. Xianxia and Nan Wukong, who had been pushed back by the blade, changed their expressions greatly. Even though the blade was not aimed at them, it still made their hair stand on end. If it was aimed at them directly, they would die without a doubt. Instinctively, Xianxia and Nan Wukong could not help but worry for Xianxia. This person was too powerful. They did not know if Xianxia could contend with him. This blade was extremely sharp, and its light was extremely dazzling. It seemed to pierce through the sword light and pierce into Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. The sword and the blade collided in an instant. The shocking momentum surged in all directions, and the force tore through everything. It was extremely terrifying. Xianxia immediately felt an extremely terrifying sharpness penetrating through the sword, as if it was going to cut his arm into pieces. At the same time, the tyrannical power of the blade also struck out, directly smashing the opponent into pieces. They both took 3 steps back. "Oh, your strength is not bad." The Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigy narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxia in surprise. That strike just now was an ordinary strike that had been executed with 100% of his strength. Not only was it blocked by Xianxia, but he was also pushed back by 3 steps. At least it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. Xianxia was also a little surprised by the opponent's strength. He was much stronger than the previous two. If that's the case, don't die. The Mountain Flow Mansion's genius's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. An astonishing aura suddenly filled the air, like a flaming storm sweeping over. Immediately, he struck out with his blade. The blade light was shocking, and it streaked across the darkness like an explosive bolt of lightning. It was extremely fast and powerful. The power of this blade strike was more than 50% stronger than the previous one. The power of this blade strike surprised Xianxia. His opponent's cultivation had reached the peak of the high level of the half-saint realm. His cultivation could not be improved any further apart from breaking through to the saint realm. His blade technique was extremely terrifying. Its power was astonishing, and his attainment was very high. Furthermore, the slash contained a terrifying power. It was similar to the power of mental will, causing the slash to become even more powerful. As expected, all the powerful prodigies had already mastered the ability to transform their spiritual will into an illusion. Xianxia wondered if this person had mastered the half-step Tao will. Xianxia's cultivation was at the high level of the half-saint realm. In terms of cultivation, he was still inferior to his opponent. Moreover, his opponent cultivated a saint-grade upper-level cultivation method, which was of a high level. Therefore, the purity of his half-saint power was much higher than Xianxia's. Xianxia did not know what cultivation method he had cultivated to make his blade technique so powerful. In the world of cultivators, there were countless cultivation methods, martial techniques, and secret techniques. No one knew what kind of cultivation method, martial technique, or secret technique was created by a genius or a freak. This person's blade was extremely fast, and its power was even more shocking. As the blade and sword collided again and again, Xianxia gradually discovered the mystery. It turned out that the other power contained in his opponent's blade technique was superposition. Every time he struck out with his blade, there were 2 blades superimposed, which meant that the power was multiplied. No wonder it was so powerful that Xianxia was at a disadvantage for a while. Chen Zong was certain that this person's strength was strong enough to be ranked in the top 30 or even the top 20 of the dark list. This was a strong opponent, and Chen Zong had to use his real strength to deal with him. Half-step sword intent. In an instant, a shocking sharpness spread out from the blade, and an awe-inspiring aura spread out in all directions, causing people to involuntarily shiver. Fang Zicheng, the Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigy, also had a slight change in expression, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. The aura that spread out from Chen Zong's sword made him feel a trace of threat. The sword arrived, and the sword light was extremely shocking as it streaked across the sky. Fang Zicheng's expression was filled with shock. Half-step sword intent. Fang Zicheng was repelled by the sword. You actually grasped half-step sword intent. Fang Zicheng exclaimed. He could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately recognized Chen Zong's power. It was half-step sword intent. Fang Zicheng, who was extremely talented and powerful, was ranked 13th among the Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigies, but he had not grasped half-step sword intent. You think you're strong just because you have half-step sword intent? Let me tell you, even without half-step Dao intent, I'm still stronger than you. Fang Zicheng's arms shook, and his expression was extremely solemn. His long saber shook, and a brilliant saber light shot out from it. Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He vaguely saw the extremely cold saber light, and the blurry saber shadow was approaching, bringing with it a shocking threat. When the saber arrived, its power was much stronger. 3 stacked saber strikes. With each stacked saber strike, its power would increase by a lot. Blood Spurt Sword. With 70% half-step sword intent, the Blood Spurt Sword's power increased explosively, and it directly defeated the opponent's 3 stacked saber strikes and counterattacked. Fang Zicheng was shocked, and he hurriedly took 2 steps back to avoid Chen Zong's sword. Difficult to deal with. He had never expected that this person would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he comprehend half-step sword intent, but his strength was also terrifying enough to contend with him. Since that was the case, he could not hold back anymore. Broken saber. Ashes. A low shout was heard, like a roar, and it shocked everyone in all directions. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from the opponent's body and spread out. The aura was violent and scorching, as if it was going to burn everything in the world into ashes and destroy everything. It was so terrifying that Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end, and he had a feeling that he was going to be smashed and burned. This saber strike could not be resisted. A ball of gray flame with traces of bright red immediately spread over the long saber, burning silently. It seemed to be silent, but it was extremely violent. It was like the demonic fire of the end of the world, burning and burning everything, turning everything into ashes. Zheng Tua and Nan Wukong stood in the distance, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Horrifying, horrifying, the flames on the saber gave them a horrifying feeling of being turned into ashes. It was as if the world had turned gray and had fallen into doomsday. It made them feel helpless and hopeless from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if the whole world would sink because of this, dissipating and turning into ashes under the flames that did not seem to be burning. What would Chen Zong do in the face of this saber strike? Chen Zong looked very serious. He had a feeling that if he could not block the saber strike, he might die. At this point in the battle, it was difficult to stop. Even if the opponent killed him, he would at most be punished. Moreover, they were all from the Mountain Flow Prefecture, and this was the territory of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. It was inevitable that there would be favoritism. He could not die, he could not be injured, because he could not take out the elixirs in his storage ring, he could only use that sword strike. It took him several months to conceive the framework, and another several months to use the newly comprehended half-step sword intent as the foundation, and his long and vigorous accumulation of sword Dao as the main branch and leaf. After several bursts of inspiration, he finally completed the creation. With the half-step sword intent as the foundation. The full name of his half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword Dao intent. It originated from the heart and appeared in the sword. It was completely different from ordinary sword Dao intents. The sword Dao intent was the foundation of this type of Dao intent, while the heart sword Dao intent was an advanced Dao intent. It had the characteristics of the sword Dao intent, but it was above it. The student surpasses the master. To create an ultimate move with the half-step heart sword Dao intent as the foundation, one had to be clear about the characteristics of the heart sword Tao intent. It originated from the heart, moved by the will, and manifested in the sword. Compared to the basic half-step sword Tao intent, the half-step heart sword Tao intent had the sharpness of the sword Tao intent and the profoundness of the heart. The heart was unchanging yet ever-changing. It was as eternal as the heavens and earth and as illusory as the clouds. It was unpredictable. Because of this, Chenzong was inspired and finally created an ultimate move. He kept perfecting it. However, he had never used this ultimate move before. This time, the prodigy from the Mountain Flow Mansion was too strong. His ashes blade was extremely terrifying, as if it could turn everything into ashes. Chenzong had no choice but to use the ultimate move he created. Missed, Chenzong's expression was solemn. His eyes seemed to have become blurred, and there was a faint sharpness in the depths of his eyes. The aura that surrounded him also changed accordingly. It was like an illusory fog, making Chenzong's entire being become misty, as if there were clouds surrounding him. The gilded mountain sword seemed to have lost all its weight. The huge sword body seemed to have dispersed in the air, turning into wisps of light golden mist that floated forward. If one looked closely, one would notice that the light golden mist was filled with wisps of extremely sharp sword qi. Each wisp of sword qi was thinner than a strand of hair, but they had unparalleled tenacity and sharpness. When the countless strands of sword qi that were thinner than hair condensed into a mist, not only did it not give off a sense of danger, it even had an indescribable hazy beauty. It was like a cloud of faint golden smoke drifting in the air under the setting sun. It gradually diffused, like ink dripping into water. Chenzong disappeared, and so did his sword. All that was left was a cloud of pale golden smoke drifting forward, as if it was everywhere. A blade of ashes pierced through the air. The grayish-white blade flame with traces of blood red arrived and instantly collided with the pale golden sword qi mist. In an instant, there was no sound, but the entire world seemed to fall silent because of this. An indescribable feeling of fear rose from the depths of Xingtua and Nan Wukong's hearts. Fire, smoke, blade qi, sword qi, the sword qi was like smoke. The moment it came into contact, it seemed to transform into a raging wave that tore apart the ashen fire, riddling the ashen fire with thousands of holes. Traces of misty sword qi penetrated the ashen fire and attacked Feng Zicheng. Feng Zicheng was extremely shocked, but he could not dodge. Instantly, the misty sword qi landed on Feng Zicheng's body. Even though it was blocked by ashes and the power of the misty sword qi was greatly reduced, it was still very terrifying. The defense on his body was instantly torn apart. The streaks of sword qi continued to cut his body, causing Feng Zicheng's entire body to tremble. He could not help but let out a miserable cry. His strongest blade attack, not only did it not defeat the opponent, it was broken by the opponent, and he was even wounded. When the sword qi dissipated, Feng Zicheng's entire body was covered in blood. It was unknown how many sword qi had cut him. It was a ghastly sight, and the sword qi under the half-step sword intent had penetrated his body through the wounds, wreaking havoc. If ashes had blocked most of the power of the sword qi, then this sword attack would have killed him directly. The heavily wounded Feng Zicheng's sword qi continued to wreak havoc in his body. He did not have much strength left. Naturally, the puppet cores on his body were also taken away by Chenzong. There were 3 cores, 2 of which were flame cores and 1 ice soul core. Thus, Chenzong had 3 flame cores, 2 ice soul cores and 1 storm core. Chenzong had also discovered that the difficulty of passing the puppet underground palace was in finding the correct path and having enough puppet cores. But so what if you knew the correct path? Without enough puppet cores, it was useless. And Chenzong had also discovered that the number of puppets in the puppet underground palace seemed to be limited. This meant that the number of puppet cores that could be obtained was also limited. This meant that only a portion of people could pass through the puppet underground palace and enter the second stage, the Sky Peak capture the flag. His heart leaping, Chenzong immediately interrogated Feng Zicheng. Compared to Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong, Feng Zicheng was much more unyielding. Chenzong's methods had no effect on him. This person's blade technique was so powerful, and his will was also incomparably firm. Using such a painful and torturous method, he was able to endure it. "I'll do it," Nan Wukong said, a chilling smile on his lips as he walked towards Feng Zicheng. Xianxia also nodded at Chenzong. It seemed that this Nan Wukong was an expert in interrogation. Fang Zicheng stared coldly at Nan Wukong, without the slightest hint of fear. Nan Wukong approached with a half-smile and used his methods. He took out a small jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a little powder onto the other's body. Chenzong discovered that the other's expression changed greatly. Then, under Nan Wukong's methods, the other broke down. He cried bitterly, without any trace of his previous unyielding spirit. Chenzong was dumbfounded. What powder was that, what method was that, he couldn't tell. But, to be able to make a person who didn't yield even when his fingers were broken and crushed, cry bitterly and confess everything, it was indeed shocking. And the result of the interrogation surprised Chenzong. There were 3 types of puppet cores, 6 each. This was correct, just as Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong had said. But the correct path was different. It wasn't to the left at every second, or to the right at every fourth, but to the right at every third, or to the left at every fifth. Chenzong frowned and began to think. He carefully recalled the process of interrogating Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong. He was sure that Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong weren't lying. Moreover, they couldn't have colluded with each other from the start. After all, they wouldn't have thought that they would be severely injured and captured for interrogation. If they had really colluded with each other, it could only be said that their minds were too frightening. But after thinking about it, Chenzong didn't think so. So, Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong's words were true. And Fang Zicheng's words didn't seem to be false either. Chenzong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that there was more than one correct path, or rather, there was actually only one correct path? But the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies knew differently. Some were deceived, while others knew. Or rather, there were many so-called correct paths, but only one was true. But the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies didn't know either. They all thought that the path they knew was the correct one. In an instant, Chenzong's mind raced. He quickly analyzed. All 3 guesses were possible. Chenzong didn't hide it. Instead, he shared his information and guesses with Xianxia and Nan Wukong. At the same time, he also let Fang Zicheng hear it and carefully observed Fang Zicheng's expression. Chenzong deliberately let Fang Zicheng hear it. When Chenzong shared this information, he indeed saw a flash of surprise in Fang Zicheng's eyes. It seemed that Fang Zicheng's information was true, and he didn't know anything else. Of course, perhaps someone else knew more. Disadvantage: the lack of information was the disadvantage of the mystic underworld realm prodigies. Brother Chen, I have a suggestion. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, why don't Nan Wukong and I choose the 3 right and 5 left paths? You can still take the original path. Okay. The thought flashed through Chenzong's mind, and he agreed to Xianxia's suggestion. As for Fang Zicheng, Chenzong didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, he couldn't kill anyone, and he was severely injured. Without pills, he couldn't recover at all. It was almost equivalent to being eliminated. Xianxia and Nan Wukong left together again. Their injuries were light, and it didn't affect them much. Take the 2nd left, take the 4th right, Chenzong still followed the same path. As he moved forward, Chenzong pondered. There were more than 300 people. If there was only one correct path, and it was the one he took, then he should have met more prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. However, that wasn't the case. Chenzong had only met a few prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. It was hard to be sure, but that was all he could do for now. He hoped that his path was correct. Otherwise, he might be eliminated. It seemed that this wasn't just a competition of strength, but also a competition of luck. In addition, he had to obtain enough puppet cores. He didn't have enough puppet cores now. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was only 1/3 of the water above the giant hourglass shadow, and 2/3 below. On the side of the puppet underground palace, there was a very ancient altar. The altar stood tall in the darkness, as if it had been there since ancient times. At this time, a figure rushed over from afar. The flames were crimson, and an astonishing heat spread in all directions. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Vaguely, the flame seemed to condense into a pair of fire wings. Fierce Phoenix King, the #1 prodigy of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, flew over at an astonishing speed and landed directly on the ancient altar. She waved her hand, and 18 puppet cores appeared and fell into the altar. Then, a ray of light appeared on the altar. The three-colored light swirled rapidly and wrapped around Fierce Phoenix King's body. In the next moment, Fierce Phoenix King's body disappeared. She had left the puppet underground palace. In another place, a towering and steep mountain stood on the ground. Snow and ice danced, dyeing the mountain peak white. Heaven and earth were white. The snow was white, and the chill was astonishing. At first glance, the steep mountain was thousands of feet high. At the foot of the mountain, altars were arranged side by side. At this moment, one of the altars lit up, and a figure appeared. With a bang, flames shot up into the sky, as if to burn everything. Then, the figure in flames walked out of the altar and quietly waited for the others to arrive. 2 days later, there was not only one altar in the huge puppet underground palace, but a total of 5. Zhao Xingkong came to an altar, but he did not rush to take out the 18 puppet cores. Instead, he waited quietly. He stared at the huge illusory hourglass in the sky and looked in the direction he had come from. Soon, 2 figures appeared. Zhao Xingkong's eyes narrowed slightly, but they soon returned to normal. They were the geniuses of the Mountain Flow Mansion, not the mystic underworld territory. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. The 2 of them were slightly surprised at first, but they soon called out to him. Oh, it's you. Have you got the puppet cores? Zhao Xingkong put his hands behind his back, looking proud. Yes, the 2 of them replied in unison. Very good. Now, I have a task for you. Zhao Xingkong looked as if he was the ruler of the world. His eyes looked as if he was looking down on the world. However, the other 2 looked very respectful. Stay here and stop the country bumpkins from the mysterious underworld realm. Don't let them break through the puppet underground palace. Don't worry, Brother Zhao. With the 2 of us here, none of them can pass, one of them said immediately. That's right, Brother Zhao. Those who are not from the Mountain Flow Mansion will not be able to pass, the other person said. Yes. Although the 2 of you are not in the top 10, your combined strength is not weak. You can fight against the top 10. I believe you can do it. Zhao Xingkong nodded. He then took out 18 puppet cores and sprinkled them on the altar. Light appeared and wrapped around Zhao Xingkong, and he disappeared. They passed through the puppet underground palace. Between the snow-covered heaven and earth, one of the 5 altars suddenly lit up, and Zhao Xingkong appeared in it. As soon as Zhao Xingkong appeared, he quickly looked around and saw a figure with flames soaring into the sky. It was Fierce Phoenix King. His expression changed immediately because he saw another person. Sumubai had passed through the puppet underground palace before him. This was impossible. Zhao Xingkong seemed to have suffered a blow. Sumubai, how did you get here? Zhao Xingkong asked a very stupid question in anger. I haven't seen you for a while. How did you become so stupid? Sumubai retorted. Zhao Xingkong was infuriated. When he asked this question, he realized it himself. Of course, he had to pass through the puppet underground palace to get here. Otherwise, would the people from the Mountain Flow Mansion help Sumubai cheat? Impossible. Even Zhao Xingkong did not have such a possibility, let alone a person from the mystic underworld realm. Of course, Zhao Xingkong knew that the other party had only reached this place after passing through the puppet underground palace. Even he wasn't that fast, so why was the other party so fast? The puppet underground palace would not be so easy for a first-timer. However, it was a fact that Sumubai had rushed out of the puppet underground palace earlier than him and reached the second stage. Sumubai ignored Zhao Xingkong. Zhao Xingkong was someone he had defeated before. Even if he had only barely managed to defeat Zhao Xingkong by one move, his strength had increased over the past few days. As such, Sumubai no longer considered Zhao Xingkong an opponent. Blazing Phoenix King, only Blazing Phoenix King could be his opponent. Sumubai's eyes flickered with darkness like a whirlpool as he stared at Fierce Phoenix King. It was not the passion and love between a man and a woman, but the will to fight. Fierce Phoenix King only glanced at Sumubai and ignored him. It was unknown if he did not consider Sumubai an opponent or if there were other reasons. Inside the puppet underground palace. I'm still missing an ice soul core, but I have an extra flame soul core, Chenzong muttered to himself. A total of 18 puppet cores were required to pass through the puppet underground palace. In terms of quantity, Chenzong had already met the requirements, but other than quantity, there was also a requirement for attributes. There were 6 flame soul cores, ice soul cores, and storm soul cores. Currently, Chenzong had 7 flame soul cores, 6 storm soul cores, and 5 ice soul cores. No way. More than 2 days had passed, and the deadline of 3 days was not far away. If he could not find the last ice soul core, he would not be able to pass through the puppet underground palace and would be completely cut off from the mystic Yuan sage meeting. The next time would be 100 years later. With his cultivation speed, not only would he reach the Saint Rudiment stage in 100 years, but he would also most likely surpass the 4th level Saint Rudiment stage. Although he would reach the Saint Rudiment stage sooner or later regardless of whether he participated in the Mystic Yuan Sage meeting, and his achievements in the Saint Rudiment stage would not be low in the future, the outcome would be different whether he had the opportunity or not. With a good opportunity, his foundation would be more solid, and he would obtain more. His potential and strength would be more powerful among those of the same level. That was why cultivators had to compete for all kinds of opportunities and constantly improve themselves in all aspects. Only in this way could he become stronger, walk further, and cultivate to a higher level. Therefore, Chenzong would not give up until the time was up. He had to work hard to find the last ice soul core. In the process of searching, Chenzong encountered Fierce Hushan. As a peerless genius ranked 8th on the dark list in the mysterious underworld territory, Fierce Hushan's strength was extremely tyrannical. Fierce Hushan was dressed in black and red armor, looking very domineering. He held a dark red long saber in both hands. The upper part of the saber was narrow, while the lower part was wider. It was much longer than an ordinary saber. Traces of tyrannical aura spread out from the saber. It was incomparably blazing, as if it had been merged with a terrifying flame, like magma. The 3 geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were fighting with Fierce Hushan. Each of them was powerful, and with their combined strength, they were able to resist Fierce Hushan's saber. The 3 of them had not obtained enough puppet cores, but they were not far behind. Based on the situation and the remaining time, they knew that the chances of the 3 of them passing the puppet underground palace were not high. After all, puppets were not easy to find, and they did not know how long it would take to gather all of them. Therefore, they had other ideas. That was to intercept the people from the mysterious underworld territory on one of the correct routes, injure them, and snatch their puppet cores. In this way, they would be able to obtain more puppet cores and pass the puppet underground palace. Secondly, they would prevent the people from the mysterious underworld territory from passing the puppet underground palace, and the quota would go to the Mountain Flow Mansion. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was a brilliant plan. The 3 geniuses were ranked 11th, 12th, and 13th in the Mountain Flow Mansion. They were even stronger than those ranked 11th to 13th on the dark list in the mysterious underworld territory. The 3 of them had to join forces to contend with Fierce Hushan. However, although the 3 of them were not weak, it was impossible for them to defeat Fierce Hushan. Fierce Hushan's strength was terrifying. With the long saber in hand, there was almost no defense. He slashed out one saber after another, as if he was using all of his strength. The power of each strike was terrifying, like the eruption of a volcano that could destroy the heavens and the earth. From the saber technique, one could tell that Fierce Hushan's fighting style was mainly violent. Under Fierce Hushan's long saber, the 3 geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion could barely hold on even if they joined forces. Chenzong's arrival was noticed by the 3 geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion and Fierce Hushan. Chenzong, please help me. Fierce Hushan said directly. He did not feel embarrassed asking for help from Chenzong just because he was a peerless genius ranked 8th on the dark list. Chenzong was slightly startled. He was a little surprised. Chenzong didn't plan to interfere when he saw Fierce Tiger Mountain fighting. Some people were very prideful, and if he rashly interfered, not only would he not receive the other party's gratitude, it would also make Chenzong unhappy. If he was narrow-minded, he might even hate him for meddling in other people's business. However, since Fierce Hushan had asked Qinzong to help, Qinzong naturally would not refuse. Fierce Hushan was very talented and powerful. It was said that he had a generous personality and was very friendly to cultivators from small families and itinerant cultivators. Qinzong could tell that although the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were very strong, they could only barely hold on against Fierce Hushan's attacks. If this continued, they would be defeated. However, there was not much time left before the puppet underground palace closed. Qinzong did not use his most powerful attack. Instead, he used his half-step sword intent to perform blood spurt. With such power, he would not be a match for any of the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion in a one-on-one battle. However, Fierce Hushan was their biggest threat now. Therefore, Qinzong only needed to use a powerful enough attack to break the balance between the three of them. Blood spurt, the blood-red light tore through the sky like lightning. The sharpness of the half-step sword intent was very shocking. The geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion who were targeted by Qinzong had no choice but to divert some of their energy to deal with this attack. Otherwise, they would be injured. Fierce Hushan's eyes flashed. It was as if there were blazing magma spewing out of him. He could tell that Qinzong's attack was very powerful. Moreover, he had mastered the half-step sword intent. It was very terrifying. Moreover, the timing of that attack was very clever. Boom! Fierce Hushan took advantage of this opportunity to attack. He slashed at the air with a trace of terrifying and domineering sharpness. Half-step saber intent, Fierce Hushan had also mastered the half-step saber intent. When this saber slashed out, the dark red saber light was like a sudden eruption of volcanic magma. It was extremely terrifying and unstoppable. Compared to Qinzong's sword, it was unknown how much stronger it was. The Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses' expressions changed drastically. However, this attack had a unique grasp of timing and was shockingly powerful. If the three of them joined forces and unleashed their full power, they might have a chance to block it. However, Qinzong's exquisite attack had directly drawn the power of one of them. They could not block it, even if they unleashed their full power, they could not block it. Under the terrifying attack of Fierce Hushan, the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were instantly defeated. They were all injured and spat out blood. Fierce Hushan took a step forward like the king of tigers descending the mountain. His aura was extremely powerful. It turned into an extremely shocking spiritual attack, causing the three geniuses' expressions to change drastically again. The second attack, the saber slashed horizontally. It was as if 1,000 soldiers were splitting an army. It directly sent the three of them flying. They crashed into the wall and spat out blood. If Fierce Hushan wanted to kill them, it would be enough to kill them. Due to the rule of not killing, the three of them were able to survive. They were defeated and heavily injured. Their puppet cores were also taken by Fierce Hushan. "Brother Chen, do you still need a puppet core?" Fierce Hushan asked. "One ice soul core," Qinzong said. The altar was ancient and emitted a profound light. 5 Mountain Flow Mansion prodigies were standing in front of the altar. They were chatting while keeping an eye on the water. They were here to prevent others from entering the altar and passing through the puppet underground palace. At this point, it didn't matter whether it was the mystic underworld territory or the Mountain Flow Mansion. After all, it was a competition. The fewer people who passed through the puppet underground palace, the easier it would be for Sky Peak to capture the flag. Of course, it would be different if the people from the mystic underworld territory were here. After Qinzong met Hu Lieshan, the two of them worked together and quickly moved forward according to the pattern of 2 to the left and 4 to the right. After that, they met another genius from the mystic nether realm, Fang Xiaohan, who was ranked 21st on the netherworld ranking. Fang Xiaohan wasn't weak and had some tricks up her sleeves. She had obtained enough puppet cores and was on her way to an altar. After the three of them exchanged information, they speculated that there was more than one correct route. There were at least 3, but they weren't sure how many there were. The three of them worked together to better deal with any situation. "Someone else is here," one of the 5 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion said. Instantly, the other 4 opened their eyes, which emitted a sharp, cold light. Then, they became excited. They had been waiting here for 4 to 6 hours. If it weren't for the people from the mystic underworld territory, they would have already passed through the puppet underground palace and entered the second stage. Our mission is complete once we cripple the 3 of them, one of the 5 said. Then, he and the other 4 smiled maliciously. Chenzong and the other 2 also saw the 5 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion and revealed a cold look. Go. Hu Lieshan said directly. His voice was deep and forceful, with a hint of dominance. Immediately after, a terrifying aura erupted from Hu Lieshan's body. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. His aura was incomparably shocking. In the eyes of the 5 sky prides of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, Hu Lieshan's figure disappeared and was replaced by a giant tiger. The tiger's entire body was dark red, and there were pitch-black patterns on its body. It looked like a ferocious demonic tiger that had just charged out of hell. It was ferocious, and its aura alone was enough to make the 5 Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies' hair stand on end. The dark red saber, which was longer than a normal saber, suddenly slashed down from above. It looked like the sharp claws of the huge demonic tiger, which directly tore through the sky. At the same time, Chenzong unsheathed his sword. His sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it an astonishing sharpness. Half-step sword intent, blood splattered from the sword. The power of such a sword strike was terrifying. It could be ranked in the top 20 on the dark ranking in the mysterious underworld territory. The silver spear in Fan Xiaohan's hand trembled and the spear seemed to become flexible. It was like the body of a spirit snake, but it was also as tyrannical as a fled dragon. The silver spear brought about a dazzling light, and as the spear tip trembled, it was as if countless cold stars were blooming in the night sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. Streaks of cold stars pierced through the sky and shot out. Fan Xiaohan was very powerful, but she had yet to comprehend a half-step Dao intent. Chenzong guessed that only the top 10 prodigies on the dark ranking could comprehend and grasp a half-step Dao intent. As for how much of the half-step Dao intent they had grasped, it was unknown. Other than that, they were also very strong in other aspects. For example, the level of their cultivation techniques, for example, their martial arts attainments, for example, their auxiliary cultivation techniques or other secret techniques. In some aspects, Chenzong was still lacking. After all, his cultivation environment and inheritance couldn't be compared to these prodigies. When the 3 of them attacked, the 5 Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies scattered and counterattacked. One was against Fan Xiaohan, one was against Chenzong, and the other 3 were against Fierce Tiger Mountain. This was because they could see that Fierce Tiger Mountain was the strongest. His terrifying aura seemed to have condensed into reality. This kind of strength had only been seen among the top 10 prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. In other words, this person had the terrifying strength of a top 10 prodigy. A fierce battle immediately began. Chenzong's opponent also used a sword, and his sword technique was very strong. When he attacked with his sword, a golden sword light pierced through the sky like a golden light. It was as swift as a meteor, and its penetrative power was extremely shocking. It was a very advanced sword technique, and its power was extremely shocking. It seemed to be able to penetrate everything between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it, nothing could stop it. This made Chenzong's heart tremble, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. He could conclude that this person was definitely not low among the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies. Perhaps, he was in the top 20. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made him feel so threatened. However, such a sword expert was suitable to be his whetstone. Fan Xiaohan's opponent used both hands and wore a pair of pitch-black gloves. It was extremely terrifying. The battle was extremely intense. Qi overflowed and rushed in all directions. Sword qi and saber light were shocking. Chenzong fought with his half-step sword intent and wasn't at a disadvantage at all. After exchanging blows, Chenzong had a deeper understanding of his opponent's sword technique. A mid-grade saint-level sword technique, his opponent was using a mid-grade saint-level sword technique, and he had also cultivated it to the small success stage. It was very pure and close to the great success stage. This meant that his opponent was very talented in sword techniques and had spent a lot of energy and time on this sword technique. Perhaps he had already cultivated it for several years. Chenzong's guess was right. This person had obtained this sword technique 2 or 3 years ago and started cultivating it. With the guidance of the elders in his sect, he was able to cultivate it to the small success stage and close to the great success stage in 2 or 3 years. However, Chenzong didn't expect that he couldn't defeat his opponent or even suppress him with the full power of his sword technique. 60% half-step sword intent, blood splattering sword. When the half-step sword intent was raised to 60%, the power of blood splattering sword was increased by more than 20%, almost 30%. With such an obvious increase, the sword slashed out, and the blood light was as fast and violent as a thunderbolt, destroying everything. The golden sword light shattered in an instant, and the sword slammed into his opponent's body. Terrifying sword chi surged endlessly. The strength of the gilded mountain sword, which weighed 150,000 kilograms, was even more shocking. It made his opponent feel as if his body was about to be smashed into powder. As he retreated, he took a few steps back. Every step he took seemed to shatter the extremely hard ground. However, the ground of the puppet underground palace was extremely hard. Therefore, every step he took produced an extremely strong rebounding force, which made the mountain flow mansion's genius feet numb. Chenzong took a step forward, and his second sword slashed out. Blood splattering sword. Although this sword technique hadn't been cultivated to the small success stage, it was still very powerful under the 60% half-step sword intent. Moreover, his opponent was injured. When the sword slashed out, the blood light directly swallowed his opponent's body. The extremely terrifying power bombarded his opponent's body from all directions, and he was sent flying again. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and rolled on the ground. His limbs were spread out, and he fell limply to the ground. He wasn't dead, but his injuries were definitely not light. He had lost the ability to continue fighting. Chenzong didn't stop. He immediately turned around, and an extremely terrifying power surged from his waist. The gilded mountain sword was like an ancient ferocious beast that had awakened, and it blasted out with a terrifying force towards Fang Xiaohan's opponent. Fang Xiaohan was fighting fiercely with her opponent. When Chenzong's sword arrived, the mountain flow mansion's genius expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to deal with it. However, Fang Xiaohan seized the opportunity and slashed out with her spear like a shooting star. In an instant, the mountain flow mansion's genius was injured and defeated. Then, Chenzong and Fang Xiaohan attacked the other 3 mountain flow mansion's geniuses. The result was undoubtedly that the 5 mountain flow mansion's geniuses were all defeated and severely injured. Their puppet cores were naturally taken by Chenzong and the others, so they had no hope of passing through the puppet underground palace. It's not time yet. Let's wait. Hu Lizhan said, if there are more geniuses from the mystic underworld territory who arrive before the time is up and lack puppet cores, we can give them to them. Chenzong and Fang Xiaohan didn't object. After all, it didn't matter if they passed the puppet underground palace faster or slower. As long as they passed it within the time limit, it would be fine. The 3 of them waited while adjusting their breathing. They also paid attention to the passage of time. About 2 hours later, some mountain flow mansion's geniuses arrived. They were defeated and injured by the 3 of them, and all their puppet cores were taken away. However, none of the mystic underworld territory's geniuses arrived. Let's go, Hu Lizhan said, letting Fang Xiaohan and Chenzong enter first. Fang Xiaohan was the weakest, so she entered first. Then, Chenzong entered, and finally, Hu Lizhan entered. At the foot of the snow mountain, one of the altars suddenly flickered with light, and a figure appeared. It was Fang Xiaohan. Fang Xiaohan's body shrank slightly because of the chill in the air. She immediately circulated her cultivation method to dispel the chill. At the same time, she stepped out of the altar. Seeing Fang Xiaohan, the mystic underworld territory's geniuses were delighted, while the mountain flow mansion's geniuses were gloomy. Then, the altar lit up again, and Chenzong's figure appeared. All eyes fell on Chenzong and locked onto him. Chenzong's physique was shockingly strong, and his qi and blood were extremely vigorous. Therefore, although the chill here was shocking, it didn't affect Chenzong at all. Since Hu Lizhan didn't appear, Chenzong immediately walked down the altar. Then, the altar lit up again, and Hu Lieshan's figure appeared. 3 geniuses from the mystic underworld territory had appeared in a row. Naturally, the mystic underworld territory's geniuses were overjoyed. On the other hand, the Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses were so gloomy that they almost froze. Especially Zhao Xingkong, his eyes were like knives. If they could kill, Chenzong and the other two would have been dismembered. Previously, Zhao Xingkong had said that the mystic underworld territory would at most get 3 places. Although the second stage, the capture the flag on the heavenly peak, had not yet begun, there were more than 20 geniuses from the mystic underworld territory who had passed the first stage, the puppet underground palace, which was only 10 less than the Mountain Flow Mansion's 30 geniuses. The more people there were, the more competitive the second stage would be, and the greater the pressure on the Mountain Flow Mansion's side. Zhao Xingkong was in a terrible mood. He wanted to kill everyone from the mystic underworld territory. The other geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were also in a bad mood. Snowflakes fell from the sky, swirling in the air and covering the earth. The 5 altars would light up from time to time, and people would emerge from the altars. When it was someone from the Mountain Flow Mansion, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion would be delighted. When it was a prodigy from the mystic underworld territory, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion would be enraged. Time passed slowly, and the 3-day deadline was approaching. There were more than 60 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion, and more than 30 from the mystic underworld territory. One after another, the puppet underground palace was about to close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the puppet underground palace closed. No. A few prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion had collected enough puppet cores and were rushing to the altars at full speed. However, the altars gradually became blurry in front of them. After 3 breaths, the altars completely disappeared, leaving them with nothing. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. They were furious, just a little bit more, and they would have been able to break out of the puppet underground palace. It was just a little bit of time difference. 100 prodigies, there were 100 prodigies at the foot of the majestic snowy mountain. 75 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion, 35 prodigies from the mystic underworld territory. There were 40 more prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion than the mystic underworld territory, more than double. However, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion were not happy at all. After all, this was the territory of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, their territory. Furthermore, they had undergone similar training before, so they had the advantage. Moreover, they had a total of 200 people, which was almost 100 more than the realm of mystic underworld. An extra 40 prodigies would not be enough to crush the mystic underworld territory. However, they could only crush the mystic underworld territory in the second stage. Zhao Xingkong had already gathered all the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion to come up with a plan. As for the Blazing Phoenix King, he did not participate. The second stage, capture the flag for Sky Peak. There is no time limit. It will end when all 30 flags are uprooted. A majestic voice rang out, as though it came from the heavens. Before all the flags are uprooted, you can snatch the flags that others have. Remember, you cannot kill anyone, or you will be eliminated immediately. Those who have already obtained a flag are not allowed to attack or hand it to others. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Rules, it was very clear. All 100 people heard the voice and understood the rules. The snow mountain was thousands of feet high. Such a height was naturally very high in the eyes of an ordinary person. Nobody knew how long it would take to climb it. However, it wasn't a big deal for a semi-sage expert. He could easily reach the summit in a short time. In this way, seizing the flag on this heavenly peak doesn't seem to be too difficult, right? Was that really the case? I hereby announce that the second stage, the battle for the flag, has begun. As the godlike voice rang out, the 100 Heaven's favorites all burst into action and charged towards the snowy mountain at an astonishing speed. Snow Mountain. No path, there was a thick layer of white snow. Snowflakes continued to fall, thickening the layer of snow. Blazing Phoenix King was the fastest. It was as if he had a pair of fiery wings, and in the blink of an eye, he had left everyone behind. Wherever he passed, the snow melted into water vapor, and the thick snow on the ground also left behind a trail of melting, like a gurgling stream. But in an instant, it was covered by snowflakes and turned into snow. Fast, Blazing Phoenix King's speed was indescribably fast. Even with Chen Zong's amazing eyesight, he could only see a streak of red light rushing towards the snowy mountain. Blazing Phoenix King's speed was more than 50% faster than his own. If he were to fight against an enemy, he would be defeated or even killed. Semi-Sage level, how could there be such a terrifying person in the Semi-Sage level? However, Chen Zong didn't feel afraid. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement. There was someone in the Semi-Sage level who could reach such a level. This meant that he had the chance to reach such a level, or even, surpass, go. Using his movement technique, Chen Zong was as swift as a flash of light. As soon as he rushed into the snowy mountain, he felt his body sink. He immediately felt something different. Pressure, an invisible pressure came from all directions and pressed on his body. Moreover, it was extremely cold. The cold air penetrated his body and seemed to freeze his qi, blood, and semi-sage power. Whether it was his qi, blood, or semi-sage power, the operating speed was reduced by half. His limbs were numb, which obviously affected his speed. He wasn't the only one affected. The others were affected as well. Chen Zong was even more shocked. Blazing Phoenix King didn't seem to be affected at all. If he could still explode with such amazing speed while being affected, it could only mean that Blazing Phoenix King's true speed was even more amazing. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. As Sumubai's figure drifted, it seemed as if he was shuttling through the cracks in the void. It felt unreal, like a white shadow that seemed to have merged with the snowy mountain. However, if one looked closely, there seemed to be a hint of darkness flickering within. It was pitch black, so dark that it was deep. Zhao Xingkong was also very fast, like a cold star breaking through the sky. He was almost at the same level as Sumubai. Moreover, his power was amazing. He had the shocking determination to surpass Sumubai. The Blazing Phoenix King was the fastest, followed by Sumubai and Zhao Xingkong, who were almost at the same level. Following them were the peerless geniuses of the Mountain Flow Mansion and the Mystic Nether Realm who were ranked in the top 10. Blazing Phoenix King was in the first echelon. He was alone. Sumubai and Zhao Xingkong were in the second echelon. There were more than a dozen geniuses in the top 10. They were in the third echelon. Chen Zong was in the fourth echelon. Then, there was the fifth echelon. Rumble, it was as if the sleeping snow mountain god had been awakened by the commotion. In an instant, it exploded with a towering rage. That rage caused the snow mountain to tremble. The thick layer of snow was shaken and tumbled in an instant. It was like a wave that came crashing down from the sky. The roar became sharper and sharper. It was like a huge wave swooping down. At first, it was weak, but it quickly grew stronger and stronger. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The entire snowy mountain shook violently. Avalanche. Mega avalanche. The avalanche of this snowy mountain was different from the avalanches of ordinary snowy mountains. They were two different concepts. Under the terrifying avalanche, the originally astonishing pressure more than doubled in an instant. As the avalanche grew stronger, it gradually increased, as if it was going to drown and destroy everyone. Terrifying beyond compare, everyone's expression changed drastically. The first to bear the brunt was Fierce Phoenix King. An extremely loud cry resounded through the sky. Then, the fire on Fierce Phoenix King's body seemed to explode in all directions. It spread out to 10 meters and condensed into an extremely noble fire phoenix phantom. The blazing fire was monstrous, and the extremely hot aura seemed to be able to burn the mountains and boil the sea. It did not stop at all. It was extremely brazen. Under the 10-meter-tall fire phoenix, Fierce Phoenix King rushed out with an incomparably astonishing aura. It was as if he was going to compete with the Mega Avalanche. The Mega Avalanche was the power of nature. It was extremely terrifying and majestic. No human could resist it. However, at this moment, Fierce Phoenix King wanted to challenge it and fight it head-on. One had to admit that Fierce Phoenix King's willpower was extremely strong and terrifying. This made everyone admire him, whether it was the geniuses of the Mountain Flow Prefecture or the mystic underworld territory. This person must have a bloodline, Chen Zong thought to himself. Moreover, it was even more amazing than a high-grade bloodline. Could it be a transcendent bloodline? Chen Zong did not know what a transcendent bloodline was like, but he had heard that it was very powerful. It was far superior to a high-grade bloodline and belonged to two different levels. It was like the gap between the half-saint realm and the saint realm. If Fierce Phoenix King had a transcendent bloodline, it would make sense for him to have such strength. In an instant, Fierce Phoenix King collided with the mega avalanche. In an instant, the 10-meter-tall fire phoenix seemed to be extinguished. The power of the mega avalanche was too strong. But the Fierce Phoenix King suddenly spread its wings, and in an instant, it burst out with all its blazing heat, as if it could burn the world and everything. Boom! The sound of the explosion was extremely shocking. Countless snowflakes were blown up, turning into white smoke and dissipating. Go, like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Fierce Phoenix King faced the terrifying power of the mega avalanche and rushed straight up with the blazing flames. It seemed that even the anger of the mountain god could not stop her will. In the blink of an eye, Fierce Phoenix King's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only the boundless white snow waves rolled down. It was powerful and domineering, as if it had come from ancient times and swept across the world. Chenzong felt that the avalanches he had seen in the past were like small snakes compared to giant pythons. They were not on the same level at all. For no reason, a trace of fear grew in the depths of his heart. It was as if the terrifying power of the mega avalanche would swallow, crush, and destroy his body. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong's eyes flashed. Like a sharp sword being unsheathed, the extreme sharpness shattered the trace of fear in his heart in an instant. With a powerful soul and astonishing will, as well as half-step sword intent, Chenzong could better resist the invasion of the outer evils. Fear and fear were one of the outer evils. However, not everyone had Chenzong's ability. There were only a few who had extremely fast reactions. Sumubai and Zhao Xingkong's figures moved at the same time, and they exploded with their own abilities. Sumubai's body was filled with a layer of light that seemed to be white and black at the same time. The black and white seemed to be constantly rotating, and his body became more and more ethereal. He took a step forward, and it seemed as if he was shuttling through the void. Layers of ripples spread out as he faced the mega avalanche. On the other hand, an extremely terrifying sharpness spread out from Zhao Xingkong's body. The sharpness carried a boundless aura as if it came from ancient times, and it seemed as if it could tear the sky apart. Boom! 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 An extremely terrifying golden sword light soared into the sky from Jian Lingxiao, the peerless genius who was ranked second on the Netherworld ranking. It seemed as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth, and it was extremely shocking. From the extremely terrifying golden sword light, Chenzong felt the aura of half-step sword intent. The sharpness was sharp and limitless. Chenzong concluded that what Jian Lingxiao had comprehended was most likely not the basic sword Dao intent. It was at least the intermediate sword Dao intent. At the same level, an intermediate sword Dao intent was more powerful than a basic sword Dao intent. Boom! 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 The heavens shook and the earth shook. The avalanche rolled, and a huge wave of snow fell from the sky, destroying everything and extinguishing all life. The blazing Phoenix King had already rushed to the peak of the mountain, while Zhao Xingkong and Sumubai also displayed their abilities and rushed up. The peerless geniuses in the third echelon all erupted with astonishing power and rushed up with irresistible force. Chenzong was in the fourth echelon. The geniuses in the fourth echelon were all powerful enough to rank in the top 20. Among them, Chenzong was the best. The sharpness seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart, and it also carried an indescribable profoundness and mystery. It seemed to originate from the deepest part of one's heart, and it was extremely precise. With the geniuses in the first three echelons taking the lead, the pressure on the people behind them was much less. Otherwise, if Chenzong was the first to bear the brunt of the avalanche, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. Too powerful, this was the might of the heavens and earth, the might of nature, and it was extremely terrifying. Chenzong felt a kind of collapse, destruction from it. However, there was no time for Chenzong to comprehend it properly. Dao intent originated from nature and the heavens and earth. Comprehending nature and the heavens and earth would help in comprehending Dao intent. If the conditions allowed, Chenzong would definitely stop and comprehend it properly. He might even be able to master another half-step Dao intent, and his strength would increase greatly. Even if he couldn't directly master a half-step Dao intent, he could deepen his accumulation and lay a more solid foundation for mastering a half-step Dao intent or even Dao intent in the future. Unfortunately, it was time to pass, and there was no time to delay. Obtaining the qualifications to participate in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly was more important than comprehending at this moment. Cultivators had to know how to distinguish between priority and secondary. If they didn't distinguish clearly, most of the time, cultivation would be useless and take a detour. Fearless, unstoppable, charge. Charge, charge. Not only did Chenzong have to charge up and go against the avalanche, but he also had to do his best to surpass the others. Otherwise, he might be eliminated. After all, there were only 30 flags in the battle for the flag, and there were more than 20 people in front of him. If he was slightly careless, his flag would be taken away by others, causing him to be eliminated. 70% half-step sword intent. With his full strength, Chenzong's speed increased again. His entire body was filled with incomparable sharpness. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed, tearing the world apart. He leaped over a person, he passed by 2 people. Chenzong's speed continued to increase. At this moment, his strong physique also played an amazing role. Not only did it allow Chenzong to better withstand the shocking coldness of the Great Snow Mountain, but it also provided him with more endurance and explosive power. It was full of energy. Seeing that they had been overtaken by Chenzong, the Skypride's expressions changed. Then, each of them unleashed an even stronger attack. Charge. This was a struggle against the heavens and earth, against others, and against oneself. They were fighting for opportunities and the general trend. The general trend was irresistible. Chenzong was fearless and invulnerable. The half-step sword intent continued to clash. Chenzong was keenly aware that his half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword Dao intent. It was closely related to the heart and the sword. If the heart was fearless, the sword would be invincible. In this way, he could better hone his half-step sword intent and improve it. Charge. Gradually, Chenzong approached the 3rd echelon and left the 4th echelon in the dust. Under the avalanche, no one could divert their attention to deal with others. Therefore, they could only watch as Chenzong overtook them. If they made a move, they could cause trouble for Chenzong, but they would also be affected by the avalanche's power because of their distraction. They might even fall down. The power of the avalanche seemed to be endless, destroying everything. At this moment, Fierce Phoenix King, who was in the lead, had already approached the peak. There were 33-meter-long flags placed on the frozen peak. They were flying with the avalanche's momentum and the strong wind, as if they were about to soar into the sky. A fiery light soared into the sky, like a fiery phoenix rushing out of the source of the avalanche. In an instant, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and its speed doubled to the extreme. It flew past, and one of the flags was missing. Fierce Phoenix King stood on the peak of the snow mountain, holding a fiery red flag. It fluttered in the wind, looking valiant and heroic. This scene seemed to last forever. After about a dozen breaths, 2 figures rushed out of the avalanche and headed straight for the 2 flags. The banners were Sumubai and Zhaoxingkong. With their strength, there was no doubt that the Sky Peak would seize the flag. They would definitely get a spot. Moreover, no one would compete with them for the flag. Charge! Charge, charge! Figures broke out of the snow. In an instant, the pressure was reduced, and their speed increased. They all turned into streams of light and shot toward the flags. Suddenly, the Skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion attacked the Skyprides of the Mystic Nether territory, trying to interfere with them from seizing the flags. The sudden turn of events put the Skyprides of the Mystic Nether realm at a disadvantage. The Skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion were outnumbered. However, Sumubai, who had already obtained the flag, was not allowed to interfere. Unless someone came to seize his flag, they could only rely on themselves to deal with it. Attack, counterattack. In an instant, shocking forces collided in the air above the peak of the snow mountain. It was as if they could tear everything apart. Clash, fierce battle. At the same time, Chenzong also broke out of the snow. He was like a sharp sword that swept across the sky. With a slash of his sword, a boundless sword radiance filled the air. It covered the sky and the earth. You're courting death. One of the Skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion immediately attacked Chenzong. A chaotic battle unfolded on the peak of the mountain. The shocking wind and snow mixed with a terrifying force blasted out in all directions as if it was going to shatter everything. The fierce Phoenix King, Zhao Xingkong, and Sumubai merely watched. Zhao Xingkong wanted to attack and defeat all the skyprides of the mystic nether territory so that they would not be able to seize the flag. In that case, only Sumubai would be able to seize the flag. However, he could not do that. If he did, it would mean that he had given up on the flag. The flag could not be given up unless it was seized by someone else. If he gave up on the flag, it would mean that he had given up on his qualification. Zhao Xingkong was anxious as he watched. He could only hope that the skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion would work harder and prevent the skyprides of the Mystic Nether territory from seizing the flag. However, Zhao Xingkong's hope was just wishful thinking. Not long after, a second skypride from the Mystic Nether territory seized a flag. However, as soon as he seized the flag, the skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion immediately rushed over in an attempt to seize it. In the chaotic battle, Chen Zong's figure kept changing. In an instant, 3 figures appeared. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. They rushed in 3 different directions. It was the illusory Luo 9 transformation. The 3 figures could be real or fake. As long as they were within a certain range, Chen Zong could freely switch between his real body. It was very ingenious. However, if the distance was too long, it would not work. The 3 figures rushed toward the 3 flags that were closer to each other. They were within 300 meters of Chen Zong's illusory Luo 9 transformation. Child's play. One of the skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, 3 terrifying palm prints blasted out. It was as if they could shatter a mountain. Chen Zong felt suffocated. Slash. Hu Laihan noticed this and immediately swung his saber. The 3 extremely terrifying saber lights were incomparably blazing. It was as if the violent magma of a volcano had been compressed and erupted. They struck the 3 palm prints and directly disintegrated the pressure on Chen Zong. With a wave of his hand, Chen Zong immediately grabbed a flag. However, he did not feel happy at all. This was because there were still 7 flags that had not been uprooted. This meant that the flag in his hand was not stable enough. Someone would come and seize it. As expected, 2 streams of light immediately approached him. They were the 2 skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion. The 2 of them flanked him from the left and right. They were extremely fast, and their expressions were cold. Missed, Chen Zong's expression was serious. He unleashed his 70% half-step sword intent and even performed his own unique skill. As he swung his sword, the sword light disappeared and turned into wisps of faint golden mist. They instantly split into 2 and attacked the 2 skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. The 2 skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion were shocked. They immediately used all their strength to defend themselves, but they were defeated. When the faint golden mist landed on their bodies, it was as if it was going to cut them into pieces. However, this move was split into 2, so its power decreased significantly. In addition, the 2 skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion were also very strong. They had used all their strength to defend themselves, so they did not die. However, they were still seriously injured. The terrifying sword qi wreaked havoc in their bodies, as if it was going to cut them apart. Chen Zong grabbed a flag and quickly retreated. He executed his movement technique to the extreme. Alternating between the 100 Shadows 100 Illusions movement technique and the illusory Net 9 transformation technique, Chen Zong's movement technique became even more profound. Hu Laihan also grabbed a flag and executed his movement technique. He did not come into contact with the skyprides of the Mountain Flow Mansion. With the flag in his hand, Jian Lingxiao seemed to be rooted to the ground. His entire body was filled with an extremely shocking sharpness, as if he could pierce through everything. He was a peerless skypride who ranked second on the Netherworld leaderboard. Even in the Mountain Flow Mansion, he could be ranked in the top 3. At this moment, the top 3 from the Mountain Flow Mansion had already obtained their flags. Naturally, he would not attack Jian Lingxiao. At this moment, a skypride of the Mountain Flow Mansion approached Jian Lingxiao from behind, intending to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, a golden sword ray flashed past and bloomed in front of his eyes. Immediately after, his entire body seemed to have been cut in half. He flew backward and spat out blood continuously. If not for the fact that killing was prohibited, he would have been cut into two halves. Terrifying, brutal, no one dared to attack Xianxia again. Zhao Xingkong's face darkened. At this moment, 7 flags had already fallen into the hands of the skyprides of the mystic underworld territory. The 8th flag, the 9th flag, the 10th flag, the more flags there were, the uglier Zhao Xingkong's expression became. The 11th flag, when the 11th flag fell into the hands of a skypride of the mystic underworld territory, the last flag was also taken by a skypride of the mountain flow mansion. Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had faced many skyprides of the mountain flow mansion, and the pressure had increased greatly. He could not fight back and could only use his movement technique to dodge. Now that all 30 flags had been taken, he was able to keep the flag in his hand. In other words, he had obtained a spot in the Mountain Flow Mansion's prefectural tournament and advanced to participate in the state tournament. The first round of the Mountain Flow Mansion Prefecture Tournament, the Puppet Underground Palace, and the second round, the Sky Peak Capture the Flag, had come to an end. Out of the 200 skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, 19 skyprides from the Mystic Underworld Territory, and 11 skyprides from the Mystic Underworld Territory, respectively. Inside the simple and crude Xianming Garden, the people of the mysterious Underworld Territory were overjoyed, especially the experts from the mysterious Underworld Territory. 11 skyprides, regardless of what happened in the future, winning 11 skyprides in the prefecture tournament was already a very good thing. The skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion had some advantages in the 2 rounds of the prefecture tournament, but the skyprides from the mystic underworld territory were at a disadvantage. Despite being at a disadvantage, the skyprides from the mystic underworld territory were still able to win 11 skyprides. Although it was not as good as the 19 skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, it was still a good thing. At the beginning, the skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion had wanted them to win less than 3 skyprides. 11 skyprides was far more than 3. Good, good, good. Not bad, not bad. However, don't be complacent. The experts all said to the 11 skyprides. The 11 skyprides were the top 10 skyprides on the dark roll. It was expected that they would win the skyprides. After all, they were the strongest among the 108 skyprides on the dark roll. In the end, the 11th person who obtained the quota surprised them. Chenzong's ranking on the dark roll was not high. It was really shocking and unbelievable that he had won a skyprides. Especially the skyprides ranked 11th, 12th, and so on. They could not believe that Chenzong had won a skyprides, which they could not even win with their own strength. What a lucky bastard. Someone was very unhappy. Elders, I have a suggestion. At this moment, one of the skyprides, seemingly from the Sima family, suddenly said, "It's a good thing that Chenzong has won a skyprides. However, I feel that there was a lot of luck involved. Chenzong's strength might not be enough. If he participates in the prefecture tournament, he might be eliminated immediately. That would be a pity. Therefore, I suggest that Chenzong give his skyprides to the strongest skyprides." Upon hearing this, Chenzong's expression turned slightly serious. Some people's eyes lit up as they were tempted. Chenzong, don't think that I'm targeting you. This is the general trend. Only those who are strong enough can win glory for the mysterious nether realm. Sima Li looked at Chenzong with a smile on his face. He spoke frankly with assurance, as if he was considering the big picture. Chenzong didn't say anything. Instead, he observed carefully. He found that there were indeed some cultivators who were thinking, which meant that they were somewhat tempted. Chenzong, what do you think? At this time, an expert from the Sima family stared at Chenzong and asked. I obtained this slot with my own ability, so it belongs to me. Chenzong responded very directly. His eyes flashed and were extremely sharp, as if they could pierce through everything like sword light. Why should I give it to someone else? That's because he's stronger than you. The expert from the Sima family had already spoken, and his tone was even more certain. Haha. Chenzong smiled coldly and looked at the great elder of the mysterious Nether Palace. Great elder, please uphold justice. The expert from the Sima family was slightly stunned. He originally thought that after his answer, Chenzong would be provoked and continue to challenge him. He didn't expect that Chenzong wouldn't follow his train of thought. Everyone's gaze fell on the Great Elder. The Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace muttered to himself. His gaze fell on Chenzong's face as if he was trying to see through him. Chenzong looked back at him fearlessly. This sloth was obtained by Chenzong, so it naturally belongs to Chenzong. If he doesn't want to give it up, no one can force him, the Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace said. He felt that Chenzong was able to obtain one of the slots not only because of luck, but also because of his strength. Moreover, they still didn't know what the regional competition was about. Chenzong had a feeling that the Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace couldn't see through him. If they forced him to give up his slot, he would definitely bear a grudge against them. That wouldn't be a good thing. Hearing the Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace's words, the Sima family members were naturally dissatisfied. However, they didn't say anything else. If they continued, it would be too obvious that they were targeting Chenzong. At this moment, if they did that, they would be disunited and would be criticized by others. If this spread back to the mysterious Nether region, it would be a blow to the Sima family's reputation. Sima Li was even more resentful. He was unhappy with Chenzong and couldn't bear to see Chenzong obtain a slot. That was why he suggested that no matter who obtained the slot, it would be fine as long as it wasn't Chenzong. Unfortunately, his little scheme failed. Xing Yuan and the others who didn't like Chenzong were also disappointed. However, Jing Tua, Nan Wukong, and the others were happy for Chenzong. The 11 of you should have a good rest. We will depart for the Heavenly Cloud region tomorrow. The Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace changed the topic. Everyone was excited. Tomorrow, they would depart for the Heavenly Cloud region. The prefecture competition was about to begin. No one knew what kind of challenges they would face. Trash, all of you are trash. The Mountain Flow Mansion's experts shouted angrily. 11 slots. 11 of them were taken away. And it was under the condition that they had undergone training. The Mountain Flow Mansion's experts' faces were ugly. Out of the 30 slots, they had only obtained 19. It was too little. One had to know that there were more than 200 Skyprides participating in the prefecture competition. Moreover, all of them had undergone training and were well aware of the puppet underground palace and capture the flag on Heavenly Peak. This was better than the Skyprides from the mysterious Nether region who knew nothing. However, even under such circumstances, they didn't have much of an advantage. In fact, they didn't have much of an advantage. 11 slots. If these people didn't participate in the prefecture competition, the 11 slots would belong to the Mountain Flow Mansion. There are no ifs. We can only blame it on our bad luck. The Mountain Flow Mansion master said, since it's a foregone conclusion, let's not complain anymore. Let the 19 of them have a good rest. We will depart for the Heavenly Cloud region tomorrow. Once the Mountain Flow Mansion master said that, no one had any objections. On the second day, the people from the Mountain Flow Prefecture set off in a gigantic green flying boat. There seemed to be a cool breeze swirling around the boat, making it look majestic. As for the Skyprides from the mysterious Nether region, they boarded the Xianming giant ship. The experts from the mysterious Nether region and the 108 Skyprides were all there. Although only 11 people were participating in the prefecture competition, the others could go and watch. It would increase their knowledge and experience, which would be helpful for their future cultivation. The journey from the Mountain Flow Mansion to the Heavenly Cloud region was not short. With the Xianming giant ship's flying speed, it took them a full day to arrive. Everyone rested on the Xianming giant ship as they prepared for the next challenge. The Heavenly Cloud region was one of the 9 regions of the Xianyuan dynasty. It was vast and far larger than the mysterious Nether region. In such a vast region, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was much richer and purer than the Yuan Qi of the mysterious Nether region. Growing up and cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly give one an advantage. Therefore, the Skyprides in the Heavenly Cloud region would only be more numerous and even stronger than the Mountain Flow Mansion. Knowing this, not only were they not afraid, but they were also filled with fighting spirit. True geniuses were never afraid of challenges. In the center of the Heavenly Cloud region was a huge city called Heavenly Cloud City. This time, the Skyprides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, Hingjiang Mansion, Copper Mountain Mansion, and Heavenly Cloud region were participating in the Heavenly Cloud region. There were 30 participants from the Mountain Flow Mansion, and 11 of them were from the mysterious Nether region. Hengjiang Mansion and Copper Mountain Mansion probably had the same number of participants, which was 30. As for the number of participants from the Heavenly Cloud region, no one knew. However, it would not be less than 30. When they arrived at the Heavenly Cloud region, everyone was immediately arranged to stay in the Mountain Flow Mansion. They were not bullied like they were in the Mountain Flow Mansion. However, staying with the people from the Mountain Flow Mansion was not a comfortable thing. The Skyprites from the Mountain Flow Mansion also felt uncomfortable. The prefecture competition was set to take place in 3 days. In other words, everyone had 3 days to rest and gather information about the Heavenly Cloud region, especially the Skyprites who were participating in the prefecture competition. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Brother Chen, Nan Wukong and I are going to take a stroll outside. Do you want to come with us? Xing Tua found Qinzong and asked. I won't be going, Qinzong replied. He had some insights and was going to take advantage of these 3 days to study them. Who knows, he might be able to improve his strength. Naturally, it was important that he did not waste time on strolling. Then we'll go out. Xing Tua also understood this, so he did not say anything more. He turned and left with Nan Wukong. Qinzong calmed down and began to study. The battle in the Puppet Underground Palace, the shock of facing the avalanche when Tianfeng captured the flag, and so on were all clearly displayed in Qinzong's mind. Qinzong carefully studied them. Misty Sword, that was a unique skill that he had created himself and was constantly improving. However, after going through the battle, Qinzong found that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Practicing the martial arts passed down by the predecessors was different from creating one's own. The martial arts passed down by the predecessors had already been fixed. If one practiced it, at most, one could practice to the extreme of that martial art. Being limited by the limitations of the predecessors, it was very difficult to break through. If there was a breakthrough, it would surpass the original shackles, surpass the limits, and surpass that martial art. Self-created martial arts were full of infinite possibilities. It would change as one continued to practice and study. However, no matter how it changed, it would only go in one direction, which was to become more powerful. Self-created martial arts were more compatible with oneself. Because, to create martial arts, one must have almost absolute control of one's own strength and have a very deep understanding of oneself. Knowledge and action as one, only then could one prove one's way. Self-created martial arts was the road to prove one's way. All kinds of inspiration emerged in his mind, like wisps of sword chi surging, and also like beams of sword light flying. The sword light and sword chi were like flashes of inspiration, bringing Qinzong more enlightenment. The half-step sword intent was 70%. At this moment, it was slowly improving. From 70% to 80%, it was more difficult than before. Under normal circumstances, it would take several months or even longer to slowly comprehend. However, with the battle, the time would be shortened. Clouds rolled in the sky, and the wind blew the clouds. Qinzong stood quietly with his eyes closed in his own courtyard. He held the gilded mountain sword in his left hand, and his entire body was extremely relaxed. Lowering the shoulder and dropping the elbow, gathering the mind into the sea of consciousness, his mind was completely empty, and there was no trace of consciousness. There was only the vast and boundless sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Qinzong opened his closed eyes, and a wisp of extremely pure cold light shot out like a sword, piercing through the sky. Then, the gilded mountain sword seemed to shoot out of its scabbard on its own, and it soared into the sky as if it was weightless. His right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the hilt of the gilded mountain sword. A tyrannical and direct sharpness spread out in an instant, and it went through the sword and soared into the sky. Half-step sword intent, a sword soared into the sky, the golden sword mark seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth, and it only disappeared after a few breaths. Returning the sword to its scabbard, Qinzong stared at the golden sword mark, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. He only withdrew his gaze when the golden sword mark disappeared. It's still 70%. It's not so easy to break through to 80%. Qinzong said to himself, and then a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But, it's almost there. If there's enough external pressure, there's hope to break through and advance to 80%. At that time, its power will increase by a few times. Every 10% increase in half-step sword intent would increase its power by a few times. 10 to 30% of half-step sword intent was more basic, so the increase wasn't much, and it was only about 20%. From 30 to 40% half-step sword intent, its power would increase by 30%. From 40 to 60%, it would increase by 30%. The increase in power from 60% to 70% was as much as 40%. From 70 to 80%, Xianxia estimated that it would also increase by 40%. From 80 to 90%, it would be the same. From 90 to 100%, it would increase by more than 90%. Then, his half-step sword intent was the heart sword Dao intent, which was at least an intermediate Dao intent, and its power would be stronger than a basic sword Dao intent. In other words, his 70% half-step sword intent could completely rival an 80% basic half-step sword intent, and it might even surpass it. If the heart sword Dao insight was at the high level, then his 70% half-step sword intent was sufficient to rival a low-level 90% half-step sword intent. He still didn't know what grade of Dao insight it was. Only after it became a true Dao insight would he be able to determine it, or he could go to a special testing place to test it. However, Xianxia didn't know where to test it. If his half-step sword intent improved, the power of his attacks would also increase, and the power of his sword arts would be even stronger. Especially when he used his own unique skill, it would be even more shocking. At that time, his strength would increase significantly, and he would even have the strength to challenge the 10th place on the Netherworld ranking. Soon. I have a hunch that the 80% half-step sword essence is not far away, Xianxia murmured to himself. Xianxia and Nan Wukong came back from their stroll outside and brought a book for Xianxia. Prodigy list. Xianxia glanced at it, and his interest was piqued. He flipped it open and read carefully. The names listed were the Skype rides who were participating in the regional tournament. Of course, it was not all of them, only a portion of them. Most of them were Skype rides from the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture, while a small portion came from the Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture. On the first page of the prodigy list, the name of the prodigy was Yang Quan, a member of the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture's Yang clan. He was known as the Heavenly Sun King. His exact age was unknown, but it was estimated that he was younger than 50, and he possessed the Heavenly Sun treasure body. He cultivated a superior saint-grade cultivation technique called the Heavenly Sun Illumination Technique, and he had already cultivated it to the 13th level. His martial arts were the Heavenly Sun Finger and the World Illumination Seal. His best battle record was to fight against an ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert and kill him after 100 moves. Xianxia was shocked when he read this. A half-step Saint Realm expert could kill a First Heaven Saint Realm expert. It was terrifying. One had to know that the gap between the half-step Saint Realm and the Saint Realm was huge. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. This piece of information shattered Xianxia's previous beliefs. In the past, Xianxia thought that a half-step Saint Realm expert could at most escape from an ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert. That was extremely rare. After all, he had relied on the third move of the blood-dripping sword seal to escape from a First Heaven Saint Realm expert. It was also the most powerful move. Moreover, he had also relied on the terrain of the forest and the presence of high-tier demonic beasts. Otherwise, even with the third move of the blood-dripping sword seal, he would have been caught and killed. As for the First Heaven Saint Realm experts that he had killed, he had relied on the heavenly fiend force field of Azura's doppelganger. It could not be considered the strength of his true body. This Heavenly Sun King had actually killed a First Heaven Saint Realm expert in a head-on battle. Even the most ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert was terrifying. Of course, the information didn't indicate how he had killed the First Heaven Saint Realm expert, so Xianxia didn't know. Heavenly Sun treasure body. Xianxia couldn't help muttering to himself. Treasure body, the Great Abyss King's memory fragments had some information about it, but not much. Therefore, Xianxia knew about this treasure body, but he didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was similar to a bloodline, but different. It was even rarer than a bloodline. A bloodline could be passed down, but a treasure body wasn't. It was even more uncertain. Moreover, treasure bodies didn't have any clear classification. Every treasure body had amazing potential. If it was properly developed, it would be terrifying. It wouldn't be inferior to a transcendent bloodline. It might even surpass it. To a certain extent, a treasure body was rarer and more powerful than a bloodline. Of course, a transcendent bloodline was also extremely rare and powerful. Speaking of which, Xianxia didn't have a bloodline or a treasure body. He didn't have these advantages. Naturally, he was inferior to those who had a bloodline and a treasure body. However, he had a strong soul spirit and shocking comprehension ability. He also had the determination and boldness to press forward. The first page of the prodigy list recorded Heavenly Sun King. He wasn't a real king-ranked martial artist. Therefore, Heavenly Sun King was a title. It represented a king-ranked prodigy. If they were referred to as titled martial artists, that would mean that they were truly king-ranked formidable martial artists. Title. One was a title given by people. It was like a legend among the people. A title came from the king naming pagoda. It was like being recognized by the heavens and earth. The second page recorded another king-ranked prodigy named Xianxia. He was from the Black Flame clan and had a transcendent bloodline, the Black Flame bloodline. He cultivated the supreme-grade Black Flame skyburning technique and its accompanying martial arts secret skills. He had cultivated to the 13th level and had also killed a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. As for whether Yangquan or Xianxia was stronger, it didn't mention. The third page recorded another top prodigy from the Heavenly Cloud sect. He was called the Heavenly Sword King, Yi Chendao. He was born with a sword bone and cultivated the supreme-grade Heavenly Cloud Sky Universe skill and its accompanying martial arts secret skills. He had also cultivated to the 13th level. Like Yangquan and Xianxia, he had also killed a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. Yangquan, Xianxia, Yi Chendao, no one said who was stronger among the three of them. The fourth page recorded another top prodigy from the Heavenly Cloud state. He was a king-ranked prodigy. Yang Feng, he had the same surname as Yangquan and was from the Yang clan of the Heavenly Cloud state. Yang Feng cultivated the Heavenly Sun illumination technique and its accompanying martial arts secret skills. It was said that he had cultivated to the 12th level. He didn't have the Heavenly Sun treasured body and didn't have the battle record of killing a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. However, he had the battle record of fighting a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist without being defeated. The prodigy list had 30 pages and each page recorded information about a top prodigy. It wasn't very detailed and might even be a little unreal. But no matter what, it still brought great shock to Xianxia. 30 pages, out of the 30 top prodigies, 20 of them were from the Heavenly Cloud state and had extraordinary backgrounds. For example, the Heavenly Cloud sect, the Yang clan, and the Black Flame clan. Xianxia guessed that these three were probably the strongest forces in the Heavenly Cloud state. The other 10 pages recorded the top prodigies of the Mountain Flow Mansion, the Horizontal River Mansion, and the Copper Mountain Mansion. Among them, there were 3 top prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion. One of them was the Blazing Phoenix King, whose real name was Feng Yanyan. She had a transcendent bloodline and cultivated the Proud Phoenix technique, which was a top-grade saint-grade technique. She had also cultivated it to the 12th level and was extremely powerful. The second one was Zhao Xingkong. He also cultivated a top-grade saint-grade technique. Third, his name was Scholar Tang. The martial technique he practiced was not top-grade sage grade. Instead, it was high-grade sage grade. There was one more person in the Mountain Flow Mansion. It was Su Mubai. Su Mubai, the mysterious Nether Prince, cultivated the top-grade saint-grade technique, the mysterious Nether True technique. It was suspected that he had a treasured body related to his eyes, but it was unclear what it was. Su Mubai also has a treasured body. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. Treasured body, it referred to a miraculous physique that wasn't necessarily reflected on the body. It could be reflected in other parts of the body, such as the eyes. Su Mubai was very powerful, so it wasn't strange that it was suspected that he had a treasured body. The next 6 people were from the Horizontal River Mansion and the Copper Mountain Mansion. Xianxia noticed that among the 30 people on the prodigy list, at least half of them cultivated top-grade saint-grade techniques, while the other half cultivated top-grade saint-grade techniques. There was a huge gap between top-grade saint-grade techniques and top-grade saint-grade techniques. There was an obvious difference in power between techniques of the same level. Therefore, martial artists who practiced saint-class top-grade cultivation methods were usually stronger. Compared to them in terms of techniques, Chenzong didn't have any advantage. In fact, he was at a complete disadvantage. If I use the innate ferocious force field of Azura's doppelganger, I wonder if I can fight with the people on the prodigy list? Chenzong thought to himself. Everyone on the prodigy list was very powerful. At the very least, they were at the same level as Jian Lingxiao. However, there was still a huge gap between his current strength and Jian Lingxiao's. Moreover, even if he had a trump card, his opponents would have won as well. Of course, regardless of whether he could fight them, Chenzong didn't plan to use the Azura's doppelganger's power unless it was absolutely necessary. If he could rely on his true body, then so be it. Although the Azura doppelganger was created by him cultivating the 1,000 appearances Azura, it was still an independent life form. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the prodigies participating in the regional competition received the news and gathered outside the Heavenly Cloud City Governor's Mansion. There was a huge open space outside the governor's mansion that could accommodate thousands of people at the same time. Silhouettes came from all directions. Heavenly Cloud Prefecture's local prodigies, Mountain Flow Prefecture's prodigies, Horizontal River Prefecture's prodigies, Copper Mountain Prefecture's prodigies. Chenzong realized that there were as many as 90 local prodigies participating in the regional competition. Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture each had 30 participants, so there were a total of 90 participants. Just nice, 180 participants. For camps, each camp was filled with prodigies and extraordinary prodigies. Every one of them emitted a shocking aura that seemed to shoot up into the sky and towards the other camps. The difference was obvious. The Heavenly Cloud Prefecture had the most local prodigies, and their strength was terrifying. Therefore, they had the upper hand and were able to resist the aura of the 3 prefectures' prodigies. They even had the potential to crush them. Terrifying, it was terrifying. However, the prodigies of the 3 prefectures were even more motivated. The local prodigies of the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture were all extremely arrogant. They looked at the prodigies of the 3 prefectures as if they were rich people in the city looking at the poor people in the countryside. Indeed, there was a huge gap between the 3 prefectures and the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture. The difference in foundation, the difference in inheritance, the difference in environment, the difference in strength, the obvious difference would naturally breed a sense of superiority. There were many onlookers outside, including the prodigies of the mystic underworld territory and the eliminated prodigies. The prodigies of the 4 camps fought against each other with their auras, secretly competing with each other. Zhao Xingkong, I heard that 11 of your spots were taken by someone from the mystic underworld territory, said a prodigy of the Horizontal River Prefecture with a smile. He seemed to be chatting casually, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Especially when he didn't look for Feng Yanyan, but Zhao Xingkong. His motive was even more obvious. Sowing discord, Zhao Xingkong's expression changed as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It was as sharp as a sword. Soon after, he sneered and looked at the Hengjiang Mansion Skypride who was trying to stir up trouble. The Skyprides from the mysterious underworld territory are capable enough to obtain 11 slots. If you're not convinced, you can come and try. It had to be said that Zhao Xingkong wasn't a brainless person. He wouldn't lose his mind just because the other party provoked him. If he really did that, it would only make people look down on Zhao Xingkong. It would also make the people of Mountain Flow Mansion think that he didn't care about the big picture and was useless. However, not only did Zhao Xingkong not lose his temper, but he also secretly sowed discord between the heaven prodigies of the mystic underworld realm and the heaven prodigies of the mystic underworld realm. He had to admit that Zhao Xingkong was quite smart. People with strength and brains could often live longer, better, and go further. Of course, the 11 people from the mystic underworld region were not happy about it. They had been used as pawns. Very well, let's wait and see. An invisible confrontation gradually unfolded. A tense, murderous, and cold aura spread rapidly. Suddenly, the world rumbled. It was as if there was a gust of wind whistling from high up in the sky. The sky was vast and mighty as it came from the horizon. It was like the mighty torrent of the sea. An extremely shocking and vigorous aura accompanied by vast and mighty vital energy rumbled through the heavens and the earth, and the extremely profound principles of all things and the profundities of the heavens and the earth interweaved together. Faintly, divine radiance suffused the sky like clouds that covered the sky and blotted out the sun. At this moment, everyone was shrouded by the mighty aura and the primordial divine light. They were in awe from the bottom of their hearts and souls. There seemed to be heavenly music lingering in the sky. Half-step Great Saint. The Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were excited and in awe. Half-step Great Saint, this was a super powerhouse. A super powerhouse who was above countless Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. There was actually a half-step Great Saint powerhouse in the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture. It was terrifying. However, when they thought about it, there was a real Great Saint stage powerhouse in the profound Yuan dynasty. It was not unacceptable that there was a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse in the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture. Xianxia and the others did not know what kind of powerhouse this was. They only knew that the aura was moving heaven and earth. It was as if it could change the sun and the moon. It gave people a feeling of supremacy that surpassed the Saint Rudiment stage. Then, a figure with a tyrannical aura flew over from the front. His aura connected the sky and the earth. It was vast and magnificent. The regional tournament will be held in the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. A vast and indistinct voice sounded. It was as vast and mighty as the heavenly music. It rolled out and spread in all directions. There was also an ancient feeling that rushed straight into everyone's heart and soul. It was released by the powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. It seemed like he was not far from breaking through to the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. The Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Suddenly, many people's faces changed drastically. Obviously, the Cloud Wilderness Swamp was not a good place. On the contrary, it was quite a dangerous place. The regional tournament will be held in the periphery of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. It's already marked. Remember, don't go past the mark. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to save you if you encounter danger, the grand voice sounded again. The regional tournament is to hunt the monster beasts in the periphery of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp and obtain their beast cores. Most of the monsters in the periphery of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp were mid-rank monster beasts, which were equivalent to the Transcendent stage. In addition, there were pseudo-high-rank monster beasts, which were equivalent to the half-step saint stage. Only by hunting the pseudo-high-rank monster beasts and obtaining their beast cores could the score be calculated. Pseudo-high-rank monster beasts could be divided into 3 levels: low rank, mid-rank, and high rank. They corresponded to low rank, mid-rank, and high rank half-step saint stage. A low-rank pseudo-high-rank beast core was counted as 1 point. A mid-rank pseudo-high-rank beast core was counted as 2 points. A high-rank pseudo-high-rank beast core was counted as 5 points. A top-rank pseudo-high-rank beast core was counted as 10 points. In the end, everyone would be ranked according to the number of points they had accumulated. Only 30 points, in other words, among the 180 people, 150 people would be eliminated. The remaining 30 people would be qualified to enter the Dao competition. 30 people. Xianxia's face was solemn. Just the 30 people on the prodigies list were all extremely powerful and terrifying. Their strength was far superior to the others. It would be extremely difficult to compete with these 30 people for a spot. Fortunately, they did not have to fight with them directly. Instead, they had to hunt the monster beasts and obtain their beast cores. There was still a possibility of getting a spot. However, the rules also mentioned that they could snatch other people's beast cores. However, they were not allowed to kill. This made the hearts of countless people tighten. If they obtained a lot of beast cores but were snatched by stronger people, they would get nothing. Shortly after, everyone's storage rings were sealed by a mysterious force, and they were unable to store or take out anything. Moreover, everyone obtained a brand new storage ring with nothing inside, which was used to store beast cores. Then, everyone received a white token that looked like a cloud. It contained a trace of mysterious power. If they encountered a life or death crisis or some special situation, they could activate the power of the token. At that time, the token would release a protective force to protect them. It could completely withstand the full force attack of a third Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator and allow a powerhouse to come to their rescue. However, this also meant that they would be automatically eliminated from the regional competition. Do you have any other questions? After the powerhouse finished explaining the rules, his gaze swept across the crowd as if he could see through them. His voice rang out at the same time and entered everyone's ears. If we kill a high-rank monster beast, how do we calculate the points? A local prodigy from the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture asked. His voice carried a trace of indescribable passion and dominance. It was as if he could burn everything into ashes if he released it. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. High-rank monster beast, that was equivalent to a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. There was no difference between killing a high-rank monster beast and killing a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. It was almost impossible for a half-saint to kill a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Of course, there had been cases. For example, the Heavenly Sun King Yang Quan, the Black Fire King He Yanzai, and the Heavenly Sword King Yi Chen Dao had outstanding achievements in killing saints. The person who asked the question was clad in black armor. There seemed to be a faint black flame burning on his armor. He exuded an incomparably deep and ancient aura. The Black Fire King He Yanzai, he was qualified to ask. High-rank monster beasts may appear in the periphery of the Cloud Wilderness Great Swamp. If you kill a Class 1 high-rank monster beast, its beast core will be calculated as 1,000 points. For every Class 1 high-rank monster beast, the points will increase tenfold, the powerhouse said immediately. Of course, that was impossible. For example, the 3 King Stage prodigies could kill Class 1 high-rank monster beasts, but they definitely could not kill Class 2 high-rank monster beasts. After all, the difference between Class 1 and Class 2 was huge. No questions. Let's set off immediately. Immediately, a huge white cloud drifted over. Suddenly, it produced a force that sucked the 180 prodigies onto the white cloud. They floated up and flew away quickly. Let's go. The powerhouses of the Xianming territory immediately took the prodigies and set off on the Xianming ship. The Cloud Wilderness Great Swamp was located in the northern part of the Tianyun state. It was a huge piece of land that stretched for millions of miles. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. There were countless high-rank monster beasts running amok. There were even pseudo-super-rank monster beasts, which were equivalent to a half-great saint. As for whether there were super-rank monster beasts, it was not clear. However, the state competition was set at the periphery of the Cloud Wilderness Great Swamp. Many preparations had been made so that there were almost no high-rank monster beasts in the periphery. Even if there were very few of them. Moreover, they were only Class 1 high-rank monster beasts. Of course, they were left behind on purpose. In addition, there were many powerhouses watching from the sky to protect the prodigies. If anyone was in danger of dying, they would help. After all, every prodigy had advanced from the state competition. They were all very strong and had a bright future ahead of them. It would be a pity if they died in the state competition. The huge white cloud flew quickly. In a short time, it had left the Heavenly Cloud City and was approaching the Cloud Wilderness Great Swamp. Soon, the Cloud Wilderness Great Swamp was in front of them. It seemed to be boundless. There were countless mountains and forests, and there was no end in sight. At a glance, Zhenzong felt an indescribable boundless and vigorous aura rushing towards him. We have arrived at the Cloud Wilderness Great Swamp. Get ready to go down. Remember, the state competition will last for 5 days. It will end on time after 5 days and the results will be calculated. The powerhouse said. The white cloud was about 1,000 meters above the ground. At this height, those who were not strong enough would be smashed into meat paste if they fell. However, the prodigies were not weak. Although it was 1,000 meters high, they all had their own means. They were safe and sound after falling down. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The ground seemed to have turned into a wind tunnel. Strong winds, strong gales, and storms rose into the sky, as if they were going to blow everyone up into the sky and throw them far away. However, everyone's body was filled with a tyrannical aura. Some were domineering, some were violent, some were blazing, some were sharp, some were cold, and some were gloomy. All of them resisted the strong gales and fell rapidly. Some of the geniuses' bodies fell like meteorites. Their speed was getting faster and faster. With a swoosh, a shocking flame appeared on the surface of their bodies. Those flames were formed by the friction with the air as they fell at high speed. They burned fiercely and fell like a huge fireball. Some of the geniuses' bodies became extremely light as they fell slowly like feathers. Some of the geniuses spread their arms as if they were flying. They immediately flew into the distance and fell diagonally. Everyone used their methods. Chenzong did not control his body and allowed himself to fall. His speed was getting faster and faster. 1,000 meters seemed to be very high, but in fact, it only took a few breaths of time to fall. When he was 10 meters away from the ground, Chenzong's rapidly falling body suddenly stopped, as if he was frozen in midair. Then, he fell again. His speed became slower and his body was as light as a feather. He landed on the ground with light and silent footsteps. Boom! Boom, boom. A few figures fell without slowing down. The ground shook and dust billowed in the air, creating a few large pits. After Chenzong landed, he did not stop and immediately went into the cloud wilderness swamp. Although it was limited to the periphery was actually very big. It was at least tens of thousands of miles wide. 180 people, after landing, went forward without hesitation. They went deep into the cloud wilderness swamp. When they were in midair, they had already seen the cloud wilderness swamp clearly. 5 days, the state competition would last for 5 days. There were only 30 spots. Only by killing more demonic beasts and obtaining more beast cores would one be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the Dao competition. Most of the 180 people were scattered, but there were some who chose to work together. However, there were not many, only 2 people working together. When more people worked together, they were stronger and could kill more beasts. However, they had to split up. How to split the spots would sometimes become a problem. Therefore, it was better to act alone. Chenzong's expression was calm. Using the flowing light flying shadow, he quickly moved forward and gradually separated himself from the others. In this way, he could avoid contact with others and unnecessary fights. Among the 180 people, he wasn't the weakest, but he wasn't the strongest either. He could only be considered to be in the middle. Moreover, even if he had a trump card, it didn't mean that others didn't either. It didn't take long for Chenzong to discover the demonic beast's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it wasn't a pseudo-high-order demonic beast, so it was useless to kill it. Thus, Chenzong decided to ignore it. Who would have thought that the demonic beast would also discover Chenzong's presence? It actually dashed over, trying to eat Chenzong. As a result, he was shot to death by Chenzong. His spiritual sense spread out in an instant, covering all directions. Chenzong's soul sense was many times more powerful than the soul sense of a high-level half-saint. Its range was wider, like a gentle breeze, and it was harder to detect. Immediately, Chenzong was overjoyed. There was a pseudo-high-level demonic beast thousands of meters to his left, but he wasn't sure which level it was at. But as long as it was a pseudo-high-level demonic beast, he could get points by killing it and obtaining its beast core. With a whoosh, Chenzong flew across the sky at an amazing speed, crossing thousands of meters in a short time. Suddenly, a huge tiger-shaped demonic beast appeared in front of him. The demonic beast also saw Chenzong. It suddenly let out an extremely shocking roar, and its eyes were filled with dense bloody light. A pseudo-high-level demonic beast, this was the human's definition of demonic beasts. A strong aura spread out, letting Chenzong know that this pseudo-high-level demonic beast should be at the middle level. A beast core was worth 2 points. This demonic beast was equivalent to a mid-level half-saint. Although it was a little stronger than an ordinary mid-level half-saint, it was still no match for Chenzong. He killed it directly with a finger, and quickly took the beast core and put it into his storage ring. Chenzong turned his eyes and looked into the distance. In the Yunhuang marsh, the aura spread out, giving Chenzong a feeling of desolation. Of course, it wasn't the real desolation, but it was a little similar. The terrain and vegetation here seemed to be very ancient. The trees towered into the sky, and countless vines ran rampant in all directions like giant pythons. The boundless and vigorous aura was everywhere, filling the air. One by one, the geniuses flew quickly, constantly looking for demonic beasts to kill. Go to hell. Yang Quan, who was wearing a red robe with a golden sun hanging in the sky, looked high and mighty, like a king descending to the mortal world. When he opened and closed his eyes, a sharp and domineering light burst out, as if with amazing heat, igniting the air. The moment his voice fell, a wisp of golden-red chi shot out, piercing through the sky like a thin needle. In an instant, hundreds of meters away, a python attached to a vine, as if it had fused with the vine, was shot to death. However, the needle-like golden-red strength didn't disappear. Instead, it cut open the python's body and flew back with a beast core, falling into the man's hand. Middle grade. The man frowned slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with the grade of the beast core. However, a middle-grade beast core could be counted as 2 points, which was better than nothing. Chen Zong's figure leaped on the thick tree trunk, as shocking as a bouncing star. Suddenly, a stream of light with a fishy smell shot out from the dense tree trunk. It was shockingly fast, like lightning sweeping across the sky, and immediately made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. His reaction was extremely fast. Using his fingers like a sword, he drew a line in the air, and an indescribable sharpness cut through, leaving a trace in the darkness. Swish, the void was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and quickly spread out. The sudden attack was a venomous snake that looked like a dead tree. With a triangular head and green eyes, it gave people a feeling of extreme ferocity. A sword pierced through the air and directly cut it in half. This was a high-level pseudo-high-level demonic beast. Chen Zong got a high-level pseudo-high-level beast core, which was counted as 5 points. Thus, he had 7 points. Chen Zong estimated that 7 points were very little. Among the 180 people, his ranking was definitely not high. He needed more beast cores and more points. His soul sense swept in all directions like a storm, and it was urged to the extreme. Like a gentle breeze and drizzle, it was omnipresent, constantly searching for the pseudo-high-level demonic beast. In terms of the strength of his soul sense, Chen Zong was much better than the others. This was his advantage. Now, he had to make good use of this advantage. He found another pseudo-high-level demonic beast. No matter if it was low-level, mid-level, high-level, or top-level, in short, a mosquito's leg was meat, and he couldn't let it go. In most cases, Chen Zong didn't need to use his sword. Just his sword fingers were enough to kill those pseudo-high-level demonic beasts. After all, with Chen Zong's current strength, unless it was a top-level pseudo-high-level demonic beast, it was difficult for Chen Zong to use his full strength against the other 3 levels of pseudo-high-level demonic beasts. Even if he didn't use his sword, he could kill those pseudo-high-level demonic beasts one by one and obtain their beast cores. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed. 8 low-level beast cores, 5 mid-level beast cores, and 2 high-level beast cores, a total of 28 points. Chen Zong frowned. It was not easy to get into the top 30. There were many people who were stronger than him, at least 40 to 50 of them. Although hunting demonic beasts was not only related to one's strength, there was also a bit of luck involved. But no matter what, having a strong strength was always the most reliable. Luck, that kind of thing, was sometimes good and sometimes bad. It couldn't be relied on. Outside the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, a group of experts was waiting. 5 days was not a long time for a group of experts. Usually, they would cultivate for many days. Once they went into seclusion, they would cultivate for months, years, or even longer. It was only 5 days. They could close their eyes and meditate for a while. But to the geniuses who entered the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, 5 days was not easy. They had to be vigilant at all times. Firstly, they had to find pseudo-high-level demonic beasts to kill. Secondly, they had to be careful of being attacked. This attack could have come from the demonic beasts, or it could have come from the other participants. After all, the rules only forbade killing, but allowed to steal other people's beast cores. If they didn't give it to them, they could just take the beast cores from the storage ring after injuring them. It was very simple. At that time, strength would be especially important. The sun was setting in the west and the night was getting darker. Night fell and the entire Cloud Wilderness Swamp was shrouded in darkness. It added a bit of mystery, and the ancient aura seemed to be thicker by a bit. In the night, the demonic beasts became more active. The roars of the beasts sounded one after another, spreading from all directions. It made people feel as if they were in the middle of a herd of beasts. If one was not brave enough, they would be frightened and lose their will. But the 180 geniuses were all talented and determined. They were not afraid at all. Plus, after fighting and killing during the day, they did not use much energy and were full of energy. Night was the time for the demonic beasts to hunt. It was also the time for them to kill more demonic beasts. Qianzong's eyes shone with an extremely sharp light in the darkness. It was as if 2 rays of sword light were shooting in all directions. The darkness could not stop it at all. With a glance, Qianzong also saw a few green eyes appearing from all directions like ghost fire. They were closing in on him at lightning speed, bringing with them a murderous aura. They were wolves. 3 wolves formed a triangular formation and cooperated with each other seamlessly. They directly pounced on Qianzong. Obviously, they saw him as their prey. Qianzong also noticed that the aura emitted by the 3 wolves were all at the pseudo-high-level level. Another 3 beast cores. Not only was Qianzong not afraid, but he also showed a hint of joy. In this way, he would get 6 points. In the blink of an eye, the 3 wolves pounced on Qianzong. Their sharp claws cut through the darkness. Their eyes flashed like ghost fire, as if they wanted to tear Qianzong into pieces. Qianzong's body did not move, as if he had been scared silly. However, just as the 3 wolves were about to pounce on him, Qianzong's right hand gently drew a half-arc in front of him. The arc of light rippled out like water waves. In the night, it was as if the moonlight was gently rippling on the water surface. There was a kind of tranquility and profoundness to it. The Cloud Wilderness Marsh was an ancient landscape with towering ancient trees. On a 100-meter-high giant tree, Qianzong stood still with his back as straight as a sword. His eyes were focused on the surroundings, looking for pseudo-high-level demonic beasts to kill. A day had passed. Qianzong silently counted the points he had gained. 118 demonic beasts were more active at night, so he had gained more beast pills and more points, almost equal to what he had gained during the day. Come out yourself. Suddenly, a sneer came, startling Qianzong. He didn't even know when someone had approached him. It wasn't that he wasn't vigilant enough, but that the other party was too powerful. But Qianzong still didn't move. Who knew if the other party was talking about him? What's the point of hiding? Come out obediently. The voice rang out with a hint of oppressive sharpness. The moment it landed, a terrifying force suddenly broke through the air, piercing through the dense leaves and directly piercing through the air, creating a vacuum passage that was as thick as a finger, piercing through everything. The purple strength of the finger was so terrible that it made Qianzong's hair stand on end. It seemed that he would be penetrated in an instant. Even with the strong physique of a middle-level half-saint, he couldn't withstand it. Like a flowing light, he flew away in a flash, leaving a lifelike figure in the original place. He was penetrated in an instant. The thick trunk behind him was also penetrated in an instant, leaving a smooth finger hole, through which he could see the other side. There were two people on the other side. Both of them had discovered him, but he hadn't discovered them. Qianzong had always been good at hiding his aura. This time, there was someone who was better at hiding his aura. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The moment Qianzong avoided the shooting of the finger strength, he was immediately locked on by 2 auras. One aura was ethereal, like the clouds in the sky, but also like the breeze in the valley. It was elusive, but also like the silk thread that couldn't be cut. The other aura was extremely sharp and overbearing. It was this person who had tried to kill him earlier. The 2 completely different auras cooperated seamlessly and locked onto Qianzong, sealing off all his escape routes. Of these 2 people, one was wearing a green robe, and there seemed to be wisps of smoke around him. His figure looked a little blurry, as if he would be blown away by the wind. The other person was dressed in black, which accentuated his valiant figure. His whole body was surrounded by a cold and sharp aura that resembled a sword. His cold and sharp gaze locked onto Qianzong, as if he wanted to pierce through Qianzong through the void. Qianzong was shocked. Both of them were prodigies from the heavenly cloud state. Among the 90 native geniuses of the heavenly cloud state, at least half of them were stronger than him. Chen Zong felt that the two of them were very strong, and he estimated that they were not inferior to him. Moreover, with the two of them working together, he was afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them with his own strength. Obediently hand over all the beast cores in your storage ring. The black-clothed and cold young man stared straight at Chen Zong while his words were sharp and ghastly, and it brought along a heavy feeling of oppression that struck directly at the heart. It seemed that if he did not hand over the beast cores, he would be crippled. Would Chen Zong hand over the beast cores? Of course not. If he did not hand over the beast cores, then he would fight. Although the two of them were strong, Chen Zong was not weak either. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. In an instant, the gilded mountainous sword was unsheathed and turned into a golden sword light that smashed through the air. One sword strike, two people, each aiming to kill the other. How dare you? The green-robed youth showed a trace of ridicule, as if he was disdainful of Chen Zong's initiative. As a native prodigy of the heavenly cloud state who had been selected to enter the state competition, his talent and strength were very outstanding. Naturally, he had a strong sense of superiority. His strong sense of superiority made him look down on people outside the heavenly cloud state. Therefore, Chen Zong not only did not hand over the beast cores, but also dared to take the initiative to attack. He was angry and disdainful. How dare you make a move? Then I'll break your arms and legs. The black-robed youth's voice was extremely cold. He flicked his 10 fingers, and suddenly, a terrifying finger force broke through the air, as if to pierce Chen Zong full of holes. Fierce battle, spread out. Chen Zong activated the 70% half-step sword essence to the extreme and used all his strength. His sword shot out blood, and the blood light filled the air. It was astonishingly fast. Daluo Cloud Hand. The green-robed youth waved his hands and slapped out in the air. It was light as if there was no strength at all, but it contained a terrifying power that was completely contained in it. The trajectory of his palm technique was difficult to distinguish. It was mysterious and unpredictable, changing constantly, making it difficult to grasp. Sky/Wild Blade. With a low shout, the black long saber was unsheathed. With a sudden wave, it slashed out. The extremely terrifying black saber light split the sky in front of it, as if it was splitting a mountain and splitting the sky. It carried an incomparably violent momentum as it attacked madly. Wherever the black saber passed, a black saber mark spread out like a painting. Facing these two attacks, Chen Zong immediately felt a great threat. His opponent's talent was very high. The cultivation methods and martial arts they cultivated were all at the high grade of the saint grade. Moreover, the time they cultivated was more than twice as long as Chen Zong's. Moreover, they had the guidance of elders and experts, so they didn't take many detours. This was something that Chen Zong didn't have. The level of cultivation methods and martial arts directly determined the strength of one's strength. These two people hadn't grasped half-step Dao intent, but their basic strength was very strong and their martial arts were brilliant. Therefore, the power of their attacks was very shocking. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong couldn't do anything to them, but he also resisted their attacks and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. The two geniuses from the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture had cold expressions and were extremely angry. The two of them joined forces, but they couldn't defeat their opponent and only fought to a draw. Misty Cloud Force. Daluo Cloud Hand. The green-robed young man used his secret technique and once again used his ultimate move. His hand seemed to be condensed from countless clouds of smoke, as if they would dissipate as long as the wind blew, but they were incomparably tenacious and condensed together. Its power was more than 50% stronger than before, and it was extremely terrifying. As the palm struck horizontally, the pressure brought about by the terrifying chi instantly pressed down from all directions. The pressure was as flexible as silk threads, entangling Chen Zong's entire body, causing Chen Zong to feel as if his hands and feet were tied. He couldn't stretch out his muscles and bones, and he couldn't display his strength to his heart's content. The large hand that was like a cloud of smoke blasted down from the sky. Countless clouds of smoke shuttled back and forth like silk threads, as if they were woven into an extremely mysterious pattern that blended into the heaven and earth. Its profoundness was boundless and profound, causing Chen Zong to feel as if his mind was about to sink into it when he carefully observed it. Brilliant, this move was extremely brilliant and profound. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong was touched. There were similarities between his own unique skill, Misty Mist, and this move. No, it should be said that the profoundness of the Misty Mist sword was still very shallow. Compared to this move, the profoundness of the Misty Mist sword was similar, but there was a difference in profoundness. Reference: at the same time, the black-robed young man attacked with his saber. In the blink of an eye, the saber disappeared and was replaced by pitch-black saber light, which seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart. There were a total of 33 saber lights. 33 heavenly saber chopping. This was a terrifying attack secret technique as high as level 8, and its power was extremely shocking. The 33 pitch-black saber lights were extremely deep and sharp, as if they were going to cut the space around Chenzong, leaving Chenzong isolated in a small space, isolated from the world, unable to dodge at all. He could only face the terrifying saber light. The two moves were launched simultaneously, attacking from the left and the right. Immediately, Chenzong felt the shadow of death pervading. He couldn't block it. These two moves were extremely powerful. Even if he used the secret technique of celestial crystal body, he could only block one. He couldn't block the other. In this case, there would be more. Celestial crystal body, heart domain. Chenzong's heart domain had already reached a range of 7 meters. Everything within the range of 7 meters was clearly under his control. The Daluo cloud hand attacked and locked in all directions. It was as flexible as silk. The 33 pitch-black saber lights attacked and cut everything. When it entered the range of the heart domain, it seemed to slow down. All the trajectories were clearly grasped by Chenzong. The power was extremely shocking. Chenzong didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, under the cover of the heart domain, he performed the illusory Luo 9 transformation technique to the extreme. It was meticulous and all-pervasive. In an instant, he escaped from the lock of the Daluo cloud hand and the 33 pitch-black saber lights and swam among them. Dodge. Dodge. Dodge, dodge. 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 Chenzong tried his best to comprehend the profoundness contained in it. Self-created ultimate moves needed to be constantly supplemented, perfected, and improved to make the power stronger and the profoundness contained in it more and more. How is this possible? The two skyprides from the heavenly cloud state were instantly dumbfounded. Their ultimate killing moves were all dodged. What was going on? Chenzong took a step forward and rapidly approached the green-robed youth. His heart domain immediately enveloped the other party. Once the other party entered the heart domain, every move of the other party was under Chenzong's control. Not only could the all-heaven cloud mist palm be used to attack from afar, it could also condense energy on his hands and ceaselessly blast it out. Its might was shocking to the extreme, and it was even unpredictable and drifting indeterminately like a cloud. Under the heart domain, Chenzong instantly comprehended the profoundness of the other party's martial arts more clearly. A sword attack was launched. It was like smoke and fog. It was the mist sword. Compared to the previous sword attack, this sword attack was different. It was more profound and there was a trace of the profoundness of the Daluo cloud hand in it. Chenzong had absorbed part of the profoundness of the other party's Daluo cloud hand and integrated it into the mist sword. It was just a preliminary integration and was not clear enough. Therefore, there was a trace of the Daluo cloud hand. If Chenzong had time to settle down, the trace of the Daluo cloud hand would disappear. Its profoundness would be completely integrated into the mist sword, making the mist sword even more perfect. The sword light was like silk and fog as it shot out and enveloped every part of the green-robed youth's body. It was difficult to resist. The mist sword, which was enlightened, was like a spring breeze drizzle. It penetrated the other party's defense and directly cut through the other party's body. It tore through the defense and penetrated everything. Cut, in an instant, the green-robed youth's robe was in tatters. Sword marks covered his entire body and he was dripping with blood. It was a horrifying sight. The terrifying sword chi kept invading his body, causing deeper damage as if it was going to dismember him. The sword cut through his body like 1,000 cuts. His green robe was torn into pieces, and his body trembled under the sword chi. He gathered all his strength to resist, crush, and disperse the sword chi. At the same time, Chenzong made a second attack. Blood splattered everywhere, the bloody light pierced through the void, and the terrifying weight of 150,000 kilograms burst out in an instant. It hit his opponent, and an amazing power burst out in an instant. It broke through all defenses and sent his opponent flying. He crashed into a big tree hundreds of meters away. His whole body seemed to be embedded in the thick trunk, and he kept vomiting blood. Turning around, the golden sword light shot toward the black-clothed young man. Seeing that his companion was seriously injured in an instant, the black-clothed young man was shocked. He immediately approached Xianxia and chopped down with his long black saber, as if it was going to split heaven and earth. The sword light and the saber light collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. The sword and the saber also came into contact in an instant. The black-clothed young man's face suddenly changed. He could only feel that his opponent's sword was extremely heavy. It carried an incomparably ferocious force as it blasted towards him without any reason. It was like a wild beast was pushing its way towards him. Heart realm, the trajectory of the black-clothed young man's long saber was immediately grasped by Xianxia. Every saber technique performed by the long black saber was extremely terrifying. Its speed was amazing, and it contained a powerful saber strength, as if it could cut through and shatter everything. Xianxia constantly used his heart domain to observe and comprehend the profundities of this power and profundity. Unknowingly, the two fought fiercely for a while, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. But the fact was that Xianxia was not in a hurry to win. Instead, he was forcing his opponent to continuously perform his saber techniques, so that he could further observe and learn from his advantages, consolidate his own accumulation, and integrate it into his unique skill, Mist. This was the regional competition, but in Xianxia's eyes, it was also a kind of training for himself and his swordsmanship. Xianxia had an idea, and that was to break through as much as possible in the regional competition with the help of pressure, so that his half-step sword intent could reach 80%, and further perfect his unique skill, Mist. Strength, improve strength. Whether it was fighting for opportunities or something else, it was all about strength in the end. In the end, it was all about strength. Treyström's saber slash. The black saber pierced through the air and instantly transformed into 33 extremely dark saber lights that slashed down from all directions. The saber lights were so deep that they seemed to be able to absorb all the light in the surroundings. Within his heart domain, Xianxia could clearly see the trajectories of the 33 black saber lights. His entire body seemed to have lost all its weight, as if he had lost all his bones. He became incomparably soft, shuttling back and forth like a nimble snake. While avoiding the black saber lights, he did his best to observe the mysteries contained within. Xianxia had a profound understanding of this 8th grade secret method. Blood splattered from the sword, seizing the momentary opening, blood-red light blossomed, instantly filling the sky. Boom, the black-clothed youth immediately followed in the footsteps of the green-robed youth. He was sent flying with his sword, and blood spurted out from his mouth. After defeating the two, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. These two people were very strong. Except for the strength of the Azure doppelganger, he had used all the strength of his original body. It was a close call to defeat them. If they were to fight again, Xianxia was not completely confident that he could defeat the two of them together. Their martial arts were really exquisite and worth learning. Since he had defeated them, the next step was naturally to collect the spoils of war. Beast cores, the storage rings that were specially used to store beast cores, were not guarded. As long as he seized them, he could easily take out the beast cores from them. After getting the beast cores, Xianxia threw the storage rings back to the two of them and quickly left with a movement technique. The two of them were not seriously injured, but they were not light either. They could not open the storage rings to take out medicinal pills to heal their injuries. If they wanted to recover, it would be impossible for them to recover without a few days. This meant that they were destined to be eliminated. The two of them failed to snatch Xianxia's beast cores. In the end, they were robbed by Xianxia instead. They were even injured, which affected their strength. Naturally, they hated Xianxia very much. I originally had 118 points. Now I have 326 points. Not bad, not bad. After Xianxia quickly left, he checked the beast cores in the storage rings and counted them as points. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, snatching other people's beast cores was more rewarding. Zong almost had the idea to stop hunting demonic beasts and look for others to snatch their beast cores. However, as soon as the idea appeared, Zong immediately dismissed it. His strength was only average among the 180 people. He estimated that with the help of Azura's doppelganger, he could reach the top. However, Zong did not know what level he could reach. And Zong also did not know the strength of those extremely powerful peerless geniuses. It was not safe. If he really looked for others to snatch their beast cores, he might end up like the other two. It was safer to hunt demonic beasts for their beast cores. Of course, if someone wanted to snatch his beast cores, Zong would not be polite. However, before that, Zong planned to stop for a while. Because of the battle just now, Zong had learned a lot. The martial arts used by the green-robed youth and the saber technique used by the black-robed youth contained different but profound mysteries. Some of the mysteries were comprehended by Zong. It was worth learning and referencing. Zong had learned a lot from that battle. Now, he needed to find a place to properly digest and absorb it, thoroughly integrating it into his own sword technique, especially his ultimate move, the Misty Mist Sword. His opponent's Deluo Cloud Smoke hand was extremely profound. Like a cloud or smoke, it transformed gracefully, yet was extremely flexible and tough. Its might was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, the Treastrumsa blade slash instantly erupted with astonishing power, as if it could destroy everything. Zong thought about how he could fuse these two profound mysteries into his own unique skill. With a leap, he landed on the top of a tree more than 100 meters tall. The leaves were very dense. Zong divided his attention, paying attention to his surroundings while comprehending. Countless spiritual lights flashed, like thousands of fireflies dancing. The Misty Mist Sword was dissected under Zong's comprehension. This move was created by Zong. No one was more familiar with it than Zong. Therefore, the analysis was simpler and more in-depth. Time passed slowly. Countless mysteries emerged one after another, like countless spinning sword lights. It was incomparably profound. Suddenly, a sword light streaked across the darkness, instantly lighting up. The sword light instantly dispersed in the darkness, like a wisp of smoke, like a wisp of illusory fog. However, he could only see strands of light lingering around, covering the area in front of him and slashing madly. Every strand of light was as light as a cloud of smoke, drifting about unpredictably like a dense fog. They also had the sharpness of a sword as they slashed through everything. The arrangement of the strands seemed messy, but there was something unique about it. They covered all directions and locked onto everything. The silk-like sword light disappeared, and darkness returned. Zong continued to comprehend quietly. Not enough, not enough. This sword could be further improved and become even stronger. Then, what should he do to make it stronger? His super comprehension was fully activated, and his mind was spinning rapidly. In an instant, tens of thousands of thoughts flashed, constantly colliding and bursting into thousands of sparks. Darkness and light erupted, as if heaven and earth had just been born. Thunder roared, drizzle fell from the sky, and a gale blew from afar, rolling into the distance. Clouds and smoke quietly filled between heaven and earth, and the illusory fog drifted with the wind. Suddenly, everything seemed to have turned into sword light. Sword light like clouds, sword light like smoke, sword light like fog, sword light like rain, clouds, smoke, fog, and rain filled the air, as if the truth of the great Tao was intertwined and diffused. Divine light bloomed, turning into a sword that was compatible with all things in the world. Wherever the sword passed, the sword light seemed to be ever-changing like clouds, smoke, fog, and rain, but also seemed to coexist, as if it was eternal and led to the future. Suddenly, Zong opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be an ever-changing but endless sword light shooting out. Then, he pierced the air with his fingers like a sword, turning into a wisp of ethereal sword light. The sword light spread out, with clouds, mist, and rain drifting, intertwining with mysterious truths. Suddenly, the leaves under the sword light turned into powder and were completely crushed, as if a vacuum was created. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. This sword is done. Zong was secretly happy. The Misty Sword had been further perfected, and its power was also more powerful. But it seemed a little inappropriate to call it Misty Sword. Misty Cloud. Chenzong thought for a while and came up with a new name. Misty Rain Morning Cloud. Chenzong suddenly had another idea. This unique skill that he had created was called Misty Cloud before, and now it was Misty Rain Morning Cloud. The name had changed, and it was more powerful, more mysterious, and more complete, but the core of its essence had not changed. In this way, it was also an advancement of a skill, just like the difference between high and low. Suddenly, Chenzong felt an indescribable throbbing. His heart was beating wildly, and the space between his eyebrows twitched as if something was about to pierce through. Breakthrough. In an instant, a terrifying beam of light shot out from his eyes. It was sharp to the extreme. It shot out from his eyes and pierced through the sun and moon. Half-step sword intent, 80%. The power of 80% half-step sword intent was more than 40% stronger than that of 70%. The power of the swordsmanship driven by half-step sword intent was also increased by 40%. This kind of improvement and the improvement of cultivation were even more amazing. Chenzong was very happy that his unique skill had been perfected, and his half-step sword intent had successfully broken through. At this moment, his strength was even more powerful, especially when he used Misty Rain Morning Cloud with 80% half-step sword intent. Its power was even more terrifying and multiplied. Powerful strength was the source of confidence. Only then could one calmly deal with difficulties and strong enemies. Now that both of them had broken through, Chenzong began to run his cultivation method, trying to see if he could break through his cultivation method as well. The Taiyuan cloud scraping skill was now at the 11th level. If it broke through, it would be at the 12th level, and its power would be even more powerful. Run with all your strength. The extremely pure half-step saint power filled every part of his body and swept out rapidly, as if 10,000 horses were galloping and thunder was roaring. It was extremely shocking. Fast, faster, faster, the speed of breaking through the limit. Chenzong mustered up all his strength and did it in one spurt. A more powerful unique skill, Misty Rain Morning Cloud, 80% half-step sword intent, the 12th level of Taiyuan cloud scraping skill. Once he made a breakthrough, he reached the 3rd level, which was out of Chenzong's expectation. His strength had become stronger. With great strength came great confidence. Chenzong's figure leaped up lightly, as if he had lost his weight. He turned into a stream of light, bringing along a blurry shadow as he shuttled through the dense foliage like a bird. His body seemed to exist between illusion and reality, passing through the gaps between the leaves without touching any of them. His speed was much faster than before, with a trace of indescribable sharpness. A finger pierced through the sky, and an extremely tyrannical finger force pierced through the sky like a sword chi, killing a pseudo-high-rank demonic beast 100 meters away. It was a high-rank pseudo-high-rank demonic beast, and Chenzong gained another 5 points. Chenzong, for the sake of the mysterious underworld territory, I won't touch you. But you have to hand over the beast core. Sima Huanyu stared at Chenzong and said lightly. His eyelids drooped and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes, as if he was superior. Sima Huanyu had tried to recruit Chenzong a long time ago, trying to make Chenzong work for him, but Chenzong refused. At that time, Chenzong was full of pride and even said that he would surpass him one day. Sima Huanyu didn't get angry. How could an eagle care about the provocation of a chicken? How could a real dragon care about the thoughts of an earthworm? In Sima Huanyu's opinion, Chenzong was just talking nonsense. However, step by step, Chenzong had entered the regional tournament just like him. Perhaps there was some element of luck involved, but it still made him very surprised. Unknowingly, a previously insignificant person actually had the qualifications to make her take a second look at him. Very good, but that was all. Until now, Sima Huanyu still didn't think that Chenzong could be compared with him. After all, he was ranked 9th on the underworld list and was very powerful. During this period of time, his strength had also increased. If he were to challenge them, he might be able to advance further on the underworld board. What is Chenzong? Chenzong smiled when he heard Sima Huanyu's words. Before, Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, enough to make him look up to him. But now, it was not certain who was stronger and who was weaker. Even if he was weaker than the other party previously, it was impossible for him to hand over the beast core, let alone now. Young Master Sima, I've taken a fancy to the beast core in your storage ring. Take it out. Chenzong said with a slight smile. If others were courteous to him, he would naturally be courteous to them as well. If they were not courteous, he would not be courteous either. Hearing this, Sima Huanyu's originally aloof expression suddenly changed. He became astonishingly cold, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. It seemed to penetrate the void and fell on Chenzong's face, as if it wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Very good. It seems that the good luck of entering the regional competition has made you arrogant. Sima Huanyu revealed a cold smile. He was angry. He felt angry from the bottom of his heart. A little loach dared to show off in front of him. He could ignore it before, but now, he could not ignore it. Since we are both from the mysterious underworld territory, I'll wake you up. The coldness in Sima Huanyu's eyes was as cold as a sword. It turned into cold lightning and shot out. It seemed to penetrate the sun, the moon, and the stars and fell on Chenzong's face. It seemed to pierce Chenzong's eyes, penetrate his mind, and bring fear. However, Chenzong's expression did not change at all. He did not look frightened at all. Sima Huanyu stretched out his finger. There seemed to be a touch of starlight at the tip of his finger. He poked it gently, and it seemed to pierce into the water. Suddenly, ripples spread out. Chenzong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils contracted subconsciously. He saw an extremely sharp beam of starlight shoot out from the center of the ripple. It was as if it had pierced through the void and shot towards him. It seemed to become dark in front of him. Only the starlight was extremely dazzling. It penetrated the sun, the moon, and the heaven and earth, making Chenzong have a feeling of being penetrated for no reason. This feeling was very strange. It not only threatened his body, but also his soul. It seemed that there was a kind of mystery of the transformation of spiritual will contained in it, but it was different and seemed to be more brilliant. Chenzong had never fought with the exceptional geniuses in the top 10 of the dark roll, so he didn't know what kind of techniques they had. He only knew that there was a big gap between the top 10 geniuses of the dark list and those below it, as if there was a gap. But now, he had practiced the upper sacred level Taiyuan cloud-shattering skill to the 12th level, which had caught up with many geniuses. He had also grasped the half-step sword intent to 80%. His basic strength was much stronger than before, and he had created his own unique skills, which were powerful. Thus, Chenzongzai had the confidence to face Sima Huanyu head-on. He was even a little excited. Finally, he was going to fight with a peerless genius in the top 10 of the Netherworld list. He wanted to test his strength at this moment. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed. It broke through the air as if it had shattered the vacuum. It shattered the starlight and blasted towards Sima Huanyu. Sima Huanyu frowned slightly. He was a little surprised that his opponent had broken his finger and counterattacked. Although the power of his finger was not very strong, he had used 70% of his strength, which was enough to defeat geniuses below the top 10 of the dark list. It seemed that Chenzong's strength had indeed improved compared to before. However, that was all. With a cold and solemn expression, Sima Huanyu once again pointed his finger. This time, he used 100% of his strength. The starlight was extremely dazzling, but its light caused the surrounding void to fall into darkness, making the finger even more dazzling. Like a ray of starlight, it blasted toward Chenzong, making him look more and more dignified. A sword slashed across the sky. The sword momentum was steady, powerful, and boundlessly overbearing. That finger was once again shattered by Chenzong. Good. Sima Huanyu was so angry that he laughed. 2 consecutive moves were defeated by his opponent, which made Sima Huanyu completely angry. The third finger, the moment that finger was lifted, the sky immediately darkened, as if night had descended. A boundless aura filled the air, and it was so heavy that it felt as if it was going to press down. Chenzong's heart sank, and he felt an indescribable discomfort, as if he was about to suffocate. He was incomparably annoyed, and his chest felt heavy, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on it. Immediately, a ray of blazing starlight bloomed on Sima Huanyu's fingertip. It was so dazzling that it seemed to illuminate the world. As the light spread out, it seemed to be rippling in all directions, everywhere. The starlight shot out and shot toward Chenzong. In Chenzong's eyes, the starlight seemed to be constantly magnified. From a cold star to a meteorite, it was not only amazingly fast, but also contained terrible power, as if it was going to destroy everything. Chenzong looked a little dignified. He felt that his body seemed to be about to collapse under this terrible starlight. His sword, the blood light rose, and the sword splashed blood. It was the half-step sword intent. As the young master of the Sima family, the first disciple of the Sima family, and a rare peerless genius in 100 years, Sima Huanyu's cultivation method was not ordinary. It was an incomplete superior holy level cultivation method. Although it was incomplete and lacked the last few layers, it did not hinder his cultivation. The superior holy level cultivation method at the same level was more powerful than the superior holy level cultivation method. Half-step sword intent. As soon as Sima Huanyu felt the indescribable invisible sharp aura, his expression changed slightly, and then he sneered. I see. This is what you rely on to provoke me. Half-step Dao intent was not so easy to comprehend and master. Most half-step saints could not master it. Only a few people could do it. Those who could comprehend and master half-step Dao intent were often very talented and had certain opportunities. Only with the combination of various factors could one have a chance to comprehend and master it. As a peerless genius in the top 10 of the Netherworld list, Sima Huanyu naturally mastered half-step Dao intent. Under the blood light, Sima Huanyu's starlight was suddenly shattered. The blood light, with terrible evil spirit, instantly pierced through the sky, leaving a bloody sword mark, and went straight. Sima Huanyu did not have the slightest intention to dodge. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were somewhat mocking. He gently pointed his finger, and thousands of strands of starlight, finer than hair, surrounded and condensed at his fingertip. In an instant, the bloody sword light was shattered. Sky-sweeping meteor strike. A low shout suddenly sounded from Sima Huanyu's mouth, like rolling thunder roaring out from the depths of his throat. Immediately, a black arc of light spread out from the void, covering all directions in an instant, as if covering a part of the world. Then, a little light bloomed at Sima Huanyu's fingertip, and in the dark sky, there seemed to be a touch of starlight responding to it. Boom! From the dark void that covered the world, a little light suddenly appeared, falling at an astonishing speed, faster and faster, burning, repelling the air, shaking the void, and shattering the vacuum. It became more and more powerful, more and more violent, and more overbearing. Unstoppable, destroy everything, the meteor burning with blazing golden flames shot down from the sky, as if dispersing the darkness. It was as magnificent and overbearing as the sun. Chenzong was unable to breathe. He only felt that he was trapped in that darkness. His entire body was cold, as if he had been thrown into a dark void. That extremely violent meteor shook the void and fell down. The extremely terrifying power blasted through the void and bombarded his body, as if it wanted to crush him. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were fluctuating. This blow contained the aura of half-step Tao meaning. Chenzong did not know what kind of half-step Tao meaning it was, but he felt that it was very strong. Moreover, he was in this darkness, unable to dodge or escape. He was locked by the terrible aura of the meteor, and also unable to avoid it. Unable to avoid it, he could only resist it. Chenzong's expression was solemn. His pupils had shrunk to the size of needles, and they emitted an incomparable bright light that could pierce through the heavens and the earth. He stared at the meteor that was shooting down from the sky, and the energy in his body surged endlessly. His high-grade half-saint realm energy was extremely vigorous and pure, and it surged violently and penetrated his sword. End of chapter 1385. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.